I stepped on dog shit luck and picked up 10 top-grade spirit stones, but the genius of my class insisted that I stole his. Without even a second thought, he directly crippled my chi. After the main Qin family found out, instead of helping me get revenge, they demanded that I transplant my top-grade bloodline to someone else. Just when I thought I was doomed to become a wage slave forever, a sudden ding sounded in my head. Yi Chang, the Qin family from Sunhai City asked me to be their middleman. If you give up your bloodline, they'll reward you with pills and secret martial manuals. These resources will greatly benefit my boyfriend, Sumeyu said arrogantly to the young man sitting opposite her, acting like she was giving orders. I stood there completely dumbfounded. Sunhai City was the capital of Jiangnan Province, one of the few super top-tier cities in Longhua on planet Blue, where martial arts thrived. But even after searching through the original owner's memories, I found absolutely no information related to the Qin family of Sunhai City. And what the hell was this bloodline she was talking about? Seeing me stay silent, Sumeyu's face darkened. Why is this simp dragging his feet today? Yi Chang, let me repeat myself, with these resources, my boyfriend will stand higher and go further on the path of martial arts. Are you really planning to destroy his dreams? You shouldn't be so selfish. Sumeyu spoke angrily, her face filled with impatience. What the hell are you talking about? I rubbed my forehead and asked. Sumeyu took a deep breath, controlling her anger as she explained, the Qin family from Shanghai City is a super powerful family with terrifying foundations, and your family is just a branch of theirs. Every 10 years, they send 2 clan members under 20, with high enough bloodline purity, into a forbidden land to inherit a mysterious power. After testing, your bloodline purity as a branch family member turned out to be even higher than those main family's young masters and young ladies, absolutely ridiculous. Thankfully, they have a way to transplant bloodlines. Yi Chang, you are just a lowly branch family member, you don't have the right to inherit the main family's most important power. My pupils shrank sharply. This plot was too absurd, wasn't it? Suddenly I remembered the distant aunt who visited last month. The very next day, my dad took me to the hospital to draw blood. Thinking back now, it seemed like they had secretly tested me long ago. Calming myself, I said steadily. My dad never mentioned it, so how do you know so clearly? Sumeyu rolled her eyes. The Qin family of Sunhai City is far too noble. They wouldn't bother talking directly with your family. It would be like gods looking down on ants. They heard you're very loyal to me, so they entrusted this task to me. With their authorization, I'm not overstepping. As Sumeyu spoke, greed filled her eyes, and she commanded me in a tone leaving no room for refusal. Yi Chang, I have no time to waste on you. Quickly agree so I can report back to the Qin family of Sunhai City and claim my reward. My boyfriend is waiting desperately for these resources to break through. I sneered coldly. Sumeyu, seeing how anxious you are, like a eunuch worrying more than the emperor himself, the Qin family must have given you quite a lot, right? They only gave a small portion in advance, Sumeyu blurted out, the bulk will come once you hand over your bloodline. I spread my right hand, where's my share? Hand it over. Sumeyu exploded with shameful anger instantly. Have you lost your mind? I'll give you one chance to fix your words. My boyfriend Chen Xian is from a middle-class family. Although he doesn't lack food and clothing, he can't afford expensive martial arts resources. The compensation the Qin family promised you must first go to my boyfriend. Don't fail to recognize kindness. If your stinginess ruins his future, I'll never forgive you. I was instantly so pissed that I laughed. The original owner must have had his brain chewed by dogs or got blinded by pig grease to simp for Sumeyu like a madman. With just a flick of her finger, he willingly jumped into fire or boiling water. But that was his own pathetic problem. I was a normal person, how could I endure such humiliation? Seeing Sumeyu's arrogant attitude, a savage rage rose in my heart, and I immediately cursed without mercy, fuck your mother, dumb bitch. Yi Chang, why you cursed me? How dare you? Sumeyu's pupils shook violently, her beautiful face filled with disbelief. So, all the benefits should just go to you too? Do you fucking think I'm your father? I mocked her playfully, quickly hand over what's mine, or don't blame me for being rude. Sumeyu was so angry smoke practically poured from her ears, her eyes blazing. Yi Chang, you've gone too far. Why can't you just make a sacrifice for me? Your 7th chi is crippled, your martial arts path completely cut off, and you'll never surpass the 6th layer of chi refinement in this lifetime. Those martial arts resources would just be wasted on you. You should help my boyfriend climb higher instead. I was disgusted to the point of almost vomiting. Suddenly, I burst forward, grabbed her head, and slammed it hard onto the table. Sumeyu saw stars instantly, her face covered in tiramisu. Even though my cultivation had regressed to the 6th layer of chi refinement, beating up a weakling at the 2nd layer was still as easy as slaughtering pigs and dogs. Sumeyu's nose and mouth pressed tightly against the table, unable to speak, making ridiculous choking noises as her limbs kicked and flailed like a flipped-over turtle. Other customers in the cafe happily watched, some even laughing out loud. In this age where martial arts flourished, fights breaking out over disagreements were extremely common. I loosened my grip. Sumeyu gasped for breath, her pretty face smeared with cream and cake crumbs, looking pathetic like a clown. Sumeyu never dreamed I'd dare lay hands on her, her heart now filled with terror, confusion, resentment, and rage. Yi Chang, you've changed. I pressed her face back onto the table again, where's my share? Finally afraid, she tremblingly pointed at the LV bag beside her. Without hesitation, I grabbed the heavy bag and strode away proudly. Yi Chang, you despicable thief. You filthy scumbag. Those were the birthday surprises for my boyfriend. He'll kill you for this. Su Meiyu's face turned ugly like a demon, her eyes filled with unimaginable hatred. As soon as I ran outside, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in my head. Ding! Host has been detected crushing a weakling, domination value plus 30. The domination system activation complete, work hard to become stronger. A panel immediately popped up. Character information. Cultivation method. Yellow rank low-level chi condensation art, 6th layer, 1200%. 1200 chi points. Martial skills. Yellow rank low-level flowing palm technique, mastered, 312% bonus. Yellow rank low-level floating cloud sword technique, mastered, 328% bonus. Yellow rank mid-level meteor sword technique, small accomplishment, 168% bonus. Domination value, 30. System. Holy shit. First, I was slightly stunned. Then, overwhelming joy filled my heart. Unexpectedly, after cleaning up Su Meiyu, I actually brought out the system. The system is indeed standard for traversers, web novels do not deceive me. Chapter 2 Punch Through. 100-fold critical hit reward. With the system, perhaps my muddled martial path can rise from the ashes. Yi Chang was so excited he nearly cried. The original owner was a second-year student in Class 9 of Lushing High School in Binhai City, originally at the 7th level of Chi refining stage, a character who was neither strong nor weak in class. Half a month ago, disaster struck, he was hit by a sword that shattered his 7th Chi C, dropping him back to the 6th level of Chi refining stage. Martial arts begin at the Chi refining stage. A person has 10 Chi Cs in total, and the function of Chi Cs is to gather spiritual energy from the world or energy contained in spirit stones and pills, converting it into internal energy, true Chi, true essence, and so on. The Chi C is the foundation of a martial artist. Successfully opening the first Chi C and filling it with internal energy makes one a first-level martial artist at Chi refining stage. Next, one opens the second Chi C, third Chi C, all the way until all 10 Chi Cs are opened, becoming a 10th-level martial artist at Chi refining stage, able to smoothly break into the next realm of martial arts, true essence stage. The original owner's 7th Chi C was wasted, and to put it simply, it's like the bridge on the only road to the destination has been blown up, leaving him helpless to turn back. In this world filled with martial strength, only by continuously growing stronger can one protect oneself. Losing the possibility to grow stronger inevitably leads to falling to the bottom of society, subject to bullying. Is there a way to repair the Chi C? Sorry, never heard of it. Right now, Yi Chang has only one thought: hurry home and focus on studying the system. Yi Chang's home is in the Shinui Forest Villa area of Binhai City, which can barely be considered a wealthy area. The original owner is the only son in the family, having lost his mother at a young age. His father, Yi Mao, has mediocre martial talent but a sharp business mind, switching from martial arts to business after high school. After decades of ups and downs in the business world, he has indeed accumulated some wealth. Returning home. Yi Mao spends almost all day at the company, and Yi Chang eats lunch alone before rushing to the rooftop garden. The rooftop garden is about 300 square meters, surprisingly spacious. It has a few flowers and plants, as well as fruits and vegetables, and koi fish swim in the pond. There are also wooden stakes, sandbags, stone stumps and other martial training equipment, with weapons like swords, spears, and halberds displayed on a rack. Yi Chang summoned the interface. Character, Yi Chang. Age, 16 years old. Current technique, low yellow grade nourishing chi technique 6th layer 1200/1200+/. Current martial skills, low yellow grade flowing water fist method 212/300, great accomplishment, +/. Low yellow grade cloud walking sword technique 287/300, great accomplishment, +/. Low yellow grade intermediate meteor sword technique 168/600, small accomplishment, +/. Beginner, proficient, small accomplishment, great accomplishment, perfection, transformation. Crush value, 30. Yi Chang noticed that the plus and dash on the panel were different from other text, looking similar to the silicone buttons on a TV remote. He tried to use his mind to lightly press the plus behind low yellow grade flowing water fist method 212/300, great accomplishment. The data changed in an instant. Low yellow grade flowing water fist method 213/300, great accomplishment, +/. Crush value, 29. This is the so-called adding points. How interesting. However, crushing Su Meiyu, this weakling, gains me very few crush values, far too little for Yi Chang to max out a martial skills proficiency directly. He then tried to use his mind to press the dash behind low yellow grade flowing water fist method 213/300, great accomplishment. The data changed again. Low yellow grade flowing water fist method 212/300, great accomplishment, +/. Crush value, 30. Damn. Isn't this just the respec function from games like Fantasy Westward Journey and Diablo 2? Redistributing character skill points and attributes. Yi Cheng's playful spirit kicked in, and he crazily pressed the dash button. Low yellow grade flowing water fist method to 1211111/300, great accomplishment, plus slash. Stop. The data froze at low yellow grade flowing water fist method 172/300, great accomplishment, plus slash. Crush value, 70. Yi Cheng suddenly felt dazed, a strange feeling surged in his mind, as if his understanding of the flowing water fist method had faded a little, and some scenes of practicing the fist became ambiguous, blurry and unclear. After fiddling for a while, I roughly grasped the basic functions of the system. Yi Cheng suddenly had the idea to practice some punches. He took a stance, and the moves of the flowing fist emerged in his mind. With swift dodges and moves, the wind from his punches howled, and each move carried great power. He had practiced this martial art since the first year of middle school and had mastered it over the years. However, his movements were too rigid and lacked fluidity. After finishing the first round, a flood of insights surged in his heart. The second round. Each punch was more reasonable, it was almost at a level of perfection in every detail, as his fists became like a tempest, fierce and powerful, tearing through the air with loud cracks, yet also flowed like water in a stream, ceaseless and smooth. The awkward parts he had struggled with before were now completely unobstructed, resulting in a feeling of natural ease. The fourth round. Yi Cheng's technique had already broken free from the constraints of forms and moves, flowing freely as he threw over 100 punches in one breath, causing the air around him to splash like water. The fifth round. The wind from his punches gathered and concentrated at one point, forming a visible vortex of air around Yi Cheng's fist. Bang! With one punch, the tough leather sandbag exploded, filling the surrounding area with sand and various fillings. The punch was overwhelmingly fierce, tyrannical and unmatched, far surpassing before. However, Yi Cheng seemed contemplative, murmuring to himself, flowing fist, flowing fist. Water, it has the softest gentleness, yet also the harshest sharpness I've understood. Hardness cannot persist, softness cannot be held, the ultimate essence of the flowing fist is the blending of hardness and softness. Yi Cheng's eyes sparkled, as if enlightened, and he threw a punch at the wooden dummy, as if it were slow yet fast, as if light yet heavy. The wooden dummy broke into two halves, the upper half flew out over 10 meters with a crackling sound, then disintegrated into pieces like barbecue skewers in mid-air. Yi Cheng exhaled a breath of stale air, a bit confused why practicing punches earlier made his mind so sharp, with all kinds of inspirations and wild thoughts pouring forth. He glanced at the panel, and his face suddenly changed, filled with shock and disbelief. Yellow grade low level flowing fist 1000/1000, perfection. What the hell is this? 5 rounds of practice, taking less than 40 minutes, and the flowing fist inexplicably advanced to perfection. I didn't even point any attributes, and my crushing value wasn't sufficient. The teacher at school said that although yellow grade low level martial arts are at the bottom, reaching perfection is even harder than mastering a yellow grade mid-level technique. Thus, a perfected yellow grade low level martial art can unleash combat power that crushes yellow grade mid-level martial arts at the small achievement level, being able to compete head-to-head with those at the great achievement level. Among the over 5,000 ordinary class students at Green Victory Academy, those who can achieve perfection with a yellow grade low level martial art are as rare as phoenix feathers. The original owner had practiced flowing fist for several years and was diligent, however, he was at a bottleneck and nearing completion, struggling to continue, and was even considering switching to another style. This is my first time practicing martial arts after crossing over. I did it to perfection in less than an hour. Who would believe this? Am I some rare martial arts genius? Yi Cheng was filled with doubt. Wait, the original owner got admitted to Green Victory Academy, ranked in the top 3 of Binhai City. His martial arts talent may not be astonishing, but he also cannot be considered useless. While I had a score of 687 in my college entrance exam, I could get into Tsinghua, Peking University, Fudan, or Zhejiang University with my eyes closed. 2 lives fused together, does this give me an extraordinary level of comprehension? Can I grasp martial arts techniques at a glance and understand the ultimate realm in an instant? This seems to be the only reasonable explanation. To verify his guess, and to confirm that the earlier success was not just blind luck, Yi Cheng took a weapon from the rack. Grabbed a fine steel sword. Practiced the low-level yellow rank cloud flow sword technique. Only half an hour passed. Yi Cheng stood under a peach tree, lightly striking the trunk with his left fist, causing a dozen leaves to flutter and fall. In the next moment, a dazzling sword light burst forth, twisting beautifully in the air like a slippery loach, effortlessly piercing through the different leaves, threading them together, the entire process as natural and smooth as flowing water. Yellow rank low-level cloud flow sword technique 1000/1000, perfect. Haha, even without cheating, I am this awesome, I am indeed a genius. All the frustration accumulated in these days was swept away, and Yi Cheng burst into laughter. It's worth mentioning that after reaching perfection, the +4 flowing water fist technique and cloud flow sword technique disappeared. It seems that the potential of low-level yellow rank martial skills is ultimately limited, and perfection is the ceiling. It cannot reach the transformation realm. After nearly 2 hours of immersive practice, Yi Chang felt somewhat exhausted. After all, not long ago, the 7th Chi was destroyed, and he had been recovering from injuries. His body and spirit had yet to return to perfect condition. After a short break, Yi Chang picked up the LV handbag he snatched from Su Meiyu, unzipped it, and poured out a dazzling array of items. Lip balm, eyeliner, mascara, lubricant, Durex ultra-thin package. After throwing these chaotic things into the trash can, Yi Chang began to count seriously. 30 pieces of medium-grade spirit stones, the color of earthy yellow, the size of steamed buns. According to the quality, spirit stones are divided into supreme spirit stones, high-grade spirit stones, medium-grade spirit stones, low-grade spirit stones, inferior spirit stones. Yi Chang usually practices with low-grade spirit stones. In addition, there were 3 martial arts secret manuals: high-level yellow rank Tiger Roar Fist, high-level yellow rank Splitting Fist, high-level yellow rank Swift Wind Blade Technique. A crystal the size of a fist, blood red as if soaked in blood, exuding a strong aura of ferocity. Yi Chang had seen in textbooks that this was the blood essence stone, formed from the coagulated essence blood of fierce beasts or demon beasts, a great tonic. After being refined by human warriors, it can strengthen the body, boost vitality, and consolidate the foundation and enhance the source. It was gone. This was what the Yi family of Songhai City gave as a prepayment to exchange for Yi Chang's bloodline. Yi Chang roughly estimated it to be worth nearly 100 million. No wonder Su Meiyu was so shameless, deliberately trying to keep it for herself. Yi Chang casually picked up the high-level yellow rank martial skill manual Tiger Roar Fist. Any low-level yellow rank martial skill in my hands can be practiced to the peak swiftly, truly without challenge. Let's try a high-level yellow rank martial skill and see where my limit lies. High-level yellow rank martial skills are difficult to practice, but once mastered, they are not something low-level or middle-level yellow rank martial skills can compare with. Without hesitation, Yi Chang cleared his mind and flipped through the manual. The pages were yellowed, probably having several decades of history. The intense aura of ferocity surged from the words and lines. 10 minutes later, the entire content of this fist technique was deeply engraved in Yi Chang's mind, and even some insights emerged. When this fist technique is practiced to perfection, the wind from the punches can produce the sound of a tiger's roar, shaking mountains and shaking souls, making one's guts explode. As expected of a high-level yellow rank martial skill, the oppressive feeling is overwhelming. Yi Chang's heart raced with excitement as he eagerly began practicing. At first, his fists felt a bit clumsy. After a few minutes, a fierce light flashed in Yi Chang's eyes, his momentum rising steadily. His movements became like an eagle soaring through the sky, a lion catching a rabbit, a hungry tiger seeking sheep, each punch striking down like a giant axe splitting mountains, like a giant elephant uprooting trees. 1 hour later. High-level yellow rank Tiger Roar Fist 2394/3000, major achievement, +/. As he approached major achievement, the progress bar suddenly stopped, and it became increasingly difficult to advance. Yi Chang pondered softly, I can never grasp the king of beasts' overwhelming dominance, nor the brutal force of furious wrath. My fist technique is merely semblance, lacking the divine charm. Yi Chang had long been psychologically prepared. High-level yellow rank martial skills were fraught with challenges, unlike low-level yellow rank martial skills which, as if walking on flat ground, it was a quick achievement. However, it seemed that the obsession kicked in. Unwilling to give up halfway, he had to push through and perfect the Tiger Roar Fist. Summoning the interface. Character, Yi Chang. Age, 16 years old. Current skill, yellow grade low-level breath cultivation method level 6, 1200/1200+/. Current martial arts, yellow grade low-level flowing water fist 1000/1000, perfect. Yellow grade low-level cloud sword technique 1000/1000, perfect. Yellow grade medium level meteor sword technique 168/600, minor achievement, +/. Yellow grade high level tiger roar fist 2394/3000, major achievement, +/. Crushing value, 70. System, add points. Not enough crushing value, need to reset points. Flowing water fist, reset. Cloud sword technique, reset. Meteor sword technique, reset. Using 3 low and medium level martial arts to nourish a high level martial art is not only not a loss but also a huge profit, like exchanging Zimbabwean currency 1:1 for euros. A series of operations were fierce as a tiger. The interface became much simpler. Character, Yi Chang. Age, 16 years old. Current skill, yellow grade low-level breath cultivation method level 6, 1200/1200+/. Current martial arts, yellow grade high-level tiger roar fist 2394/3000, major achievement, +/. Crushing value, 2406. The memories and insights from practicing cloud sword technique, meteor sword technique, and flowing water fist, as well as muscle memory, all wiped clean. Yi Chang pressed the plus after yellow grade high-level tiger roar fist 2394/3000, major achievement. Suddenly. Ding. Detected a top-tier auxiliary item, Storm Tiger Blood Crystal for practicing Tiger Roar Fist. After use, point gain increases by 800%. Do you want to use it? Yes/no. What the hell? Points can use items? This system is something special. Yi Chang's eyes lit up. Quickly grabbing the blood crystal tightly in his hand, he felt excited and used it. As the crushing value rapidly consumed, the progress bar of Tiger Roar Fist grew wildly like weeds. At the same time, the blood crystal began to dissolve and evaporate. Countless misty red sparkling particles seeped into Yi Chang's skin. Yi Chang's skin, flesh, meridians, bones, all the filth and impurities at the deepest level were refined and cleaned, foul odors continuously oozing from his pores. Even in Yi Chang's spiritual world, a gigantic tiger appeared, looking fierce, terrifying, mightily dominating, and incredibly powerful. The brutal aura of this primordial beast merged with Yi Chang's spirit, blending into one. Time passed, Yi Chang only felt the weakness and fatigue of recovering from a serious illness. All of it was eradicated. His body became strong, muscles iron-like, meridians long, blood surged, powerful waves of strength rolled in like waves. He felt completely reborn. The essence of the king of beasts, with murderous intent everywhere, was completely absorbed by Yi Chang. Yi Chang stood up, moved his muscles and bones, paused for a moment, then suddenly stepped on the ground, several tiles shattered, pieces flying, and his body leaped into the air, his momentum soaring like a fierce tiger jumping across a gorge, a wolf pouncing, strikes as fast as lightning, delivering a punch. Roar! The frenzied roar of the giant tiger exploded instantly, shaking the heavens and earth. The tiger's roar lingered and did not dissipate, enveloping a range of several yards. Moths and flies recklessly flying in the rooftop garden were instantly shocked to death, falling to the ground. A few birds that happened to pass by fell dizzy and dropped. The koi in the fish pond floated belly up, while cockroaches, crickets, grasshoppers, ants, and other insects felt a massive threat, all burrowing into the soil, trembling in fear. Yi Chang landed, a gust of air formed above his head, subtly becoming the shadow of a brutal beast, the storm tiger, clashing its claws, ruling the wild, with a powerful oppressive feeling. Yellow-grade high-level Tiger Roar Fist 10,000/10,000, perfect, +/. Crushing value, 550. Damn, it only cost less than 2,000 crushing value to push Tiger Roar Fist to perfection. That blood crystal played an undeniable role. This round of points addition consumed the blood crystal completely, turned into nothingness. Yi Chang retracted the wildness in his eyes and the ancient beast's fierce aura radiating from his body, and the shadow of the storm tiger above his head immediately dissipated, strong winds blowing, sand and stones flying, leaves rustling. The once lifeless rooftop garden, heavy like a graveyard, quickly regained vitality. The sky darkened, and warm lights flickered on in the villa area. After a long exhausting afternoon, Yi Chang was starving and planned to get something to eat, when he suddenly heard a noisy quarrel and even cries coming from downstairs. Yi Chang hurriedly ran downstairs. In the living room on the first floor, the plump Yi Mao had been knocked to the ground. Su Meiyu's boyfriend, Chen Xian, had one foot on Yi Mao's chest, his arrogance radiating from him. When he saw Yi Chang, his eyes flashed with malice, and a cruel smile appeared on his lips as he sinisterly said, "Yi Chang, how dare you touch Meiyu? Damn it! How many lives do you have? Also, you even dared to snatch the birthday gift Meiyu gave me. Today, if I, Chen Xian, don't break a few of your bones, I'll write my name backward." Chen Xian was a senior at Shuguang High School, at the 9th level of qi refining. He usually liked to bully the original owner and had done quite a bit of extorting money and resources for cultivation. Now that the original owner, Yi Chang, had his cultivation level dropped to the 6th level of qi refining, Chen Xian was even more reckless, entering homes to commit violence, truly lawless. "Son, quickly run," Yi Mao coughed blood, weakly calling to Yi Chang, his eyes filled with panic. At that moment, Yi Chang's eyes were bloodshot, his heart ablaze with anger, a terrifying killing intent erupting from his body. It should be noted that the original owner's mother passed away early, and he was raised by his father, Yi Mao, who doted on him. Yi Mao had never remarried for the sake of the original owner, and the father-son bond was deep. Yi Chang not only inherited the original owner's memories but also inherited his blood ties and emotions. Yi Mao was his bottom line. "Yi Chang, you crazy dog actually dare to bite the master." Su Meiyu's eyes were venomous, panic-stricken as she said, "You listen carefully. Return everything you took from me with interest. Then immediately go to the Yi family in Shanghai City, give up your bloodline, and all the compensation goes to my boyfriend, Chen Xian." After a pause, Su Meiyu kicked Yi Mao in the face, the sharp heel of her high heel shoe carving a gash on Yi Mao's face, blood gushing forth. Although Yi Mao had always treated Su Meiyu well, after tearing off the mask, Su Meiyu didn't care about the kindness shown to her. "Yi Chang, I advise you not to refuse. After all, if you don't care about yourself, you should at least consider your dad, right?" Su Meiyu's face was filled with malevolence, blatantly threatening. Yi Chang said no more. He grinned fiercely and pounced out, transforming into a shadow that tore through the air, heading straight for Chen Xian. A terrifying aura resembling an ancient colossal beast awakening burst forth. With a casual punch directed at Chen Xian. Chen Xian still wore an arrogant smile on his face when he felt a blur before his eyes, a wildly fierce, soul-chilling punch wind rushed toward his face, and faintly, he could hear incessant tiger roars coming from all directions. The threat of death almost overwhelmed him. Chen Xian's pupils instantly dilated, filled with sheer terror, despair blossomed in his heart. Bang! Yi Cheng's fist solidly struck Chen Xian's chest, bursting through and like it was nothing, his bloody fist emerging from his back. Chen Xian's whole body turned cold and stiff, filled with immense fear. Instinctively, he looked down at the gaping bloody hole in his chest and the scattered blood and chunks of internal organs on the ground. Chen Xian's body went soft, and he died on the spot. Su Meiyu was so scared that her soul almost left her body. Trembling like a chaff sieve, she collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with terror as she looked at Yi Cheng, as if seeing a man-eating beast, a vengeful spirit crawling out of hell. She let out a stream of urine, creating a puddle of yellow water beneath her. The stench filled the air. My goodness, she was scared to the point of wetting herself. Yi Ma was also stunned, wondering how his son had become so fierce. A single punch pierced through a 9th-level chi-refining martial artist's body. This was clearly killing above his level. Su Meiyu's lips trembled as she tried to say something, but Yi Cheng withdrew his right hand from Chen Xian's body. Suddenly, a hand seized Su Meiyu's throat, and a harsh voice said, "Bitch, look at me." After that, with a crack, Su Meiyu's neck was twisted. Ding! Detected that a 6th-layer Chi Training Realm host killed a 9th-layer Chi Training Realm warrior, crushing value plus 3,000. Congratulations to the host for completing their first kill, triggering a 100-fold critical hit, crushing value plus 300,000. Detected that a 6th-layer Chi Training Realm host killed a 2nd-layer Green Tea Bitch, crushing value plus 200. The system's broadcast echoed in Yi Cheng's mind. Chapter 3, Overwhelming Killing Intent. Crushing value, 303750. Yi Cheng casually tossed Su Meiyu's corpse aside like garbage, staring wide-eyed at the nearly astronomical number on the panel, swallowing a mouthful of saliva, feeling a rush of sudden wealth after long poverty. Damn, I never expected my first kill would trigger a 100-fold critical hit. So surprising, so unexpected. Yet a bit fearful. Luckily I killed Chen Xian first and then Su Meiyu. If the order was reversed, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Son, you've regained your cultivation? No, even if you were a 7th-layer Chi Training Realm, you would still just get beaten by Chen Xian. Yi Mao climbed up from the ground, covering the wound on his face, grumbling. He was very confused, unable to understand why his usually weak and submissive son had suddenly transformed into a ruthless killing god. How did his combat power surge like this? Dad, I don't know what happened either. A sudden flash of inspiration, and my understanding and application of martial skills have improved beyond compare. Yi Cheng casually brushed it off, then changed the topic. If I'm not ruthless, I can't stand my ground. If I don't kill Chen Xian and Su Meiyu today, those two scummy people will keep causing trouble, endless repercussions. After completing the Tiger Roar Fist, Yi Cheng's temperament became extremely ruthless. When he was angry, he exuded a fierce aura. Yi Mao nodded and said, "Well killed. I will call the property management to come and handle it." The laws in this world are quite peculiar. For the perpetrator who illegally breaks into a private home and commits wrongful deeds, they can be directly killed on the spot, similar to the former lighthouse country, and Yi Cheng couldn't help but smirk. Yi Mao's injuries weren't severe, no need to go to the hospital. Yi Cheng took out external and internal medicines to treat Yi Mao's wounds. Before long, property manager Su Yan arrived with several strong security guards. Su Yan was a stunning beauty with a devilish figure, sharp eyes, and a fierce aura. It was said that her martial arts prowess had already reached the mid-stage of the Yi Cheng's home had surveillance cameras. Su Yan diligently watched the video replay several times, confirming that Yi Cheng's actions were legitimate self-defense, and it was lawful and reasonable to kill Chen Xian and Su Meiyu. She then instructed the security to remove the two corpses lying on the ground and called the cleaning staff to come and clean up the blood. Su Yan had dealt with several similar incidents, and she was very familiar with the process. "Mr. Yi, our work was not effective, which led to you being assaulted by these criminals. Please bear with us. The property management will recently increase patrols around your residence to prevent retaliation from the deceased's family," Su Yan said very politely to Yi Mao. The property management in the Shanghai Forest Villa area was quite powerful, especially the security aspect, giving people peace of mind, as all the guards were of the 10th layer Chi Training Realm, not to mention the presence of Su Yan, a martial artist. The high property management fees were not paid in vain. The reason Su Meiyu could brazenly enter was that she often came to Yi Cheng's house for food and drinks, becoming familiar with the guards. "Sorry for causing you trouble, Manager Su," Yi Mao smiled, feeling much more at ease. Before leaving, Su Yan looked at Yi Cheng, her face revealed a look of surprise, and with a charming smile said, "Yi Cheng, I didn't expect you to be a martial arts genius. Your mastery of fist techniques is profound, and the punch that killed the thug hints at a sense of completion. Let's add each other on WeChat, we can spar sometime." After leaving Yi Cheng's home, Su Yan wore a serious expression. He said to several security guards behind him, "This Yi Cheng is a prodigy. He's only in the 2nd year of high school, right? At such a young age, he can practice a martial art of considerable rank to perfection, which is quite remarkable. Coupled with that decisive and ruthless killing intent, he will definitely not be an ordinary person in the future. From now on, pay more attention to his family's matters. After Su Yan left, Yi Mao and his son Yi Cheng ordered a few dishes in a small stir-fry restaurant near the villa area, opened a private room, and chatted while eating. Dad, I didn't expect our family to be a branch of the huge Yi family in Shanghai City. You never told me about this. Yi Cheng said while eating heartily. The more you know, the more burdensome life becomes. Yi Mao took a small sip of Wolianye, a troubled expression clouding his face. He had already learned from Yi Cheng that Su Meiyu was sent by the Yi family of Shanghai City to persuade Yi Cheng to surrender his bloodline. Hearing this bad news, Yi Mao was drenched in sweat, feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles, and slammed his cup heavily on the table. Son, I never expected that your bloodline density is even higher than those children in the main family. It's simply unbelievable. What's going on? Bad luck always comes in waves. First, your martial arts foundation was destroyed, and now this troublesome issue. Sigh. Son, having a high bloodline density should mean you have incredible luck and great character, but you are not a descendant of the main family. Not deserving the position will surely bring disaster. Son, you have gained something you shouldn't have, and good fortune has turned into misfortune. Do you understand? I definitely understand the principle of having treasure leads to crimes. Yi Cheng couldn't help but curiously ask, Dad, what kind of power can one inherit by going to the forbidden place of the Yi family in Shanghai City? Yi Mao lit a cigarette with trembling hands, took a few deep puffs to calm his frayed nerves, and slowly began to explain. 400 years ago, Blue Star fused with another world where martial arts flourished to the extreme. Some ancient seals of Blue Star also shattered, revealing the hidden lands and strange landscapes of the ancient wilderness. This is the true appearance of Blue Star. Since then, the world has changed dramatically, spiritual energy has revived, countless opportunities have emerged, and adventures abound. An ancestor of the Yi family had great fortune. He trained in the other world and accidentally obtained an opportunity, a drop of the ancient exotic species, nine-headed snake blood. He refined it and thus gained a trace of the nine-headed snake bloodline. This mythic-level great monster generally retains ancient memories and cultivation methods within its bloodline, even unmatched powerful techniques. The Yi family's ancestor passed the nine-headed snake bloodline down to his descendants. Every 10 years, descendants of the Yi family can go to the forbidden place to activate their bloodline, awakening the inherited memories within their blood, thereby obtaining precious cultivation methods. Depending on the density of the bloodline, the inherited methods vary in quality. Since only 2 slots are available each time, the Yi family selects the 2 descendants with the highest bloodline density of eligible age to enter the forbidden place. These are what your great-grandfather told me. Yi Cheng listened with great interest, his thoughts wandering. A yearning expression involuntarily appeared in his eyes, slightly lost in thought. Yi Mao discerned his expression, and his face grew extremely serious as he trembled and said, Son, you must not have any inappropriate thoughts. Otherwise, it would be like seeking your own death. With only 2 slots every 10 years, the main family doesn't have enough. How could it possibly be shared with a branch family? Yi Cheng sighed deeply. Although he felt regret and unwillingness in his heart, he could understand. If he were in the main family, he would definitely not distribute the chance to change destiny to a branch that has no sense of belonging or connection, living in isolation from each other. Yi Cheng spread his hands helplessly and said, The situation is stronger than the person. It seems that the only way to protect myself is to surrender my bloodline. No, son, you are oversimplifying things. Yi Mao exclaimed in despair. As far as I know, the so-called bloodline transplantation is, to put it simply, drawing blood and marrow, robbing not only opportunities but also the essence of life. The risks are enormous, and the survival rate is at most 20%. Yi Cheng's scalp tingled, filled with terror. Handing over his bloodline, there's an 80% chance he would die. Why would he gamble on that? If he doesn't hand it over, the Yi family in Shanghai City will not easily let this go. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, father and son fell into silence. I'm too miserable. Yi Cheng had a face filled with despair and disillusionment. Yi Mao lit up a cigarette, gave a sheepish smile. Son, don't rush into despair. There's always a way out when the cart reaches the mountain. Calculating the days, there are still 4 months until the Forbidden Land opens. The Yi family in Shanghai City shouldn't be in a hurry to pressure us, or push us too hard. Let's think it through together. Maybe we can come up with a perfect plan. Pausing for a moment, Yi Mao said, full of regret, there are just over 3 months until the college entrance examination. Son, if your 7th Qi hasn't been shattered by that devil-hearted guy Lu Fei, push hard to reach the solid truth realm, and get into a 985 or 211 university. With that protection, the Yi family in Shanghai City might hesitate to strongly take your bloodline. In this world, high school lasts for 5 years, but it's not enough to just complete 5 years to qualify for the college entrance examination. The requirement is to reach the solid truth realm in martial arts. Moreover, during any year in those 5 years, if one breaks through to the 10th level of the Qi training realm and reaches solid truth realm, they can voluntarily choose to end their high school career and register for the examination. Of course, very few people are stubborn enough to rush into the college entrance examination right after entering the solid truth realm. Accumulating enough experience is essential, and failing is almost a certainty. Yi Cheng's heart stirred slightly. If the 7th Qi could be restored to its former state, with his monstrous level of comprehension and the support of the system, maybe he could achieve good results in this year's college entrance examination and be admitted to a key university. In this era where martial power is supreme, universities on Blue Star are equivalent to sects in another world. 985 and 211 universities are the top sections. The Yi family in Shanghai City is a martial family, but in comparison to prestigious universities, they fall short in many ways. No, to be precise, the two cannot be compared at all. Prestigious universities strike a devastating blow to martial families. Damn it, I want to get into a prestigious university before the Forbidden Land in Shanghai City opens. A glimmer of realization shone from Yi Cheng's eyes, his goal clearer than ever. I'm full. Yi Cheng threw his chopsticks onto the table. My body has healed, I'm heading back to school tomorrow. Won't you take a few more days of sick leave to rest at home? Alright, I'll go with you, I want to see how your school handles Lu Fei. Yi Mao said, eyes blazing with vengeance, his expression fierce. Lu Fei was a classmate of the original owner, a prodigy, who reached the 10th level of the Qi training realm in his sophomore year, only a step away from the solid truth realm. The door to the elite class was already half open for him. His combat power ranked first among the top 10 experts in the ordinary class of Lushing High School, a steep cliff of a lead, defeating the second place in just 3 moves. Plus, with his prestigious family background, Lu Fei could absolutely be called the top figure at Lushing High School. The aura surrounding him was overwhelming, truly awe-inspiring. Half a month ago, the original owner went to the Gausher Stair Forest to train and explore, and accidentally stepped on a trap while leaving. Luckily, in a dense, toxic area, he discovered a pile of decayed bones, digging out 10 pieces of top-grade spirit stones and a book of intermediate mystic-level martial arts technique, Divine Water Technique. Sudden windfall. Overjoyed. One piece of top-grade spirit stone is worth 50 million renminbi in the Dragon Kingdom and also has an unquantifiable market value. As for the intermediate mystic-level martial arts technique book, it is a priceless treasure, costing thousands and hard to buy, accepting only exchanges, not currency. On Blue Star, as well as in other worlds, martial arts techniques are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow, with Heaven being the strongest and Yellow the lowest. Each level has 3 grades: Low, Middle, and High. Most students in the elite class of Lushing High School, who have reached the solid truth realm, only cultivate techniques of high Yellow level, and Mystic level techniques are exceedingly rare, let alone intermediate Mystic level techniques. The secret technique manuals of martial arts are worth several times more than those of the same level. According to the current market, a mid-level Xian rank technique manual can at least be exchanged for 15 high-level Huang rank technique manuals, or 45 high-level Huang rank martial arts manuals. It is no exaggeration to say that the original owner is now taking off. From now on, life will turn around. Little did he expect, joy turned to sorrow when classmate Lu Fei appeared. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures have never been based on first come, first served, but on who is capable. If I don't take these good things, then I wouldn't be Lu Fei. Ha ha ha. Top quality spirit stones, mid-level Xian rank technique manuals, this is my Lu Fei's adventure, it seems my rise is unstoppable. The original owner was extremely afraid and intimidated by Lu Fei, and had no choice but to acknowledge his bad luck, suggesting that 2 + 1 = 5, to which Lu Fei responded with a lightning-fast sword. The original owner had no strength to defend, and the 7th Qi was instantly shattered by a sword, causing his cultivation to fall from the 7th level of Qi practice to the 6th level. The backlash of the technique caused blood to flow backward, and he fainted on the spot. Lu Fei intended to deliver a finishing blow to silence him. Fortunately, several classmates who were training in the High Stone Steps Forest happened to witness the scene where Lu Fei blatantly robbed and injured the original owner. In front of their classmates, Lu Fei had to hold back and let the original owner go. In reality, that sword from Lu Fei had already cut off the original owner's life force, giving Yi Cheng, a corpse returning to life opportunity after being smashed to bits by a truck in China, a chance. No matter whether the school deals with Lu Fei or not, I will make him have no place to be buried. Yi Cheng's facial muscles twitched slightly, he said calmly, his tone harboring a raging killing intent. Chapter 4, Comprehending Blade Intent. Come to battle. The moonlight was like water, covering the rooftop garden. Yi Cheng couldn't wait to open the panel. Character, Yi Cheng. Age, 16 years old. Current technique, low-level Huang rank nurturing Qi scripture 6th layer 1200/1200+/. Current martial skill, high-level Huang rank Tiger Roar Fist 10,000/10,000, perfect, +/. Crush value, 303750. Having food in hand, there is no panic in heart, let's push Tiger Roar Fist to the transformation stage first. Transformation stage means out of the ordinary. To train a martial skill to perfection, talent, comprehension, willpower, and hard work all are necessary, while perfection compared to transformation is like the difference between an ordinary person and a genius, a poor student and a top student. This is the realm every martial artist dreams of. In the perfected state, Tiger Roar Fist unleashes a fierce wind of Tiger Roar, stunning the enemy's spirit. In the transformation state, Tiger Roar Fist can inflict tremendous physical and mental pressure, making the enemy feel as if weighed down by mountains, struggling to move, and in their mental world, a wild giant tiger formed of evil energy appears, fierce in appearance, choosing its prey. Before the punch lands, the soul shatters. To put it simply, they'd be scared to death. Yi Chang lightly pressed the high-level Huang rank Tiger Roar Fist 10,000/10,000, perfect, plus with his mind. The data immediately changed. High-level Huang rank Tiger Roar Fist 1/50,000, transformation, plus /. Without any enhancement items, to push Tiger Roar Fist to the transformation stage requires 50,000 crush value, which is expensive, but luckily Yi Chang can afford it now. Plus. Images of countless hard hours dedicated to practicing the fist, comprehending fist momentum and intent, flashed like a slideshow in Yi Chang's mind. After a while, Yi Chang stood before a flowerbed, his form solid as a mountain, his slightly squinted eyes suddenly opened wide, an overwhelming aura surged from him, enveloping the entire flowerbed. With one punch, the flowers planted in the flowerbed dried up at a visible speed, wilting away. Yi Chang's punch extinguished the flower's vitality. Although his fist never touched a single petal, the spirit of the flowers had already died, devoured by the wild giant tiger formed of evil energy. High-level Huang rank Tiger Roar Fist 50,000/50,000, transformation. Crush value, 253750. With crush value still ample, Yi Chang planned to seize the moment and practice another martial skill. High-level Huang rank Shattered Fist and high-level Huang rank Swift Wind Blade technique. The fist technique already has Tiger Roar Fist, so Shattered Fist is no longer considered. Let's practice the knife skill. Yi Chang drew a single knife from the weapon rack. He had never practiced knife techniques. Among the weapons, he loved the king of all weapons, the sword. The reason is simple: swordsmen are handsome. With a 3-foot green blade in my hand, I walk through the heavens. So cool. In comparison, the knife appeared much rougher. Swift Wind Knife technique is without any flashy tricks. It emphasizes the word fast to an unbelievable degree, fast to the extreme. When fighting, one either quickly defeats the opponent or is quickly defeated by the opponent. 5 minutes later, Yi Chang swung the knife, and a bright knife light flashed by. The air was cut into fragments, and the airflow roared with a ghostly might, slashing outward. 10 minutes later, the single knife flew up and down in Yi Chang's hand like a living thing, transforming into sharp knife lights. 20 minutes later, Yi Chang struck out over 100 slashes in one breath. His arms seemed to disappear, and the knife also vanished. Only the knife light remained without the knife. 1 hour later, Yi Chang casually made a slash, and 7 visible fierce knife lights soared into the sky. It looked like Yi Chang merely slashed once, but in reality, he had slashed 7 times in the time of one breath. Yellow rank high-level Swift Wind Knife technique 3000/3000, major achievement, plus or minus. Striking 7 knife lights with 1 slash marks the major achievement, while striking 10 knife lights with 1 slash signifies perfection. 10 knife lights overlapping, 10 slashes uniting to sweep everything away marks the transformation. Relying on monstrous understanding, Yi Chang spent just over an hour practicing this Swift Wind Knife technique to major achievement. This was his limit. The bottleneck arrived, and his knife could no longer be faster. As per old rules, add points. Plus. A vast understanding of knife skills and muscle memory profoundly imprinted in the depths of Yi Chang's soul. Yi Chang's gaze was like a knife light that could easily cut throats, sharp and aggressive, and his whole demeanor underwent a tremendous transformation, as if he were a drawn-long knife, cutting through iron like mud. Nothing could escape his slash. With one swing, 10 knife lights simultaneously appeared. The air that came into contact twisted and shattered, hissing. Yellow rank high-level Swift Wind Knife technique 10,000/10,000, perfection, plus or minus. Crushing value, 243750. Now, Yi Chang can be considered an expert with the knife, but still not enough. Keep adding points. Push it directly to transformation. Before long, a massive knife aura surged out from Yi Chang's body, soaring into the sky like a monstrous dragon, bringing with it an unbeatable momentum, devouring everything above him that could be consumed. Soon, above Yi Chang's head, a crack over 10 meters long and as thick as a bucket formed, standing upright and writhing, healing slowly. 10 knives uniting as one. Yellow rank high-level Swift Wind Knife technique 50,000/50,000, transformation. Crushing value, 193750. Yi Chang let out a breath of turbid air. At this moment, ding! Detected that the host has elevated 2 martial arts of the same rank to transformation, meeting the fusion conditions. Do you wish to consume 180,000 crushing points to fuse these 2 martial arts? Yes/no. Practicing 2 martial arts to transformation, and they can merge into one, giving birth to a new martial art? System, you really know how to play. After a brief consideration, Yi Chang made up his mind and chose to fuse. Boom. Character, Yi Chang. Age, 16 years old. Current cultivation method, yellow rank low level nurturing chi formula 6th layer 1200/1200 plus/. Current martial art, Xian rank low level tiger roar swift wind knife 1800/180000 transformation. Crushing value, 13750. Ding. Tiger Roar Swift Wind Knife, absorb the advantages of yellow rank high-level Swift Wind Knife technique and yellow rank high-level Tiger Roar Fist, discarding some conflicting drawbacks, achieving an effect of 1+1 greater than 2, the rank elevated to Xian rank low level. Tiger Roar Swift Wind Knife? Xian rank low level? No, to be precise, it is a transformation level Xian rank low level martial skill. Its attack power is not inferior to a perfected Xian rank mid-level martial skill. Awesome. Yi Chang's eyes lit up. With a casual swing of the knife. Swish, 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 swish. In the air, 16 fierce knife lights burst forth, and in the blink of an eye, the knife lights transformed into phantom images of fierce tigers. 16 fierce tigers roared at the sky, shaking the wilderness, their ferocious aura unleashed, demonic energy billowed, as if they wanted to swallow the enemy's life force. One slash unleashed 16 knife lights. Compared to wind blade technique, Tiger Roaring Wind Blade not only has a faster and sharper blade speed, but each strike is wrapped in an incredible, spine-chilling killing intent, vowing to return only after shedding blood. In a duel with someone, the moment the blade strikes down, the feeling of being at the end of the road, with nowhere to escape, descends in advance. The only downside is that with Yi Chang's poor cultivation level of the 6th layer of chi refinement, wielding this blade technique consumes an enormous amount of energy. After striking dozens or even hundreds of times, the internal energy stored in the 6 chi Cs will be drained completely. Retracting the blade. Suddenly, a feeling surged in Yi Chang's heart, something that could only be understood but not expressed in words. Trying to release this feeling, in an instant, an aura of disdain for the world and a refusal to allow anything to be desecrated emanated from Yi Chang. At this moment, Yi Chang resembled an exceptionally sharp sword, standing upright, as if ready to pierce the heavens. With the blade's direction, it seems capable of cutting through everything, including the grand momentum of heaven and earth, as well as his own distracting thoughts and inner demons, and negative emotions. Yi Chang's heart stirred slightly. If this subtle feeling could be attached to Tiger Roaring Wind Blade, its power would at least increase several times, even tenfold, perhaps rivaling a strike from a true form realm warrior. Ding. Detected that the host comprehended the blade intent. Character, Yi Chang. Age, 16 years old. Current skill, yellow rank low level chi nourishing method 6th layer 1200/1200 plus/. Current martial technique, Xian rank low level Tiger Roaring Wind Blade 180000/180000 transformation realm. Current martial Dao realm, blade intent 5%, cannot allocate points to enhance. Crushing value, 13750. Damn. I comprehended the blade intent? Containing incredible power, a blade intent that is 1 in a million? Yi Chang was shocked. He had once heard the homeroom teacher say that the realm of martial arts, including sword intent, blade intent, fist intent, etc., is extremely difficult to comprehend. Not to mention comprehension, even just touching the edge is a sign of being extraordinary, a combat prodigy among geniuses. In nearly 10 years, there has been no report in Binhai City of any chi refinement high school student comprehending martial arts intent. If I were in the true form realm now, participating in this year's college entrance examination would surely make a stunning debut. Being admitted to a prestigious university would not be a dream. Yi Chang's eyes sparkled like stars in the ocean. Placing the single blade back on the weapon rack, Yi Chang's body trembled, and the blade intent emanating from his body immediately withdrew. The sharpness and wildness in his eyes faded away, and his demeanor became gentle like jade, harmless to humans and animals. Concealing the blade into its sheath and controlling it with ease, this was a state that one can only achieve after comprehending the blade intent. Yi Chang sat down on a stone stool, took out a middle-grade spirit stone, released his internal energy, and soaked it into the spirit stone to draw out the spirit energy contained within. Then, he silently practiced the chi nourishing method, guiding this spirit energy into the 6 chi Cs in turn, refining it into internal energy to fill the void. After a while, the medium-grade spirit stone, which was earth yellow in color, had half of it turned into a grayish layer like tiles. The 6 chi Cs were refilled with internal energy. Yi Chang took a deep breath, continued to absorb, and tried to transport the spirit energy to the 7th chi C. Unexpectedly, when the spirit energy entered the 7th chi C, it immediately collapsed and leaked out, quickly overflowing from Yi Chang's body surface. Yi Chang's 7th chi C had a huge hole in it, like a pierced container, unable to hold any spirit energy at all. Lu Fei, I damn your mother. Yi Chang cursed loudly. Not willing to give up, he looked at the panel and forcefully clicked on the plus after yellow rank low level chi nourishing method 6th layer 1200/1200 with his mind. Ding. Detected that the host's 7th chi C is damaged. Yellow rank low level chi nourishing method cannot allocate points. Alright, even the system can't help, it's all over. System, can my 7th Chi C be repaired? Yi Chang anxiously asked. No response. Damn it, this system is not intelligent at all, and it's not user-friendly. It seems I have to think of another way. The next day. Binhai City, Luosheng High School. The campus was vibrant and full of energy. Luosheng High School has a history of 100 years and currently has over 5,000 Chi refinement students in regular classes and more than 300 elite students in the True Form Realm classes. Its overall strength ranks among the various high schools in Binhai City. Steadily in the top 3. Wearing a school uniform, Yi Chan walked towards the teaching building of Class 2-9, like an old horse recognizing the way. Fat Luo, wait for me. Yi Chang shouted. A little chubby figure in front turned around upon hearing the voice, awkwardly smiled at Yi Chang, muttered something in a low voice, and without waiting for Yi Chang, hurried away with his head down, as if avoiding a plague. What the hell? Yi Chang was slightly taken aback. Fat Luo was one of the few classmates Yi Chang got along well with, usually sticking to him like a tail. What was up with him today? Did you see that? He is Yi Chang from Class 2-9. Don't be fooled by his appearance, looking refined and well-mannered, his heart is very dark. Not long ago, in the Gaoshi Steppe Forest, Yi Chang's classmate Lu Fei discovered a batch of martial arts resources. Yi Chang, who secretly followed him, was blinded by greed, drew his sword, and attacked Lu Fei, intending to kill and rob. Fortunately, Lu Fei was more skilled and countered with a sword, piercing Yi Chang's 7th energy C. Lu Fei is a well-known rich second-generation, kind-hearted, and often helps classmates for free. He occasionally guides Yi Chang in his training, but unexpectedly, for some resources, Yi Chang actually backstabbed him. He is truly an ungrateful white-eyed wolf. It feels a bit off. Lu Fei is a famous genius at our Luosheng Middle School, achieving the 10th layer of Qi refinement, and his combat power is impressive. Yi Chang seems to only be at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. How dare he attempt to rob Lu Fei? Isn't that like a moth flying into the flame, seeking death? It's normal. Haven't you ever read novels for girls? Even if the female protagonist is weak, she can still covet powerful people's possessions, and can use underhanded tactics like slandering and framing to force strong masters into a corner, leading them to despair and shame. Reality often makes less sense than fiction. That's a good point. Yi Chang looked in the direction of the voice and saw a group of students not far away, whispering together. From time to time, they pointed fingers at his back, their faces filled with disdain and contempt. These idle gossip words reached Yi Chang's ears, and his gaze suddenly turned cold, like a vulture fixating on its prey, looking at those gossiping students. The group of students made eye contact with Yi Chang, and immediately fell silent, their bodies covered in goosebumps, their faces ashen. They had never seen such a terrifying look before. In the past, Yi Chang would have exploded in anger, arguing fiercely, but now he understood the intent of the knife, able to cut through negative emotions, maintaining calm regardless of praise or blame. It would be beneath him to argue with these ridiculous clowns who spread rumors without understanding the truth. Yi Chang's gaze became peaceful again as he continued on his way. Lu Fei, is this all rumors you spread? You truly are something, turning the clouds and covering the rain, distorting facts and reversing black and white, playing it like a pro. I seem to have severely underestimated your shamelessness. Damn, that guy Yi Chang is terrifying, just a glare makes me feel like I'm going to crack open. In the future, let's not discuss things between Lu Fei and Yi Chang behind their backs. After all, the school hasn't announced their handling results yet, it's hard to say who is right or wrong. In Class 2-9. As soon as Yi Chang stepped into the classroom. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of sharp gazes shot towards him like thousands of arrows piercing his heart. These gazes were filled with disdain, condemnation, dislike, disappointment, and gloating. Sitting at the center of the first row, with an extraordinary temperament and graceful demeanor, Lu Fei looked at Yi Chang with a sinister gaze, a mocking smile appearing on his deep-set face. Cough, cough. Classmate Yi Chang, you are 5 minutes late, please sit down. On the podium, the vice principal of Luosheng Middle School, Baoyin Jian, a man with a receding hairline in his 40s, said with a stern face, somewhat impatiently. Standing next to Baoyin Jian was the homeroom teacher of Class 2-9, Zhu Lingyu. A top-notch, beautiful woman in her mid-20s, with an almond-shaped face and peach-like cheeks, stunning looks, ample breasts and hips, an aura of nobility. Zhu Lingyu showed a look of pity on her face and gently nodded to Yi Chang. Yi Chang ignored the pressure, walked to his seat, and sat down, his heart faintly harboring the worst suspicions. Baoyin Jian picked up the cup from the podium, took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, and with a serious expression, announced with righteous indignation. On August 21, 2024, our school's sophomore Class 9 student, Lu Fei, went to the high stone ladder forest for training and discovered a book of mid-level skills among a pile of skeletons, along with 10 top-grade spirit stones. His classmate Yi Chang, who secretly followed him, was blinded by greed and attacked Lu Fei. After repeated warnings from Lu Fei had no effect, he was forced to defend himself, stabbing Yi Chang's 7th GC. After consulting several witnesses on site, the facts are clear. Yi Chang's behavior is extremely vile and seriously violates school rules and discipline. After research by the school committee, it has been decided to expel Yi Chang from the school. We hope all students take this as a warning. Regarding Yi Chang's expulsion from Lushing High School, the students of Class 9 seem to have known it beforehand, thus they were rather calm, with no shouts or loud discussions, merely looking at Yi Chang, like a stray dog, with mocking gazes. Yi Chang felt a bit cold in his heart, not expecting the school to collude with Lu Fei. Yi Chang didn't dare to hope that the school would handle it fairly, for Lu Fei was destined to bring glory to Lushing High School in the future, but at least there should be an attitude of giving both parties equal treatment. Such a clear sheltering of Lu Fei, blurring the lines between right and wrong, turning the plaintiff into the defendant and the defendant into the plaintiff, where is the bottom line? A great institution should not be like this. Lu Fei sat lazily, a hint of a victor's smile on his lips, speaking confidently. Yi Chang, if I had known it would come to this today, why did you have to act as if you were the mantis stalking the cicada with the sparrow behind? You already walked the path to your own death. I remembered our schoolmate friendship, so I didn't take your life on the spot, but merely crippled your 7th GC as a punishment. I hope you can restrain your desires and turn over a new leaf once you enter society, otherwise, if you provoke someone who shouldn't be provoked, you never know when you might die suddenly. Others do not have my kind heart. Yi Chang ignored Lu Fei's smug face, looking at Bao Yingjian instead, with a cold smile on his lips. Vice Principal Bao, I have a question. Lu Fei is at the 10th level of the Qi training realm, the strongest among the top 10 in our school's ordinary classes. How could a mediocre person like me, who is at the 7th level, sneakily follow him without being discovered and even have the opportunity to attack him up close? Vice Principal Bao, please teach me how. Bao Yingjian was left speechless by the question, unsure how to respond. Angrily, he slammed the podium, shouting sternly, Yi Chang, don't make a ruckus here. You are no longer a student of Lushing High School, get out. Lu Fei gradually reined in his smile, his eyes narrowing slightly, his long eyelids cold and chilling like a poisonous snake. Yi Chang. Lu Fei. Yi Chang cut him off violently, rising within him a surge of fury, suddenly shouting, you came to take my chance and destroyed my Qi, and yet you want to bite me back? Such despicable behavior angers both gods and men. I will return this grudge and humiliation to you 100-fold. That day you wanted to stab me and kill me, but someone passed by, the opportunity slipped away. Today I give you another chance, come on, come kill me. Lu Fei, damn, come battle. The classroom fell silent. Chapter 5, You bully the weak, so I will use violence to fight violence. After a moment of silence, the classroom erupted with boos and loud laughter. In this era of rampant martial arts, where the strong are revered, duels, contests, and group fights on campus are common occurrences. The school does not prohibit internal conflicts but rather vigorously encourages them. Without fighting and killing, where does bravery come from? In the future, when facing the brutal and murderous invaders, the warriors from another world, wouldn't it be cowardly to back down before the battle even starts? In short, it's a breeding ground for survival of the fittest. But Yi Chang, who has fallen to the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm, openly challenged Lu Fei, shouting for a one-on-one duel, which is just too funny. It's like an ant shaking a tree, like an egg hitting a stone. It must be the punishment of expulsion, which has greatly stimulated Yi Chang. This person has gone crazy. Lu Fei laughed in anger, but his eyes were filled with a strong killing intent. He never intended to let Yi Chang go easily. In his understanding, only the dead would keep their mouths shut. Yi Chang is now walking into his own trap, there couldn't be anything better. Lu Fei couldn't be bothered to personally crush the little ant Yi Chang. He sat still, the corner of his mouth curling up, and exchanged a look with his deskmate Bao Xiong. The strong, muscular Bao Xiong understood immediately, stood up, grabbed the fine steel sword on the desk, and shouted, Yi Chang, with your wasted self, you dare to challenge Lu Fei? Do you even deserve it? How about I play with you instead, hee hee. His fierce expression mixed with strong provocation. Bao Xiong is Lu Fei's sidekick, the type who flatters and obeys orders. He is also the nephew of Vice Principal Bao Yingjian. As a 9th-level Qi refinement realm practitioner, he is a top student in Class 2-9, ranking among the top 300 among more than 5,000 Qi refinement students in the ordinary classes of Lushing High School. Let's not even mention Yi Chang today, even the Yi Chang before his 7th GC was destroyed couldn't withstand 3 moves from Bao Xiong. Bao Xiong's invitation to fight clearly showed that he was bullying the weak. After a day of hard training, Yi Chang made significant progress in his combat power and comprehended the supreme knife intent. He was bursting with confidence and wasn't afraid of the hotshot Lu Fei, so why would he look down on Lu Fei's underling, Bao Xiong? Bao Xiong, you and Lu Fei are two of the same kind. Lu Fei is no good, and you won't be any better. As the saying goes, hate the house and the crow. Since you want to fight, let's fight. Yi Chang also stood up, battle intent filling the air. Bao Xiong grinned, twisted his neck, the popping of his bones echoed, and a layer of savagery appeared on his face as he grinned maliciously. Don't just talk, Yi Chang. Let's go big, how about a life and death battle? You don't mind, do you? A life and death battle. Everyone in the class, except for Lu Fei and Bao Yingjian, was terrified. At Lushing High School, fights among students are divided into two types. The first is the ordinary mode, and the second is the life and death battle. The former only determines victory or defeat, while the latter also determines life and death. Although school rules allow it, very few students choose life and death battles. In the 100-year prestigious school, it has happened only a few times. The atmosphere became extremely tense, filled with a sense of a storm is brewing, the dark clouds are pressing down on the city. Everyone knew that Lu Fei and Bao Xiong were very close. When Bao Xiong jumped out to fight Yi Chang, who had no grievances with him, anyone could guess this was Lu Fei's suggestion. This is the rhythm of wanting to end things completely. The class teacher, Chu Lingyu, frowned, her beautiful face turned cold as she scolded, "Classmates, just spar a bit, that's enough. Is it really necessary to fight to the death? Bao Xiong, leave a line for future encounters." Bao Yinjian chuckled, "Teacher Chu, Yi Chang has already been expelled from school. Who is still his classmate?" After a brief pause, he looked at Bao Xiong and smiled, "Bao Xiong, Yi Chang is no longer in your league. Remember, once you fight, do not show mercy. Never show mercy. Being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself." His tone was filled with encouragement, no, to be precise, it should be called incitement and instigation. Bao Xiong was instantly filled with killing intent, sharp inner energy overflowing, cutting through the air around him with a whooshing sound. He left his seat, facing Yi Chang, and said arrogantly, "Yi Chang, life and death battle, dare you? If you're afraid, kneel down and lick this spit clean, and I'll let you go, how about that?" "Ha ha ha." Saying that, he spat a large mouthful of thick spit on the ground. Yi Chang shrugged and smiled, "Death battle? Okay, I agree." Bao Xiong had been waiting for the sentence, drawing his sword like lightning, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow, rushing towards Yi Chang like a tornado, his vast inner energy from the 9th level of Qi training surging out, clinging to the 3-foot green edge, the sword energy pressing forward. "Yi Chang, die for me. When you go to hell, don't forget it was me, Bao Xiong, who killed you." Bao Xiong's eyes were cruel and his face twisted as he slashed the sword towards Yi Chang. The sword light was magnificent, blinding the eyes. In the blink of an eye, Bao Xiong's wrist trembled, the stunning sword light shattered and exploded, scattering like petals and leaves in the sky, enveloping Yi Chang like a web, the cold, bone-chilling fragments of brilliance wanting to execute Yi Chang in a cruel manner. Falling flowers and leaves sword technique, a mid-level yellow rank martial art, incredibly gorgeous, deeply tragic, and also extremely deadly swordsmanship. Bao Xiong had already practiced this sword technique to the minor success stage, it was one of his trump cards. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Bao Xiong intended to eliminate Yi Chang in one blow, showing off his muscles. Yi Chang stood still, looking as if he had been frightened silly by the sharp sword light that was unavoidable and overwhelming. The next scene would definitely be Yi Chang being chopped into pieces, leaving no whole corpse. Many students in the class, who were a bit timid, screamed in shock. Chu Lingyu sighed and turned away, unable to bear to watch. In a fleeting moment, Yi Chang raised his hand, seemingly casually throwing a punch, straight outwards. His fair and delicate fist, like a dormant serpent that would strike to kill upon movement, slipped through the gaps of the sword net, carrying tremendous power, crashing towards Bao Xiong. Having mastered a low-level mystic martial art of the transformation realm, Yi Chang's gaze was incredibly sharp and cunning, easily spotting the flaws in Bao Xiong's flashy sword technique, which was riddled with weaknesses. Bao Xiong's pupils instantly dilated, feeling as if an ancient, monstrous, evil tiger was pouncing towards him, chilling him to the bone. Roar! The terrifying tiger roar resounded, shaking Bao Xiong's mind blank, his heart trembling, not daring to think of resisting. "I'm going to die." Powerlessness and despair seemed to grow on Bao Xiong's body like a climbing vine. In the next moment, bang! Bao Xiong took a solid punch to his chest, as if struck by lightning, like being hit by a speeding truck, spitting out a mouthful of blood, while his long sword clanged and fell to the ground. The brilliant sword light suddenly extinguished, and his feet left the ground, flying backward as if riding clouds. Boom! Another loud crash. Bao Xiong's burly body smashed against the thick, solid wall of the classroom, shaking the entire teaching building violently a few times. As soon as Bao Xiong landed, Yi Chang charged forward, his right foot stepping on his neck, looking down at him from above. "Damn, I used less than 20% of my strength, and I almost beat the once authoritative Bao Xiong half to death." Bao Xiong's strength is as flimsy as the dead Chen Xian, both are garbage that can't withstand a single blow. Yi Chang smiled faintly. Blood oozed from Bao Xiong's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, his sternum slightly sunken, breathing faintly and struggling to look at Yi Chang, his eyes filled with confusion and fear. All the spectators were wide-eyed in shock. This script isn't right. No one expected that Yi Chang, who was plain and even had his 7th Qi destroyed by Lu Fei, and whose level regressed, could defeat the 9th level Bao Xiong with one punch, overwhelmingly powerful. What on earth is happening? Bao Yingjian was the first to regain his senses, sweating profusely, hurriedly shouting to Yi Chang, "Yi Chang, you have already won, stop now." What do you want to do? Yi Chang glanced at Bao Yingjian, grinning. Vice Principal Bao, in a death battle, what do you think I want to do? Bao Yingjian was extremely horrified. He suffered from infertility, had no children, and was very fond of his nephew Bao Xiong, tremblingly saying, classmate, please. Just spar a little, why fight to the death? Yi Chang, in everything, leave a line so that we can meet in the future. Yi Chang chuckled lightly and said, Vice Principal Bao, I have already been expelled from school, who is a classmate of Bao Xiong now. Since we are not on the same side, once we engage, there's no need to show mercy. Being kind to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. You. Bao Yingjian's face turned red and thick, and he was left speechless. Bao Xiong suddenly became hysterical, his eyes filled with ferocity and madness. Yi Chang, do you dare? If you kill me, the Bao family. Before Bao Xiong could finish his threatening words, Yi Chang suddenly stomped down, crushing his throat. Crack! Bao Xiong's shouting stopped abruptly, his wide-eyed gaze filled with incredulity, head tilting, completely out of breath. The scene was as silent as if a needle could be heard dropping. With a gentle kick, Yi Chang pushed aside Bao Xiong's body, his cold, somewhat terrifying gaze sweeping around the classroom. You not only turn black and white upside down but also want to bully the weak, then I'll use violence to deal with violence. Is there anyone else who wants to fight with me for life and death? Step forward. This is a great opportunity for you to flatter Lu Fei. Bao Xiong's body lay there, still warm, and no one dared to speak. Those who had witnessed the whole process in the Gaoshi tea forest but were bought off by Lu Fei to falsely accuse Yi Chang were trembling, wanting to leave first. What's wrong? Are you all scared? Come and kill me, this despicable person who attacked Lu Fei for profit. Yi Chang shouted fiercely, crazily. Ding! Detected that the 6-layer chi practice host shot down a 9-layer martial artist, crushing value plus 3,000. Chapter 6, a huge scene, absolutely a huge scene, 3,000, crushing value, received, thanks to Bao Xiong for the support, adding bricks to my rise. It's a pity that the critical hit reward was not triggered. Yi Chang, you are looking for death. Bao Yingjian's eyes were about to split, furious to madness, the pressure of the diamond realm bursting out, extremely terrifying. The air in the classroom seemed to solidify, all the students' faces pale as they trembled. The first 7 realms of martial arts, Chi Practice Realm, True Condensation Realm, Diamond Realm, True Essence Realm, Skyflying Realm, Transformation Realm, Dharma Form Realm, the power gap between each realm is an insurmountable chasm. Bao Yingjian was an old Diamond Realm martial artist, let alone the Chi Practice Realm, even True Condensation Realm was trivial before him. If he insisted on killing Yi Chang to avenge Bao Xiong, Yi Chang would probably be doomed. Yi Chang felt like he was facing a great enemy, the fierce unyielding knife intent brewing rapidly within him, ready for a desperate struggle. At that moment, a clear and cold voice sounded, Bao Yingjian, Vice Principal Bao, do you still want face? Is it only Bao Xiong who can kill Yi Chang, and Yi Chang cannot fight back? Chu Lingyu's stunning face showed a hint of anger. She took a step towards Bao Yingjian, her footsteps seemingly possessing a certain magic, causing Bao Yingjian's heart to skip a beat. Soon after, a domineering and overwhelming aura surged forth like a raging storm. Bao Yingjian felt as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer to the heart, blood rushing, involuntarily stepping back. The aura and pressure he built up instantly crumbled. Bao Yingjian stared at Chu Lingyu, his eyes filled with dread, even a hint of subtle fear, gradually calming down. Yi Chang killing Bao Xiong was within the rules, it could not be criticized in the slightest. If Bao Yingjian killed Yi Chang, that would be breaking the law. Bao Xiong wanted to fight Yi Chang to the death, I strongly advised against it, but he insisted on not listening. Now he is outmatched and killed by Yi Chang, that is his fate. It's hard to persuade the dead, and great compassion does not save the self-destructive. Chu Lingyu's gaze was sharp as sword light, piercing through people's hearts. Bao Yingjian, you incited from the sidelines. If Bao Xiong is to be held accountable for his death, you cannot escape responsibility. Under Chu Lingyu's gaze, Bao Yingjian felt as if he bore a mountain, struggling to breathe, whispering, Teacher Chu, I was too impulsive just now. The dignified vice principal. It is shocking to see someone bowing low to a teacher. Humph. Lu Fei, who had been sitting steadily, suddenly stood up, and a cold, dangerous aura exploded all around. The killing intent in Lu Fei's eyes spilled out like a tangible substance, gritting his teeth and saying, Yi Chang, if you want to die, I will grant you that today. Lu Fei couldn't understand why the usually weak Yi Chang suddenly had the strength to defeat Bao Xiong in an instant, but he didn't need to understand. After all, he could also deliver a fatal blow to Bao Xiong. In Lu Fei's eyes, Yi Chang would always be a useless, scrappy dog that couldn't be supported. Lu Fei, shall we have a life and death battle? With the pressure from Bao Yingjian having vanished, Yi Chang remained calm like an old dog, looking at Lu Fei with a teasing gaze, the intent to kill bubbling within him. Bao Yingjian, observing the situation, felt a strange sense of unease rise in his heart upon seeing Yi Chang's unusual calmness. He hurriedly walked up to Lu Fei and said in a low voice, Lu Fei, porcelain should not clash with tiles. You are the top student in the ordinary class of Greenshang High School, and at any time could advance to the solidification realm. There is no need to clash with Yi Chang, a stray dog besides, your opponent today is Gu Qiang. Gu Qieying, I will defeat her. Lu Fei stroked his chin, his eyes bursting with astonishing battle intent and a trace of possessiveness. Today, Greenshang High School would hold a home match and battle against Shuguang High School in an exchange competition. The competing sides consisted of the top 10 Shi training experts from the ordinary class of Greenshang High School and the top 10 Shi training experts from the ordinary class of Shuguang High School. An elite clash of elites. Both Greenshang High School and Shuguang High School are prestigious schools. Shuguang High School ranks first in Binhai City. Greenshang High School is a close second, having been suppressed by Shuguang High School for decades. Gu Qieying is the strongest Qi training expert from Shuguang High School, a martial arts prodigy that embodies talent, comprehension, diligence, and willpower, commanding the world. Moreover, she possesses an angelic appearance, making her the goddess in the hearts of all boys at Shuguang High School. Lu Fei has always been devoted to defeating Gu Qieying in the arena and capturing her heart. Calculating the time, the exchange competition has already begun. Let's hurry to the training ground, Bao Yingjian urged in a low voice. As for Yi Chang, a waste who will be stuck at the 6th level of Qi training for life, he has plenty of opportunities to deal with him. As he spoke, Bao Yingjian glanced at Yi Chang, the hatred and resentment in his eyes immeasurable. Lu Fei nodded, all his thoughts already shifting to the exchange competition and Gu Qieying. With a rise of his arm, Bao Yingjian called for all the members of Class 9 in the second year to leave the classroom, rushing to the training ground. Bao Xiang's body would naturally be taken away by the funeral home staff. In the empty classroom, only Chu Lingyu and Yi Chang remained, the teacher and his student. Teacher Chu, thank you for helping me out just now, Yi Chang said. Chu Lingyu walked over and said earnestly, Yi Chang, I have taught you for nearly 2 years, and although I cannot say I know your temperament perfectly, I have a general idea. You are a gentle and obedient child, unable to bear to knife someone in the back, nor do you have the courage to take what belongs to Lu Fei. Hearing this, Yi Chang's heart warmed, feeling moved, he said, thank you for your trust, Teacher Chu. Come, I will take you to the training ground to appeal to the principal. I believe you will not be so foolish as to let Bao Yingjian and Lu Fei twist the truth and control everything. Yi Chang felt a slight stir in his heart. Chu Lingyu was not a local of Binhai City, she had arrived at Greenshang High School as a teacher 2 years ago, and the principal and school leaders treated her with great respect. There were rumors that Chu Lingyu had an extraordinary background, that she had come to Greenshang High School to teach without seeking any benefits, purely for the experience of life. If Chu Lingyu was willing to step in and help plead for him, there might still be room for negotiation on the matter of expulsion. However, Yi Chang was utterly disappointed with Lushing High School, feeling cold and heartbroken, with no sense of belonging left. Teacher Chu, I think it's better to forget it. Yi Chang said, feeling disheartened. To be honest, I didn't plan to get involved in this matter, but Bao Yingjian and Lu Fei are so ugly in their actions and bully others too much, it's simply intolerable. Now I have made up my mind. Yi Chang, stop being wishy-washy and come with me. Chu Lingyu's stubborn temper flared up, and without allowing any discussion, she grabbed Yi Chang's wrist and the two left the classroom in a rush. The sun was bright and the sky was clear. The martial arts arena of Lushing High School was packed with people, no empty seats to be found. Shuguang High School and Lushing High School, as the top 2 schools in Binhai City, their competition was undoubtedly a fierce battle, highly regarded. The audience not only included the school leaders and students from Shuguang High School and Lushing High School, but also observation groups from Shuchuan High School, Tangken High School, Huidong High School, and other schools. Even several deans and vice-deans from local second-tier universities in Binhai City attended Lushing High School to watch this heavyweight exchange match. It was indeed a grand occasion. Chapter 7, Live Your Ordinary Life Well Afterwards. Despite the excitement, the thousands of teachers and students from Lushing High School sitting in the audience felt wilted like eggplants after frost. 3 matches had already been played, and Lushing High School was temporarily trailing 0:3. All 3 matches lost. Shuguang High School had adopted a very novel playing style today. One could say it was not conservative at all, straight out sending out Chen Jun, ranked second among the top 10 Qi training experts in the ordinary class. Lushing High School, in response, sent out Shou Tian, ranked 5th among the top 10 Qi training experts in the ordinary class, employing a strategy akin to the tactics of Tianji's horse racing. Winning would be best, but if they couldn't win, they had to aim to exhaust Chen Jun's inner Qi and stamina for the next round to secure victory. Unexpectedly, Chen Jun used just one move to bring Shou Tian down, delivering a hard blow to Lushing High School. The gap was enormous. Immediately afterward, Chen Jun defeated 2 other top 10 Qi training experts from Lushing High School, ranked 3rd and 2nd, respectively, ***** and Wang Xiaoye. Shuguang High School turned the tables, and Chen Jun became famous overnight, stealing the show. In stark contrast, Lushing High School lost face, feeling downcast and defeated. In the VIP seats, the big shots exuded a powerful, inscrutable aura, radiating dominance and authority, along with a heart-terrifying wave of true energy. The principal of Lushing High School, Feng Song, was an old man in his 60s or 70s, with a thin figure and charming demeanor, but his expression was dark and displeased, as if someone owed him money, speaking with great dissatisfaction. Where is Lu Fei? Doesn't he know that today's exchange match is very important? This is outrageous. Sitting next to Feng Song, the director of the Academic Affairs Office explained cautiously, Principal Feng, it just so happens that Lu Fei had some personal matters to attend to today. The student Yi Chang, who was on sick leave recovering from an injury, has returned to school. It seems the two are about to have a dramatic confrontation in the classroom. Oh. Feng Song furrowed his brows. What's there to argue about? The decision to expel Yi Chang was personally approved by me, let Bao Yingjian execute it. How can he not handle such a trivial matter? Ha 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 ha. Old Feng, Chen Jun didn't show much promise the past 2 years, yet unexpectedly he has made a breakthrough this year, almost catching up to Gu Qiang. Perhaps this is what is meant by accumulation leads to a sudden burst of energy. Talent has been emerging in Binhai City these years. I really don't know what kind of sparks they will create in the future. Perhaps they will enter top universities and soar high, making a name for themselves. Principal of Shuguang High School, Zhou Tianhe, said with a cheerful tone, filled with boasting, and his expression showed undisguised pride. Chen Jun had brought him glory. With his own power, he swept through all the qi refining realm practitioners beneath Lu Fei at Lusheng High School. Feng Song and Zhou Tianhe were old rivals, their competition and struggles lasting for decades. Every time they met, it was a battle of words. Chen Jun is just average, Feng Song sneered, compared to Lu Fei, he's clearly inferior. Among the younger generation in Binhai City, almost no one can overshadow Lu Fei's brilliance. TSK, old Feng, I know Lu Fei is your precious gem, but there's no need to elevate him so high. Otherwise, when he falls, it will be a terrible crash. Zhou Tianhe said sarcastically, Gu Qiang is no worse than Lu Fei. Humph. You'll only know after fighting him. Principal Feng, he's here, Lu Fei is here. The director of the Academic Affairs Office was excited beyond measure. The star figure of the regular classes at Lusheng High School, Lu Fei, finally made his appearance. Lu Fei, arriving late, was surrounded by all the members of the second year, Class 9, walking proudly into the arena like a king. Lu Fei stood out from the crowd, his presence grand and powerful. Even though he was young, he already exuded leadership qualities. Zhou Tianhe had to admit that Lu Fei was a dragon among men, but he still favored Gu Qiang. I hope Chen Jun can make Lu Fei take things seriously, but the chances of that are slim, Feng Song said, shaking off his previous gloom, his face lighting up as if it had found spring again. Not long after, the broadcast rang out. Exchange match, round 4, Chen Jun from Shuguang High School versus Lu Fei from Lusheng High School. As soon as the announcement was made, the entire arena erupted. Cheers and applause filled the air, and the horns blared. The cheers and applause were not for the underdog Chen Jun, but for Lu Fei, who had already earned a great reputation and remained undefeated in various competitions. He was one of the leading figures of the younger generation in Binhai City. If Lu Fei defeated Gu Qiang today, that one could be erased. Lu Fei! Lu Fei! Lu Fei! Lu Fei! Lu Fei's diehard fans were boiling with excitement, screaming at the top of their lungs. Especially some girls, who looked as if they had eaten something spicy, their faces flushed, waving their hands wildly. At Lusheng High School, Lu Fei's popularity was terrifying. He was practically a god in everyone's eyes. In the center of the arena, on the trapezoidal platform, Chen Jun, who had won 3 consecutive matches, stood proudly with a knife in hand. His cultivation was at the 10th level of Qi refining realm. His demeanor was rebellious, with an aura of evil and killing intent, his presence exceedingly dangerous. At this moment, Chen Jun had a somewhat arrogant air. Regardless of the outcome of the upcoming battle with Lu Fei, he was already a winner in today's exchange match. Lu Fei strolled leisurely, stepping up the platform with a sheath-long sword in hand. The sword sheath was adorned with various gems, luxurious beyond words, perfectly matching Lu Fei's natural air of nobility. As Lu Fei walked up to the platform, he faced Chen Jun, a distance of 20 steps between them. I can tell you're quite proud of yourself, Lu Fei said with a look of disdain and amusement, speaking leisurely, but you've only defeated a few insignificant opponents. There's nothing to be proud of. Go down now, in the Qi refining realm of Shuguang High School, there's only one person worthy of being my opponent, and that is Gu Qiang. As he spoke, a mighty aura surged forth, as if an army of thousands of soldiers were about to crush him. Chen Jun immediately felt an enormous pressure. Both were at the 10th level of Qi refining realm, but Lu Fei's pressure was comparable to that of the elite students from Shuguang High School who were at the early stage of the true condensation realm. Lu Fei hadn't even reached the true condensation realm yet he was already this terrifying. What would happen once he ascended to the true condensation realm? But Chen Jun was not a coward. Lu Fei's overwhelming, arrogant attitude only ignited his fighting spirit. Enough with the nonsense, let's settle this with action. Chen Jun said fiercely. You bring disgrace upon yourself. A flash of coldness appeared in Lu Fei's eyes. He pressed the tip of his right foot against the ground, and in an instant, his body soared into the air like a great rock spreading its wings. His clothes fluttered in the wind, looking utterly graceful. Lu Fei leapt more than 3 meters high, his aura rising to its peak. He switched the sword to his left hand, and his right hand spread open with fingers slightly curved, forming the shape of an eagle's claw. In a flash, Lu Fei swooped down like a hawk pouncing on a rabbit, aiming to kill Chen Jun. In that instant, Chen Jun felt a chilling sensation, as if he were being targeted by a fierce bird of prey. Lu Fei's right arm became a blur, shadows of claws raining down on Chen Jun from above, sharp and ruthless. As the air was violently ripped apart, the sound of explosive bursts filled the surroundings continuously, and the area where Chen Jun stood was engulfed in dust and smoke, creating a terrifying scene. VIP seats. The martial technique Eagle's 100 Strikes, a high-level skill of the yellow tier, is easy to learn but hard to master. I never expected Lu Fei to achieve great mastery within it. Feng Sangsong said, his face beaming with joy as he praised him. What's even more remarkable is that Lu Fei got the secret manual of Eagle's 100 Strikes and has mastered it in just a year. Ha 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 ha. Many big shots in the VIP seats showed admiration, astounded that within just 1 year, Lu Fei could master a high-level yellow-tier martial skill, something many true practitioners could not accomplish. Chen Jun is going to lose. Feng Sangsong declared, brimming with pride. Not necessarily, Zhou Tian has said, his expression serious. On the arena, Chen Jun stood unflinching amid the danger, using stillness to counter-movement, gripping his knife tightly as he swung it with great force, sending heavy arcs of light sweeping around, creating an impenetrable knife net. Boom! 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 The claws that filled the mountains were set to strike, but Chen Jun sliced them apart one by one, shattering them. Lu Fei's dazzling first wave of attacks left him with no harm done to Chen Jun, practically achieving nothing. Lose for me. Lu Fei landed and, slightly flustered, reached out with claw-like fingers, aiming to grab Chen Jun's face as a wild wind howled. Chen Jun was slicker than an eel, darting away with grace, leaving behind only a blurry afterimage. Frustrated, Lu Fei ripped apart the afterimage, when suddenly a gust hit his face. He looked up to see that Chen Jun had thrown his knife like a hidden weapon. Lu Fei sneered, sidestepping to avoid it. Lu Fei, take this punch. Chen Jun, fierce and brave, seized the moment Lu Fei avoided the knife to counterattack, rushing up with a punch aimed at Lu Fei. The inner energy attached to his fist rapidly generated sparks as it rubbed against the air, creating a large burst of flames in the blink of an eye, which quickly swelled to the size of a basketball. The fist engulfed in flames emitted a fierce red light, resembling a glowing iron, releasing immense heat that evaporated the surrounding air. Chen Jun's gaze became scorching and intense. High-level yellow-tier internal skill Crimson Flame Heart Sutra plus high-level yellow-tier martial technique Crimson Flame Tempering Fist, Chen Jun's ultimate killing move. Although Lu Fei considered himself exceptional, he was not daring enough to take Chen Jun's burning punch head-on. Clang! Lu Fei drew his sword, thrusting it toward Chen Jun. Lu Fei's swordsmanship was extraordinary. What seemed like a simple sword stroke concealed 49 intricate variations. Chen Jun's pupils widened instantly as he realized that before his fist could hit Lu Fei, his own body would surely be pierced by Lu Fei's long sword. In essence, practitioners at the chi refining stage were incapable of long-distance attacks or killing from afar. At best, they could unleash an airwave with limited lethality. Therefore, for chi refining practitioners, having a weapon or not was an entirely different matter. It was the principle that an inch's length adds to a weapon's power. Chen Jun was unarmed, while Lu Fei wielded a sword, giving the latter a clear advantage. Moreover, Lu Fei's sword technique was filled with countless mysteries, sealing off all of Chen Jun's escape routes, leaving him no place to flee. An overwhelming feeling of suffocation flooded Chen Jun's entire being. I concede. Chen Jun, flustered, shouted out. As soon as he spoke, Lu Fei's sword tip was already pressed against Chen Jun's throat. Get down! Lu Fei posed triumphantly, dismissing Chen Jun. The audience erupted into deafening cheers. Countless students and teachers from Greenshang High School excitedly stood up, sending the most enthusiastic applause to the victorious Lu Fei. VIP seats. To force Lu Fei to draw his sword, Chen Jun, though defeated, is still honored. Zhou Tian had displayed a satisfied expression on his face. The child can be taught. Feng Sangsong sneered, losing is losing, a dish is a dish, don't talk about being honored in defeat. Zhou Tian had retorted, old Feng, don't be too proud, Gu Qieying will let Lu Fei understand that there's always someone better. At this moment, Chu Lingyu led Yi Chang, heading straight for the VIP seats, finding Feng Sangsong. Principal Feng, I need a few minutes of your time. I feel there is more to the matter between Yi Chang and Lu Fei. Expelling Yi Chang's student status is too hasty. Chu Lingyu spoke directly without any polite niceties. Feng Sangsong's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible displeasure, but he smiled calmly. Teacher Chu, please don't be anxious. I have an idea about this matter. After the exchange match ends, I will talk with you. Teacher Chu, sit down to watch the match. Next up is Lu Fei and Gu Qieying's peak showdown, which cannot be missed. Chu Lingyu was very dissatisfied with Feng Sangsong's deceptive attitude and said firmly, "Principal Feng, Yi Chang has suffered an unjust grievance and feels dejected. I hope you can quickly clear his name." Feng Sangsong's face grew somewhat unsightly. Chu Lingyu's aggressive stance left him in a difficult position, but due to her special status, he could not scold her. The big shots in the VIP seats all turned to look this way, their faces showing a look of gossiping and watching a show. "Chu Lingyu, you are intentionally roasting me over the fire." Feng Sangsong's heart was filled with anger. Feng Sangsong knew the little issues between Lu Fei and Yi Chang all too well. But the perpetrator was a dazzling genius, unmatched, and likely to get into a prestigious university, bringing glory, reputation, and resources to Greenshang High School. The victim was an ordinary student, conventional, with no high prospects. Of course, it was mindless favoritism towards Lu Fei. What's the problem? However, handling such matters behind the scenes is fine, but if they come to light, it will still impact Greenshang High School's reputation. Feng Sangsong genuinely couldn't understand why the usually self-disciplined Chu Lingyu would interfere in this matter. The urgent task was to persuade Chu Lingyu not to make a scene in such a setting. Feng Sangsong took a deep breath, suppressing his inner anger, and spoke to Chu Lingyu in a serious tone, "Teacher Chu, you are still too young. Sometimes, the truth doesn't matter, right or wrong doesn't matter. What matters is the overall situation." The overall situation? Chu Lingyu was stunned. She did not expect Feng Sangsong to be a hypocritical and despicable person. Feng Sangsong looked at Yi Chang, who stood beside Chu Lingyu, and spoke in a lecturing tone, "You must be Yi Chang, right? I sympathize with your situation, but I must tell you that the world of martial artists is cruel. Does the wolf eat the sheep because the sheep did something wrong? No, it's because the wolf is hungry. Being weak is the original sin. Your 7th Chi has been destroyed, this fact is established and irreversible. If I were you, instead of being aggrieved and seeking so-called justice, it would be better to quietly accept reality and live in the moment." Setting aside Lu Fei's family power, his exceptional talent is obvious to all. In the ordinary classes of Greenshang High School, Lu Fei is undoubtedly the top genius. As he advances to the true condensation realm, he will also be far ahead in the elite classes. Lu Fei's future is as brilliant as the stars and the sea. In comparison, Yi Chang, you are just a small character. Of course, I am not belittling you, there are countless such small characters in this world. Small characters have their own way of living, winning by being steady, without facing the treachery of the martial world every day. Yi Chang, entangling with someone like Lu Fei is unwise and will bring disaster to you and your family. Taking a step back, the sea becomes vast, enduring for a moment brings calm, just live your ordinary life well from now on. Chapter 8, Lu Fei, this is all you can do. This explosive and even strongly insulting statement fell into Yi Chang's ears, yet he did not break down, nor was he filled with rage, or had an outburst of anger, or anything like that. He even thought that Feng Sangsong saying weakness is original sin made quite a bit of sense. Then let's do our best to become stronger. The struggle and debate of the week has no real meaning, it's just frustration without power. Yi Chang stood there, plain and simple, without arguing, without shouting, neither servile nor overbearing, like a mountain that has endured storms and rain, calmly facing everything, and like a volcano, beneath its calm surface, the magma is always rolling, brewing a terrifying eruption. "Principal Feng, I hope you won't regret your decision," Yi Chang said calmly. Feng Sangsong smiled, a sneer full of mockery, filled with disdain as he said, "Yi Chang, go for it. I look forward to your amazing act that will make me regret." Ha 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 ha. At that moment, the announcement rang out. Match 5 of the exchange competition, Lu Fei from Lushing High School versus Gu Qieying from Shuguang High School. The martial arts arena fell silent for a moment, and the next second erupted with cheers that pierced the clouds and shattered stones, crashing like a tsunami, soaring into the sky. The atmosphere reached a climax. The two most talented individuals in Binhai City's Chi training level were about to compete on the same stage. Exciting! Feng Sangsong couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Yi Chang, the small character, any longer. Looking at him was a waste of life, and his fiery gaze shifted to the arena. Yi Chang did not rush to leave the martial arts arena, having come this far, how could he miss such a level of showdown? Chu Lingyu looked at Feng Sangsong with deep disgust and disdain, then wanted to comfort Yi Chang but found him surprisingly different from her imagination. She thought he would be furious or utterly devastated, yet he appeared calm and collected. This young man indeed has a composed character. In the contestant seating area of Shuguang High School, a 15 or 16-year-old girl, with long hair draping down her shoulders, hair like a waterfall, skin fair and smooth, beautifully delicate, with gently curved eyebrows and stunning looks, mixed with a hint of youthful arrogance, like a rare orchid in an empty valley, yet also like a daisy among flowers. A single sword rested horizontally on her knees, her right hand crossed on her chest, left hand supporting her chin, staring blankly at the clouds floating in the sky, lost in thought. "Ying, it's your turn to go on stage," her female companion quietly reminded her. Oh. Gu Qiaying blinked her clear and beautiful big eyes, coming back to reality. She stood up, her tall and slender figure revealed completely. On the stage, the dashing Lu Fei made a gentlemanly gesture towards Gu Qiaying with an invitation. Gu Qiaying rolled her eyes, holding her sword in her left hand, elegantly walking onto the stage. The entire arena fell into silence. Lu Fei displayed what he believed to be his best smile. Gu Qiaying, you and I are known as top rivals in Binhai City. We've had a good understanding for a long time. This is our first confrontation. Hee, in life, there are many firsts. I hope I can participate in every one of your firsts in the future. Gu Qiaying pouted. Are you saying you want to hold the key? Do you deserve it? How many can you hold? The whole crowd burst into laughter. Lu Fei was not offended. Instead, he appreciated Gu Qiaying's wit. At least it wouldn't be too dull in the future. Casually shrugging, Lu Fei smiled. Gu Qiaying, let's finish this quickly, how about it? Draw your sword. Gu Qiaying's attitude was lazy, yet her tone was serious. You aren't qualified to make me draw my sword. So arrogant. The students and teachers from Lushing High School in the audience began to curse and boo. Lu Fei gathered the fire in his eyes, his gaze turning cold. He had never been looked down upon like this in his life. Gu Qiaying, you talk big, one sword will settle you. Clang. Lu Fei drew his sword with a loud ringing sound that instantly soared into the sky, reverberating throughout the martial arts arena. It was as if a volcano that had long been silent. A complete eruption. He stepped forward, his body transforming into a blurred and illusory shadow. In the blink of an eye, he covered the distance of dozens of steps, an immense surge of internal energy bursting forth, all pouring into the long sword in his hand, causing the blade to shine with brilliant light, enough to rival the sun and moon. The dazzling sword light expanded in an instant to over 10 meters long, as wide as a door, containing a deep sharpness, almost tangible, with hints of internal energy transforming into true energy. In the large martial arts arena, gasps of astonishment rose and fell like waves. Next, the giant sword light, seeming real yet illusory, split apart, transforming into dozens, even hundreds of sword shadows, each with identical length and thickness, showing almost no differences, launching at Gu Qiaying like a tidal wave, an unstoppable barrage. The sword howled like a dragon on the platform, with the explosive sounds of airbursts continuing endlessly. It was as if dozens or hundreds of swordsmen were attacking Gu Qiaying fiercely. She had no chance to resist, let alone react. In the VIP seats. A minor mastery of the low-level Xian-tier martial skill, shadow-splitting sword technique. Lu Fei is putting too much importance on Gu Qiaying as an opponent. This sword is nearly all his strength. A desperate sword strike. Feng Sansong's expression was exaggerated, utterly amazed. The big shots praised in unison, knowing that the training difficulty of Xian-tier martial skills is 10 times, or even dozens of times, greater than that of Huang-tier martial skills. Lu Fei, although young, has brought a low-level Xian-tier sword technique to minor mastery, and his comprehension is indeed terrifying. Seeing Yi Cheng fully focused on watching the fight, Zhu Lingyu couldn't help but ask, Yi Cheng, what do you think of Lu Fei's sword? Generally speaking, Xian-tier martial skills can only truly unleash their power in the hands of cultivators at the condensing true realm or above, Yi Cheng impartially commented. Lu Fei is merely a chi condensation realm warrior. No matter how fancy it looks, the only true destructive force is in his single sword shadow, his sword itself. Of course, once Lu Fei steps into the condensing true realm and his internal energy transforms into true energy, the same sword will have its power multiplied tenfold or even dozens of times. Yi Cheng, you have a good eye. Zhu Lingyu's beautiful eyes glimmered with approval. Yi Cheng's view aligned with hers. For a chi condensation realm warrior to wield Xian-tier martial skills, the energy cost is immense. Lu Fei is being a bit impatient, wanting to defeat Gu Qiaying quickly and show off, but this is a gamble. As long as Gu Qiaying withstands the sword, the exhausted Lu Fei will undoubtedly lose. On the platform. Gu Qiaying stood firm like a rock amidst a raging storm, unyielding, her gaze turning sharp and imposing. She still held the blade sheath in her left hand while her right hand formed into a knife hand, striking swiftly. The layers of internal energy infused into the knife light effortlessly sliced through the air, with an astonishing speed and an overwhelming momentum, cutting toward the oncoming sea of sword shadows. Boom! 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 The knife light and sword shadows clashed, producing sharp explosive sounds continuously, creating chaotic winds and flying sand. Suddenly, Gu Qiaying took a significant step forward, her aura instantly rising. The fingers of her right hand erupted with dazzling golden light, which then solidified into substance. Gu Qiaying's two fingers appeared as if forged from gold. The fingers closed like scissors, clamping down into the void. Before everyone's eyes, Lu Fei's long sword had been firmly held by Gu Qiaying, completely immobile. Lu Fei was dumbfounded. With a slight exertion of her fingers, a sharp clang each echoed, and the imposing long sword was snapped into two pieces. Gu Qiaying held the upper half of the broken sword, striking backhandedly. Before Lu Fei could react, the sword tip was already pressed against his throat, causing goosebumps to erupt all over his body. The girl wore a mocking smile, laughing lightly. Lu Fei, this is all you're capable of. Defeated. The strongest Qi condensation realm in Lusheng High School, who had shown extraordinary martial talent since childhood, surrounded by countless halos, pampered by the principal, cherished by the teachers, adored by classmates, spoiled by family, the unruly Lu Fei, who looked down on everything, was defeated. Gu Qiaying didn't even draw her knife, defeating Lu Fei with a single hand. She even used only 2 or 3 moves. Crushing tactics. Dominating. On the viewing platform, the teachers and students of Lusheng High School wore masks of suffering, feeling constrained, frustrated, depressed, and ashamed. Their emotions hit rock bottom. The sky has fallen, the earth has cracked, feeling blue and miserable. Unable to accept. If it were a battle of equal strength, with both sides fighting tooth and nail for hundreds of rounds, and Lu Fei lost narrowly, that would be acceptable. What cannot be accepted is that Lu Fei was almost rubbed into the ground by Gu Qiaying. The idol filters shattered into countless pieces. Gu Qiaying. Gu Qiaying. Gu Qiaying. The teachers and students of Shiguang High School surged like a tide, with cheers rising wave after wave, undoubtedly rubbing salt into the wounds of the teachers and students of Lusheng High School. An unprecedented humiliation and an indescribable sense of defeat surged in Lu Fei's heart. His mindset crumbled, his face sometimes contorted in a terrifying manner, sometimes comically absurd, sometimes shadowy like a deep pool. He said in a daze, "I didn't lose. I didn't lose, how could I, Lu Fei, lose?" Gu Qiaying moved her lips a few times, but no sound came out. However, judging by her lip movements, she seemed to be saying "you lose." The girl threw away the broken sword in her hand, flipped her hair, and gracefully turned to leave the stage. Bao Yingjian hurriedly ran onto the stage, helping the tearful Lu Fei down, comforting him. "Lu Fei, the path of martial arts is very long, a temporary defeat means nothing at all. In the future, when you advance to the Ningxin realm, challenge Gu Qiaying again, and avenge this disgrace." Upon hearing this, Lu Fei's scattered pupils refocused. He looked at Gu Qiaying from a distance, a fierce look appearing on his face, gritting his teeth and saying, "Gu Qiaying, I swear, I will definitely defeat you." "That's more like it." Bao Yingjian breathed a sigh of relief. In the VIP section, Feng Sansong's expression was worse than if he had eaten shit. He had been chatty earlier, but now he didn't even dare to let out a fart. The highly anticipated Lu Fei failed miserably, suffering a crushing defeat, leaving him unable to lift his head in front of his longtime rival, Zhou Tianhe, for a long time. It hurt like a knife in his heart. Old Zhou, this girl Gu Qiaying, absolutely has the potential of 985 and 211, she needs to be trained well. So overpowering, defeating the talented Lu Fei in just a few moves. How many years has it been since our Binhai city produced such a martial arts genius? Gu Qiaying is not inferior to the prodigies of those top-tier cities. Zhou Tianhe comfortably enjoyed wave after wave of compliments, his face smiling ear to ear. Gu Qiaying is improving every day, making it hard for me to figure out her true strength. I thought Lu Fei could stand shoulder to shoulder with her. All right, everyone disperse. Feng Sansong said with an ashen face, issuing the order to leave. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chen Jun, who was previously defeated by Lu Fei, climbed onto the stage again. Facing the VIP section, he took a deep bow and then loudly said, "Hello, Principal Feng, hello to all the leaders of Lusheng High School, I am Chen Jun, ranked second among the top 10 Qi practitioners of the ordinary class at Shiguang High School. I dare to use your school's stage to deal with a personal matter, and I hope everyone won't mind my rashness and disrespect." Swish, swish, swish. Countless gazes gathered on Chen Jun. The noisy sounds of the training ground gradually faded away. "Chen Jun, what are you doing?" Zhou Tianhe shouted sharply. Chen Jun replied with conviction, "Principal Feng, my cousin Chen Qian and my cousin-in-law Su Meiyu were brutally murdered by Yi Cheng from your school's second-year class, 9. Their bodies are still cold. Here, I want to issue a life and death challenge to Yi Cheng." After pausing for a moment, Chen Jun's cold, sharp, and sinister gaze swept across the crowd, his tone chilling as he said, "Yi Cheng, are you here? Today I will use your life and blood to honor my cousin and cousin-in-law." Chapter 9, One Punch Kills, triggering 10 times critical hit. Chen Jun's domineering revenge declaration did not resonate with anyone. Human sadness and joy are not connected, everyone just found him very noisy. The teachers and students of Lusheng High School sitting in the audience began to curse loudly. "Get down. Damn it, if you want to take revenge, it's your business. I am not interested, stop making a fuss here. Running wild on our Green Victory High School's territory, who do you think you are? Brat. I think this so-called revenge is just a cover, the real purpose is to show off and act cool." Besides sweeping away Lu Fei, the unstoppable Gu Qiaying, the most impressive was Chen Jun, as he defeated the ranked 2nd Wang Xiaoye, the ranked 3rd, and the ranked 5th Zhou Tian among the top 10 Qi training experts from Green Victory High School. He is powerful, an undeniable dark horse. In other words, in terms of Qi training level at Green Victory High School, besides Lu Fei, who can firmly handle Chen Jun, the rest are no match for him. Chen Jun loudly challenged Yi Chang to life and death, wanting to publicly perform a slaughter, killing people in front of everyone. Adding a corpse to his path to fame. For Green Victory High School, this is literally writing on their faces and outputting. Even the people from Dawn High School criticized Chen Jun's behavior. VIP seats. Feng Song's eyes flickered, his face showing uncertainty. Old Feng, I'm really sorry, Chen Jun is probably a bit too inflated and lacks restraint, don't mind him, I will educate him well later. Zhou Tianhe quickly apologized. Feng Song squinted slightly, shooting out a cold light, half smiling as he said, no problem, a martial artist should have this kind of fierceness and courage, otherwise, it's not enough to accomplish great things. Seeking revenge for a family member is justified, Chen Jun's behavior is perfectly fine, I not only don't mind but also fully support it. Feng Song secretly looks down on, even dislikes Yi Chang, worried that if Yi Chang gets expelled, he would be unwilling and spread dirt about Green Victory High School and Lu Fei. It would be better if he died. Ah? Zhou Tianhe was bewildered, was this the rhythm of handing Yi Chang over to Chen Jun? Isn't Feng Song the one who protects his own? Yi Chang, what's going on? Chu Lingyu looked at Yi Chang with questioning eyes. Teacher Chu, I indeed killed Chen Xian and Su Meiyu. But this couple broke into my home and beat my dad, I killed them in self-defense. Yi Chang explained. Chen Jun's sudden challenge surprised Yi Chang, but he was not afraid. Chu Lingyu nodded, her expression serious as she reminded, this Chen Jun is not outstanding in big cities but is considered strong in the Qi training level of Binhai City, far from the likes of Bao Xiong. Just ignore him, Yi Chang. She feared Yi Chang would impulsively accept Chen Jun's challenge, which would be no different from seeking death. At this moment, Feng Song gathered his words and said, student Yi Chang from class 9 of the second year has a notorious past, hated by people and dogs alike, and has been expelled. From now on, Yi Chang has nothing to do with Green Victory High School. Chen Jun, your personal grudge with Yi Chang will not be interfered with by Green Victory High School. Feng Song's voice was not loud, but infused with true energy, echoing through the martial arts arena, everyone heard it clearly. The whole place was in an uproar. Feng Song has completely sold Yi Chang out. Yi Chang had been at Green Victory High School for nearly 2 years, even if he ended up expelled, there was still a bit of old affection left, even a night as a couple can lead to 100 days of kindness, but Feng Song was unwilling to give Yi Chang even a tiny bit of protection. Heartless. Chen Jun, hearing this, was overjoyed, his eyes showing a fierce light, and he sneered, Yi Chang. Come up, let's settle life and death. Yi Chang walked toward the arena without a moment's hesitation, considering for a second would disrespect the intent of the blade. Yi Chang. Come back. Chu Lingyu rushed in panic. Yi Chang paused, turned back with a smile, Teacher Chu, the deep hatred for blood must be resolved sooner or later, it's better to deal with it early to avoid complications later. Chu Lingyu was taken aback, from Yi Chang's eyes, sparkling like stars in the night sky, she saw the youth's sharpness and an indescribable sense of calm confidence. Suddenly, the young man calmly stepped onto the stage. The lonely figure, filled with an overwhelming sense of solitude, froze in Chu Lingyu's eyes like a lasting painting. Lu Fei and Bao Yinjian exchanged smiles. Courage is commendable, but that is all you have left, Lu Fei laughed, his tone mocking. He had fought with Chen Jun, and barehanded, to win against Chen Jun, he would need at least a dozen moves to distance himself. What could Yi Chang do to withstand a few blows from the enraged Chen Jun? I wanted to personally torture Yi Chang to avenge my nephew Bao Xiong, but having Chen Jun do it saves me quite a bit of trouble. Bao Yinjian said sinisterly. The noise in the arena faded away. On the stage, Yi Chang and Chen Jun became the center of everyone's attention. Yi Chang was a bit speechless, not expecting that as a mere onlooker, he would somehow end up on the stage. Chen Jun stared intently at Yi Chang, like a shark sensing blood, licking his lips with a ferocious smile. Yi Chang, I didn't expect you to dare come up, I thought you would be a coward hiding away. Logically, someone like you, a piece of trash, should never have the right to step onto this stage. To die in battle on this stage today would count as a kind of honor for you. Yi Chang, how lucky you are to die at the hands of a genius like me, this is undoubtedly the brightest moment of your life. You're talking too much, Yi Chang shook his head. Geniuses are meant to torture. After a moment of silence, the audience began to murmur again. V.S. Yi Chang vs Chen Jun is like the hidden gem of today's exchange competition. What's the highlight of this battle? What highlight? Chen Jun will undeniably crush Yi Chang. Don't you know that Yi Chang's 7th Qi C has been destroyed, and his cultivation regressed to the 6th level of Qi refining? My dad works at the funeral home, he can give Yi Chang a discount and there's no need to queue when he's burned. Chen Jun had a short fuse, Yi Chang's calmness and fearlessness annoyed him, and unable to hold back, he struck first. His figure shot straight towards Yi Chang. His fist, red like a branding iron, erupted with scorching airflow, hard and hot, fiercely slamming towards Yi Chang, the air boiling like water. At the start, he unleashed a killing move, an advanced yellow-level martial skill, red flame quenching fist. While killing, he was also showing off. Yi Chang's eyes burned with intensity. He didn't have many flashy techniques, he only knew one martial skill, and in that moment, he replaced blades with fists, launching into Tiger's Roar Wind Blade. He raised his hand and punched, colliding with Chen Jun. A punch unleashed a surge of primal malice, as if some great evil was about to emerge and devour everything. 10 visible, sharp beams of light appeared out of nowhere, cutting through the air like ripples in water, unable to reconverge for a moment. On each beam of light sat a ferocious, menacing tiger. The tiger roared, shaking the heavens and chilling the hearts. In Chen Jun's eyes, what he saw was not a fist, but rather 10 world-class ferocious tigers charging at him, 10 deadly blades aiming to cut down his soul. Chen Jun suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Before he could even show a look of horror, he was struck by Yi Chang's fist. It was not just one punch. Instead, it was like 10 punches hitting Chen Jun at once, or could be described as 10 blades. Chen Jun's body was cut into 10 pieces, bursting apart, scattering everywhere, blood and organs splattering, the smell of blood filling the air. He was dead beyond dead. Yi Chang casually killed the fierce and strong Chen Jun with one punch, and the audience, including the VIPs, fell into stunned silence. An upset had occurred. Everyone looked at Chen Jun's broken body on the stage with shock and disbelief. Yi Chang looked at his fist, murmuring to himself, the second-ranked genius among the top 10 chi refining experts in the ordinary class of Dawn High School? Is this it? Ding. Plus 4,000 detected that host at the 6th level of chi refining has killed a 10th level chi refining warrior, crushing value plus 4,000. Detected that the talent of this warrior is extraordinary. Triggering a 10-fold critical hit, crushing value plus 40,000. Medium appearance, unique, genius, monster, peerless monster, unmatched in the world, pride of the universe. Chapter 10. Once I draw my sword, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle the shock. In the spectator seats, there was suddenly a burst of heated discussions, voices rising and falling. No way, no way. Chen Jun was directly KO'd in one exchange, without a complete corpse, simply weak. Weak my ass. Today's exchange match, Chen Jun's record is solid. You don't really think Wang Xiaoya and Xiao Tian let him win, do you? And Chen Jun could exchange blows with Lu Fei. The truth is, Chen Jun is not weak, Yi Chang is just too damn strong. Holy crap. Yi Chang, whose cultivation is at the 6th layer of chi refining, kills Chen Jun at the 10th layer, overcoming the odds, killing above his level, so scary. Killing above his level isn't scary, what's scary is that the one being killed is a damn genius. That punch from Yi Chang is so invincible, damn it, I kneel. Ahem, with Chen Jun as a reference, why do I feel that Yi Chang is even stronger than Lu Fei? How did he do it? At that moment, Lu Fei was in a terrible state, his face pale, staring fiercely at Yi Chang on the stage, almost spitting fire. Baoyin Jian said with a grim face, it seems we've all underestimated Yi Chang, but it's no big deal, the one who should have fallen is Yi Chang, it's just that Chen Jun was too stupid, killing himself. Yi Chang is at the 6th layer of chi refining, Chen Jun at the 10th layer. Yi Chang practices a common yellow-level low-grade technique, Nurturing Chi, while Chen Jun practices a high-level yellow-grade technique, Crimson Flame Heart. In terms of both the quality and quantity of inner energy, Chen Jun is far ahead. Chen Jun shouldn't have rushed in aggressively at the start, he could have dragged it out to wear Yi Chang down. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei nodded in agreement, feeling much better inside. In the VIP section, an old man with a youthful face and white hair, radiating an astounding aura, stood up abruptly. His pupils widened in shock as he suddenly shouted, "Genius! This Yi Chang is a peerless genius. Lu Fei is nowhere near him." This old man is Situ Feisheng, the president of Academy, a prestigious local second-tier university in Binhai City, with strong faculty and remarkable teaching results. As the current president, Situ Feisheng's social status and martial arts cultivation far surpass those of middle school principals like Feng Sangsong and Zhou Tianhe. What Situ Feisheng says carries a lot of weight. Director Situ, you can't be serious? Yi Chang just won against Chen Jun by a fluke, how can he compare to Lu Fei? Feng Sangsong's face was very dark, stubbornly rebutting. To admit that Yi Chang is a genius is absolutely impossible, wouldn't that be slapping his own face? Sword and fist united. Situ Feisheng's voice was powerful. Yi Chang merges sword techniques and fist techniques into one. Sword techniques are fist techniques, and fist techniques are sword techniques, combining strengths, eliminating the weak. This martial art of sword and fist union is at least low-grade Xian level, and the punch Yi Chang used to defeat Chen Jun shows a perfected aura. In other words, Yi Chang has brought a low-grade Xian technique to perfection. This level of comprehension cannot even be described as terrifying, it's monstrous. The shock in Situ Feisheng's eyes grew stronger. While his vision is sharp, he's still underestimated. Yi Chang's Tiger Roar's Wind Blade is not at perfection level, but at transformation. Perfection compared with transformation is like the difference between an ordinary person and a genius, a poor student and a top student. Alright, old foam, stop arguing. I agree with Director Situ's evaluation of Yi Chang, this child's comprehension is almost monstrous. Zhou Tianhe said seriously, Lu Fei has trained the low-grade Shen technique shadow-splitting sword technique to minor success, and you were blaring about it. How should we praise Yi Chang for mastering a low-grade Shen technique to perfection? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. Zhou Tianhe felt very regretful about Chen Jun's fall, even heartbroken. Based on the potential shown by Chen Jun, not to mention the top 985 and 211 universities, getting into a second-tier university is a sure thing. However, Zhou Tianhe did not vent his anger on Yi Chang. It was a fair competition, after all, and he was simply outmatched. Moreover, the battle to the death was proposed by Chen Jun himself. The more Yi Chang was praised, the more frustrated and angry Feng Sangsong felt inside. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. Hey, old Feng, are you regretting expelling Yi Chang now? Zhou Tianhe teased with a wink. I will never regret it. Feng Sangsong shouted, his eyes bloodshot. Yi Chang, I really underestimated you. Chu Lingyu looked at the handsome young man on the stage and smiled radiantly. This round earned him tens of thousands of crushing points, making him very happy. Yi Chang was about to step down from the stage. At that moment, Gu Qieying hurriedly ran up the stage, blocking Yi Chang's path. Yi Chang paused slightly and asked, do you want to take revenge for Chen Jun? No, no. Gu Qieying shook her head like a rattle drum, don't misunderstand, I'm not familiar with Chen Jun. Then what do you want? Your swordsmanship is quite impressive, I am eager to compete with you, is that okay? Gu Qieying's usually cool face broke into a rare excitement, ready to spar. Just now you punched out 10 blades, even the perfect realm of the advanced yellow level swift blade technique is no better, but I know your potential is far beyond this. Yi Chang, please grant me guidance. After a pause, Gu Qieying emphasized, I know it's very forward of me, but at the chi cultivation level, an opponent like you is hard to come by. When two masters meet, it's a great opportunity for talent. When one feels their skills itching, please indulge. Good thing it's just an itch for skill and not somewhere else itching. Yi Chang muttered quietly, alright, I really have no choice, I'll spar with you for a few moves. Not reluctant at all, Yi Chang was also curious to test the depths of the strongest chi cultivator in Binhai City. The sword intent lying dormant within him was already eager to move. I wonder how many crushing points I can earn by defeating Gu Qieying. Looking forward. Gu Qieying was overjoyed and tossed a sheathed single sword to Yi Chang. This is my best friend's sword, I'll lend it to you. Yi Chang took the sword without hesitation. The atmosphere of the martial arts arena was reignited again. Gu Qieying, who crushed Lu Fei with just a few moves, was undoubtedly the #1 chi cultivator in Binhai City, lowering her stance and boldly challenging Yi Chang. And with the precedent of knocking Chen Jun out with one punch, no one could ignore Yi Chang's brilliance now. The hype and significance of Gu Qieying versus Yi Chang even surpassed the previous Gu Qieying versus Lu Fei. Wow! Another heavyweight showdown. What a game today! How do you see this battle? Seriously, do you really think there's suspense in this battle? To be honest, even if she defeats Chen Jun, Gu Qieying is not someone Yi Chang can mess with. Yeah, if Yi Chang pulls an upset again, I'll go eat shit. A pound of shit. I'll join you for a pound. Actually, the biggest highlight of this battle is whether Yi Chang can force Gu Qieying to unsheath her sword. Yi Chang, what makes you think you have a chance? Lu Fei's jealousy made his face contort. Gu Qieying was cold and disdainful towards him but smiled warmly at Yi Chang. Her two attitudes were worlds apart. Looking down at everyone? Moreover, what Gu Qieying said implied that Yi Chang was better than him. Fighting against Gu Qieying is simply overestimating oneself. Bao Yingjian sneered. Lu Fei, don't be so anxious, Yi Chang will be tortured by Gu Qieying until he doubts life itself. VIP seats. Gu Qieying will easily handle Yi Chang. At this moment, Feng Sangsong firmly supported Gu Qieying. That's for sure, but I wonder to what extent Yi Chang can exhaust Gu Qieying. This time, Zhou Tianhe didn't go against Feng Sangsong. Director Situ, what do you think? Situ Fei sat back in his seat, pondering for a moment, then said, Gu Qieying's talent and combat strength need no further discussion. As for Yi Chang, it is known that he has mastered a perfect realm low-level Xian class martial art. As for whether there are other hidden cards, it is unknown, but Yi Chang's shortcomings are also very obvious. The quality and total amount of his inner energy are very poor, and he is at a disadvantage in prolonged battles. Let's say it's 2-8, Yi Chang 2, Gu Qieying 8. On the arena. Yi Chang, a one-shot deal, a swift battle? Gu Qieying knew very well that once both sides got entangled, Yi Chang had no chance of winning. After all, his foundation was too weak. Gu Qieying didn't want to take this unfair advantage, so she suggested going all in directly. Yi Chang, draw your sword. Gu Qieying's right hand grasped the sword handle, her expression became serious, her beautiful face added a hint of coldness, and an unmatched domineering aura surged from her body, her gaze sharp and commanding, as if heavy sword lights were slashing out. Gu Qieying was surprisingly serious. But Yi Chang shook his head, seriously saying, let's exchange a few moves first. you may not qualify for me to draw my sword. Once I draw it, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Chapter 11. Oh my gosh. It's the sword intent. Yi Chang, you're even more arrogant than me, alright, then, let's exchange a few moves and test the waters. Gu Qiaying smiled softly, loosening her grip on the sword handle. In the next moment, Gu Qiaying raised her right hand, with dazzling hand knives, carrying the momentum of a mountain pressing down on an egg, striking towards Yi Chang. The sword light was fierce, and the air exploded. Yi Chang didn't dodge, he chose to face it head-on. Mainly because he didn't have any evasive martial arts, even if he wanted to dodge, he couldn't. He only had a single technique, the Tiger Hull Gale Blade. With a punch, 16 sharp lights burst forth in the air, threatening to slay everything, entwined with the fierce tiger's phantom sword light. The tiger's roar was incessant, its fierce power invading the heart. The Tiger Hull Gale Blade in its perfect realm unleashed 16 sword lights with each strike, while in the transformative realm, it was 16 swords returning to one. Gu Qiaying was not someone like Chen Qian, Chen Jun, or Bao Xiong. She couldn't afford to be careless. As soon as Yi Chang struck, he was serious and almost held nothing back. The hand knives cut out by Gu Qiaying burst like soap bubbles, vanishing in the blink of an eye. A sudden, ominous sense of danger surged in Gu Qiaying's heart, as if she was being watched by a group of prehistoric beasts. Her body felt as if stuck in a quagmire. The chilling tiger's roar by her ear almost shattered her fighting spirit. Gu Qiaying made a decisive decision, gathering the inner energy stored in her 10 energy seas, frantically circulating it, injecting it into her limbs, and with a delicate shout, she violently retreated. Like a shrinking inch, in less than a breath, she widened the distance by dozens of steps from Yi Chang. Gu Qiaying steadied her stance, her eyes fleeting with a rare fear. There was a narrow crack, as thin as a hair, starting from her left shoulder on her school uniform, extending to her right side, with a small amount of blood slowly seeping out. "Are you all right?" Yi Chang asked, remaining still. Gu Qiaying exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, bitterly saying, "Yi Chang, your sword technique is so fast, I was almost cut open. That was close. A punch unleashing 16 swords, this is the fastest sword technique I have ever seen, bar none. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a low-level, perfect realm mystical sword technique? Your movement technique is also very fast, graceful as a startled swan, elegant as a swimming dragon. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't injure you, just a slight scratch." Yi Chang sighed. The two began to praise each other commercially. The entire place was in chaos, eyes popping. In the first round of the clash between Yi Chang and Gu Qiaying clearly fell at a disadvantage, and it seemed she even got injured. Who would believe this? Could it be that Gu Qiaying, the strongest chi refining expert in Binhai City, was about to relinquish her position before she'd even gotten comfortable? How could this be? Lu Fei gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with madness, jealousy coiling around him like a python, suffocating him. Don't worry, he's just trash who will stop at the 6th layer of chi refining for his life. Below the true essence realm, they are all ants. Bao Yingjian seemed to comfort Lu Fei, but also appeared to comfort himself. Lu Fei, with your potential, you will surely enter the diamond realm within 5 years, and by then, crushing Yi Chang would be as easy as crushing an ant. On the VIP seats, the big shots' hearts were stirred like turbulent waves. I misread the situation. I didn't expect the unknown Yi Chang to force Gu Qiaying to flee and even injure her. Situ Feishing's eyes were filled with deep disbelief. I thought I had overestimated Yi Chang, but it turns out my perspective was still too small. This kid really is stunning when he decides to make a move. Dean Situ, could Gu Qiaying really lose to Yi Chang? Zhou Tianhao was sweating with nervousness. He certainly didn't want to see the pride of Shuguang Middle School, Gu Qiaying, defeated. I'm not so sure anymore. Situ Feishing shook his head. Feng Sangsang's blood pressure surged, and veins stood out on his forehead, his mindset shattered. He felt a hint of regret. If he hadn't expelled Yi Chang, if Yi Chang were still a student of Lushing Middle School, how glorious would he be now? He could flaunt in front of Zhou Tianhe and Dean Situ. Yi Chang, oh Yi Chang, you fool, what era is it? Still playing the low-key hiding the light routine. If you had shown your nearly monstrous martial arts talent earlier, maybe I would have been fairer to you. On the stage, Yi Chang already had a clue. Delivering its 16 blades to 1 to Gu Qiaying would likely take her down unless she had some hidden trump card. Yi Chang, I admit, in terms of martial skills, I am inferior to you, but I'm sorry, this is where it ends. You will lose. Gu Qiaying's deep and cold eyes shone with powerful confidence and an unbeatable belief, the light in her gaze seeming to materialize into a blade, her whole being like an extraordinary sword ready to unsheath, cold and dangerous. With her right hand gripping the knife handle tightly, it seemed she was brewing something. An indescribable strong sense of oppression surged like a tide, spreading in all directions. Gu Qiaying was about to draw her knife. The whole venue instantly fell silent. Everyone's heart was in their throats. Breaths were nearly halted. Eyes were glued to Gu Qiaying on the stage without blinking. Gu Qiaying's gaze was like a void, her spirit was completely immersed in the knife. In the next moment, clang! The knife was unsheathed. Boom! A momentum that shook the heavens and made waves surged up from the ground, shooting into the sky. The air above Gu Qiaying rippled like the surface of a lake, disturbed and settled. In the shocked gazes of everyone, Gu Qiaying's momentum soared like she had taken sildenafil. Her soft and graceful body gave a sense of infinite magnification, standing tall and majestic like an ancient divine being. The grand martial arts arena felt too small to contain Gu Qiaying, as though it was about to collapse at any moment. In the VIP seats, Sita Feishing was filled with shock, his emotions out of control. He slammed the table and exclaimed, "Knife intent. This is knife intent. I didn't expect Gu Qiaying has already comprehended knife intent. A natural talent. A phoenix has emerged from Binhai City." Knife intent is also known as the embryonic form of knife will, half-step knife will. A thin layer of paper separates it from true knife will. A knife master with knife intent and a swordsman with sword intent have a high probability of comprehending the elusive and rare knife will and sword will. Ha ha ha. Zhou Tianhe laughed wildly, tears streaming down his face, his voice hoarse. To grasp the great martial trend at the qi refining level, the potential is endless, and the future is immeasurable. She can compete with the prodigies from big cities. A person like Gu Qiaying is destined to walk above the clouds, different from ordinary people. In at most 10 years, we old folks will only be able to look up to her. Gu Qiaying, the pride of Shuguang Middle School, the pride of Binhai City. The dust has settled. In front of Gu Qiaying's knife intent, Yi Chang is as tiny as an ant, with no power to resist. Sita Feishing concluded. "Damn it, old Zhou Tianhe, your luck is really incredible. Shuguang Middle School has produced such a monster as Gu Qiaying." Feng Sangsong's heart was filled with envy. Greenshang High School's wish to surpass Dawn High School has now become a distant dream. The hat of being the perennial second place can never be removed. From now on, they can only obediently act like a grandson in front of Zhou Tianhe. Lu Fei is nothing compared to Gu Qiaying. Feng Sangsong said sourly, "Ahem, let me throw some cold water on this." While the sword intent is indeed rare, whether it can truly be cultivated is still uncertain. The chance of success is much higher than others, though. Of course, mastering the sword intent will increase combat power not just by one-fold, but possibly by several times. He will be invincible among his peers, and slay enemies beyond his level as easily as drinking water. Sour as it may be, Feng Sansong felt a bit of relief. The unbearable regret faded away. As long as Yi Chang was defeated by Gu Qiaying, everything would be just fine. Even though you lost, Yi Chang, you can still be proud. You forced Gu Qiaying to use her final trump card. Zhu Lingyu sighed. On the arena. "Yi Chang, don't get discouraged, I only have a slight lead. You'll definitely be able to do it in the future, keep going." Gu Qiaying smiled at Yi Chang, encouraging him. Her sword intent had been cultivated to its peak, drawing upon the momentum of the heavens and the earth, summoning a violent wind to descend upon the arena. Whoosh! Whoosh! The arena was swept by the storm, thick clouds filled the sky, even the sunlight was blocked, and visibility kept decreasing. Dimly, Yi Chang could be seen, his clothes billowing in the wind, his hair flying, like a lonely boat in the raging waves, at risk of being drowned at any moment. "Gu Qiaying, is this your full strength? It's certainly not bad. Comparing this so-called genius Lu Fei to you is like comparing a cripple to a normal person, but to me, you are just not bad," Yi Chang said with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. "I wonder how much crushing value you can bring me." Clang! Yi Chang drew his sword. When his single sword was half-drawn, a sharp aura that could cut through anything shot up from Yi Chang's body. A divine, sacred aura that looked down on the heavens and rejected all things spread from him. The surrounding void seemed to experience a brief, eerie moment of stagnation. The sound of cloth being torn apart echoed, and the violent wind and clouds in the arena were sliced in half by an invisible, mysterious, great power. One half of the arena remained wild with the storm, the oppressive darkness covering the sky. While the other half, where Yi Chang stood, was bathed in sunlight, clear skies stretching endlessly. Yi Chang drew his sword from its scabbard, tossing the scabbard aside. With a faint smile on his face, he casually walked toward Gu Qiaying. With each step he took, the sharp aura on his body condensed further, and his momentum climbed steadily. Anyone watching from the stands, whether on the observation or VIP seats, felt a sharpness prick at their hearts as their eyes lingered on Yi Chang, almost feeling as if their throats were cut by a blade. When Yi Chang took his fifth step, those closer to the arena, teachers and students carrying knives, whether single-edged, willow leaf knives, goosewing knives, 7-ring knives, 9-ring knives or plain knives, all began to tremble at a high frequency, like birds excited to fly to the arena and merge into Yi Chang's aura and sharpness. The owners of these knives were confused, fearful, instinctively gripping their knife handles tightly. When Yi Chang took his ninth step, his momentum finally reached its peak. The invisible sharp aura emanating from him condensed into a terrifying visible sword aura that shot into the sky, slashing the surrounding air into pieces, severing it into scattered fragments. In the short term, no air could reunite. Gu Qiaying's sword intent seemed like a punctured balloon, suddenly deflating. The shock and fear she had never felt before gripped Gu Qiaying tightly. Her face instantly turned ashen. On the VIP seats, Sita Fei shouted hysterically, sword intent. This is true sword intent. My god. It's sword intent. Gu Qieying's sword momentum is nothing compared to Yi Cheng's sword intent. As pitiful and ridiculous as a shabby street performance. Chapter 12, Gu Qieying breaks down defenses, triggering a 1,000-fold crit. C2 Feishing trembles, his heart in turmoil. He truly did not expect that, while invited to observe the battles of students at two high schools at the Qi level, an unknown student had comprehended the blade's intent that swordsmen dream of, making C2 Feishing's scalp tingle. In this era where everyone practices martial arts, comprehending the trend of martial arts or the realm of martial intent isn't actually rare, but to comprehend it before reaching the true condensation realm is terrifying. It's not an exaggeration to call it a rarity. In short, the earlier one comprehends, the greater their potential. In the second year of high school to nurture the blade's intent, let alone in Binhai City, even in the provincial capital Cunhai City of Jiangnan Province, such top-tier cities would not lose to any peer leaders. This Yi Cheng's only shortcoming is his cultivation level. Once he enters the true condensation realm, he will soar. C2 Feishing's eyes shone with excitement. He wished he could immediately recruit Yi Cheng to the academy and personally teach him. Principal Feng, congratulations. Since the establishment of Lushing Middle School, there has probably never been a case of a student at the Qi stage comprehending the martial arts realm, right? The dean of Baihua Academy, a second-tier university in Binhai City, Liang Inqiu, a kind-eyed old woman in her 70s, looked at Feng Songsong with envy and said, even if Yi Cheng goes to a bigger stage in the future, he will still be a gold-plated brand for Lushing Middle School. After pausing, Liang Inqiu turned to the sorrowful and bitter Zhou Tianhe and said, Principal Zhou, with this amazing kid Yi Cheng from Lushing Middle School, the top spot of Shuguang Middle School in Binhai City is probably hard to keep. Hearing this, Feng Songsong, whose face changed from anger to despair to deep self-doubt, suddenly perked up. Damn it, even though I expelled Yi Cheng, I can still revoke the order. At that moment, Zhu Lingyu walked over, a strong sense of mockery on her face, her eyes playful, and she exaggeratedly said, Dean Liang, no need to congratulate Principal Feng. Did you forget? Not long ago, Principal Feng arrogantly announced in public our school's second year, Class 9, student Yi Cheng, notorious, disliked by all, has been expelled. From now on, Yi Cheng has no ties with Lushing Middle School. Principal Feng, spilt water cannot be retrieved, a broken mirror cannot be restored. Are you thinking of retrieving Yi Cheng? I advise you not to do such a fickle thing, leave some dignity for Lushing Middle School. Zhu Lingyu understood the wickedness of kicking someone when they are down. Oh, I actually forgot about that. Liang Inqiu laughed, patting her forehead. Yi Cheng is no longer a student at Lushing Middle School. The big shots in the VIP section looked at Feng Songsong with the gaze of someone watching a grand spectacle. How could you expel such a good seedling like Yi Cheng, who is held with care as if afraid he'll fall, and cherished like candy afraid it'll melt? What were you thinking, Feng Songsong? Have you drunk too much fake wine? Feng Songsong's lips trembled. He wanted to say something but ended up saying nothing. He slumped helplessly, his face filled with regret beyond words, as remorse gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake, causing him unbearable pain. Suddenly he remembered Yi Cheng had once said to him, Principal Feng, I hope you do not regret your decision. At the time, he felt it was absurd and laughable, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. To stand tall before heaven, to bow low before the earth, to owe nothing to others, and to owe nothing to one's heart, only then can one comprehend the realm of martial intent. Yi Cheng need not prove his innocence. On the contrary, Principal Feng, you along with Baoyin Jian and Lu Fei, colluded together, reversing black and white, your evil deeds will one day be revealed. Zhu Lingyu unleashed her full firepower. Moreover, the Lu Fei you cherish, with deep schemes, insidious cunning, and despicable means such a person cannot achieve great things. For this kind of flawed garbage, you gave up the extraordinary treasure that is Yi Cheng. Foolish, oh foolish. Feng Songsong was almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood after being rebuffed by Zhu Lingyu. On the arena, the fierce wind and the gloomy phenomenon had already faded away. The girl was slumped on the ground, trembling violently. The grace and composure she once had were completely gone at this moment. The talent she was so proud of was now being rubbed into the ground by Yi Cheng. A massive sense of defeat was almost drowning her. On her flawless, beautifully delicate little face, fear, anxiety, and pain were written all over, tears flowing down. True sword intent has a bloodline suppression against sword momentum, so Gu Qieying's internal energy was in chaos, her blood boiling uncontrollably, crashing around inside her body, acting against her will. Yi Cheng stood not far away, waiting for the feedback of the crushing value. But waiting left and right, the system's announcement was delayed. No way? I clearly defeated Gu Qieying, why isn't the system giving feedback? Could it be that the crushing value that should be rewarded to me is embezzled? Damn it! Yi Cheng was a bit confused. He fell into deep thought. Life and death seen lightly, no fear of fighting, competing with powerful opponents, challenging geniuses, knocking them down. Beat their bodies, destroy their confidence, trample on their dignity, listen to their wails, to obtain huge crushing values. Could it be that the blow I dealt to Gu Qiaying was not strong enough? After all, I had previously obtained crushing values only after killing my opponents. A spark of realization suddenly arose. With this thought in mind, Yi Cheng swung his blade in a stroke. Suddenly, the arena was in an uproar. A sword intent fused attack, a huge sword energy like a whip, carrying an air of dominance, barreled toward Gu Qiaying, moving at an unbelievable speed. The sword energy was like a world-class fierce beast, devouring everything in its path. The shockwave passing over the ground shattered even the hard granite, stone powder flying, quickly erased by the sword energy. Gu Qiaying's pupils instantly widened, almost scared to the point of peeing her pants, instinctively wanting to dodge, but only felt like being suppressed by a heavy mountain, almost unable to move. The threat of death was almost upon her. The entire scene fell silent like the grave, and when people finally reacted, the sword energy had vanished without a trace. What they saw was a knife mark about 2 or 3 meters to Gu Qiaying's left, straight across like a door plank. The knife mark stretched 15 or 16 meters long, dipping down several inches, shocking to behold. Seeing this scene, everyone in the viewing seats, including the big shots in the VIP section, were left dumbfounded, their hearts trembling in fear. The might of the sword intent was terrifying beyond belief. Warriors at the chi refining stage cannot attack from a distance. At most, they can wrap their internal chi in punches and kicks, the strength diminishing rapidly once leaving the body. Yet Yi Cheng, who comprehended sword intent, could unleash nearly 20 meters of sword energy even at the chi refining stage, and merely the residual wave of his sword energy could slice the surface of the arena like cutting tofu, leaving terrifying cracks. No wonder it is said that those who comprehend sword intent or knife intent are invincible among peers, easily killing those stronger than themselves like drinking water or eating food. Yi Cheng deliberately aimed away from Gu Qiaying, otherwise, she would have been reduced to a mist of blood, leaving not a single bone behind. With no grievances or grudges, Yi Cheng naturally would not deal heavy blows to Gu Qiaying, but was just trying to scare her into spitting out the crushing value. Gu Qiaying, who brushed past death, looked pale as a ghost, her hair standing on end, her whole body trembling uncontrollably, suddenly poof, spewed out a large mouthful of blood. What Gu Qiaying spat out was the reversed blood that had accumulated inside her body. After vomiting blood, she felt much better, the boiling chaos and rebellious internal energy and blood gradually calming down. Yi Cheng wore a harmless, cute smile, walked to Gu Qiaying's side, and squatted down, setting his single knife aside. Gu Qiaying weakly stretched out her jade arm, thinking Yi Cheng was going to help her up. Unexpectedly, her outstretched hand grabbed nothing but air, hanging there, extremely awkward. Yi Cheng looked like a rogue teasing a good woman. With hands neither too heavy nor too light, they slapped her face, making a crisp sound. Gu Qiaying, don't be discouraged. I just led by a little bit. You will definitely be able to do it in the future. Keep it up. Gu Qiaying was stunned. Wasn't this what she had just smugly said to Yi Cheng, assuming she had victory in her hands? She felt overwhelming shame. Gu Qiaying broke down, completely defeated, a huge sense of shame devoured her like a monster. I am sorry, Yi Cheng. I was too silly and naive, I was showing off in front of the experts, I was like an ant shaking a tree. Gu Qiaying cried out loudly. Yi Cheng wore a mischievous smile on his face, manipulating Gu Qiaying's delicate little face into various shapes. In the circus, you are the busiest, in Gotham City, you are the wildest, you stand guard in front of McDonald's, in the deck of cards, you're the big and small kings. You can't say it, truly can't say it. Gu Qiaying's face was quite pleasant to touch when squeezed, perfectly soft and firm, even a bit bouncy. Yi Cheng felt a bit addicted, unable to stop. Sister, don't blame me, I'm doing this for a living, for the domination value. As Gu Qiaying cried like a rain-soaked person, being toyed with by Yi Cheng, she felt an indescribable humiliation alongside a strange feeling surging in her heart, as if a weak current was spreading in her chest, prickling. In the spectator seats, Gu Qiaying's fans and sycophants saw their goddess being toyed with by Yi Cheng in a nearly perverted way, and they went crazy, wishing they could rush to the ring as protectors of the flower, but they were powerless. Finally. Ding. Detected that the master of level 6 of Chi training defeated and publicly humiliated the master of level 10 of Chi training, causing her to break down, domination value plus 4,000. Detected that this martial artist is of peerless genius status, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, domination value plus 4 million. Mediocre, extraordinary, genius, peerless genius, monster, peerless monster, unrivaled, pride of the world. How much? 1,000-fold critical hits? Wow! Yi Cheng was stunned. Calling up the panel, he stared at the balance of domination value. Domination value, 406-4750. His head spun a bit. It felt like hitting a jackpot betting on 7 football scores. Excited, he supported the shoulders of the top sister Gu Qiaying with both hands, feeling like he wanted to serenade her right there. A grateful heart thanks you for being with me in my life, giving me the courage to be myself. Yi Chang said deeply, Xiang, the path of martial arts is long and winding, leading once does not mean leading every step. You are a peerless genius, and I believe that one day you will surpass me, defeat me, and wash away today's shame, keep it up. What a guy, one slap and a date, is this combination of reward and punishment? Gu Qianying was touched, wiping away her tears, her gaze firm. Yi Chang, don't worry, I will work twice as hard and chase after you with all my might. I don't want you to look back and not see me. Let's work hard together. Yi Chang couldn't help but gently pat Gu Qianying's lovely face, then stood up, swaggering off the ring under the gazes of countless worshipping, jealous, and astonished eyes. Yi Chang's heart was bursting with joy. This round was a big win, over 4 million, domination value, with more than 60,000 to spend extravagantly. Gu Qianying watched Yi Chang leave the ring and suddenly broke into a silly grin. She didn't even know why she was smiling after such a humiliating defeat. As the dust settled from the battle, the audience erupted into heated discussions. Damn, the sword intent is so impressive, even from this far away, I felt a visceral pain, my scalp tingling. I never expected Yi Chang was actually the sleeper of our Lusheng High School, hiding himself and appearing at the crucial moment to turn the tide. I declare that from today onwards, I am Yi Chang's die-hard fan. The one who laughs last is us from Lusheng High School, the adorable folks from Dawn High School, keep bragging, hada, your goddess Gu Qianying was smashed down by Yi Chang. I feel so great. Lovely kids from Shuguang High School, in the future, when you see our people from Lusheng High School on the road, please take a detour, okay? Many students from Lusheng High School became arrogant and wildly attacked Shuguang High School. Some students from Shuguang High School refused to back down and immediately snapped back. Yes, Yecheng is impressive, I admit it, but no matter how impressive he is, what does it have to do with you at Lusheng High School? Your principal Feng announced in public that Yecheng was expelled, and now Yecheng is free. Don't think you can take advantage of him. Haha, you guys from Lusheng High School are so funny. The best at your school is Lu Fei, who was easily beaten by Gu Qianying with one hand. Oh yes, Yecheng can no longer be considered a part of Lusheng High School. The proud teachers and students of Lusheng High School were instantly crushed, their faces looking worse than if they had eaten dung, left speechless. The noisy spectator stand suddenly became much quieter, only the sarcastic laughter from Shuguang High School's teachers and students remained. At this moment, Lu Fei's face twisted with anger and jealousy. If time could turn back to the Gaoshi Steppe Forest, he would definitely not hesitate to make sure Yecheng was completely destroyed. Beside him, Bao Yingjian's face flashed with a fierce expression, his eyes flashing a savage light, like a bloodthirsty beast ready to pounce. He said in a low voice, no matter what, Yecheng absolutely cannot be left alive. As soon as Yecheng stepped down from the ring, from the VIP section, the principal of Shuguang High School, Zhou Tianhe, suddenly stood up, infusing his voice with true energy. He proclaimed like a bell, Yecheng, Lusheng High School does not know your worth, has bullied and expelled you. I represent Shuguang High School to sincerely invite you to join us. Shuguang High School has abundant resources, and you can even spar with Gu Qianying, you two, a pair of golden boy and girl, wouldn't it be beautiful? Yecheng, what are you hesitating for? Yecheng, come to our Tankenshang High School, we have many beautiful girls. Yecheng, come to our Shuchuan High School, our cafeteria food is delicious. Goodness, the principals of various schools all rushed to recruit Yecheng, they seemed eager to snatch a treasure. Even the principal of the best university in Binhai City, C2 Fei, couldn't sit still. Yecheng, come to college, you don't need to take the college entrance exam, I'll give you a guaranteed admission spot. Although college is a second-tier school, it's close to home, and you can rest assured, all kinds of martial arts resources, techniques, and secrets will not be lacking for you. I will personally guide you. I didn't expect that I, who had my 7th GC wasted, have become a hot commodity. Yecheng stroked his chin, a self-mocking smile appearing on his face. At this moment. Ha 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 ha. You're killing me, I'm laughing so hard that tears are coming out. Ha 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 ha. Feng Sanson slapped the table, laughing wildly. Swish, swish, swish. Many eyes turned to him. After laughing for a while, Feng Sanson's gaze darkened, his expression gradually twisting into something sinister. You all are laughing at me in your hearts, right? Kicking out a genius like Yecheng, who has comprehended the blade intent from Lusheng High School, has caused a huge blunder, isn't that hilarious? Ha ha ha. The real joke is on you all. You probably still don't know, right? Yecheng's 7th GC was destroyed, he has already seen the end of his life. He doesn't even have the qualifications to participate in the National College Entrance Exam. Ha ha ha. Quickly take this waste back to your school to support him. Ha ha ha. Treating a 6-layer chi refining realm cripple as a treasure, I'm curious to see whether the world laughs at Lusheng High School or you all. Ha ha ha. The big shots looked at each other. With the 7th GC wasted, his upper limit was locked, and he would spend his whole life in the chi refining realm. Even if he possessed the supreme blade intent, he could only bully weaklings, sweeping through the chi refining realm, but when he encounters someone slightly stronger in the true condensation realm, it's all over. Damn it, such blade intent wasted. Zhou Tianhe cursed and shifted his gaze away from Yi Chang, extinguishing his thoughts of ensnaring Yi Chang. Old foam, no wonder you decisively kicked Yi Chang out of Lisheng Middle School. If the Qi Si has a problem, it means the foundation of martial arts is destroyed. This is irreversible. Don't say it's launching, even the top sects of Kanglan continent have no way to deal with it. Kanglan continent, 400 years ago, fused with launching, is a different world where thousands of sects exist, and strong ones are everywhere. Martial arts thrive to the extreme. The big shots who threw olive branches at Yi Chang gradually became indifferent and distant with their fiery gazes. What a pity, really a pity. Sita Fei sighed with regret, but he also lost the desire to continue talking with Yi Chang, his spirits low. Feng Sangsong glanced at Chu Lingyu, who was as cold as ice and full of resentment, then sent a mocking sneer towards Yi Chang from afar. He smiled and surveyed the big shots in the VIP seats. Everyone, you wouldn't want to offend Lisheng Middle School over a waist, would you? I hope that all the middle schools in Binhai City do not accept Yi Chang. The big shots remained silent, tacitly agreeing to Feng Sangsong's request. People tend to seek benefits and avoid harm, and it really isn't worth it to offend Feng Sangsong for a half-waist who would never be able to advance to the true condensation realm in his lifetime. Feng Sangsong nodded in satisfaction, glaring at Yi Chang, his eyes as if poisoned, extremely sinister. Yi Chang, it cannot be denied that your performance just now was quite remarkable, eye-catching. You thought I would regret it, right? Regrettably, the decision to expel you from the school, Feng Sangsong, will never regret. As for your enmity with Lu Fei, it can hardly be resolved, perhaps only blood can cleanse it. I invite you to a battle on behalf of Lu Fei. 2 months later, you two will fight on the stage of life and death. Do you dare? Yi Chang laughed, his eyes filled with contempt and disgust. A battle in 2 months? Why not say in 2 years or 20 years? You are merely afraid that I will seek revenge on Lu Fei immediately and are playing a delaying tactic with me. After 2 months, Lu Fei will surely step into the true condensation realm, right? Chapter 13, this child has the potential of a great emperor. Having been seen through by Yi Chang, Feng Sangsong was not angry, instead taking pride in it. Yi Chang, whether or not you dare take this battle invitation, Lu Fei will not bother with worldly matters and will close himself off for hard training. 2 months later, he will step into the elite class of Lisheng Middle School as a martial artist of the true condensation realm. Then, in the next few years, he will give it his all, preparing for the college entrance examination, and ultimately will be accepted into a prestigious university with his absolutely dazzling talent. And you only deserve to kneel in the mud and look up at Lu Fei, witnessing his rise. In short, Feng Sangsong was determined to let Lu Fei wait 2 more months before taking action. Yi Chang sneered, looking at Lu Fei. Lu Fei just happened to be glaring at Yi Chang with a cold, hostile gaze. When their eyes met, Lu Fei quickly turned his head away, showing an expression of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Though Yi Chang hated Lu Fei to the bone and wished to kill him immediately, he was well aware that before Lu Fei stepped into the true condensation realm, Lu Fei would rather act like a turtle with his head withdrawn than fight him on the stage. No amount of provocation would be effective. Alright, 2 months later, I will decide life and death with Lu Fei. At the moment when he advances to the true condensation realm, the most spirited time of his life, killing him then would be even more satisfying. Yi Chang's bloodthirsty killing intent made one shudder. Yi Chang. In 2 months, I will crush you to dust. Lu Fei let out a breath and made a fierce remark. Yi Chang directly left amidst the complex gazes of the crowd. Chu Lingyu followed closely behind. The two walked out of the school gate one after the other. Teacher Chu, what are you doing? Yi Chang asked with a puzzled expression. Yi Chang, you don't think that with my face torn with Feng Sangsong, I would stay at Lisheng Middle School, do you? Chu Lingyu smiled. Yi Chang awkwardly scratched his head, feeling a bit guilty as he said. Teacher Chu, I'm sorry for causing you to lose your job. Chu Lingyu shook her head and said nonchalantly, your matter has made me see clearly the ugly faces of Feng Sangsong and Bao Yingjian. I really don't want to continue associating with these foul-smelling fools. As she spoke, Chu Lingyu confidently draped her arm over Yi Chang's shoulder and walked with him, transforming her homeroom teacher image into that of a caring big sister. On the path of martial arts, cutting through thorns and brambles, facing countless difficulties, it is never smooth sailing. The seventh energy sea being damaged is indeed tricky, but there is always a way out. Yi Chang, I believe you will rise from the ashes, reborn. So touching. Teacher Chu is truly beautiful inside and out. Teacher Chu, I drank this motivational soup, don't worry, I will not easily give up. Yi Chang vowed earnestly. Just then, his father Yi Mao suddenly called. He answered the call. Son, how is your school handling Lu Fei? Are they putting him on probation or expelling him? Dad, they are still in the investigation stage, it's not that fast. Yi Chang replied evasively. As for his own expulsion, he decided to tell Yi Mao slowly, fearing he wouldn't handle it well. Yi Mao cursed a few words on the other end, then said, Son, it's almost lunchtime, are you free? Come with me to Uncle Dong's house for a meal. Uncle Dong, as mentioned by Yi Mao, is named Dong Dabiao, engaged in import and export trade, and has a very rich family background. Yi Mao and Dong Dabiao have been childhood friends with a close relationship. Yi Chang didn't ask much and readily agreed. After hanging up the phone, Teacher Chu, I have something to attend to. Go ahead. Chu Lingyu smiled mildly. The two parted ways. Chu Lingyu took out her phone and dialed a number. The other side picked up immediately. Little sister, it's rare for you to call me. I, as your big brother, am really surprised. A rough and hearty voice of a middle-aged man came from the phone. Well, big brother, after being a teacher for almost 2 years, aren't you tired? The delicious foods of Binhai City you used to think about, like fresh pot rabbit, cold-eaten rabbit, honeycomb potatoes, baby ginger and field frog, you should be sick of them by now, right? Hurry home. Mom and Dad have been nagging me about you lately, it's so annoying. The middle-aged man rattled on, filled with grievances. Stop blabbering, I want to talk about something serious. Chu Lingyu said with displeasure. Little sister, you speak. The middle-aged man immediately lowered his tone, sounding flattering. I've discovered a once-in-a-century good seed. Chu Lingyu's eyes gradually sparkled with excitement. Little sister, that's exaggerated. A third-tier city like Binhai, a martial arts wasteland, what good seed can there be? The middle-aged man expressed his disbelief. Chu Lingyu directly threw out the key point. A 16-year-old middle school student in the Qi training realm has comprehended the meaning of the sword. The middle-aged man couldn't help but exclaim, his tone becoming serious, that's interesting. Chu Lingyu continued, but his 7th energy sea is damaged. Little sister, are you making fun of me? Don't you know what it means for the energy sea to be damaged? The middle-aged man said helplessly, don't look for me on this matter, I have no solution. Chu Zhuolong, help me find out if there's a way to repair the energy sea in the Kanglin continent. Don't you often boast about how you're good friends with the head of Shen Yen Sword Sect, the head of the Qian Tian Palace, and the top disciple of Tian Yen Sect's 108 true disciples, aren't you wearing the same pants? Chu Lingyu said seriously. The middle-aged man was silent for a few seconds and sighed long. Okay, I will ask, but don't hold too much hope. After a pause, the middle-aged man didn't forget his initial intention. Little sister, give me a clear answer. When do you plan to come home? I don't plan to go home for now. Chu Lingyu smiled. I have decided to continue staying in Binhai City, to be his guardian, to protect him in his weak times and help him grow. Little sister, are you crazy? The middle-aged man, Chu Zhuolong, was shocked and said in disbelief, a genius with a damaged energy sea, is it worth it? Besides, even if he has his full capabilities, he is not worthy of the daughter of the prominent Chu family from the Magic City. Deigning to lower herself, going to be his useless protector. Chu Lingyu, please regard your own status. You are a rare genius who comprehended sword intent at just 14 years old, making any talent before you pale in comparison. Chu Lingyu pouted her luscious red lips and coldly laughed. Chu Zhuolong, you understand nothing. This boy has the potential of a great emperor. If he can grow smoothly, he will surely shine for eternity, dominating the world. Keep talking, sister, you can brag even better than I can now. To speak the truth, he is a student in my class. A month ago, he was nothing special, just mediocre. But after someone crippled his 7th gaseous sea with a single sword, it's like he turned on a cheat code, mastering a low-level martial skill to its peak, even comprehending knife intent. He's like a different person. He must have had an extraordinary encounter. I, Chu Lingyu, believe in him and I'm betting on him. When I was in my teens, I had a twisted personality and the thing I loved most was to snuff out talents in their cradles. It was such a thrill. Now my tastes have changed, I prefer nurturing. Chu Lingyu couldn't help but stick out her tongue and gently lick her upper lip. After 2 years of being an unwavering teacher, my rough and unruly nature has been tempered considerably. As the older brother, I feel greatly relieved. Fine, do whatever you want, I won't care anymore. Lushing High School, Principal's Office. The atmosphere was oppressive. Lu Fei, you have destroyed Yi Cheng's gaseous sea, cutting off his future. This grudge is irreconcilable. This boy is unruly and will retaliate, he will not let you off. Feng Songsong's face was dark with clouds. I've risked my reputation to fight for 2 more months for you. You better manage it well, I hope you won't let me down. Lu Fei's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, filled with unwillingness, frustration, anger, and an ocean of hatred. Don't worry, Principal Feng, my dad has already prepared an Ningxian pill for me. It can help me compress my internal energy faster, and within a week, I'll undoubtedly ascend to the Ningxian realm. Additionally, I will seclude myself to cultivate the mid-level skill Shinshueju. In 2 months, I'll slaughter Yi Cheng like a pig or dog. Bao Yingjian chimed in, the mid-level skill Shinshueju will definitely give Lu Fei an advantage. That Yi Cheng fellow is practicing the low-level skill Yanqi-Ju. Knife intent may be tyrannical, but it's not enough to make up for the disparity in both realm and skill. Lu Fei has at least an 80% chance of winning, no, 90%. Upon hearing this, Feng Sangsong's expression brightened slightly, and he waved his hand at Lu Fei. Go, the time is critical. Lu Fei strode out of the principal's office. Principal Feng, I shouldn't have urged the expulsion of Yi Chang, it's my fault, I accept the punishment. Bao Yingjian proactively confessed to Feng Sangsong. Feng Sangsong coldly replied, Punish? What for? If I punish you, wouldn't it mean admitting this matter was wrong for Lushing High School? That I, Feng Sangsong, was wrong? Humph. A trash whose 7th gaseous sea was destroyed has no right to make me punish a vice principal. After a pause, a sharp, venomous gleam emerged in Feng Sangsong's slightly narrowed eyes. However, as long as Yi Chang lives, Lushing High School will forever be nailed to the pillar of shame. Bao Yingjian understood the implied meaning and whispered, Principal Feng, do you mean? Feng Sangsong's voice was chilling to the bone. We cannot place all our hopes on Lu Fei, we still need to make some external moves. Bao Yingjian nodded in understanding, Principal Feng, I understand, leave it to me, I only have one son, Bao Xiong. How can I not take revenge for my son's death? Yi Chang met with Yi Mao in the Long Lake Forest Villa area. Yi Mao didn't hide anything and explained in just a few words the purpose of going to Dong Dabiao's house for lunch today. 6 months ago, Dong Dabiao's company encountered difficulties, with a funding gap of tens of millions, and borrowed $1 million from Yi Mao for emergency use. Just as they were about to get through the crisis, unexpectedly, a big overseas client suddenly declared bankruptcy, and the payment for a small target went down the drain. Unable to repay the money owed to Yi Mao, Dong Dabiao asked Yi Mao to come to his home to pick a few items to offset the debt. Dong Dabiao, a man who is fond of elegance, is passionate about antique collection, enjoying buying strange and unusual objects to admire at home, especially those ancient items flowing from the Kanglan continent to Blue Star, for which he does not hesitate to spend lavishly. Dad, those broken pots and iron scraps of Uncle Dong's are worthless, a definite intelligence tax, Yi Chang could not help but complain. Yi Mao gave a sheepish smile, son, you can't say that. Most of Uncle Dong's collection is indeed old stuff from the Kanglan continent. Later, you can pick carefully, and you might find 1 or 2 treasures, divine weapons, elixirs, or secret manuals. Dad, you're thinking too much. Yi Chang rolled his eyes. The Dong family's house was decorated in a classical traditional Chinese style, antique and elegant, serene and refined. Dong Dabiao was a short and stout man, with a face that seemed kind and prosperous, and like Yi Mao, he was a widower, with no children, and intended to become a master to eliminate evil and protect the good, but unfortunately, he got stuck at the 10th layer of Qi training and could never break through, losing the will to practice martial arts after graduating high school. After lunch, Dong Dabiao led Yi Mao and his son Yi Chang to the storage room. The shelves were filled with a dazzling array of ancient treasures. The walls were adorned with old, yellowed calligraphy and ancient paintings. Dong Dabiao wore a pained and reluctant expression, smiling bitterly, Old Ji, Chung Chang, feel free to pick and choose, whatever you like, just take it. Every item here is my treasure, usually I don't even let others take a look. If it weren't for my overwhelming debts, I would never part with them. Yi Chung frowned with disgust, looking around, choosing left and right. Meteor hammers, axes, swords, armor, fish-scale armor, vases, oddly shaped stones, you name it, even a few corpse wraps. However, the weapons and armor had been corroded by time, rusty and unrecognizable, utterly devoid of spirit. As for the other items, Yi Chang could not see anything special about them. Chung Chang, look at this. Seeing Yi Chang's picky and dissatisfied expression, Dong Dabiao hurriedly picked up a palm-sized jade bottle, walked in front of Yi Chang, and introduced it. This is a medicinal pill found by a warrior from Blue Star in an abandoned secret realm on the Kanglan continent. As he spoke, Dong Dabiao pulled out the stopper, opened his right palm, and carefully poured a few pitch-black, sheep dung-shaped things into his hand. Instead of the fragrance he expected, it emitted a rancid odor that was nauseating and made one want to vomit. Medicinal pills are indeed good things. Yi Mao pinched his nose and asked, Old Dong, what effect does this pill have? Dong Dabiao smiled and said, the effect is currently unknown, but the pills from Kanglan continent are extraordinary, they could be divine pills. Chung Chang, try a few, what if your strength instantly increases and you fly up in place? More like an explosion in place, Yi Chang held his forehead, Uncle Dong, I'm not worthy of this pill, you should keep it. Yi Mao smiled awkwardly, Old Dong, let's look at something else. You truly don't recognize the value. Dong Dabiao stamped his foot, gritted his teeth, and turned to grab a box more than a foot long and a palm wide, his expression very serious. You don't look at it with respect, right? Not interested, right? You're forcing me. This is my most precious collection. Yi Mao and Yi Chang exchanged glances, then they both looked at the box in Dong Dabiao's hand. The box appeared to be neither gold nor stone, neither wood nor metal. Anyway, the material was indiscernible to the naked eye, and it was covered with mysterious lines like doodles, which seemed to resemble talismans. Dong Dabiao spoke in a deliberately mysterious tone, can you guess what's inside the box? Oh come on, Old Dong, just drop the act and tell us straight. Yi Mao urged impatiently. Dong Dabiao instinctively looked around. He lowered his voice and said, "Inside the box is a broken sword. It is said that this sword was once used by an ancient power from the Kanglan continent, capable of swallowing mountains and rivers, flying into the sky and hiding in the earth. I have obtained the upper half of this sword. Although it is incomplete, it contains a trace of the ancient power's spirit and will that has not dissipated for 10,000 years. You must know, the spirit and will of an ancient power may contain their understanding and insights of martial arts, even precious inheritances. This is truly significant. Kanglan continent, an ancient power capable of swallowing mountains and rivers and flying into the sky, once used a broken sword? This is simply outrageous, absurd to the extreme." Chapter 14, Sword Devouring Technique. Yi Chang looked at Dong Daipio with sympathy in his eyes. Uncle Dong is so miserable, tricked into becoming crippled by the seller. "Old Dong, you speak so grandly, let me take a look." Yi Mao reached out. Dong Daipio reluctantly handed the box to Yi Mao with a face full of regret. Yi Mao took it, lifted the lid, and saw a half-foot-long broken sword tip lying inside, with no hilt, having long lost its sharpness, dull and unremarkable. "Old Dong, where's the spirit and will left by the ancient power?" Yi Mao gently stroked the broken sword with his hand. Cough cough. Dong Daipio's face showed embarrassment, his eyes wandering, and he feigned calmness, saying, "Old Yi, the spirit and will of the ancient power, how can it be so easily comprehended? It takes perception. Yes, only those with heaven-defying insight can comprehend the mysteries." "What a load of nonsense!" Yi Mao muttered. Dong Daipio forcefully argued, "This broken sword was bought from a flying expert at the peak of the realm. To be precise, it was exchanged for 3 top-quality spirit stones. It is their family heirloom. If that expert had not spent his life with little gain, would he part with it so easily?" Yi Chang and Yi Mao exchanged glances. 3 top-quality spirit stones are worth at least 150 million. Dong Daipio has truly been tricked. This is exactly what a big spender refers to. "Kid, take a look at this." Yi Mao presented the box in front of Yi Chang. Yi Chang absent-mindedly glanced at it. Suddenly, a suffocating, terrifying aura, filled with astonishing power and immortal sword intent, surged from the broken sword, flooding into Yi Chang's mind like a tide. "Ha ha 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 ha." A desolate and ancient, overbearing laugh echoed in Yi Chang's mind. Yi Chang's brain instantly went blank, followed by a sharp pain in his soul, as if he were being torn apart by 1,000 knives. He felt as if he was carrying a massive mountain, breathing became difficult, his limbs numb, and his entire body icy cold. At this critical moment, the sword intent protected its master. Outside, the world was calm, but inside Yi Chang's spiritual sea, it was filled with the clash of weapons, and a storm was brewing. Sword energy was menacing, sword light rampant. Sword shadows and blade lights vied for supremacy. As Yi Chang calmed his mind, his body felt like a prisoner breaking free from shackles. Regaining his vitality, suddenly inspired, he reached out and closed the box lid. In an instant, the pressure and fierce sword intent emitted by the broken sword were blocked by the box, vanishing without a trace. Yi Chang's pupils constricted, waves of surprise surged in his heart. The broken sword that Uncle Dong Daipio exchanged for 3 top-quality spirit stones really contained a trace of ancient, noble, majestic, vast, spirit and will. That flying seller, perhaps because his soul strength was lacking, could not perceive this spirit and will throughout his life, unlike me, having lived 2 lives with an innate gift in this aspect. Yi Chang's heart stirred slightly. "Kid, why does your face look so pale?" Yi Mao asked hurriedly, seeing Yi Chang's complexion turn white, beads of sweat on his forehead. Yi Chang forced a smile and said, "Dad, I'm fine." After saying that, he quietly snatched the box from Yi Mao's hands, holding it close to his chest, and smiled at Dong Daipio. "Uncle Dong, why not just give me this broken sword? Your debt to my dad can be wiped clean." Dong Daipio never even thought that this little brat Yi Chang could sense the trace of the spirit and will left by the ancient power in the broken sword. This thing is actually of no use to him, and since he has a close relationship with Yi Mao, he doesn't hesitate, nodding and saying, "Okay." Yi Mao and Yi Chang left Dong Dabiao's house. Yi Mao shook his head and laughed. "This piece of scrap copper and iron isn't worth 10 million at all. What a terrible loss. Forget it, I'm a life and death friend of your Uncle Dong, let's consider it a helping hand in times of need." Yi Chang gave a non-committal smile. The value of this broken sword far exceeds 10 million, no, to be precise, perhaps it cannot be measured by worldly money. In the afternoon, Yi Mao returned to the company. Yi Chang hurriedly went home. He arrived at the rooftop garden. He sat down on the ground, placing the 1-foot-long box on his knees. With a sense of curiosity, he took a few deep breaths to adjust his state, slowly opening the box a crack. An overwhelming terror and pressure, along with the sword intent, rushed towards Yi Chang once again, invading his mind. Just now at Dong Dabiao's house, Yi Chang was caught off guard. Now that he was prepared, dealing with it would at least not be as painful and embarrassing as the first time. When that mental will burst into Yi Chang's mind, he saw a man in ancient robes appear in his sea of consciousness, his face indistinct and hard to make out. The man wielded a sword, exuding an aura that made it seem like no one could stop him, and everyone would have to bow down, able to cut and pierce through anything. The overwhelming sword force, with a godlike clarity of the sword intent, rapidly brewed within his body. In the next moment, the man swung his sword. This sword strike was simply earth-shattering and soul-stirring. Immaculate and exquisite, it was beyond comprehension. The man's figure instantly turned into a faint shadow, merging completely with the sword in his hand. Man and sword united as one. Yi Chang felt an entirely overwhelming thought, that in heaven and earth, only this one sword remained, even his own spirit was drawn into it. The sword energy spanned 30,000 miles, its light cold enough to reach 19 continents. Terrifying. Blade intent. Yi Chang certainly would not just sit and wait, activating his sharp and stunning blade intent to clash head-on. Moreover, Yi Chang realized that in his sea of consciousness, he was the king, he was the ruler, the invading mental will wanting to dominate was nothing but a pipe dream. This is my territory, I am in charge. Soul power, suppress me. Fiercely suppress. Boom. The man and his sword exploded with a roar, turning into countless fragments that emitted a faint pressure, wildly surging into Yi Chang's soul. Together with it merging. Becoming one, inseparable. It could also be said that Yi Chang's soul was like a sponge actively absorbing and greedily devouring these mental fragments. These mental fragments are not mixed with anything else, all are purest sword intent, sword force, sword energy, understanding of the sword path, fervor for the sword path, deep love for the sword path, pursuit of the sword path, sudden enlightenment of the sword path. And that almost demonic talent in the sword path. Yi Chang felt a splitting headache, his soul swelling. He gritted his teeth, holding on, his extraordinary and outstanding soul power was his reliance. Fragments of spirit continually merged into his soul, perfectly fit, becoming a part of his life, discomfort gradually faded away. Before long, Yi Chang's gaze became sharp as substance, transformed into sword light that pierced through the void. The air in sight was sliced apart, making hissing sounds. Ding! Detected that the host has comprehended sword intent. Yi Chang called up his panel to take a look. Character, Yi Chang. Age, 16 years. Current cultivation technique, yellow rank, low-level gathering chi technique, 6th layer 1200/1200+/. Current martial arts, Xian rank, low-level tiger roaring gale blade 180000/180000, transformation realm. Current martial Dao realm, sword intent 12%, cannot allocate points for enhancement. Blade intent 5%, cannot allocate points for enhancement. Overwhelming value, 406-4750. Ha! Yi Chang exhaled a large breath of stale air, finally completely absorbing the spiritual will contained within the broken sword without leaving a single drop. The process could be described as thrilling yet safe. It all relied on the overwhelming and domineering soul power and the assistance of blade intent. If it were someone else, even if they could sense the trace of spiritual will left in the broken sword, they probably wouldn't be able to absorb and refine it. One wrong move, and they would suffer greatly, with their soul shredded into pieces by the sword's energy and intent. Now, Yi Chang has inherited the swordsmanship talent and sword intent of the broken sword's owner, and gained the potential to become a top-tier swordsman, benefiting greatly from it. In addition, Yi Chang had also gained some information. In reality, only one type of person can cultivate swordsmanship to the ultimate level, that is, the person who possesses the sword body. The sword body is a special constitution, extremely rare, occurring once in 1,000 years, or even once in several thousand years. A person with the sword body can quickly master any sword technique to perfection, and comprehend sword intent as easily as drinking water or eating food. The owner of the broken sword did not have the sword body. Out of obsession with the ultimate swordsmanship, he painstakingly created a technique called the sword devouring technique, aiming to forge a postnatal sword body. After refining the broken sword owner's spiritual will, the sword devouring technique was like a bolt of enlightenment, marking Yi Chang's soul. This technique is unconventional, almost like madness, or heretical. Simply put, it uses the sword as the sea of chi, connects with the heavens and earth, absorbs spiritual energy, and the better the sword, the faster it absorbs energy. The sword nourishes the body and cultivates the sword, forming the postnatal sword body, which can reach the ultimate swordsmanship level. However, to practice this technique, one must first self-castrate. No, to practice the sword devouring technique, one must burst their own sea of chi. To be precise, when the sword breaks into the body and pierces the sea of chi, the practitioner must begin cultivation while it is still fresh, and practice until the sword is absorbed into the injured, blood-spurting sea of chi. This replaces the function of the sea of chi, collecting spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, or from spiritual stones and elixirs, transforming it into internal energy, true chi, true essence, etc. Who can withstand this? If one doesn't even manage halfway through, they would probably bleed out and die. This broken sword's owner, an ancient powerful being from the Kanglan continent, must have been somewhat crazy in the head. Did he end up stabbing himself to death while trying to practice the sword devouring technique? Yi Chang grumbled. However, in the blink of an eye, a bold idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Using a sword to replace the Sea of Qi? My 7th Sea of Qi has a huge hole, there's no way to repair it, and my martial arts are stuck at the 6th level of Qi training. I'll never be able to advance in this life. The sword devouring technique offers me a completely new approach. If I can't repair it, then don't repair it. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Use a sword as the Sea of Qi, connect with the heavens and earth, absorb spiritual energy. Yi Cheng's heart suddenly burned with excitement, his heartbeat quickening. It was as if he had seen a glimmer of dawn in the dark. Moreover, theoretically speaking, after self-inflicting injuries, with blood flowing like a river and unbearable pain, who would still have the mind to cultivate the sword-devouring technique? But, I have a system to back me up. The crushing value is abundant, I just need to maintain a clear mind and keep pumping points into it. With this thought in mind, Yi Cheng took the half-foot-long sword tip from the box, his hand trembling slightly. Taking a deep breath, Yi Cheng activated the sword intent and knife intent, cutting through the fear. Damn it! I can't just keep lying in the 6th level of Qi training, can I? If I can't cultivate, even if I've comprehended knife and sword intent, I'll be a prey to the strong. Lu Fei and Bao Yingjian want to kill me, Feng Sansong has bullied and humiliated me, the Yi family of Shanghai City wants to forcefully take my bloodline. I'm already surrounded by danger, my life hanging by a thread. No more hesitation, no more looking back. No gambling, no chances, if I die, damn it. Yi Cheng had no more escape, filled with rage and determination, he turned the sword tip towards his navel where the 7th Sea of Qi was located. With one sword strike. Poof! The blood erupted like a fountain. The excruciating pain began to spread from the wound, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Yi Cheng's eyes nearly popped out, his facial features twisted, and his body convulsed. Enduring the pain, gritting his teeth with determination, he focused his mind on the sword-devouring technique. His eyes widened, staring intensely at the panel. A few breaths later. Character, Yi Cheng. Age, 16 years old. Current technique, no rank sword devouring technique 5/1000000, plus or minus. Crushing value, 406-4750. The sword devouring technique has been recorded by the panel. It hurts so much. Add points. Give me more. Fill it up. Plus. Chapter 15. With enough crushing value, the speed of adding points is impressively fast. The proficiency of sword devouring technique skyrocketed like a rocket launch. When Yi Cheng was about to faint from excessive blood loss. Heaven, have mercy. Character, Yi Cheng. Age, 16 years old. Current technique, no rank sword devouring technique 1000000/1000000, plus or minus. Crushing value, 306-4755. The broken sword transformed into a beam of light, rushing into Yi Cheng's body like a fleeting moment. Steadily suspended in Yi Cheng's shattered 7th Qi. At the position of his belly button, that horrifying and bloody sword wound miraculously stopped bleeding and healed, leaving not even a scar. His body no longer hurt at all, but recalling the real pain just now, it felt as if his whole body was sliced by blades. Yi Cheng couldn't help but feel terrified. It was too damn painful. Yi Cheng never wanted to experience this again in his life. After resting for a moment, he finally calmed down. Looking down, there was a pool of blood on the ground. It was estimated to be at least 700 to 800 milliliters. Terrifying. A normal person losing so much blood would probably be in life danger. Fortunately, Yi Cheng consumed a piece of Storm Tiger Blood Essence Stone, sweeping away his weakness and making his body strong, with abundant and vigorous energy. Eating more farm eggs, large red dates, black chicken soup, perhaps he could recover. Let's see if the 7th Qi can now hold spiritual energy. Yi Cheng still felt uncertain, anxious at heart. He got up, rushing down to his room, and grabbed a few medium-grade spirit stones. Back in the rooftop garden, Yi Cheng sat cross-legged, gripping a medium-grade spirit stone in each hand. With his eyes observing his nose and his nose observing his heart like an old monk in meditation, he released inner energy, seeped into the spirit stones, drawing out the spiritual energy contained within, and then silently operated nourishing Qi technique, guiding this spiritual energy into his body. Today on the arena, killing Chen Jun and bursting out with sword energy to intimidate Gu Cheng, Yi Cheng consumed a lot. Out of 6 Qis, 4 were emptied. The two major disadvantages of insufficient total inner energy and worrying quality of inner energy were vividly displayed. First, he refined the spiritual energy into inner energy, refilling the 4 empty Qis. Next, the most crucial moment arrived. Success or failure depended on this one move. Yi Cheng continued to extract spiritual energy from the spirit stones, running nourishing Qi technique effortlessly, allowing it to easily penetrate through the first 6 Qis, reaching the final battlefield, the 7th Qi. Spiritual energy surged into the 7th Qi, instantaneously swallowed by the broken sword. greedy, hungry, unfulfilled desire. Like a traveler in the desert seeing a sweet spring, or nearly dead crops meeting torrential rain. No longer leaking out at the slightest touch, the broken sword perfectly replaced the battered 7th GC. Yi Chang almost burst into tears from joy, a feeling as if he had returned after a long time surged in his heart. I finally got up. Filling the deficits of the 4 GCs took less than half a medium-grade spirit stone, but the broken sword absorbed 3 whole medium-grade spirit stones to reach saturation, truly a big eater. It is worth mentioning that warriors at the Qi training realm absorb spiritual energy and transform it into inner energy, stored in 10 GCs. But the broken sword does not follow the usual path, converting the absorbed spiritual energy into sword energy. This is the unique sword devouring technique, completely a different cultivation system. It is not about cultivating martial arts, but about cultivating sword arts. At this moment, in Yi Chang's 7th GC, which is inside the broken sword, hundreds of sword energies were being nurtured, flowing like dragons and snakes. Every sword energy contained the sharpness to cut through all, and once it broke through the body, it would be like a white rainbow piercing the sun, an eagle soaring in the sky, unstoppable. If the sword intent is attached to the sword energy, wielding an unmatched aura with momentum that frightens even gods and demons, striking fiercely with a slash, Yi Chang could hardly imagine what terrifying killing power would erupt. Can I kill a solidifying reality realm warrior now? Yi Chang's gaze was sharp. Having mastered the sword devouring technique, Yi Chang was truly a postnatal sword body. This achievement might even surpass that of the ancient powerful being from Kanglan continent, the owner of the broken sword who created the sword devouring technique. The postnatal sword body was truly unmatched and unrivaled in the world. Taking Yi Chang himself as an example, his sword aura was a fusion of sword will and internal energy, transformed into an explosive force through the blade as a medium. Once the internal energy was exhausted, it would be like a skilled artisan unable to work without materials. Yi Chang could no longer release sword aura. In short, sword aura could not be generated out of thin air. But the postnatal sword body was completely different. It could absorb spiritual energy in advance, refine it into sword energy, and store it for direct use against enemies, without needing temporary conversion. It didn't even require a sword as a medium, sword energy could be shot out merely from fingers or other parts of the body. One could only say it was invincible. 666. The longer the sword energy was nurtured in the body, the greater its power would become. As Yi Chang's realm advanced, or if he replaced the low-level yellow rank nourishing Qi technique with a higher level skill, the lethality of the sword energy would also increase. Feeling inspired, Yi Chang extended his right middle finger and aimed at the stone platform situated 5 to 6 meters away, poking it through the air. Swish! A sword energy, the thickness of a finger and highly condensed, shot out, slicing through the void. The speed of the sword energy was astonishing. It was faster than light, piercing through the stone platform in an instant, creating a circular hole. A white line lingered in the air, fading away after several seconds. It's a bit like Duan Yu's 6 meridians sword from demigods and semi-devils. Yi Chang chuckled, as the destructive power of the sword energy exceeded his expectations. Focusing his mind, and seizing the moment, he aimed to open the 8th GC, pushing towards the 8th level of the Qi refining realm. Having exhausted the spiritual energy until it appeared gray and dull like a tile, he discarded the deadweight spirit stone and replaced it with an unused one. Sitting cross-legged, the location of the 8th GC, along with the mental techniques of the 8th layer of the nourishing Qi technique and the pathway for spiritual energy to flow, leaped into his mind. Yi Chang inhaled spiritual energy from the spirit stone, then manipulated the energy, pushing forward with high spirits and smoothly passing through the first 6 GCs. The spiritual energy entered the well-fed broken sword, encountering no resistance and successfully moving on, entering a meridian. With great care, the spiritual energy meandered its way along the meridian. Finally, it arrived at the position of the 8th GC. At this moment, the 8th GC was tightly closed. Open! The spiritual energy gently tapped on the doorway of the 8th GC. This was supposed to be a gradual process, it couldn't be done in one go. Yi Chang lacked that kind of patience, so he summoned the panel. Character, Yi Chang. Age, 16. Current skill, low yellow rank nourishing Qi technique 8th layer 10/8000+/. No need for crushing points, direct point allocation. Ding. Detected an auxiliary item for training nourishing Qi technique, medium grade spirit stone, using it will increase points by 400%. Would you like to use it? Yes/no. Use. He greedily extracted the spiritual energy contained in the spirit stone, breaking through the first 6 GCs and the broken sword, charging straight for the 8th GC wall. Bang! The spiritual energy, like a well-trained army of tigers and wolves, forcibly broke through the door, flooding into the 8th GC. What followed was natural, more and more spiritual energy flowed into the 8th GC, expanding its territory. Soon, the 8th GC was filled to the brim with spiritual energy. In the final step, he operated the nourishing Qi technique to refine all the spiritual energy into internal energy. Mission accomplished. It only took 1990 crushing points to easily raise his cultivation to the 8th level of the Qi refining realm. Character, Yi Chang. Age, 16. Current skill, unranked sword devouring technique 1000000/1000000+ /. Low yellow rank nourishing Qi technique 8th layer 8000/8000+/. Current martial skill, low mysterious rank Tiger Howl Swift Wind Blade 1800000/1800000 transformation. Current martial Dao realm, sword intent 12%, cannot increase points. Blade intent 5%, cannot increase points. Crushing points, 3062765. Who, the 8th level of the Qi refining realm. It seems I am not far from the solidifying reality realm. Yi Chang stood up and stretched his muscles. With tight fists, the frustration that had been stuck in his chest for a long time. Worries, gloom, resentment, frustration, despair, all those negative emotions finally vanished completely at this moment. Yi Chang felt a sense of rebirth. The sky gradually darkened. Having focused on cultivation for an entire afternoon, combined with bleeding a lot, his body was exhausted and his mind was weary. Yi Chang abandoned the idea of pushing himself to the 10th level of Qi training. A balance between work and rest is important. Resting for a day or two to recover to the best state is the way to go. In any case, he was now expelled, he had plenty of time. After pumping out dozens of buckets of water to wash away the blood on the ground like a spiderweb, he cleaned it with a mop, and that was it. Just as Yi Chang finished his work, he saw Yi Mao rushing up, grinning as he said, "Son, there's a beautiful girl looking for you, a big beauty." Beautiful girl? Yi Chang hesitated for a moment. Who is it? Chapter 16, Coastal City Vocational and Technical School. Yi Chang was planning to guess when Yi Mao couldn't hold back the words and revealed the answer. "Son, it's your homeroom teacher, Teacher Chu Lingyu, coming to look for you. Hurry down." "Oh, so it's Teacher Chu who has come." Yi Chang nodded slightly. On the first floor, Chu Lingyu sat on the sofa. Chu Lingyu was stunningly beautiful, exuding outstanding charm, her voluptuous figure, sensual and lovely. At 25 or 26, she had both the purity of a young woman and the elegance of an older one, sitting there like a breathtaking painting. Yi Chang heard Yi Mao behind him swallow hard, and he couldn't help but swallow a big mouthful of saliva himself. Quickly clearing his distracted mind, Yi Chang quietly activated the hiding technique in the sword devouring technique, and the suspended broken sword in sword chi in the 7th chi si instantly condensed into some spots, leaving no trace at all. The post-Tian sword body was a unique cultivation system, astonishing and extraordinary. It was best to keep it hidden. Chu Lingyu suddenly felt an extremely sharp aura sweep across her mind, but it quickly vanished, as if it were an illusion. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Chang, she smiled and said, "Those who comprehend the knife intent are always exuding an invisible aura of sharpness. Yi Chang, tone it down." "Son, what's knife intent?" Yi Mao asked with a confused expression. "It's nothing." Yi Chang replied casually, then frantically signaled to Chu Lingyu with his eyes. Chu Lingyu understood and nodded. It was best not to mention what had happened at Greenshang High School today. "Teacher Chu, what brings you here?" Yi Chang smiled as he walked over and plopped down next to Chu Lingyu. "Yi Chang, I came by to visit." Chu Lingyu replied with a smile. "Visit?" Yi Chang was surprised. Before Chu Lingyu could answer, Yi Mao explained nearby, "I just learned that Teacher Chu bought the villa next door to our house. Yes, my previous rental apartment expired. I heard the Shenhang Forest Villa area has a nice environment, so I came to take a look, and I was quite satisfied. Just happened that a homeowner wanted to emigrate overseas and was eager to sell, so I bought it." Chu Lingyu said casually. Since she decided to be Yi Chang's guardian, even if they didn't cohabit, at least she needed to live close to Yi Chang to protect him closely. What a coincidence! Yi Chang was half convinced. "Teacher Chu, we will be neighbors from now on. As the saying goes, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. Come by often when you have time." Yi Mao said with a bright smile, "Son, you chat with Teacher Chu for a bit, I'll go cook some good dishes." "Teacher Chu, please do stay for dinner. Then I won't be polite." Chu Lingyu readily agreed. Yi Mao hummed an old popular song, Legend of the Hungry Wolf, while bustling in the kitchen. He was very excited. "Yi Chang, what are your plans for the future?" Chu Lingyu asked. "Huh?" Yi Chang was taken aback. Chu Lingyu patiently said, "What I mean is, since you left Greenshang High School, have you thought about where to go next?" "I haven't thought about it for now," Yi Chang answered honestly. Thinking about it now, it was quite a headache. Yi Chang was not only expelled from Greenshang High School. Feng Sangsom also used his deep-rooted influence and connections in the education sector of Binhai City to block Yi Chang. Now Yi Chang is a lonely ghost, rejected by both big and small temples. In fact, high school is a fundamental period, and it is also the ultimate screening of students' martial arts talent. The primary screening occurs in elementary and middle school. High school students do not receive much investment in martial arts resources, and geniuses like Gu Qiang and Lu Fei are supported more by their families than by schools. In short, these people are born into wealthy families and never lack martial arts resources and guidance from strong mentors. Although Yi Chang comes from a poor family, he has excelled and is not inferior to those second-generation martial artists or rich kids. He is even more extraordinary than this group. For Yi Chang, whether or not to attend high school is actually irrelevant. But here comes the problem. The policy states that to participate in the National College Entrance Examination, the requirements are not only to reach the realm of solidifying the truth in martial arts but also to be a graduating high school student. In other words, if he does not go to high school, Yi Chang does not even qualify to take the exam. I'm actually a bit troubled, Yi Chang weakly asked. Do you have any good suggestions, Teacher Chu? Chu Lingyu looked certain. I've already arranged it for you. You just need to go to class in Class 2A of Binhai City Vocational School tomorrow morning. Just get on the bus first and pay later. Enrollment procedures can be completed anytime, no rush. What? Binhai City Vocational School? Yi Chang's body shook. Isn't this just a vocational school? Yi Chang had long heard about Binhai City Vocational School. Its flagship programs include excavator, CNC machine tools, beauty and hairdressing, postpartum care for sows, automobile testing and maintenance. It has produced a large number of blue-collar workers for Binhai City. It is said that most of the students at Binhai City Vocational School were judged to have no martial arts talent in elementary and middle school. They are considered useless. They are truly the reserve troops of the lower class. No. Teacher Chu, didn't you tell me not to give up on martial arts cultivation? Didn't you believe that I could break through and be reborn? Yi Chang's eyes widened in horror. Chu Lingyu smiled. Yi Chang, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. You might not know yet, but there are several classes at Binhai City Vocational School with a strong atmosphere for martial arts and the qualification to take the National College Entrance Exam. Just go there and blend in. Feng Sangsong, that old eagle, has made things difficult for you. No high school in Binhai City wants to take you in, but Binhai City Vocational School warmly welcomes you. Ha ha ha, it sounds so real, I almost believed it. Why would they warmly welcome me? I'm just a level 6 chi cultivation novice. Yi Chang laughed at himself. The matter of reviving the path of martial arts is too rushed, so I won't tell Chu Lingyu for now. Chu Lingyu transformed into a storyteller, vividly recounting the story. Yi Chang, the predecessor of Binhai City Vocational School, was Dan Mulin's school. In its prime, Dan Mulin's school shone brilliantly, not inferior to Lushing School or Shiguang School, and even overshadowed them a bit. Since ancient times, there has been no first in literature and no second in martial arts. The competition among the three schools was inevitable. Over time, healthy competition turned into unhealthy competition escalated into Lushing School and Shiguang School joining forces to resist and suppress Dan Mulin's school. Thus, battles and conflicts between teachers and students of the three schools became common. Martial artists fighting to the death was just a matter of time. Over time, grievances grew deeper, and the number of students and teachers who died in fighting increased. Later, under the strong intervention of the Binhai City Education Bureau, private fights were no longer allowed and were replaced by a competition held every 3 years. It was not a friendly sparring that ended with a point. Just like you and Bao Xiong, there are rankings and life and death decisions. Once on the platform, it's to the death. Yi Chang listened with great interest and sighed. So cruel and so tragic. It seems that Tanmulin Middle School and Lushing Middle School Shiguang are mortal enemies. However, Lushing Middle School and Shiguang Middle School are allies. Facing 1 against 2, Tanmulin Middle School won't stand a chance, right? Chu Lingyu nodded and said, Tanmulin Middle School is indeed at a disadvantage, losing more than winning. Every 3 years there are some talented students who die on the platform. However, a major accident over 30 years ago dealt a devastating blow to Tanmulin Middle School. At that time, the principal of Tanmulin Middle School personally led a group of the most outstanding students in the elite class to a secret realm for training in the Kanglan continent and was ambushed by martial artists there, resulting in a complete defeat. Even the principal, a master of the flying realm, lost his life. Since then, Tanmulin Middle School has been severely weakened. The principal's obstinacy and neglect of duty led to this tragedy, and the voices of condemnation have spread widely among the people, causing Tanmulin Middle School's reputation to plummet. However, there are rumors in the martial arts world that this was an outright conspiracy led by Lushing Middle School. The then ordinary class teacher, the inexperienced Feng Sangsong, was exceptionally promoted to vice principal after this horrific incident, which is quite intriguing. His suspicion is the greatest, yet no one has any evidence. Despite this, the arena battles continue to be held every 3 years, and Tanmulin Middle School's record has turned from losing more than winning to a series of defeats with hardly a victory. Moreover, whenever a talented student appears in Tanmulin Middle School, they will inexplicably encounter accidents, a calamity that either leads to death or disability. In recent years, the declining Tanmulin Middle School has nearly been unable to recruit students dedicated to martial arts. To survive, it has been forced to rename itself Binhai City Vocational Technical School to focus on training technical talent. These strange tales were unheard of by Yi Chang and felt like something out of street literature or unofficial history. Yi Chang, I heard you made a stunning debut at the exchange competition, killing Chen Jun and crushing Gu Qiang. Also, you were wronged and expelled by Lushing Middle School, you have deep grudges against Feng Song, and in 2 months you will face Lu Fei in a life and death battle and so on and so forth. Binhai City Vocational Technical School is decisively extending an olive branch. You are totally buffed up. Chu Lingyu said excitedly, her eyes sparkling, your talent is secondary. Binhai City Vocational Technical School mainly wants to pester Lushing Middle School. Yi Chang felt both amused and helpless. Teacher Chu, once I join, it means I carry the conflict and hatred between Binhai City Vocational Technical School and Lushing Middle School Shiguang that has lasted until now, right? You could also choose to play it safe and look out for yourself. Chu Lingyu laughed and said, but you have deep grievances with Lushing Middle School, and you will soon fight Lu Fei to the death on the platform, so it's easy to share a common hatred with Binhai City Vocational Technical School. The teacher hopes that you can represent Binhai City Vocational Technical School and give those hypocritical and despicable people like Feng Song, Bao Yingjian, and Zhou Tianhao a little shock. Teacher Chu, are you instigating me? Yi Chang was greatly shocked. Chu Lingyu spoke frankly, Yi Chang, you can understand it this way. The teacher hopes to see you rise against the odds and forcefully slap the face of those who look down on you, wrong you, sneer you, and belittle you. Wow, Teacher Chu, are you treating me like the male protagonist of a power fantasy novel? The kind where 30 years pass with the ups and downs, and you shouldn't bully the poor youth. Yi Chang found it both ridiculous and amusing. However, when he reflected on it, Yi Chang still held a grudge against Feng Song, Bao Yingjian, and Lushing Middle School. He could not forgive them at all or let it go. Sooner or later, he would take revenge. With the identity of a student from Binhai City Vocational Technical School and the enmity of the opposing side, would it not be double the joy to take revenge? Hee, just thinking about it makes me a little excited, a little secretly pleased. Moreover, Yi Chang must qualify to participate in this year's college entrance examination. He once set a grand ambition to be accepted into a key university, to find shelter before the Yi family from Songhai City forcefully claimed their bloodline. Furthermore, universities control more than half of the top martial arts resources in the Dragon Country, and many trial qualifications for secret realms and forbidden zones. Children from humble backgrounds, if they don't go to college, are destined to have limited potential, no matter how extraordinary their talent. For a simple example, even if Yi Chang held billions in assets, he could never buy high-level martial arts manuals and skills on the market. These resources are monopolized by powerful forces and are kept secret. However, once you enter a university, they are within easy reach. Yi Chang, I have already asked someone to inquire about the methods to restore your vital energy. Chu Lingyu encouraged again, with your talent, once you have the chance to return to your original state and step into the true refinement realm, you could get into a 985 or 211 university, grasping it tightly. Alright. Teacher Chu, I will listen to you. Tomorrow, I'll go to the vocational technical school in Binhai City. Yi Chang said seriously, making this decision wasn't hard, not needing to wait too long or think too deeply. Yi Chang's attitude of facing difficulties brought a smile of great comfort to the beautiful face of Chu Lingyu. Yi Mao was quick and efficient, preparing a full table of delicious dishes. The three of them enjoyed their meal with great happiness. Yi Mao worked hard during the day and managed the house at night as a loving husband, so his cooking skills were naturally excellent. Today, he had even surpassed his usual level with several dishes that left the foodie Chu Lingyu amazed, continuously praising. Yi Chang and Chu Lingyu had become increasingly familiar, unable to resist joking, Teacher Chu, why don't you be my stepmother? This way, I can eat my dad's cooking every day. My dad is only in his 40s, right in his prime, mature and stable, and having been married once, he really knows how to take care of people and be considerate. Oh my son, why are you suddenly saying such things? Although I have all these qualities you mentioned, I'm so shy. Yi Mao exclaimed excitedly, his face breaking into a huge smile as he covered it with his hands, peeking slyly at Chu Lingyu through his fingers. Chu Lingyu shot a glance at Yi Chang and flirtatiously said, Yi Chang, your idea is not bad, but your teacher prefers mature and stable men. I have a soft spot for fresh young faces, especially for someone as fair and handsome as you. The idea of an old cow eating young grass has always been their Uncle Yi. Why don't I become your daughter-in-law? This way, I can eat your cooking every day. That could work. Good water doesn't flow outside one's own field. Yi Mao said with a serious face. In the next moment, the three of them burst into laughter. A night passed without a word. Yi Chang was not in the mood to cultivate, burying himself in sleep. Resting and conserving energy. The next day, Yi Chang put on casual clothes, called a taxi, and headed straight to the vocational technical school in Binhai City. 20 minutes later, he arrived at his destination. Looking up, the school appeared quite impressive from the outside, not inferior to Lushing High School. Yi Chang's first impression was very good. Following the lively and energetic crowd, Yi Chang entered the school gate. Strolling through the campus, Yi Chang noticed that the atmosphere here was indeed quite different from Lushing High School. Everywhere he looked, there were boys and girls with their hair dyed in bright colors and dressed flamboyantly. This made Yi Chang feel quite curious. Lushing High School had a rule that students can only wear school uniforms on campus. There were also quite a few students openly smoking, exhaling clouds of smoke, and swaggering around, walking like gangsters, quite troublesome. The most unbelievable thing was pairs of boys and girls in early relationships hugging and cuddling, making extremely sounds. Even some shamelessly kiss in public. Isn't anyone going to manage this? Yi Chang stared in disbelief. Profanity like damn, shit, and nasty neighbor echoed endlessly. The air was thick with chaos. It was messy and disordered. Everyone acted as they pleased. Breaking away from convention. Hiding filth and dirt. Yi Chang wanted to escape desperately, but the ingrained saying among the Dragon Kingdom people, since we are already here, won over in the end. Forget it, let's find Class 2A's classroom. Chapter 17, Not Even Enough to Eat. Then High City Vocational Technical School. Classroom of Class 2A. The door was slightly ajar. Noisy voices came from the gap of the door. Yi Chang wore a face of being forced into a corner, and pushed the classroom door open. What met his eyes was a chaotic scene that was no better than outside. The podium was empty, with no teacher in sight. There were probably 100 or 200 students below, evenly split between boys and girls. At this moment, some girls were focused on grooming their brows and eyes with makeup mirrors. Some boys were deeply engrossed in a book titled Jean Ping Mei, unable to put it down. Some boys and girls at the same desk were intimately hugging each other, like zombies gnawing at each other. A boy was fixated on his phone, watching a video, with faintly heard phrases like Yang Dai, Chi Emoji, and Iku Iku. What the hell, these losers are my classmates. Yi Chang's face showed an expression of helplessness, feeling 1,000 blows to his heart. I would feel out of place because I wasn't twisted enough to fit in with them. I'm leaving. Yi Chang directly decided to retreat and was ready to turn around and leave this place of chaos. At that moment. Ha! A new transfer student? In the classroom, a boy shouted loudly. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, pairs of curious eyes turned in unison towards Yi Chang, who stood at the door. Oh, he looks quite handsome. A boy sitting in the front row, impeccably dressed in brand names, with a gold necklace thicker than a grown man's arm hanging around his neck and a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, styled his hair back with gel, and had a somewhat handsome face filled with arrogance as he looked at Yi Chang with a provoking gaze. Big guy, beat him up. Give him a little taste of reality, the boy said to his muscular, stocky deskmate. The big guy thought for a moment and then said, together? The brand name boy nodded, you go first, knock him down, and then I'll join in. Deal. The big guy stood up, towering over 2 meters tall. In the next second, he rushed towards Yi Chang in a few strides. Don't underestimate his size, he was as agile as a leopard when running. Reaching Yi Chang, he swung a fist the size of a sandbag directly at Yi Chang's left shoulder with exceptional force. Yi Chang was very dissatisfied with such a brutal hospitality, and threw a punch in response. His fair and delicate fist shot out first, striking solidly on the big guy's right chest. The big guy was hit as if he had been struck by a speeding truck, flying backward and crashing down, creating a loud bang as a wooden desk shattered into pieces, wooden panels scattering everywhere. Fortunately, the 2 girls sitting behind the desk reacted quickly and dodged in advance, or they would have been crushed by the big guy. Yi Chang felt a slight stirring inside, realizing the big guy's skin was tough like processed cowhide and his muscles as hard as rock. Damn! The big guy cursed as he got up, brushed off the dust from his body, spit on the ground, and glared at Yi Chang, shouting in defiance, come again. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Yi Chang again like a whirlwind. Crap, he's the type who can take a beating, Yi Chang grimaced. The punch earlier had only used 10% of his strength, but it was enough to injure someone like Bao Xiong or Chen Xian. If he added just another 10%. This big fool actually acts like nothing happened. The big guy rushed forward, his right foot stomped down sharply, and the ground seemed to sink slightly. His momentum instantly skyrocketed, blood flowing through his body with a loud, clear rush, his eyes blazing, and his skin radiating a metallic sheen. He exhaled loudly, and threw a punch, his fist compressing and rubbing against the air ahead, producing a loud, iron-like bang. This punch from the big guy had no hint of inner energy fluctuation, it was purely the force of his physical body crashing forward. A physical trainer? This punch is no joke, but the speed is as slow as a movie in slow motion. Yi Chang's pupils slightly contracted, moving like lightning to strike back, delivering a solid punch to the big guy. In less than a breath, Yi Chang could unleash over a dozen punches or slash with his blade a dozen times, leaving the big guy with no chance to dodge. This time, Yi Chang increased his power by 20%. The big guy flew up again. Yi Chang wouldn't go easy on him, he was ready to ramp up the intensity. Before the big guy could land, Yi Chang dashed forward, stretching out his long arms to grab the big guy's ankles in midair, forcefully slamming him down to the ground. The big guy immediately crashed to the ground in a backward fall with a splash, crying out in pain. Next, a brutally cruel scene unfolded in the classroom. Yi Chang swung the big guy around, continuously smashing him into the ground, amidst the loud bangs blended with the big guy's wails. Everyone exchanged glances, their hearts pounding in fear. After smashing him down a dozen or 20 times, Yi Chang finally stopped. Ding! Detected host in the 8th stage of Qi refining violently beating a martial artist in the 7th stage, crushing value plus 100. Damn, this little bit of crushing value isn't enough to even pick my teeth. Yi Chang frowned in disdain. At this moment, the big guy was bruised and battered, with a swollen head and a disheveled appearance, lying on the ground like a heap of mud. After a few seconds of catching his breath, he looked up, gasping for air, and roared angrily at the well-dressed boy, "Come on. Jiang Shichen, I've been beaten into a pizza, what are you waiting for? Didn't we agree that I would go first, and then you would follow?" Yi Chang glanced at the shocked and uneasy Jiang Shichen, then quickly surveyed the entire room. Having comprehended the essence of the blade and sword, Yi Chang's eyes naturally carried authority, and when he was angry, they exuded a fierce, menacing aura. Anyone who met Yi Chang's gaze felt a shiver down their spine, their backs cold, as if they were being watched by a monstrous beast that devours everything. So frightening. With my capabilities, I can't deal with this bunch of rabble? Yi Chang laughed coldly in his heart. Jiang Shichen shakily stood up, taking a moment to collect himself, and with a flattering smile, bowed deeply to Yi Chang, clasping his fists. "Hello, classmate. I'm Jiang Shichen, the class leader of Class 1, Grade 2 at the Binhai City Vocational Technical School, and I welcome you on behalf of the whole class. From now on, in this big family, we will study and play together, like brothers." The big guy on the ground's face changed dramatically as he cursed at Jiang Shichen. "Jiang Shichen, you son of a bitch. Classmate, please, don't just stand there, please have a seat." A beautiful girl with an apple-shaped face and a body worth admiring, who was closest to Yi Chang, stood up and offered her seat, her petite form trembling like a startled quail. Yi Chang wasn't polite and directly walked over to sit down. Jiang Shichen hurriedly ran over, trying to get closer, and asked, "Classmate, which middle school did you transfer from?" "Lusheng Middle School." Yi Chang replied. "Oh, Lusheng Middle School." Jiang Shichen nodded thoughtfully. "I heard that Lusheng Middle School produced a monster named Yi Chang, who comprehended a blade intent like no other, smashing the top talent Gu Chieying of Binhai City in the Qi refining stage, making quite a name for himself. Yi Chang is nothing. Just a god created by Lusheng Middle School." The big guy scoffed, mumbling, "I heard that Lu Fei is about to enter the true condensation stage." In Greenshang High School, the ordinary class lacked a leading figure for practicing Qi, so they packaged a Yi Chang to come out. "You all wait, someday I will go beat up that Yi Chang. If I don't beat the crap out of him, he must be clean when he shits." "I am Yi Chang," Yi Chang said indifferently. The whole class suddenly looked at the big guy with a gaze of disbelief. I can't take it anymore. Oh no. My internal organs are bleeding heavily. I'm going to die." The big guy suddenly rolled his eyes, his body convulsing a few times, spitting white foam from his mouth, and finally, he closed his eyes, head drooping, motionless. "Song Biao, what the hell are you pretending to be dead for? Weren't you supposed to beat out Yi Chang shit? Get up. Get up and fight." Jiang Shichen smiled ingratiatingly at Yi Chang, then rushed to Song Biao, who was stiff and lying on the ground, and started punching and kicking him. "Jiang Shichen. I'm going to beat the crap out of you first." Song Biao suddenly sprang up like a carp leaping and swung a fist at Jiang Shichen. Jiang Shichen's figure retreated rapidly, as fast as a storm sweeping through grass, appearing 7 or 8 meters away in the blink of an eye. This guy's lightness skill is really strong. Yi Chang couldn't help but reassess class leader Jiang Shichen, who had an aura of a spoiled rich kid. A few minutes later. "Boss Yi, smoke a cigarette. Boss Yi, eat some snacks. Boss Yi, want to watch a movie? I have an old collection of films featuring Asa Akira and Yua Mikami on my phone." Yi Chang sat there, surrounded by a crowd like a king being revered. The table in front of him was piled high with various snacks, expensive cigarettes like Huangdalu Big Gold Brick and Likun Fuchin Mountain Residence, and so on. "Boss Yi, how's the strength?" The apple-faced girl who gave up her seat for Yi Chang stood behind him, diligently giving him a shoulder and back massage. This damn world that respects the strong. Yi Chang sighed helplessly, he had never enjoyed such imperial-like treatment in Greenshang High School. "Boss Yi, don't you want a girlfriend?" Jiang Shichen sat next to Yi Chang, winking mischievously. "There are a few girls from the nursing department who are both beautiful and flirty, we can have them wear nurse uniforms." He. Hiss. "It seems like there are a lot of students in our school who are in early relationships." Yi Chang asked curiously, "Jiang Shichen, you should have a girlfriend too, right?" Jiang Shichen wore a smug expression, "Of course. Boss Yi, I have 15 girlfriends. Boss Yi, I have 9 girlfriends, a chubby boy with glasses and a face full of acne said cheerfully. Damn, even you have 9 girlfriends? Yi Chang stared at the chubby boy in disbelief. They pursued me, the chubby boy said proudly. Boss Yi, I only have 4 girlfriends. Song Biao said, his face filled with insecurity. This guy seemed to have been intimidated by Yi Chang, but Yi Chang also admired him. After a beating, he only suffered minor injuries. As for the girlfriend issue, let's not rush, we can talk about it later. Everyone disperse, the teacher is probably coming soon. Yi Chang said with a smile. Boss Yi, what teacher? Jiang Shichen said seriously. We usually rely on self-study, Sister Zining occasionally gives us some pointers. Is there not a single teacher? Yi Chang was shocked. After inquiring, he gained a preliminary understanding of the situation at Binhai City Vocational Technical School. The entire school had over 20,000 students. With such a large base, in reality, there was only one class specifically for practicing martial arts, which was the second year, 1, class. Before Yi Chang came, there were 187 students in total, with 97 boys and 90 girls. Other classes almost didn't involve martial arts, they focused on agriculture, beauty and hairdressing, and automotive and appliance repair. Graduating meant directly getting a job and enjoying the 996 fortune. Because of the special and unique nature of the second year, 1, class, plus the fact that there were many girls in Binhai City Vocational Technical School, majors like dance, early childhood education, and accounting were almost entirely comprised of girls. Therefore, boys in the second year, 1, class had no shortage of girls chasing after them. Here strong means the tallest among the short ones. Even the boys in the class, who could be described as having a shifty appearance. Anyone can step on several boats and enjoy the blessings of many people, don't you think that's infuriating? When it comes to dating, Class 1, Year 2 of Binhai Vocational Technical School is absolutely a paradise for boys. Speaking of martial arts practice, it's quite disappointing, there's no dedicated teacher, only a girl named Wei Zining responsible for instruction. You could say that the 187 students in Class 1, Year 2 were all trained under Wei Zining's guidance. Among them, the one with the highest level is the class leader, Jiang Shichen, who is at the 9th level of chi refining. The one with the lowest level is an apple-faced girl who looks quite good and gave her seat to Yi Chang, who is at the 4th level of chi refining. Song Biao is at the 7th level of chi refining, but he's nicknamed Big Dummy, a typical case of brawn over brains, with all his talent points allocated to body refinement. The remaining students are mostly around the 5th level of chi refining. This lineup is utterly embarrassing compared to the over 5,000 chi refining cultivators and more than 300 true condensation cultivators at Green Victory High School, it's laughably weak. Not to mention the comparison with Dawn High School. Wei Zining is the only true condensation martial artist at Binhai Vocational Technical School apart from the principal, a rare gem. She is regarded as the big sister, idol, teacher, and spiritual leader by everyone in Class 1, Year 2. Yi Chang, however, is not optimistic about Wei Zining's future. Rumors say that soon, she will represent Binhai Vocational Technical School in a life and death duel with Green Victory High School and Dawn High School. This is purely sending someone to their death. It's not that Yi Chang looks down on Wei Zining, it's said that the arena life and death battle is 7 vs 7. The other schools, Green Victory and Dawn High School, pick 7 of the best from nearly 1,000 true condensation students. No matter how great Wei Zining is, she will be alone. Even a wheeled battle would wear her out. 1 versus 7 is hard to even imagine. While Yi Chang was thinking about this, the previously noisy classroom suddenly went silent. Everyone returned to their seats, sitting upright and looking straight ahead. They looked like a group of quiet, timid, and obedient students. A series of delicate footsteps echoed. Yi Chang turned his head to take a look. He was stunned. He saw a girl about 17 or 18 years old walk into the classroom. She had wine-red, slightly curly short hair, a delicate oval face, almond-shaped eyes, and rosy cheeks. Her presence was striking, a rare beauty. Her height was about 1.72 meters, with a graceful and soft figure, and her fitted light blue jeans accentuated her long, rounded legs, drawing attention. She was indeed very beautiful, but her brows looked sharp, her aura fierce, giving a feeling of keeping strangers at bay. Her gaze seemed to harbor a peerless edge, as if she could extinguish life from a distance. Anyone who made eye contact would feel a choking sensation like having their throat cut. Hello, Sister Zining. Wei Zining, the only true condensation martial artist in Binhai Vocational Technical School aside from the principal. At her age, if placed at Green Victory High School, she would probably be a student in the elite classes of Year 3 or Year 4. Wei Zining walked straight up to the podium, standing there like a lone peak towering into the sky, flawless and unassailable. Yi Chang was almost certain that this Wei Zining wielded a sword, and her swordsmanship was unfathomable. He felt this intuitively. Yi Chang, 16 years old, Chi Refining Level 7. Was pierced through the 7th Chi Si by Lu Fei's sword, dropped to Chi Refining Level 6, comprehended sword intent, and defeated the strongest Chi Refining student from Dawn High School, Gu Qiaying. Expelled from school by the principal of Green Victory High School, Fengsangson, due to favoritism. Wei Zining looked at Yi Chang with an observing gaze, her tone calm as she spoke. Yi Chang nodded, neither humble nor arrogant. Your experience is quite impressive, you are someone needed at Tanmulin High School. A hint of peculiar excitement flickered in Wei Zining's youthful and stunning yet icy expression, as if a mischievous child had discovered a fascinating new toy. Yi Chang felt a chill from her unsettling gaze and silently complained, my experience is impressive? How is my experience impressive? Yi Chang, welcome to Class 1, Year 2. Wei Zining held a significant position at Binhai City Vocational Technical School. When she spoke, it represented the school and welcomed Yi Chang. Thunderous applause erupted in the classroom. Yi Chang let out a sigh of relief. The quota for participating in the college entrance examination was finally secured. It's almost lunchtime, let's go to the cafeteria, Wei Zining said before leaving the classroom. It's only 10:30, why are we having lunch already? Yi Chang asked, puzzled. Jiang Shichen smiled at Yi Chang and mysteriously said, come on, Yi boss, let's go to the cafeteria. Yi Chang had no choice but to follow the host's lead, trailing behind Jiang Shichen and the new classmates as they exited the classroom. They chatted and laughed all the way to the back door of the school. Passing through the back door, they saw a rugged mountain path, only wide enough for two vehicles to pass side by side, winding and twisting before them. On both sides of the path were lush, green trees, with no signs of people, giving off a desolate feeling. Occasionally, a breeze would blow, causing the forest to ripple like waves. At the end of the mountain path, blue mountains rose and fell, stretching endlessly, with mist swirling around, clouds wrapping at their waists. Aren't we going to the cafeteria? Yi Chang was completely at a loss, feeling a bit confused. Yi boss, our class doesn't eat the same big pot dishes as the other classes, our dedicated cafeteria isn't in the school, it's over there, Song Biao said, pointing to the distant mountains. At the foot of the mountain? Yi Chang suddenly understood. Oh, no wonder we had to go to the cafeteria early. As usual, the early comers get to feast freely, the latecomers eat leftovers, and the last to arrive will get nothing. Wei Zining said coldly, standing by the roadside. This statement was directed specifically at Yi Chang, who was, after all, the only one unaware of the rules. As soon as Wei Zining finished her words, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The students from Class 2-1 rushed forward like arrows off the bowstring, flying swiftly toward the towering, lush mountains at the end of the path. They were fast, even the slow ones covered 8 or 9 meters, like a flock of birds flying just above the ground. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chang had already lost sight of his classmates. Wei Zining was long gone as well. Leaving Yi Chang alone, bewildered in the wind. Damn, is this a race to grab food? Yi Chang took a deep breath and hurriedly began to run, chasing after the crowd. Having never practiced lightness skills or martial arts techniques, despite his strong physique and vigorous blood, even at full speed, Yi Chang only ran slightly faster than an ordinary person. As the saying goes, a horse dies from looking at mountains. The mountains seemed close but were actually far away. Yi Chang didn't slack off at all, running hard for an hour and a half, estimating he covered more than 30 kilometers. Finally, a row of quaint red brick buildings with green tiles appeared before him. The rich aroma of dishes wafted over, and Yi Chang's stomach betrayed him by growling loudly. Martial artists get hungry quickly, and after a long trek, with such energy consumption, Yi Chang was already starving, feeling like his stomach was stuck to his spine. The classmates sat outside the building, lazily soaking in the sun, sipping tea, chatting, and looking satisfied. Seeing the late arriving Yi Chang, everyone laughed. Yi boss, why are you so slow? Jiang Shichen, having eaten to his fill, slouched in a rocking chair with a big belly, burping, while using a toothpick to pick his teeth, said to Yi Chang, hurry and check the kitchen, but I think it's unlikely, there probably isn't a single bun left. Song Biao, whose face had swollen to look like a pig's head after being hit by Yi Chang, chuckled foolishly, Yi boss, if you're always this slow, aren't you going to starve? Without saying a word, Yi Chang rushed into the kitchen. A few chefs in tall hats were playing cards, smoking. Is there anything left to eat? Yi Chang asked weakly. None, where have you been? Don't disturb us while we're playing cards, go check the other cafeteria for leftovers. Yi Chang dashed into the cafeteria in a hurry. Every dining table is tidied up neatly, and the hard-working ants are washing the dishes. Gone, just as expected, the last ones arrived have nothing to eat. Yi Chang covers his flat, uncomfortable stomach and leaves the cafeteria with blank eyes. Damn it! An 8th-layer Chi training martial artist, an innate sword body, a low-level mysterious martial skill practiced to the realm, a knife intent and sword intent bearer, slaughtering opponents of the same realm, endless potential. Yet he can't even get a meal. What the hell? A strong sense of defeat rises in his heart. Yi Chang dejectedly walks to Jiang Shichen's side, squats down, and complains, why didn't you save some for me? Yi boss, you can't blame me, Jiang Shichen defensively said with an innocent face, who would have thought such a powerful you would run slower than a snail? Damn, this broken rule, the drought dies of thirst, the flood dies of drowning, Yi Chang grumbled. I need to find a way to get a few lightness technique manuals to practice, or I might really starve to death. At this moment. Brother Chang, I specially saved some food for you. A girl with an apple-shaped face walked over with small steps, smiling as she held a tray with 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, a soup, and rice. Wow, Xu Jinya, nice, you wanna pursue my boss, right? Jiang Shichen raised his eyebrows and said with a careless smile, boss, Xu Jinya is the most flirtatious girl in our class. Get lost. Xu Jinya shouted in anger. Thanks. Yi Chang was overjoyed, quickly standing up and taking the tray from Xu Jinya's hands. Yi Chang was just about to dig in. A force transmitted through the air suddenly knocked the tray in Yi Chang's hand flying, crashing to the ground with a clang, spilling food and soup everywhere. Sister Zining, Xu Jinya's expression turned awkward as she looked helplessly at Wei Zining, who was walking over with her hands behind her back. Yi Chang exploded in anger, a piercing knife intent erupted from his body, seeming to want to split this place in half. Sister Zining, even thunder doesn't strike those who are eating, aren't you too domineering? Wei Zining calmly said, if you want to eat, you have to rely on your own ability, not depend on others like a beggar. Yi Chang, since you are here, you must follow my game rules. Chapter 18, full of motivation. Alright, then I'll just go with the flow. Yi Chang spread his hands and said. He didn't want to act like a whiny woman, making a fuss and rolling around, and embarrass himself on his first day at the Binhai City Vocational and Technical School. Moreover, not being able to eat was indeed his own issue, he couldn't blame anyone else. The furious emotion quickly subsided. Wei Zining took the initiative to change the topic and asked, I heard that in 2 months, you will face Lu Fei in a life and death battle? Sister Zining, that's my personal matter. Yi Chang smiled and nodded, it's true. Wei Zining said, at that time, Lu Fei will have reached the solidification realm. What are your chances of winning? Conservatively speaking, 50-50. Yi Chang pretended to be humble. Now, the issue of the 7th Qi being abolished has been perfectly resolved, so Yi Chang didn't take the seemingly strong but actually weak Lu Fei seriously. Even though he was still in the Qi training realm, with his knife intent, and the sword energy nourished within him, he could still kill Lu Fei, who had just entered the solidification realm. No, I think it should be 1-9. Wei Zining said seriously. Yi Chang awkwardly said, Sister Zining, if you say that, you might be overestimating me. I'll become proud. 1-9 is too much, let's say 3-7, ha ha ha. Wei Zining shook her head and said seriously, what I mean is that you only have a 10% chance of winning. If you don't make significant progress in these 2 months, in the battle against Lu Fei, you will definitely die. In the exchange match between Lushing High School and Shiguang High School, you emerged as a dark horse, but you also exposed your weaknesses completely. Lu Fei will definitely target your weaknesses, and with his higher realm and stronger techniques, you won't gain any advantage with your knife intent. 1-9, I won, Lu Fei 9, why? Words don't match, and Yi Chang was too lazy to argue with Wei Zining, casually saying oh a few times. Yecheng, it seems you are quite unconvinced. Wei Zining gave a cold smile, not having fought with a condensing true realm warrior is your disadvantage. How about this, I will practice with you and let you feel the combat style of a condensing true realm warrior in advance. Before Yecheng could agree, Wei Zining gently rubbed her left hand over an inconspicuous ring on her right index finger. A flicker of ghostly light, and a single saber appeared in Wei Zining's hand as if it had materialized out of thin air. Damn! A storage spirit ring? Yecheng was momentarily stunned, and then intense envy filled his eyes. For ordinary people or low-level warriors, a storage spirit ring is a legendary treasure. Yecheng had never seen one in real life, even the elite students of Condensing True Realm at Greenshang High School didn't have this item. It is said that the storage spirit ring contains its own space, capable of storing a large number of items, like weapons, spirit stones, and miscellaneous goods, etc., with no sense of weight at all. It is a magical item, essential for powerful individuals whether at home or traveling, or exploring mysteries. Wei Zining tossed the saber to Yecheng, use your strongest strike to attack me, hold nothing back. With the saber in hand, Yecheng's demeanor changed drastically, his gaze turned icy, the intent of the blade surged like it wanted to fly, rapidly brewing an unstoppable momentum, the invisible yet tangible sharpness radiating out. Jiang Shichen, Song Biao, and others felt an acute sense of pressure and hurriedly distanced themselves. Sister Zining, since you commanded, I must obey, then I will offend you. Yecheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Never having fought a condensing true realm warrior before, Yecheng was just a frog at the bottom of a well in the Qi training realm. Since Wei Zining had offered to be a sparring partner, it could not be better, this was an experience money couldn't buy. Seeing the opportunity, Yecheng was excited and certainly didn't want to miss it. Come on, remember, don't hold back. Wei Zining said calmly. Yecheng focused his mind, drew the saber from its sheath, merging the saber intent with his inner energy, instantly transforming it into saber energy, dashing towards Wei Zining with an unbeatable force. This was Yecheng's strongest attack method aside from sword intent and sword energy. The saber energy, white as a door panel, carried a fierce aura, roaring like a tiger, violently breaking through the air, directly crushing towards Wei Zining. This is the saber master who comprehends saber intent. With a saber in hand, even deities flee. Once the saber leaves the sheath, it is instant death. The students watching felt their hearts race and their hairs stand on end. How could such an incredible existence suddenly drop into our class? Unbelievable. Wei Zining's expression remained unfazed. When the saber energy was 3 to 4 meters away from her, her body suddenly floated back gracefully, maintaining the same distance from the sharpest point of the saber energy. In other words, Wei Zining's speed was even faster than the lightning-fast saber energy. How is this possible? Yecheng was horrified. Wei Zining's calm face and effortless state made him feel deep helplessness and frustration. After retreating nearly 20 meters, the saber energy's speed and its destructive power diminished together. Wei Zining extended her left hand, her fingertip glowing with genuine energy, and gently grabbed as if catching an insect. The saber energy drastically shrank, finally compressed to the size of a finger, mere inches long, resembling a chopstick, firmly grasped by Wei Zining. No matter how it struggled or jumped, it couldn't escape Wei Zining's restraint. Soon, the genuine energy gathered in Wei Zining's palm eradicated it. Immediately after, Wei Zining casually delivered a swift chop with her right hand. A dazzling blade light, about a yard long, shot out, ignoring the distance between Wei Zining and Yecheng, tearing through the air, shooting forth like lightning. Yecheng's entire saber intent was thoroughly suppressed by this blade light. By the time he reacted, the blade light transformed into an extremely terrifying war saber, entwined with the body of a dragon, scales and claws soaring, a wave of ancient and wild aura soaring into the sky. The flash of the knife did not touch Yecheng's body, swirling around him for a moment before shooting into the high sky, making a cracking sound of cutting. Yecheng's pupils dilated, and cold sweat streamed down his entire body. If Wei Zining was his enemy, then with this strike, he would have been thoroughly killed, his body shattered into pieces. Impressive. A true Qi realm warrior is entirely a different concept from a Qi cultivation realm warrior, incomparable. Yecheng, do you understand now? Wei Zining spoke coldly. I first used speed to create distance, then released my true Qi, killing you from afar. You would be completely dead. Lu Fei is definitely not stronger than me, but his fighting style is probably similar to mine. I've learned, Yecheng responded earnestly, gradually putting away his contempt for Lu Fei. Don't underestimate a beanbag as mere food. No matter how new or clumsy a true Qi realm fighter is, they are still in the true Qi realm. However, Yecheng didn't lose heart. He still had at least 2 months to improve, to find and fill in the gaps. That's enough. Wei Zining continued to speak. A Qi cultivation realm warrior can also leap over a significant realm to kill a true Qi realm warrior. Yecheng held his breath and listened intently. Compared to a Qi cultivation realm warrior, the advantage of a true Qi realm warrior lies in the former's ability to attack from a distance, and the quality of true Qi is dozens to hundreds of times higher than inner Qi. Just entering the true Qi realm, a strand of true Qi is sharper and harder than an ordinary sword, killing from afar as easily as cutting vegetables. However, in the absence of body refinement, the differences in physical quality are not significant, both are merely flesh and blood, and can be killed. In the martial world, speed is unbeatable. As long as a Qi cultivation realm warrior's speed reaches a certain level, a true Qi realm warrior won't even have time to strike before being killed. Conversely, if they really can't win, they can also strategically retreat and escape. That makes sense. If you are fast enough, you can defeat the strong with the weak, and conquer the big with the small. Yecheng nodded in full agreement. If the speed is fast enough, it can shorten the gap between Qi cultivation realm and true Qi realm unless the true Qi realm warrior is also extremely fast. No wonder Wei Zining had all the students in Class 2-1 run dozens of kilometers on rugged mountain roads every day. This was to refine their light body skills and footwork, improving their survival capabilities. Wei Zining truly put in great effort, she deserves a thumbs up. Wei Zining then touched her storage ring and pulled out 2 old books, tossing them to Yecheng. Borrow these for a month. Yecheng caught them and glanced at the covers, instantly feeling a surge of excitement, as if gaining a treasure. Entry-level secret manuals of low-level profound rank movement techniques, eagle walking skill. Entry-level secret manuals of low-level profound rank movement techniques, snake walking step. Wow! Low-level profound rank manuals. What a big deal. Sister Zining is generous. These kinds of manuals are almost extinct in the market, you can't even buy them with money. Even for the huge Yi family in Sunhai City, to exchange for Yecheng's bloodline, the advance payment was only 3 high-level yellow-rank martial arts manuals. In comparison, Wei Zining is more reliable than the Yi family in Sunhai City. With a storage ring and low-level profound rank manuals to borrow, she's definitely a little wealthy lady. Don't be greedy, choose one that suits you to practice hard, Wei Zining advised. Only children make choices, adults naturally want them all. My domination value is already impatient, Yecheng smiled. Sister Zining, don't worry, I will act according to my capabilities. Yecheng vowed earnestly. Yi Chang, martial arts at the profound rank level are very difficult to master, but since you can comprehend knife intentions and have perfected a combined knife fist of low-level profound rank martial arts, this level of insight is almost monstrous. I believe that within a month, you will make small progress with either eagle walking skill or snake walking step. Go for it. Wei Zining encouraged. Within a month? Small progress? Who does she look down on? A day. At most 1 day. I can master these 2 movement skills to perfection. Sister Zining, just wait to be amazed. Wei Zining magically pulled out several large bags of delicious duck necks from her storage ring. He threw it to Yi Chang. Finish eating and quickly go home to enter seclusion. When can you eat on your own skills, then come back to school? I'm leaving now. After saying that, Wei Zining floated away. Yi Chang was starving and grabbed the duck neck to gnaw on it. It was explosively spicy and numbing. The more he ate, the more delicious it became, utterly irresistible. Yi boss, Sister Zining is just sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. You'll get used to it over time, Zhang Shichen said with a grin as he approached. Your lightness skill is quite good. What technique are you practicing? Yi Chang casually asked. It's the high-level yellow-grade technique crane shadow steps. Almost everyone in our class practices this. I'm just not that talented, but I've mastered it. Yi boss, even though Sister Zining gave you a low-level profound grade technique, you can't outrun me in a short time. Zhang Shichen said proudly. What nonsense are you talking? Tomorrow, you'll just be trailing behind me, eating dust. Yi Chang sneered. Brother Chang, Sister Zining told you to go home and enter seclusion. You won't be coming to school for a while, right? I'll miss you. Chu Jinya said shyly. After saying that, she took out a pack of wet wipes and gently wiped the chili oil from the corner of Yi Chang's lips. Everyone don't have to miss me too much. I'll be back for class on time tomorrow. Yi Chang said sternly. The classmates all laughed. Do you dare to come back tomorrow? Aren't you afraid of being hungry again? After eating his fill, leaving a pile of duck bones behind, Yi Chang strode away. With the secret manual in hand, full of energy. Returning to the Shenhain Forest Villa area, Yi Chang saw Chu Lingyu in her yard trimming flowers. After quitting her teaching job, Chu Lingyu's life was quite leisurely and comfortable. Chu Lingyu also spotted Yi Chang. Oh, Yi Chang, you're back home by 4 o'clock. Does the vocational technical school in Binhai City end this early? Chu Lingyu came out to greet him, looking at Yi Chang with great interest, asking, how was your first day of class? Could you adapt to the new environment? It feels great. Yi Chang said excitedly, all the classmates are talented and friendly. I really love class 2-1 of Binhai City Vocational Technical School. Thank you, Teacher Chu, for recommending me there. Especially Sister Zining, so beautiful and cool, and she's a rich woman who spends lavishly. I adore her. Yi Chang, are you being sarcastic? Chu Lingyu asked doubtfully. Yi Chang spoke with genuine sincerity. Teacher Chu, I'm not joking, my classmates are all nice to me, flattering and promoting, and Sister Zining seems aloof but is actually a good person. It's just a pity that she almost let me starve. Yi Chang didn't hide anything and told Chu Lingyu about the rules for eating in class 2-1, straightforwardly. Chu Lingyu couldn't help but laugh. She didn't expect the esteemed martial arts genius she admired to get a slap in the face on his first day at Binhai City Vocational Technical School. Yi Chang, not practicing a martial art technique truly is your biggest shortcoming. Wait for me a moment. Chu Lingyu turned back and hurried home. A few minutes later, Chu Lingyu returned, holding a crumpled old book in her hand and generously handed it to Yi Chang. This is for you. Yi Chang took it and looked at the cover. Goodness, Yi Chang exclaimed. A low-level profound grade technique manual called Shadow Clone Technique. Being supported by a rich woman is a happy thing, even happier than that is being supported by 2 rich women at the same time. You give this to me? Teacher Chu, this seems too precious. Yi Chang pretended to be polite. Just take it, when you become strong, just repay me in kind, Chu Lingyu said with a charming smile. Sure thing. Teacher Chu, you continue to be busy, I'll go home and study Shadow Clone Technique well. Remember to come to my house for dinner later. Before he even finished his sentence, Yi Chang was already impatiently running off. This child. Chu Lingyu stood there, shaking her head and laughing. Yi Chang arrived at the rooftop garden. Not being picky, he sat cross-legged on the ground and carefully read through the 3 low-level profound grade technique manuals. Eagle flight skill is suitable for long-distance charging. With a small success, one can fly over 30 meters without touching the ground in a breath. With great success, one leap can reach 80 meters, and walking on water is not a problem. In the perfect realm of eagle flight skill, one can travel 150 meters in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace in the snow, and the body is as light as a swallow flying over the grass. If eagle flight skill is practiced to the realm of transformation, in an instant, it reaches 280 meters, only slightly slower than the speed of sound at 340 meters per second, capable of ignoring the constraints of gravity for a short time and floating in mid-air. However, among tens of thousands, there may not be one who can practice eagle flight skill to the realm of transformation, making the difficulty obvious. Snakewalk is known for its unpredictability, moving like a fish in a small space, not going in a straight line, but rather in irregular arcs, Z-shaped, S-shaped with seductive movements. Moreover, in advancing and retreating, it feels as if shrinking the distance, perfectly evading enemy attacks, while also akin to a fierce and venomous ancient giant python, capturing the best moment to hunt. Once it launches an attack, it is the moment of the enemy's death. It can be said that Snakewalk integrates offense and defense, but compared to eagle flight skill, it is not as fast and is not suitable for long journeys. As for Shadow Clone, it is completely different from eagle flight skill and Snakewalk, focusing on being flashy. Its absolute speed is also inferior to eagle flight skill, but with a flash of the body, it can create human-like shadows, as dreamlike as illusions, as ethereal as mist, confusing the enemy and blurring their vision. With small success, one can leap 15 meters and create 2 shadows. With great success in Shadow Clone, one can leap 30 meters and create 5 shadows. Reaching perfection, in an instant, it covers 90 meters, creating 8 shadows. In the transformed realm of Shadow Clone, it can instantly dash 180 meters while creating 12 shadows, leaving the enemy dizzy and unable to concentrate. Teacher Chu is amazing, this Shadow Clone is too powerful. Yi Chang exclaimed in admiration. When a person moves quickly, their body becomes blurred, like a silhouette. At that moment, suddenly there are several or even dozens of shadows, instantly blinding the enemy, making it hard to tell which is real and which is fake. It is worth mentioning that when a chi-cultivating martial artist practices Shadow Clone, the shadows created are actually composed of internal energy, serving only to confuse the eyes and lacking any offensive power. If a true chi martial artist practices Shadow Clone, it will be impressive. The shadows formed by true energy are extremely sharp and can kill like cutting vegetables. Reading hundreds of times, the meaning naturally emerges. With Yi Chang's insight, there is no need to read hundreds of times, just a few readings, and he has basically understood the essence of these 3 low-level mysterious body techniques and even gained many insights. Of course, when practicing, the bottleneck will still appear as expected, but with sufficient suppressing value, all difficulties will be easily resolved. Just to make a living, practicing one eagle flight skill is more than enough, but Shadow Clone and Snakewalk have distinctive features and unique uses, which Yi Chang naturally cannot bear to give up. I want them all. Yi Chang grasped his fingers into a fist. If I push these 3 low-level mysterious body techniques to the realm of transformation, I might just be the fastest man in Binhai City, right? At that time, my combat power will at least multiply several times. Ha ha ha. Chapter 19, Time Waits for No One. Yi Chang put down the secret manual and began to practice without hesitation. First, he practiced eagle flight skill. This eagle flight skill, from beginner to perfection, emphasizes body movements and methods of force. In simple terms, it means channeling the internal energy or true energy of the martial artist along a specific meridian path to the feet, combined with the body's agile movements, achieving the magical effect of an eagle striking the sky, chasing the wind and lightning. After 40 minutes, Yi Chang moved quickly in the rooftop garden. His legs felt like the wind, not touching the ground, with his movements light and graceful, almost ready to ride the wind, flashing over 10 meters in an instant. If it weren't for the limited area of the rooftop garden, Yi Chang could leap 30 meters in a single step. The eagle flight technique has been partially mastered. Summoning the panel, he glanced at the main content. Character, Yi Chang. Age, 16 years old. Current martial skill, Xian rank low-level body technique eagle flight technique 15,000/15,000, partial mastery, plus or minus. Crushing value, 306-2865. With his monstrous insight and hard work, Yi Chang can master a high-level yellow rank martial skill in 1 hour and can perfect a low-level yellow rank martial skill in half an hour. In comparison, spending 40 minutes to barely cultivate the eagle flight technique to partial mastery seems somewhat inadequate. Xian rank martial arts are indeed extraordinarily difficult to practice. Dinner time arrived. Chu Lingyu came over again for a free meal. After dinner, Chu Lingyu invited Yi Chang to go for a walk to digest, but Yi Chang politely declined, and Yi Mao wanted to be a substitute, but Chu Lingyu refused. Yi Chang went back to the rooftop garden and rolled up his sleeves to work hard. Anyway, with the crushing value piling up like a mountain, Yi Chang couldn't be bothered to do everything personally, so he diligently practiced. Isn't grinding levels rewarding? Plus. Current martial skill, Xian rank low-level body technique eagle flight technique 45,000/45,000, major mastery, plus or minus. Current martial skill, Xian rank low-level body technique eagle flight technique 140000/140000, perfection, plus or minus. Crushing value, 287-7865. In just a few minutes, Yi Chang pushed the eagle flight technique to perfection. It can only be said that leveling up is truly the reason for success. Now, Yi Chang, when he was serious, could take a single step of 150 meters, walking on water and leaving no trace in the snow was no longer a problem. The perfected eagle flight technique is even more powerful, reaching the realm of floating in the air, but this realm is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Because it involves visualization, one must be aware that this body technique was created by the martial ancestors from the Kanglan continent, who observed the flight trajectory of the iron scale eagle and achieved enlightenment after 100 days of contemplation. To reach this perfected state, one must personally witness the iron scale eagle, this mythical beast, and comprehend its habits, fully grasping its essence. This creature is a beast from the Kanglan continent, said to be a descendant of an ancient demon bird. Where would one find it on Blue Star? Even in the Kanglan continent, it is rarely seen and is classified as an endangered species, a national key protected object. Therefore, theoretically speaking, even the most monstrous and extraordinary warriors on Blue Star can only reach perfection in the eagle flight technique, and dreaming of reaching the perfected state is out of the question. I've never even seen this iron scale eagle. I wonder if I can rely on leveling up to reach the perfected state. Yi Chang rubbed his chin. Let's give it a try. The system immediately gave feedback. Ding. Detected that the host has never observed the form and essence of the iron scale eagle. Forcibly leveling up will yield a return rate of 20%. Do you want to spend 50,000 crushing value to acquire the iron scale eagle essence? Yes/no. The system is quite helpful. It allows for forced leveling up. Yi Chang felt much lighter in spirit. However, a 20% return rate means that for every 100 crushing value invested, he could only exchange for 20 proficiency, so it seemed more worthwhile to spend 50,000 crushing value to buy the iron scale eagle essence. Yi Chang calculated carefully. In the next moment, he purchased the iron scale eagle essence. Boom! In Yi Chang's sea of consciousness, a gigantic fierce bird suddenly appeared, not a single feather on its body, all covered in dark scales that looked as if cast from iron, exuding arrogance, a ferocious aura, and its evil gaze revealed a chilling light that disregarded all life, flying at an incredible speed, like a shooting star. He grasped the essence and flight trajectory of the iron scale eagle. A gleam flashed in Yi Chang's eyes. Current martial skill, Xian rank low-level body technique eagle flight technique 10/450000, perfected, plus or minus. He could now level up normally. 2 minutes later. Current martial skill, Xian rank low-level body technique eagle flight technique 450000/450000, perfected, plus or minus. Crushing value, 2427875. Hu Yi Chang let out a breath of turbid air. The eagle flight technique has reached perfection. This is what it feels like to have a cheat awesome. With a slight movement, he effortlessly ignored the distance of several meters and lightly stood on the marble railing at the edge of the rooftop garden. Under the night sky, Yi Chang soared into the air, resembling the fierce bird iron scale eagle, gliding dozens of meters in the air, appearing as if he teleported to the rooftop garden of a distant villa. Walking in the air was as easy as walking on the ground. Just one word, cool. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Chang was in high spirits, flying from one villa to another. Flying back and forth, carefree and at ease, a refreshing feeling like a fish in water or a bird soaring in the sky arose. Diligently on duty, a large number of security guards at the 10th level of Chi training patrolled the villa area, but not one noticed the exhilarated Yi Chang. It was quite comfortable, just a bit of a waste of inner energy. After flying for a few minutes, his stored inner energy was completely exhausted. Yi Chang flew back to his rooftop garden, took a sip of water, and continued to work hard. Next, he practiced the shadow clone technique, a technique that didn't have too many complications, he just needed to add points. Still using the old routine, Yi Chang relied on his persistence and effort to cultivate the shadow clone technique to a minor success, then began the mode of crazy point adding. Current martial skill, low-level shadow clone technique of Xian class 50,000/50,000, major success, +/. Current martial skill, low-level shadow clone technique of Xian class 160000/160000, perfection, +/. Current martial skill, low-level shadow clone technique of Xian class 500000/500000, transcendence, +/. Crushing value, 1717875. Done. It took less than 10 minutes. Indeed, talent is worthless in front of cheats. The premise is to have enough crushing value. What if the crushing value runs out? The answer is simple: find a few geniuses like Gu Qiang, and enjoy the thrill of trampling, beating, and humiliating them until they obediently spit out crushing value. With 2 low-level Xian class martial arts reaching transcendence, Yi Chang was genuinely pleased. With a happy mood, let's experience the transcendent level of shadow clone technique a bit. Yi Chang ran laps in the rooftop garden. His astonishing speed made Yi Chang's body become blurry. In the next moment, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 12 silhouettes appeared, running around wildly, moving swiftly like a god, blending with Yi Chang's body, making it hard to distinguish between reality and illusion. The eagle walking technique is suitable for traveling and escaping, while the shadow clone technique primarily shines in battle, elusive and unpredictable. It can create confusion and delay the enemy. Yi Chang sat down, and the 12 silhouettes continued to run wildly, fast as fleeting light and shadow. After a moment, the silhouettes finally faded away, becoming nothing. Yi Cheng put snake walking steps at the end of his training because, among the 3 low-level Xian class body techniques, the snake walking steps had the greatest difficulty. The challenge lies in the entry level, as this body technique has extremely high requirements for the practitioner's bone flexibility, muscle elasticity, and the pull and stretch of the meridians and ligaments. One must start practicing from a young age, enduring hardships and pain beyond what ordinary people can bear to enter. By the age of 10, when the bones close, training becomes impossible. The entry-level 4 snake walking steps includes 2 fundamental skills, bone shrinkage technique and flexibility technique. No matter how high my comprehension is, I can't enter the realm of snake walking steps, forcing it would likely result in tendon ruptures and fractures, leaving me incapacitated. I can only rely on adding points. Following the secret manual, Yi Cheng performed several yoga-like moves such as downward dog, prayer pose, and peacock pose. To be honest, it was quite strenuous, but at least he recorded snake walking steps on his panel. Plus. Ding. Detected that the host did not lay a solid foundation in childhood. Forcing point addition gives a return rate of 10%. Is a 10% return rate a joke? Meanwhile, not far from Yi Cheng's home, under a tall, majestic osmanthus tree with a canopy like an umbrella, appeared a middle-aged man in his 40s. The moonlight was gentle, and the tree shadows danced. The middle-aged man's face was a bit unclear under the shade of the tree, but his eyes shone like glowing wolf eyes in the night, flickering with fierce and venomous light, sending chills down one's spine. This man, like a starving wolf hidden in the grass, was waiting for the perfect moment to pounce, ready to tear apart and devour anyone. Bao Jinjian, the brother of Bao Yinjian, the vice principal of Green Prosperity High School in Coastal City, and the father of Bao Xiong from Class 2, 9. The vengeance for his son's death cannot coexist under heaven. On a dark night with a strong wind, Bao Jinjian didn't stay at his own home but lurked near Yi Cheng's house, a purpose that couldn't be clearer. This guy's martial arts cultivation was at the late stage of the true essence realm, very deep. He ran a loan company, employing over 100 debt collectors, and his method of making a fortune was through the pig-killing scam and violent debt collection. He would deceive small bosses who had little martial arts power, no backers, but some money, or women with some beauty in society, offering naked loans and then tampering with the contracts. In short, the prey targeted by Bao Jinjian almost never escaped the tragic fate of falling into depravity, with ruined families and broken lives. It could be said that Bao Jinjian was a cold-hearted, wolfish villain, with extremely vicious and brutal methods, a criminal who did all kinds of evil. His son was killed by Yi Cheng, and his hatred was overwhelming. Without Bao Yinjian fueling the fire, Bao Jinjian came personally to torture and kill Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng, tonight I, Bao Jinjian, will crush your bones to ashes. The failure to teach your son is your father's fault, Yi Mao, and he must die as well. Yi Cheng didn't think for long. Though the 10% return rate was low, as long as he entered the door, everything would be smooth sailing. Add points. Current martial skill, low-level Xian stage body technique snake walking step 15 +1 +1 +1 +1 /15,000 entry level /. This snake walking step required 15,000 proficiency just for entry, and even though it was a low-level Xian stage body technique, its value seemed higher than eagle walking skill and shadow cloning technique. No, to be precise, it was much higher. As he added points, scenes from his childhood images of him practicing shrinking bone technique and flexible body skill day after day rushed into Yi Cheng's mind like a parade. Minutes later. Current martial skill, low-level Xian stage body technique snake walking step 15,000/15,000 entry level /. Crushing value 1567875. Damn, the snake walking step cost me 150,000 crushing value to enter. Yi Cheng felt a sharp pain in his heart. Luckily, once he entered, he could add points normally, otherwise, this body technique would be something Yi Cheng couldn't train in for now. Yi Cheng stood up and moved his bones a little. A clear, sharp sound like metal striking against metal rang out from his bones, and his muscles inside his body surged, with a continuous boom-boom sound, like dozens of people shooting arrows at the same time, their bowstrings vibrating. His body was now capable of completing all kinds of difficult movements with ease. His spine, veins, large muscles, bones, and ligaments could stretch, twist, and bend freely. To put it this way, Yi Cheng's mouth could now easily bite any part of his own body, as simple as turning his hand. Interesting. Yi Cheng stroked his chin. Continue adding points. Current martial skill, low-level Xian stage body technique snake walking step 20,000/20,000, proficient, /. Current martial skill, low-level Xian stage body technique snake walking step 40,000/40,000, small accomplishment, /. Current martial skill, low-level Xian stage body technique snake walking step 100,000/100,000, great accomplishment, /. Current martial skill, low-level Xian stage body technique snake walking step 300,000/300,000, perfected, /. Crushing value 1107875. The perfected snake walking step made Yi Cheng's limbs and joints completely flexible. His body could be hard when needed and soft when desired, hard as a rock, soft as cotton candy, as flexible as a snake with no bones. Hard and soft, integrated. So, this snake walking step not only has body refining effects, no wonder it's so much more expensive to practice than eagle walking skill and shadow cloning technique. Yi Chang suddenly understood. Next, Yi Chang practiced in the rooftop garden, moving with a sexy, elegant posture, sometimes in an S shape, sometimes in a Z shape. His movements were as if he could shrink space, making progress or retreat with ease. But that's not even the most impressive part. The most amazing thing was that while moving at high speed, Yi Chang could stop, turn, change directions, perform ironboard bridge stances, spin like a top, sway like a weeble, and move like willow catkins in the wind. It was absolutely absurd. His movements were like a darting arrow, but this arrow could bend, hover, go backward, and move in an arc as it wished. It was no longer human. The night deepened. Bao Jinjian's anger was reaching its peak, and his killing intent had already climbed to the highest point. It was time to act. Bao Jinjian was about to break into Yi Chang's home and torture Yi Chang and Yi Mao to death. Breaking into private homes to commit murder was illegal, but for Bao Jinjian, a thug who placed his life on the line, it was all about living lawlessly. Moreover, with his cultivation in the late true essence realm, it would be easy to kill Yi Chang and Yi Mao, who were only at the qi refining stage. It's just like stepping on two bugs, without any stir or sound. At that moment, I saw Chu Lingyu, who lived next door to Yecheng, dressed in home clothes, her hair fluffy, looking lazy, twisting a bag of garbage as she walked out. Bao Jinjian, Mr. Bao, what are you sneaking around here for in the middle of the night? Chu Lingyu smiled, casually saying, TSK, I can smell your murderous aura from far away. Are you here to kill Yecheng? A trace of seriousness flashed across Bao Jinjian's face. So it's Teacher Chu. Teacher Chu, you must know that my son Bao Xiong was killed by that little bastard Yecheng. There is no greater pain in this world than the white-haired sending off the black-haired. I must avenge my son, Teacher Chu, I hope you won't stop me. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Chu Lingyu asked with a half-smile, so Mr. Bao, you mean you and Yecheng are destined to never rest until one of you is dead, right? Teacher Chu, are you going to interfere? Bao Jinjian's gaze turned sharp and mad, deep hatred and anger almost igniting the air as he gritted his teeth and roared, Teacher Chu, I must kill Yecheng. No one can stop me. Chu Lingyu no longer spoke, a trace of coldness appeared on her enchanting and beautiful face, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and when they opened again, her gaze seemed to shoot out two streams of sword energy, slicing through the void. Dozens of leaves fell, bizarrely splitting in mid-air, 2 becoming 4, 4 becoming 8, in an instant, they exploded into powder. Bao Jinjian's eyes widened, terror-stricken, a storm surged in his heart, unprecedented fear rising from deep within. What a terrifying sword intent! He did not feel the slightest trace of true energy fluctuations from Chu Lingyu, all she had was sword intent, the purest sword intent. It is said that when a swordsman's sword intent reaches a certain level, even petals and leaves can injure people. Going further, with no sword in hand but a sword in heart, anything in heaven and earth can become a sword. They can even endow sword intent to a drop of water or a strand of air, giving it extremely terrifying lethality. Chu Lingyu's sword intent had already reached an unfathomable realm, a divine and enlightened level. Retreat! Bao Jinjian no longer had the slightest intention of revenge and just wanted to flee. But he was already enveloped by an invisible aura, unable to move, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Puff! Suddenly, Bao Jinjian's right arm was severed at the shoulder, flying off, blood staining the sky. The severed arm seemed to be thrown into a meat grinder, crumbling in mid-air, instantly turning flesh and bone to dust, scattering all over the ground. The ground also showed a sword mark several meters long and half a foot deep, as grass and soil flew into the air. Puff! Bao Jinjian spat out a mouthful of blood, even his blood containing strands of sword energy, penetrating the trunk of the osmanthus tree beside him, causing it to be riddled with holes. It was more than just a severed arm for Bao Jinjian. Chu Lingyu's sword intent had invaded his bones, wantonly devouring and destroying his vitality. Bao Jinjian's face turned ashen, his heart shattered. Get lost! Chu Lingyu said calmly, throwing the garbage bag into the trash can, strolling back home. Bao Jinjian felt as if he was granted a reprieve, lacking even the courage to glance at Chu Lingyu again. Dragging his severely wounded body, he fled in panic. Chu Lingyu walked to her doorstep, stopped, and glanced at Yecheng's rooftop garden out of the corner of her eye, seemingly casually saying, Bao Jinjian has been seriously injured by me, now a spent force, even if he can escape back, he will be useless. After speaking, she returned home and closed the door. In the next moment, Yecheng jumped down from the rooftop garden like a great bird, lightly landing silently. Yecheng held a single knife, a fierce color flashing in his eyes. Just now, when Chu Lingyu released her sword intent, Yecheng, also a swordsman, sensed it, looked out, and happened to witness the scene where Chu Lingyu injured Bao Jinjian. Yecheng and Bao Xiong had been classmates for nearly 2 years, naturally having seen Bao Xiong's father, Bao Jinjian. Bao Jinjian crept into the Shanhai Forest Villa area in the stillness of the night. Like a venomous snake lying in wait at the door of Yi Cheng's home, This was a question that could easily earn points. He was here to kill, to avenge Bao Xiong. Thanks to Teacher Chu's righteousness, he struck first and dealt a heavy blow to Bao Jinjian, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Cheng deeply understood the importance of delivering a fatal blow. If he didn't kill Bao Jinjian tonight, would he wait for him to heal and come back for revenge? Next time, there might not be such good luck in receiving the protection of Teacher Chu. Take advantage of his illness and take his life. The killing intent surged within Yi Cheng, and without much thought, he followed the trail of blood and rushed out. He dashed out of the community like a rabbit fleeing from a hawk, and Bao Jinjian had not run far. Yi Cheng pursued Bao Jinjian's shadow like a maggot clinging to a bone, his heart filled with fearlessness, even a little hot-blooded. The true congealing realm was divided into 4 stages: early, mid, late, and peak. Yi Cheng had once heard Bao Xiong boast that his father, Bao Jinjian, was a late-stage true congealing realm warrior. In Bao Jinjian's prime condition, Yi Cheng could only hide. He wouldn't dare to provoke a tiger's whiskers, but now Bao Jinjian had been beaten half to death by Chu Lingyu, making it the best opportunity to kill him. If Yi Cheng's current configuration could not kill even a severely injured, no, very likely a barely alive late-stage true congealing realm warrior, then he should reflect on himself. The Shanhai Forest Villa area, located in the suburbs, was vast and sparsely populated. There weren't many people even during the day, let alone at night. The two were engaged in a wild chase. Bao Jinjian sensed the relentless pursuer closing in behind him. Initially terrified, he thought his life was over, but Bao Jinjian soon discovered that it wasn't Chu Lingyu chasing him. That frail, insignificant qi cultivation aura made him furious in an instant. The 100-legged insect does not die easily. Although seriously injured, he was not something a mere qi cultivation rookie could provoke. Bao Jinjian ran to an open wasteland, stopped, turned around, and faced Yi Cheng. Under the moonlight, Bao Jinjian's right arm had a wound the size of a bowl, still dripping blood, his facial muscles twisted in pain, and his gaze was extremely chilly. Yi Cheng stood still, 20 meters away from Bao Jinjian. The two faced off. When Bao Jinjian saw that the one chasing him was Yi Cheng, his eyes nearly popped out, his expression was insane, and his aura was violent, wishing he could swallow Yi Cheng whole. Yi Cheng! You little beast! What, do you still want to kill me? A joke. A huge joke. I didn't expect you, this fool, to have inflated to this extent. Originally, with Chu Lingyu protecting you, I had no way to deal with you, yet you came knocking on my door. This is called Heaven's Net is vast and covers all. Go die. Filled with hatred, Bao Jinjian struck out, his left palm blasting towards Yi Cheng from afar. A golden light spread out, and Yi Cheng felt an invisible pressure crushing towards him like a tide. Just this aura alone had caused a sense of suffocation. A late-stage true congealing realm warrior was indeed domineering, and this was still a severely injured one. The golden light was fierce, like the blazing sun. The air erupted, turning the ground within several meters to charred black, the plants turning to ashes, even a water reservoir dug up by a farmer evaporated into white mist. Bao Jinjian used 90% of his true energy to suppress the sword qi wreaking havoc inside him. Although the strength of this attack was nearly non-existent, killing a qi cultivation practitioner was simply an easy task. I hit. Son, I avenged you. Bao Jinjian laughed maniacally, but his smile quickly froze on his face. It seemed he hadn't hit Yi Cheng but a shadow. Whoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, more than 10 silhouettes of Yi Cheng rushed into Bao Jinjian's line of sight. Confused and dazzled, he found it hard to discern the real from the fake. Suddenly, a fierce wind tore through his back, and an extremely sharp blade aura came rushing towards him, no, to be exact, aimed at the back of his neck. At the moment Bao Jinjian launched his attack, Yi Cheng had already darted, leaving only a series of silhouettes. The state-level body double transformation is no joke. In the blink of an eye, it's nearly 200 meters, elusive and unpredictable like a ghost. Bao Jinjian smelled the scent of death. He didn't dare to look back and ran forward. However, just a few steps later, Bao Jinjian suddenly felt a chill at his neck and his whole body felt light, as if he were flying. Then, astonishingly, he actually saw his own back. Bao Jinjian saw his body running desperately forward, but strangely, there was no head on the body's neck, which was still gushing blood. This scene filled him with immense panic. Damn! My head was chopped off. Bao Jinjian suddenly realized this was his last consciousness. Yecheng sheathed his sword, and Bao Jinjian's head rolled in the air for a few circles before thudding onto the ground. And his headless corpse shook a few times a few meters away before crashing down. The smell of blood filled the air. Huff! That was lucky. If Sister Zicheng and Teacher Chu hadn't given me the secret manual today, then it would have been uncertain who would win between me and the injured Bao Jinjian. Yecheng exhaled a breath of foul air. Sister Zicheng was right. The warriors of the true essence realm are also flesh and blood. If killed, they will die. The best martial arts are the swift ones. Body techniques are truly effective. After killing Bao Jinjian, Yecheng felt as if he was transforming. His spirit and energy were renewed, and an unprecedented confidence surged into his body. Ding! Detected that the 8-layer Chi practice realm host has killed a severely injured late True Essence realm warrior, crushing value plus 240,000. The system announcement made Yecheng unable to contain a cry of astonishment. Damn, killing a severely injured late True Essence realm warrior earns over 200,000 crushing value. If I kill a fully healthy one and get a 100-fold or 1,000-fold critical strike, that would be astronomical. However, this kind of thing is just daydreaming. It cannot be taken seriously. Now Yecheng, would he charge headfirst into a fully healthy late True Essence realm warrior? That would be like moths to a flame, seeking his own demise. He could deal with an early True Essence realm warrior, though. Just then, Xu Lingyu was walking closer, staring at the dancing 12 silhouettes, looking dazed, her mouth wide enough to fit a banana, drooling at the corners. Teacher Chu, you're here. Xu Lingyu wiped her mouth and exclaimed in shock, you simultaneously divided into 12 shadows, Yecheng, you've actually cultivated body double transformation to the state level? It seems so. Yecheng grinned. Oh my god, how could this only take a few hours? Yecheng, you are simply not human. Xu Lingyu was deeply shaken, unable to calm down. In just a few hours, he had cultivated a low-level mysterious body technique to the state level. This was something she had never even heard of. If Xu Lingyu knew that during these few hours, not only had Yecheng mastered body double transformation to the state level, but had also pushed the same tier eagle flight technique and snake walking step to perfection, she would probably go crazy on the spot. Teacher Chu, this is all the result of my persistence and hard work. Yecheng said seriously. It seems I was not wrong. I made a wise decision. Yecheng, you are the chosen one, with the talent of an emperor. As you grow, you will certainly rule the world and dominate the ages. Xu Lingyu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Yecheng, with this understanding, you would undoubtedly be in the top tier even in the Kanglan continent. Teacher Chu, don't praise me like that, I'll get proud. Yecheng said shyly. After a moment, Yecheng asked, Teacher Chu, you could have killed Bao Jinjian, but you only severely injured him. Did you intentionally leave him for me to kill? Let's go home, we'll talk as we walk. Xu Lingyu clapped her hands from afar, and Bao Jinjian's head and corpse exploded into two puddles of tomato-like flesh, unrecognizable even for family to identify the corpse. Chapter 20, 10 Layers of Qi Practice. Yecheng, the path of martial arts is vast and profound. To become a true master, aside from physical quality, talent, enlightenment, these basic setups aside, resources, guidance from strong individuals, adventures, and luck, are equally indispensable. However, I believe that heart and courage are also crucial. If you hesitate and hold back just now, I would lower my expectations for you. On the way home, Xu Lingyu earnestly taught. Yi Cheng suddenly realized, Teacher Chu, so you left the injured Bao Jinjian for me to kill, to test me. Xu Lingyu sincerely said, the Qi training stage is a foundational stage. The more solid the accumulation, the more resources you have, the more intense the explosion will be after entering the true condensation stage. The accumulation and resources mentioned here do not mean how advanced the techniques you have practiced or how many praises you have received, but rather, the feeling of life and death on the line. The experience of turning defeat into victory. The examples of weak overcoming strong. The geniuses I know, at the Qi training stage, have crossed great realms more than once and defeated and killed true condensation warriors. Such people's spirit and will have been sharpened to a stunning edge, possessing the arrogance and courage to rival anyone, firmly believing they can overcome everything. Once they step into the true condensation stage, they will stand out and are highly likely to grow into a powerful individual. I roughly understand, Teacher Chu, you mean to say that in the Qi training stage, the more true condensation warriors you kill, the greater the sense of achievement and confidence will rise. By the time you promote to the true condensation stage, it will be like breaking a cocoon to become a butterfly, incredibly impressive. Xu Lingyu paused slightly, then nodded, you can understand it this way. In short, those who cannot cross great realms to kill are not considered true geniuses and have low potential. No wonder after personally dealing with Bao Jinjian, I felt a subtle sensation, as if my whole being had achieved sublimation. Yi Cheng stroked his chin, deep in thought. Looking at it this way, my accumulation is still far from enough. An injured late-stage true condensation warrior's experience is merely a drop in the bucket. I need to find opportunities to kill or severely injure several well-conditioned true condensation warriors, and Lu Fei counts as one. Returning to the Shenhai Forest Villa area, the two went their separate ways. Yi Cheng honestly arrived at the rooftop garden. Tonight, if he doesn't push serpentine steps to the realm of transformation, his thoughts will be incomplete, and his obsessive-compulsive disorder will act up. Extracting the inner energy stored in his sea of qi, he refined it into a gel-like substance similar to jelly, attaching it to bones, fascia, ligaments, and even organs, connecting them like a spider web. In this way, the inner and outer body would become one, with immense strength, and the application of the body would reach a level beyond imagination, easily performing all kinds of incredible high-difficulty moves. For example, rotating the head 360 degrees, tangling the limbs, twisting the spine into a spiral. The body was like a ball of yarn, twisted and shaped at will, all tangled up. This is the transformation realm of serpentine steps. Why does it feel a bit perverse? Putting aside everything else, mastering serpentine steps to perfection could easily unlock 36 different poses in 72 variations. Wait, in the future, if I have a wife, I'd need her to practice serpentine steps hard too. Yi Chang couldn't help but let his thoughts run wild. Setting aside his wandering mind, he took out a few mid-grade spirit stones and aimed to raise his chi training stage to the 10th level first. Given that the transformation of the serpentine steps requires a massive amount of inner energy to refine into jelly, Yi Chang, at the 8th level of chi training, actually only had 7 C of chi filled with inner energy. It was necessary to open up the 9th and 10th C of chi to increase the inner energy supply to avoid a situation where the supply could not meet the demand. Ding! Detected the auxiliary item mid-grade spirit stone for practicing nourishing chi technique. After use, point gain will be increased by 400%. Do you want to use it? Yes/no. Use. Not long after. Current cultivation method, low-grade Huang level nourishing chi technique 9th layer 20,000/20,000 +/-. Current cultivation method, low-grade Huang level nourishing chi technique 10th layer 60,000/60,000 +/-. Crushing value, 1327875. Phew. Yi Chang let out a large breath of turbid air, excitement and joy overflowing. I reached the 10th level of chi training. Feng Sangsong, Lu Fei, and the principal of Shuguang Middle School, the dean of the academy, you people who look down on me, didn't expect that I, Yi Chang, have already reached the reserve of the true condensation realm? Hee, 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west, do not bully a young man in poverty. However, breaking into the true condensation realm cannot be rushed. According to Chu Lingyu's theory, Yi Chang's accumulation during the chi training stage is still far from enough. Moreover, a low-level yellow-grade technique cannot compress internal energy into liquid to transform it into true energy. At least a mid-level yellow-grade technique is required. When the talent and resources are similar, practicing high-level techniques is definitely easier to enter the true condensation realm, and future achievements will be higher. This is an unchanging truth throughout the ages. Of course, high-level techniques are undoubtedly more difficult to practice, but for Yi Chang, this is not a problem at all. With his monstrous comprehension and the support of the system, even heavenly level techniques, Yi Chang can max out. I still need to set my requirements higher. I must obtain a mysterious level technique before I can charge towards the true condensation realm. As for earth or heaven level techniques, I don't even dare to think about them. Yi Chang mumbled, then his anger boiled. Lu Fei, damn it. If the mysterious level mid-tier technique, Shinshui Ju, that I found in the Gaoshi forest hadn't been robbed by you, that would have been great. Getting sidetracked. Yi Chang collected his thoughts and began the next round of allocations. Current martial skill, low-level mysterious footwork snake steps 0+1+1+1+1+1/12500000, transformation, /transformation, +/. The internal energy stored in Yi Chang's 9 chisis was drawn out like silk, and after a series of complicated operations, it turned into a gel-like substance similar to jelly or QQ candy. This gel quickly adhered to Yi Chang's skeletal muscles and ligaments. Then the gel began to stretch and connect with each other. The whole process was smooth and flowing. It seemed simple, but that was because Yi Chang had a cheat. If it were anyone else practicing, the waste rate of internal energy would be extremely high. Even draining a chi's internal energy might not successfully refine a drop of gel. A few minutes later. Current martial skill, low-level mysterious footwork snake steps 1250000/1250000, transformation, /transformation, +/. Crushing value, 77875. It's done, so easy. However, the crushing value is about to run out, which made Yi Chang feel a bit anxious. Damn, I need to find a genius to crush. Without enough savings, I don't feel secure. At that moment. Ding. Detected that the host has elevated the low-level mysterious footwork snake steps and the low-level mysterious footwork shadow clone to transformation. The two have excellent compatibility, meeting the conditions for complementary fusion. Do you want to consume 580,000 crushing value to fuse these two footworks into mid-level mysterious footwork clone snake steps, transformation? Yes/no. Damn, snake steps and shadow clone are already impressive on their own, and they can actually fuse to create a result of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Yi Chang's heart trembled slightly. But 580,000? Too high. For now, I can only sigh and look up. The crushing value is far from enough. Sigh, I can only say money is tight when needed. I'll talk about it later. Yi Chang suppressed the regret in his heart. Standing under the moonlight, Yi Chang looked at his arm and could faintly see that beneath the skin, a layer of transparent, crystal-like membrane had already formed. Poking it with a finger felt tough and elastic. Yi Chang carefully struck his arm with a single knife, not too heavy or too light. The knife was immediately bounced away, unable to break his defense, leaving not even a trace. This isn't the point. With this layer of membrane, the stretchability, flexibility, elasticity, and resilience of Yi Chang's body have become inhuman. Using his spine as an axis and the gel as a lubricant, Yi Chang's whole body trembled, his bones creaking like a muffled thunder as he wound up tightly like a clock. His cervical vertebrae, skull, every bone, every muscle, every tendon, and even every internal organ twisted 360 degrees. This scene was simply astonishing. Let alone the Qi training or true condensation realm. Even if experts from the Golden Realm, True Yuan Realm, or Flying Sky Realm came here, they wouldn't dare to play like this. One wrong move could lead to broken bones and paralysis. Yet Yi Chang handled it effortlessly, moving with ease. In the end, he patiently refilled the 9 empty energy seas with internal energy. Mission accomplished, shower, sleep. The next day, Yi Chang happily arrived at Coastal City Vocational Technical School. In Class 2-1, classroom. Yi Chang pushed the door open and walked in. Just like yesterday, it was smoky and chaotic. Yi Chang's arrival sent the atmosphere soaring. Ha 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 ha. Boss Yi, Jiang Shichen bet that you wouldn't dare to come to class today. I put down 10,000 bucks you would show up, 1 to 10 odds, this wave will win big. Boss Yi, how about running 2 hours early when it's time to eat? Boss Yi, there's no delicious duck neck today, you can't expect Sister Zening to always be kind, right? Friendly teasing voices erupted one after another. Yi Chang sat down confidently in his seat, with 3 parts indifference, 3 parts mockery, and 4 parts nonchalance. I had a terrible time yesterday, I'm very unhappy. Today, listen up, it doesn't matter who comes, I will settle the score for yesterday. Jiang Shichen leaned over and awkwardly smiled, are you serious? Did you draw inspiration from the tortoise and the hare story last night? What a mess. Just wait, you'll be eating my dust right behind me. Yi Chang said with a grin. In the morning, Wei Zining didn't come to class. As it approached 11 o'clock, class monitor Jiang Shichen organized the classmates to head to the cafeteria. A group of people knew the way through the back gate of the school, and the distant hills came into view. Boss Yi, what's the plan? Shouldn't you run ahead? Song Biao said seriously. Run ahead? You big fool, are you joking? Alright, stop talking, you all run 20 kilometers first, and I will chase after you. Yi Chang said boldly. No mercy. The classmates burst into laughter. Under Yi Chang's repeated insistence, they began to sprint towards the cafeteria. In an instant, they vanished from Yi Chang's sight. I have to say, this group runs faster than the average students at Lushing High School. Sister Zening really knows how to train. If Coastal City Vocational Technical School and Lushing High School hold an athletics competition, they might have a fair chance. Yi Chang stood still for a while, then unleashed his technique eagle walking skill, soaring 280 meters in a flash. Class monitor Jiang Shichen practiced the advanced yellow rank skill crane shadow step to perfection, stepping out 2 to 3 meters with each stride, definitely not slow. But compared to Yi Chang now, he was simply weak. At this moment, Jiang Shichen slowed down, keeping pace with a few classmates while chatting and laughing. Boss Yi is a typical example of someone who can't stand losing face. If he stayed home to practice, he wouldn't listen. Just wait and see, today will be another embarrassing day for Boss Yi. Jiang Shichen laughed. Someone agreed, yeah, it's like forgetting the pain after the wound has healed. Someone disagreed, do you think it's possible that Boss Yi has already practiced Sister Zening's snake movement and eagle walking skill to a certain level? After all, Boss Yi is a genius, different from us useless ones. How is that possible? No matter how much of a genius he is, logic matters. Low-level skills aren't easy to master. Jiang Shichen mocked, I'll say it here, if he manages to catch up today, I'll eat shit for lunch. As soon as those words left his mouth. Whoosh! A blurry figure shot past Jiang Shichen like an arrow, streaking ahead. Jiang Shichen and the nearby classmates were stunned, their brains slow to react. They saw Yi Chang already several dozen meters ahead, stopping to turn back and give Jiang Shichen a middle finger, mocking him loudly. Jiang Shichen, you were so slow, like a snail. Yi, big brother? Jiang Shichen looked as if he had seen a ghost. Yi Chang provoked a little, then found it uninteresting, continued to run forward, fast enough to seem like he was about to fly. His figure suddenly shook, and disappeared from the spot. What the hell, no logic at all. How long has it been, and he's already mastered it? Is he cheating? Jiang Shichen had a face full of doubt about life. Class monitor, didn't you say if your big brother catches up, you'd eat shit for lunch? Do you want it dry or runny? I'll provide it for you later. I ate enoki mushrooms last night. A short, bespectacled boy beside Jiang Shichen said weakly. Yi Chang gradually caught up, leading everyone by a large margin, arriving at the cafeteria first. Finally able to eat a full meal, being first feels great. Yi Chang strolled toward the cafeteria, not even out of breath. The strikingly beautiful Wei Zining sat on a rocking chair outside the cafeteria, squinting in the sunlight. Oh, Sister Zining, you're here. Have you eaten? Yi Chang greeted Wei Zining with a smile. Wei Zining slowly opened her eyes, frowned slightly, and said with displeasure, Yi Chang, how long did you rush over here ahead of time? Didn't I tell you to stay home and practice hard during this time, and not come to school? Yi Chang smiled without answering, walked over, and took out the secret manual's 4 eagle step and snake walk from his pocket. Sister Zining, here you go. Wei Zining's expression mixed confusion with disappointment. The low-level movement techniques of the Xian level are indeed hard to practice. Just getting started can stump many people, but you shouldn't have given up so quickly. Seeing Wei Zining's disappointed expression, Yi Chang couldn't help but chuckle, gently tossing the 2 manuals to her, and coolly said, who said I gave up? Sister Zining, I have already made progress in eagle step and snake walk. Wei Zining's pupils widened in shock. You got started on 2 low-level Xian movement techniques in one night? Stunned as she was, she didn't lose her composure completely. This era had never lacked geniuses. Back then, Wei Zining had only taken half a month to reach a minor achievement in eagle step. Started? Sister Zining, you think too little of me. Yi Chang shook his head, lightly tapping the ground with his toes, and he was already dozens of meters away, light as a swallow, steady as a snake. Wei Zining instantly jumped up from the rocking chair, her eyes filled with disbelief. Great accomplishment, no, the perfect realm of eagle step, how is this possible? I trained hard for a year and a half to reach this level. Perfect realm? You can say whatever you like. Yi Chang smiled faintly. Pausing for a moment, he felt a surge of inspiration and said, Sister Zining, sparring with you yesterday benefited me greatly. In martial arts, speed is unbeatable. Now that I have made progress in my movement technique, I want to ask Sister Zining for some advice. Wei Zining steadied her mind and nodded, but... Before the word but could escape her lips, Yi Chang, disregarding martial ethics, flashed towards Wei Zining like a fleeting shadow. The distance between them was completely ignored. In less than a breath, Yi Chang was already face to face with Wei Zining, only inches apart, their breaths could be heard. Wei Zining's plump lips emitted a fragrance like orchids and musk, combined with the unique fresh scent of a girl, instantly drifting into Yi Chang's nose, making him feel wonderfully sweet and inexplicably comfortable. Wei Zining felt a slight anger, her figure retreated, ethereal as if an immortal had fallen to mortal realms. Yi Chang remembered one thing: when sparring with a warrior at the true consolidation stage, one must never allow distance to open up. Thus, as Wei Zining retreated, Yi Chang advanced, sticking to her like a piece of adhesive bandage. Both used eagle step, chasing each other across the open area outside the cafeteria. Their elegant figures resembled a pair of butterflies dancing among the flowers. Zhang Shichen and the others arrived one after another and began to watch. Oh, is Sister Zining and Yi big brother dancing? Not just dancing, it's a close dance, so ambiguous, face to face, lips to lips, the guy jumping like he has 3 legs. A woman jumped out of the mineral water. Wow, I haven't seen you for a day. How come Boss Ye's lightness skill is on par with Sister Ziying's? No, you guys look closely, Boss Yi is faster than Sister Ziying. Yi Chang was indeed faster than Wei Ziying. They both practiced the eagle flight skill, but while Wei Ziying had perfected it to perfection, covering 150 meters with each step, Yi Chang had reached the transformation stage, covering 280 meters in the blink of an eye. The former was far behind. Transformation stage. Wei Ziying realized she couldn't shake Yi Chang off no matter how hard she tried, and a storm surged in her heart, unable to calm down for a long time. With speed completely overwhelming Wei Ziying, Yi Chang began to actively attack, swinging his fist down hard. Fist shadows flew, knife glare flickered. Wei Ziying was forced to dodge frantically, looking somewhat disheveled. However, while Yi Chang seemed to have the upper hand, it was actually a mirage, a false prosperity. After all, Wei Ziying had only been retreating without unleashing her true energy, her realm pressed down, ready for a strong counterattack. Wei Ziying narrowly avoided a fierce onslaught from Yi Chang. Seizing the moment, her right hand formed a knife shape with 5 fingers close together, and she slashed out. This slash had a tricky angle, its momentum incredibly fast and unpredictable, leaving Yi Chang with no way to dodge. A true expert reveals their skill with the first move. Wei Ziying, relying on her rich combat experience, determined that Yi Chang would 100% be hit by the knife. In a flash, a crack sounded, Yi Chang's spine bent at a 90-degree angle, his body twisting into an unusual and strange posture, sidestepping Wei Ziying's hand knife. Then, like a weeble, he spun around and stood straight, launching an attack towards Wei Ziying like a lightning strike. Snake walking step. Wei Ziying jumped back a large step, her gaze filled with horror and disbelief. Chapter 21, I will fight alongside you. Even at the level of the reality stage, those who can suppress Wei Ziying in speed are few and far between. After all, perfecting the eagle flight skill is no joke. I didn't expect Yi Chang to achieve this in just one night. Such comprehension, is this really a person? What made Wei Ziying even more distracted was that Yi Chang not only cultivated the eagle flight skill to the transformation stage, but he also practiced the snake walking step remarkably well. There are limits to human strength, and a warrior's energy is also finite. Especially at low realms, one cannot practice too many high-level martial arts. Generally, those in the chi-gathering stage mastering profound martial arts are already at the limit. Forcing oneself to practice two moves will ultimately lead to failure in both. At this moment, Wei Ziying stared blankly at Yi Chang, her throat making a clucking sound, unable to speak, as if a lump had lodged in her throat. "Sister Ziying, are we still going to fight?" Yi Chang eagerly asked. Although he knew Wei Ziying had only exerted a small portion of her strength to accommodate him, being able to reciprocate after being overwhelmed yesterday, at least matching her in speed, filled Yi Chang with a great sense of satisfaction. He found it quite enjoyable, and he wanted more. Wei Ziying cleared her mind, took a deep breath, and said, "The snake-walking step is very difficult to practice, a solid foundation must be laid in childhood. I tried it 2 years ago and couldn't find the door into it. I didn't expect you, Yi Chang, to glimpse the essence of it." "Because my flexibility is very good," Yi Chang smiled broadly. Wei Ziying said, "The snake-walking step is both a movement technique and a body technique. When practiced to a certain level, it allows extreme evasion, escaping danger in a split second. Yi Chang, I will cut you with a knife, and you come to dodge. How does that sound?" "Sister Ziying, no problem. I also want to test the quality of the snake-walking step," Yi Chang replied cheerfully. Wei Ziying nodded, rubbing her storage ring, and a single knife instantly appeared in her hand. Drawing the knife from its sheath, Wei Ziying's aura changed. Her eyes radiated a fierce light, penetrating the heart and dispersing an invisible sharpness. Yi Chang felt a vague sense of his knife intent being suppressed. He understood in his heart Sister Ziying also comprehended knife intent, and her knife intent was stronger than mine. Wei Ziying returned the sheath to her storage ring, holding the knife in her left hand, taking 2 steps forward, and said seriously, "Yi Chang, I once found a secret ruin in the Kanglin continent. I found a left-handed knife manual. The left-handed knife technique is completely different from the regular knife skills, the movement of the knife is reversed, filled with mysterious changes. Yi Chang, be careful." "I understand, Sister Ziying, come on. Please don't pity me just because I am a delicate flower." Yi Chang joked, but his expression turned serious, knowing that Wei Ziying was about to be serious. "Here it comes." Wei Ziying wasted no time, raising her hand to deliver a knife strike at an odd and unparalleled angle, cutting towards Yi Chang's left shoulder, the knife light undulating and twisting like a snake. Yi Chang stood his ground, his bones cracking and popping, his muscles pulling as his left shoulder impossibly shifted to the right, snugging up against his right shoulder, narrowly avoiding the attack. The knife light struck the ground, carving out a scar, mud and stones flying everywhere. Wei Ziying gave Yi Chang no chance to catch his breath, unleashing a series of treacherous left-handed knife techniques, each cut faster, more brutal, and more bizarre than the last, like enraged poisonous snakes biting wildly. Every strike was lethal, seemingly aimed at killing Yi Chang. The knife energy rolled out like a wave, even the onlookers felt a chilling sense of danger, instinctively backing away from the battlefield, each one startled, sweating profusely, prepared to mourn for Yi Chang at any moment. Yi Chang faced the crisis fearlessly. Between every bone and muscle, between every organ, countless jelly-like gels intertwined, allowing him to control his body to an astounding degree. He twisted into shapes of intersection, bent into integral, curled into square root, and contorted into reverse tilde. He became like a Transformers, moving nimbly through the rain of knife light, finding gaps to slip through. Each time peril approached, he was able to turn danger into safety, with countless knife lights grazing his body, the sound of the air exploding around him, the ground scarred with deep grooves. Yi Chang's practical application of the snake-walking technique was becoming increasingly adept. The onlookers went from feeling their hair stand on end to being dumbfounded, finally bowing in worship to Yi Chang. He could escape unscathed from all this? My brother is invincible. Then, Yi Chang moved, his movements ghostly, in S-shapes and Z-shapes showcasing his flair. He fully utilized the snake-walking technique. During high-speed movements, he executed handstands, splits, the golden rooster stands on one leg, sudden stops and quick turns. Various difficult actions came effortlessly, while Wei Ziying frantically chased and attacked. Every time Yi Chang was about to be hit, he miraculously dodged at the last moment. That's enough. Wei Ziying sheathed her knife, standing still, with a look of unprecedented shock on her face. Looking at Yi Chang, her eyes seemed to see an alien. Even with all your effort, I couldn't hit you. You must have perfected snake walking to its peak, right? In just one night, 2 low-level mystic body techniques have reached the pinnacle. Yi Chang, referring to you as a martial arts prodigy is no longer enough. You are a heavenly deity descendant. You must restore the glory of the Tanmu Forest High School. In fact, Wei Ziying could have released knife intent to suppress, or directly unleashed a knife force powerful enough to shake mountains and crush rocks, and could have killed Yi Chang in one blow, but mere knife techniques couldn't handle Yi Chang. Sister Ziying has such a high opinion of Yi Laoda. Zhang Shichen sighed, his face filled with admiration, but how could someone like him be expelled from Greenshang High School? I can't make sense of it. Song Biao chuckled, Sister Ziying has a high opinion of me too. She said my bones are unique and that I'm a rare martial arts genius. The task of maintaining world peace will fall on my shoulders in the future. You believe that? Jiang Shichen's eyes looked strange. Of course I believe it. Song Biao nodded earnestly. Brother Chang is so handsome, I want to have his child. Chu Jingya's eyes sparkled, her face filled with infatuation. I have a premonition that our Binhai City Vocational Technical School is about to rise. Let's eat. Wei Zining cast a deep glance at Yi Chang, storing the knife into her storage ring. Bearing the excitement in his heart, he feigned indifference and spoke. The food in the second year, Class 1, was surprisingly good. Braised fierce beast meat, stir-fried fierce beast organs, fierce beast bone soup. Yi Chang seldom ate these things, not because he didn't like them, but because they were too expensive. Ordinary poultry, livestock, and seafood could not even compare. Most fierce beasts originated from the Kanglan continent, containing the spirit energy of heaven and earth, thus their bones and meat were highly nourishing. Eating them frequently could strengthen one's foundation, enhance one's constitution, and boost vitality, making them highly sought after by the wealthy and powerful and blue star and high-level martial artists. Could today be a special day? Yi Chang asked. Jiang Shichen proudly told Yi Chang that the food in second year, Class 1, wasn't an occasional treat, but they ate fierce beasts for every meal. Yi Chang was stunned. Fierce beast meat was not only exceptionally delicious, but it also packed a punch. After eating, his stomach felt warm, and this warmth spread throughout his organs, making his limbs feel energized, fatigue vanished, and his overall state was as if he had drunk nectar in jade liquid. Eating so well, how much living expense do we pay every month? Yi Chang devoured his food, with oil dripping from his mouth. Jiang Shichen shook her head and said, the school hasn't charged us a penny. Yi Lauda, let me tell you, most of the fierce beasts we eat are hunted by Sister Zicheng at the risk of her life, and she feeds us for free. The martial arts resources we need daily are also arranged by Sister Zicheng. You could say our class of 187 people relies on her, and now that there's you, it's a total of 188 mouths. Sister Zicheng has more burden now, sigh. Yi Chang was amazed. Other high schools receive annual funding from the government, while Binhai Vocational and Technical School is unique, relying solely on Wei Zicheng's strength. Yi Chang couldn't help but glance at Wei Zicheng, who was quietly eating by the window, with sunlight streaming in, casting a golden glow around her, making her exquisitely beautiful and ethereal. After eating, Wei Zicheng called him outside. Yi Chang, your potential is incredibly terrifying. Given time, you will have a place at the top of martial arts and Blue Star, Wei Zicheng said solemnly. Sister Zicheng, please don't praise me too much. Yi Chang pretended to feel pitiful and acted sadly. My 7th Qi has been crippled, I will be stuck in the 6th level of Qi cultivation for my life. What I have now is just a flash in the pan. To be realistic, I don't even qualify for the National College entrance examination. There's no need to belittle yourself. Wei Zicheng became increasingly excited. Even if you can't reach the condensing truth realm, you can still refine your body. To go to university, you don't necessarily have to take the National College entrance examination, there's also the special recruitment route. Wei Zicheng seemed to be in high spirits, speaking non-stop. If you can crush the condensing truth realm while in the Qi cultivation realm, I believe you will definitely attract the attention of some prestigious universities. In 2 months, your battle with Lu Fei is a great opportunity to make a name for yourself, you must defeat him. Also, the ongoing life and death duel between Tanmu Forest High School and Lushing High School will also serve as a stage to showcase yourself. Of course, if you don't want to, I will never force you to get involved in this blood feud. Yi Chang smiled and said, Sister Zicheng, I have fallen out with Lushing High School. Feng Sangsong, Baoing Jian, and Lu Fei hate me to the core, they want to eliminate me. Representing Binhai Vocational and Technical School, which is Tanmu Forest High School from back then, is the best retaliation against these treacherous people. Sister Zicheng, I will fight alongside you. Tears appeared in Wei Zicheng's eyes, and after a few seconds, she said, then I can train you without holding back. Train? Sister Zicheng, how do you plan to train me? Yi Chang asked. Yi Chang, your potential is beyond doubt, I can't even blow it up anymore. However, you are still just a tender seedling. There's still a lot of room for improvement. Wei Zining said seriously. Then, Sister Zining, can you give me a few more secret manuals to practice at home? Wei Zining shook her head and said, Yecheng, your offensive techniques and body agility are good enough. What you lack now is experience in real combat and life and death struggles. Fighting me doesn't hold much value, both sides would hold back and know when to stop. Then who should I fight? Yecheng asked, his face full of curiosity. Wei Zining rubbed her storage ring and took out a document, handing it to Yecheng. Yecheng took it and looked carefully. The document was only 1 page, and the most striking part was a 2-inch color photo. In the photo was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with fierce eyes exuding a brutal aura, a face full of flesh, and a jawline that suggested he was not a good person. This guy clearly looked like trouble. Beneath the photo were written words. Task, capture or kill the wanted criminal Luo Hai.
Crimes, robbery, indiscriminate killing, exterminating families, raping women.
Strength analysis, early stage of the solidifying reality realm.
Task reward, capture alive, 10 million renminbi plus 20 mid-grade spirit stones. Kill, 5 million renminbi plus 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Sister Xening, what is this?
Yecheng asked, already having a vague guess in his heart but still wanting to ask.
Wei Xening said, the police department often has tasks to capture or kill wanted criminals. Because the risks are high, those who take the tasks are usually powerful social martial artists.
Of course, a small number of high school and college students from the solidifying reality realm also get involved, making money while training. This Luo Hai is a ruthless bandit, roaming the country killing people and robbing their belongings. His methods are extremely brutal and he is cunning, having been wanted by the Ministry of Public Security and hunted by enemies for years yet still freely evading capture. Recently, Luo Hai has infiltrated Binhai City, committing crimes repeatedly, killing 7 people and raping 4 women, causing the local police a lot of embarrassment. The task to kill Luo Hai was originally assigned to me, Yecheng, but now I'm giving it to you.
What do you think? Early stage of the solidifying reality realm? Yecheng licked his lips and asked.
Yes, but this murderer, who has been surviving on the razor's edge of danger for years without a scratch, has a battle awareness and killing experience that is extremely sharp. He can unleash at least 140% to 150% of his strength, maybe even more. Wei Xening stated seriously, Yecheng, sending a high school student like you to capture Luo Hai, a desperate killer, seems a bit unfair. However, a flower that blooms in a greenhouse cannot withstand the storm. If you can complete this task, it will greatly enhance your mindset and practical abilities. Remember, Yecheng, cultivation is not just about practicing martial arts manuals, being in danger at all times is the best way to cultivate. Real strong people all come from mountains of corpses and seas of blood.
Yecheng silently nodded in his heart. Sister Xening's and Teacher Chu's views coincided on certain points. They both told him that to become a true powerhouse, he needed to cross great boundaries and kill, practicing the solidifying reality realm when in the Chi training realm, and practicing the diamond realm while in the solidifying reality realm, to be bold and forge ahead. Who wouldn't want to become a resounding and unparalleled powerhouse?
This step, Yecheng would have to take sooner or later, and besides, defeating the strong while being weak would yield huge crushing values.
If he hesitated in the face of a ruthless criminal in the early stage of the solidifying reality realm, wouldn't that be wasting the system? Okay, Sister Xening, you can rest assured and hand this task over to me. I will go kill Luo Hai.
Yecheng said confidently.
Very good.
Wei Xening showed a look of approval. Yecheng, you've mastered both the snake walking steps and eagle walking techniques to perfection.
With the intent of your blade, killing Luo Hai shouldn't be hard. Moreover, in Luo Hai's eyes, you are like an ant, he will definitely be careless.
When you meet him, don't say any unnecessary words, just kill him directly. Yi Cheng rubbed his chin. Even if Luo Hai is as cunning as a ghost, he wouldn't expect that a mere low-level Chi refinement trash would dare to take on the task of killing him, right?
With my advantage, why do I feel a bit too eager? Zijing, where is Luo Hai? I'm going to kill him now. Chapter 22, Kneel down for me. Yi Cheng, don't rush.
Wei Zijing smiled. The biggest challenge in capturing a seasoned wanted criminal isn't actually killing him, but finding him. That's why I spent 10 million to buy Luo Hai's whereabouts from Jianshan Pavilion. Jianshan Pavilion is a large grassroots organization, existing all over the Dragon Country, mainly dealing and selling various kinds of information and secrets. Their intel is usually very accurate, but it's quite expensive. Oh, wait, Zijing, you spent 10 million to buy Luo Hai's whereabouts, but the reward for killing him is only 5 million plus 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Yi Cheng was confused. A mid-grade spirit stone is worth about 50,000, so the reward for killing Luo Hai is almost equal to the cost of buying the information. Isn't this a fool's errand?
Zijing, what do you want from this task? Upholding justice? Or are you a psychopath who enjoys killing?
You must capture Luo Hai alive to make a profit, but capturing him alive is much harder than just killing him directly.
You're the psychopath.
Wei Zijing rolled her eyes at Yi Cheng, her tone mildly reproachful. Wanted criminals like Luo Hai, who have committed countless crimes, usually have a lot of money and even martial resources on them. Whoever kills him gets everything he has, no need to hand it over. This is what drives countless bounty hunters crazy. Sometimes, if you're lucky enough to encounter a fat sheep, making a fortune is not a dream. Yi Cheng suddenly understood, so being a bounty hunter is actually a good profession, but the risks are quite high. Wei Zijing continued, especially for high school students, helping the police capture or kill notorious wanted criminals will be recorded in their files, which can add points for the college entrance exam. Even if you don't get into university, you will have priority for admission if you want to become a police officer.
Is it that great? Yi Cheng was shocked, feeling even more motivated. Yi Cheng, add me as a WeChat friend, I'll send you Luo Hai's hiding address. Wei Zijing took out her phone and said, after you complete the task, give me the 10 million for the information, and you can keep everything else, okay? Zijing, that's fair.
Yi Cheng grinned and took out his phone, scanning to add Wei Zijing as a WeChat friend. Wei Zijing's WeChat nickname was Blossoms of Wealth, and Yi Cheng couldn't help but feel speechless. Currently, Luo Hai was hiding at a construction site of a half-built building in Fuli County, but he might not be there tomorrow, so to kill him, it was best to act quickly. Hesitating might lead to missing the target.
Zijing, I will leave now. Yi Cheng said anxiously. Wait for my good news.
Wait, Wei Zijing called out to Yi Cheng, rubbing her storage ring, and handed him a sheathed saber. Yi Cheng, this knife is for you. While it's not some divine weapon, it is forged from high-quality steel and sharper than ordinary swords. Yi Cheng accepted it and drew the saber, an eerie chill seeping out. The blade was 3 feet 8 inches long and 2 inches 7/10 wide, with a bone-chilling cloud-like and wave-like pattern shimmering on the blade.
Good knife. Zijing, thanks. Yi Cheng couldn't stop admiring this majestic saber.
This is a chi-gathering pill, which can quickly replenish your depleted inner energy. I'm in the true condensation realm and don't need it anymore, so here, take it. Wei Zijing handed Yi Cheng a bottle of pills. The chi-gathering pill is a great treasure. Once consumed, its power rushes into the chi sea and directly transforms into inner energy, replenishing the deficit. The effect is unparalleled compared to spirit stones, and it is highly sought after by those in the chi refinement realm. However, the market price has been inflated to around 200,000 to 300,000 RMB each, making it only affordable for those with deep pockets.
Zijing is extremely generous.
Yi Cheng was astonished. After bidding farewell to Wei Zining and his classmates, Yi Cheng left Binhai City Vocational Technical School. Without bothering to go home, he took a taxi straight to Fuli County. Binhai City consists of 5 districts and 4 counties, with Fuli County being one of the 4 county towns, and also the largest in area and population. Compared to the city, county towns have a natural disadvantage in resource endowments, and their economic development is lagging behind, leading to relatively fewer high-level martial artists.
Upon arrival, it was just past 4 in the afternoon.
Yi Cheng had been to Fuli County several times, so it felt familiar, and he strolled leisurely through the town. The tension, anxiety, and pressure in his heart were forcefully erased by Yi Cheng's sword intent and knife intent. Instead, he felt the carefree and heroic spirit of a person with a knife, charged with passion, walking the rivers and lakes. Yi Cheng planned to take action after dark. Fuli County's douhua, tofu pudding, is famous far and wide, with a soft yet not old texture, tender yet not mushy, and a fragrant and lasting aroma. Around 6 o'clock, Yi Cheng found an old-fashioned douhua shop to treat his stomach before the battle. The shop was bustling with business, packed with people. Fortunately for Yi Cheng, he managed to grab the last table, which had a good view by the window. Before long, 3 bowls of snow-white douhua and a plate of spicy and aromatic dipping sauce were served at his table by a waitress. Yi Cheng couldn't help but swallow, put his knife down on the table, and picked up his chopsticks, ready to feast.
Yi Cheng.
A girl's voice, as sweet and clear as a golden oriole coming out of the valley, rang out. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. Yi Cheng paused for a moment and looked up. There was Gu Qiaying, her face full of surprise, walking straight toward him. Today, Gu Qiaying's appearance was slightly different from their first meeting. Her long black hair was tied into 2 ponytails, and her center-parted bangs framed her face, making her look both beautiful and sweet. She wore round glasses, revealing a touch of elegant, artistic temperament, holding a single knife, dressed in the Shuguang Middle School uniform.
Yi Cheng, I didn't expect you to be in Fuli County too. Are you here for a little fun?
Gu Qiaying quickly approached Yi Cheng with enthusiasm, but then her expression dimmed, and guilt appeared on her youthful cheeks filled with collagen.
Yi Cheng, I'm really sorry.
That day at Lisheng Middle School, with so many people targeting you, I didn't comfort you.
Well, I mainly didn't know how to comfort you. The destruction of the 7th Chi Sea must have been a huge blow to you. But I believe you can rise again. Rise again?
Ah, I'll take your good words.
Yi Cheng laughed. The reason he came to Fuli County was naturally inconvenient to disclose, so he countered, Gu Qiaying, what are you doing in Fuli County?
Gu Qiaying instinctively looked around and then plopped down into the chair next to Yi Cheng, leaning closer and lowering her voice, doing a mission, hunting down a notorious wanted criminal who kills without hesitation.
What? Yi Cheng was taken aback.
Theoretically, it was very unlikely for 2 notorious criminals who kill without hesitation to be hiding in such a small county at the same time.
In other words, Gu Qiaying's target was also Luo Hai.
This was simply speechless. Such behavior clearly meant snatching the kill.
But Gu Qiaying, what right do you have? You couldn't even defeat the me from back then, a trash at the 10th level of chi practice, and you dare to hunt down an early-stage thug at the true condensation realm? That's sheer audacity.
Seeing Yi Cheng's strange expression, Gu Qiaying hurriedly explained in a low voice, Yi Cheng, actually, I'm just tagging along with a senior for some experience. The one taking action is my senior from the elite class at Shuguang Middle School, a late-stage expert at the true condensation realm.
What the hell? A late-stage expert at the true condensation realm?
The true condensation realm has 4 stages: early, mid, late, and peak. Each stage is a hurdle. A late-stage expert can easily crush an early stage one with no suspense at all. Yi Chang never expected that a strong competitor would suddenly appear, and the 1 million his sister Xining spent to buy information, most of it will go to waste. Yi Chang was furious, wishing he could slap Gu Qieying twice right then and there. Yi Chang, your face looks terrible, as if someone owes you money. Are you unhappy to see me? Gu Qieying's delicate little face was filled with grievance. Poof. Yi Chang let out a loud sigh, forcing a fake smile on his face. How could that be? This is undoubtedly a beautiful encounter. I'm overjoyed. Really? I'm very happy too. Gu Qieying lowered her head, her voice like a mosquito, feeling sweet inside. Yi Chang adjusted his emotions and hinted, by the way, I heard that the biggest difficulty in catching a cunning wanted criminal is not killing him, but finding him. Welfare County isn't too big or too small. Unless you can pinpoint the location of the criminal accurately, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Not knowing what enchanted soup she had been fed, Gu Qieying, who usually regarded shallow conversations as taboo, spilled everything to Yi Chang. That criminal is hiding at a nearby unfinished building site. When luck comes, it cannot be blocked. A girl in my class is local. Her house happens to be not far from the criminal's hiding place. Last night, she accidentally discovered the criminal's whereabouts. Qieying, do you know him? You seem to get along well. A man and a woman came striding in from outside. The man, around 20, of average height and looks, had a proud expression, wearing a Shiguang High School uniform, with his hands in his pockets, posing as if everything was under his control. The girl also wore a Shiguang High School uniform, about the same age as Gu Qieying, with clear brows and bright eyes, her long hair flowing down her shoulders. It was the man who spoke, his tone sour. To be honest, he had known Gu Qieying for a while, but had never seen the school's flower chatting happily with any guy. She usually maintained an aloof demeanor, rarely smiling, and stayed cold and reserved. The two walked over and, without consulting Yi Chang, sat down in the empty seats. Yi Chang didn't say anything. After all, in this crowded restaurant, there were not many rules, and sharing tables was common during peak hours. The aura of true energy emanating from the man was terrifying. With a strong sense of oppression, he was probably the senior in the late stage of the true condensation realm that Gu Qieying had mentioned. Yi Chang. The pretty girl looked at Yi Chang, raised an eyebrow, and greeted him casually. You know me? Yi Chang was slightly puzzled. Hee, at our Shiguang High and Lusheng High exchange competition, you became famous by defeating Yingying. How could I not know you? The pretty girl spoke with a mocking tone. Unfortunately, fate is cruel. Your sea of energy has been wasted, and your limit is just like that. Yi Chang had embarrassed Shiguang High and caused Gu Qieying to taste defeat for the first time, resulting in many students from Shiguang High holding deep resentment towards him. Oh, so you're that Yi Chang? The man's expression instantly darkened, his icy gaze revealing a hint of ruthless killing intent. For a martial artist, being defeated in their prime can create a serious psychological shadow, planting a seed of failure that affects future breakthroughs. Yi Chang, your luck allowed you to win against Yingying with just a move or two in the arena, but daringly humiliating her in public. Do you want to ruin her? Who gave you the courage, Liang Jingru? Kneel before me. The man's aura suddenly surged, the killing intent in his eyes almost solidifying, as if with just one move, he could unleash a storm and crush Yi Chang into dust, causing diners in the restaurant to turn their heads. Chapter 23, Show us off and let us fly. The man, without any hesitation, revealed his fangs, trying to bully the weak. A strong sense of oppression pressed down on Yi Chang like a heavy mountain. Fortunately, the experience of personally defeating the late-stage true condensation realm warrior Bao Jinjian was not useless. Yi Chang did not show any weakness in his spirit, nor would he humiliate himself by kneeling. He licked his lips, and the intention of the blade and sword within him brewed wildly. The sword aura in the 7th Chi stirred restlessly. Damn it, it's just a fight. With the 3-door practice reaching the realm of transformation, he had some confidence in his low-level lightness skill in the mysterious realm. Whether it was speed evasion or clever deceit to confuse others, it was extraordinary. Even if he took 1,000 steps back, if he couldn't win, he could just run away. Back then, on the arena, in order to gain crushing value, Yi Chang did some rather dishonorable things to Gu Qieying, but since the victim had accepted it calmly, who were you to take it out on him? At that moment, as the atmosphere was tense, Gu Qieying quickly advised, Senior Fangsu, I lost to Yi Chang because my skills were inferior. There is no complaint. Besides, what he did to me on the arena was not to belittle me, but to remind me that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. A martial artist should always maintain a humble posture. Being overly self-important is a big taboo. If you're determined to suppress Yi Chang, then I will not accompany you. You can take Xing Ting to do that task. Gu Qieying's gaze was unwavering, showing a stance to stand with Yi Chang. The man Fang Su flashed with crazy jealousy in his eyes. It was infuriating that Gu Qieying was actually protecting the man who had humiliated her, who had been so shameless. Was he just a bit more handsome, with better skin and taller?
Damn it, handsome guys are called flirting, while ugly guys are called sexual harassment, right? With the 7th GC being wasted away, his life could be considered ruined. What's the point of comprehending the blade's intent? It only added to the laughter. Fong Su was one of Gu Qiaying's many fervent admirers. He not only coveted her ethereal beauty but also believed marrying into the Gu family would provide him with indescribable advantages for his martial arts path in the future. This time he took Gu Qiaying along with great enthusiasm to complete the task of hunting Luo Hai, hoping to win her heart. The plan was to let Gu Qiaying admire him with an invincible posture, slaying the fierce bandit Luo Hai, so that she would fall for his masculine charm. If the heroine Gu Qiaying ran away, leaving the male lead to perform a solo act, that would be meaningless. Fong Su glared deeply at Yi Chang, hiding the killing intent in his heart. With a fake smile, he said, "Alright, since Ying herself is not pursuing it, I will let you off this time. Yi Chang, your personality seems a bit rebellious. Perhaps those who have comprehended the blade and sword intent all have this nasty habit. However, having backbone is good, but with such weak power, being filled with pride may not be a good thing. Disaster could strike at any moment. Yi Chang, in the future, try to be more restrained in your words and actions, and know when to bow down so as not to bring calamity upon yourself." Humph. That's enough talk. Yi Chang remembered this Fong Su in his heart. One day, he would teach him a lesson. "I'm full, you all eat slowly. Gu Qiaying, let's hang out again sometime, bye." Yi Chang stood up to leave. Wait, Fong Su's eyes narrowed slightly, and a chill seeped from the crack of his eyelids. With a thought, he smiled, "Yi Chang, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Soon, I will forcibly slay a fierce bandit at the early stage of True Condensation Realm. You can come along too. A battle of this level is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a small fry like you at the Chi practicing realm. You might gain some insight and undergo a transformation." Ha, isn't it reasonable for a Chi practicing realm to die from the aftermath of a battle between True Condensation Realm fighters? Ying wouldn't find any flaws in that, right? Gu Qiaying cautiously tugged at Yi Chang's sleeve and softly said, "Yi Chang, let's go together." The dual and life and death struggle of True Condensation Realm martial artists can greatly enrich the experience of those in Chi practicing realm. Perhaps you might suddenly have an epiphany in an unexpected moment, catching a trace of the opportunity to strengthen the 7th GC. Right? It's simply chaotic, Yi Chang laughed, but Gu Qiaying's intentions were good. Looking down, he saw the young girl's delicate face, revealing a pleading expression, and Yi Chang sat back down again. Luo Hai was most likely going to be intercepted by Fong Su, but it felt a bit unwilling to just turn back like this. It would be nice to join in and see the excitement. What if he could find a chance? In novels, there are often moments where when the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits, but the difference between Fong Su and Luo Hai was clear: late stage of the Intriguing Truth Realm vs early stage of the Intriguing Truth Realm. As long as Fong Su didn't mess up, the chances of backfiring were slim. Therefore, Yi Chang didn't hold much hope for finding an opportunity. Gu Qiaying ordered a few more dishes, and the four started eating while each had their own hidden motives. From the conversation between the trio of Gu Qiaying, Fong Su, and Zhang Ting from Shuguang High School, Yi Chang learned that Fong Su would participate in this year's National College Entrance Examination. Fong Su, at the late stage of the Intriguing Truth Realm, was full of confidence, and in conversation, it seemed as if getting into a top-tier university was a sure thing. Yi Chang felt a little stirred. He was also determined to take the college entrance examination in 3 months. At that time, someone of Fong Su's caliber might very well be his main competitor. Tonight's battle between Fong Su and Luo Hai was an excellent opportunity to gauge the former's level. By observing Fong Su, one could roughly assess the competitiveness of this year's examination. A simple dinner ended in less than 20 minutes. The four left the tofu pudding shop, with Zhang Ting, a native of Fuli County, leading the way. As dusk fell and the city lights came on, vehicles flowed through the intersecting streets while pedestrians came and went incessantly. After a 10-minute walk, leaving the bustling area of the county, the surroundings became increasingly desolate, and the number of pedestrians and vehicles visibly diminished. They then passed by an abandoned chemical plant. The factory area was overgrown with weeds, but dozens of old workers' dormitory buildings covered in moss still housed residents, and Zhang Ting's home was here. As they passed below, many aunties who had finished dinner and were out for a walk greeted Zhang Ting with smiles, but she wasn't as enthusiastic as usual, responding absent-mindedly. She looked a bit anxious. Looking at Gu Qiaying again, her face was also heavy, not saying a word. Fong Su shook his head, chuckling, "Ying, Zhang Ting, relax. It's just an early-stage Intriguing Truth Realm guy. Killing him is like slaughtering pigs and sheep. Don't be afraid with me around." Walking out of the chemical plant, a construction site of a half-finished building caught his eye not far away. The surrounding weeds were deeply overgrown, and the broken walls and ruins created an atmosphere of a primeval forest, with dozens of half-built elevator apartments bathed in dim moonlight, resembling upright coffins. Luo Hai, when I, Fong Su, decide to kill you, your life no longer belongs to you. This is a crushing game. Fong Su stared straight ahead, talking to himself. This asterisk talk really is excessive. Yi Chang rolled his eyes, unable to help but quietly complain in his heart. Zheng Ting, with a face full of admiration, flattered, Senior Fong Su, please take us to show off, take us to fly. Ha ha ha, come with me. Fong Su laughed heartily, unfolding his movements, darting along the grass and trees, covering the distance to the construction site's iron gate in just a few breaths. Gu Qiaying and Zhang Ting followed closely behind. Yi Chang also casually followed behind. The iron gate wasn't locked, Fong Su raised his hand and pushed, the door swung open, and he boldly stepped inside. Inside the construction site, various wild grasses grew densely, scattered with many steel bars, fasteners, cables, and a few construction vehicles parked without a soul in sight. Fong Su shouted loudly, Luo Hai, if you have guts, come out and die. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man walked out from one of the unfinished buildings. This man was big and rough, unkempt, with an evil and sinister aura. His yellow-brown. At first glance, he was a ruthless bandit who wouldn't blink at killing. It was none other than the wanted criminal Luo Hai. Fong Su released the aura of a late-stage condensing reality martial artist, suppressing others with his might, and coldly sneered, Luo Hai, you've done so many bad things that you deserve to die. Will you take your own life, or shall I personally torture you to death? Choose one, but I suggest you pick the former, because dying by my hands will be very painful. Ha ha ha. Fong Su could tell from Luo Hai's aura that this guy was undoubtedly a genuine early-stage condensing reality martial artist. For someone of this level, to Fong Su, he was no different from a chicken or a dog, completely unworthy of a fight. Late-stage condensing reality? Luo Hai's pupils constricted sharply, his face filled with fear. He instinctively took half a step back and stammered, this is the first time a master of your level is personally hunting me down. In the past, it was only mid-stage condensing reality at most. Damn it, how can I be so unlucky? Am I really going to fall in Binhai City? Gu Qiaying and Zhang Ting both sighed in relief. It was clear that Luo Hai was very afraid of Fong Su, even showing signs of having his fighting spirit dissipate. This was stable. Yi Chang felt a bit frustrated. A heartless killer, a criminal who has escaped for years, is like this? Against Fong Su, he seemed scared out of his wits. Fong Su stepped towards Luo Hai, his eyes filled with mockery, looking very much in control. Luo Hai, it seems you are unwilling to take your own life. Remember, the one who will kill you is Fong Su from Shuguang Middle School. Luo Hai kept retreating, seemingly looking for an opportunity to escape, his eyes dodging and unwilling to meet Fong Su's gaze. Unintentionally, Luo Hai's eyes fell on the beautiful Gu Qiaying's face, and a hint of undisguised greed and desire swiftly crossed his eyes, as if he wished he could strip her bare and enjoy her completely. Yi Chang caught Luo Hai's gaze just in time. A cloud of doubt suddenly arose in his heart. At this life and death moment, Luo Hai was still interested in coveting Gu Qiaying's beauty. This seemed a bit illogical. At that moment, Luo Hai, pressured by Fong Su's aura, unexpectedly threw a punch at Fong Su from a distance. A dark blue energy fist the size of a water tank tore through the air, charging toward Fong Su like a cannonball, overwhelming like a mountain. The energy fist was condensed to an extreme, with the shadow of towering blue mountains appearing above it. The force was astonishing. Ha ha ha. Trying to catch me off guard? That's truly foolish. In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy is just a flower in a mirror or the moon on the water. Fong Su laughed to the sky, his voice filled with disdain. He did not retreat but stepped forward instead, slashing out with one palm. From within Fong Su erupted a beastly roar, and above his head, the phantom of a lion and tiger flickered. In an instant, this phantom condensed into his right palm, transforming into an extremely sharp and massive yellow palm print that slashed out. Lion and tiger rending heaven technique. Die for me. The dark blue energy fist and the yellow palm print collided in an instant. Boom. A terrible shockwave rapidly spread out, sweeping in all directions. Building after building was torn apart with cracks of all sizes, swaying and tumbling, while stones on the ground flew like locusts, creating pits and hollows everywhere. Finally, two buildings could no longer bear the burden and collapsed with a loud noise. Damn, a battle between condensing reality martial artists is like Mars hitting the Earth. The destructive power is off the charts. Yi Chang exclaimed, tugging Gu Qiaying to quickly hide behind a large truck, while Zhang Ting, looking fearful, hurriedly followed. A strong yellow light burst forth in the area. The fist and palm print were stalemated for a moment, but ultimately, Fong Su's palm print triumphed. The dark blue energy fist was shattered, collapsing to pieces. The energy contained in the palm print was lost by half, its volume diminished, yet the remaining force was unabated, like a meteor rushing to the moon, piercing through the air and smashing down on Luo Hai's body. Puff! Luo Hai spat blood and flew back. The sound of bones cracking was clearly audible. The scalp tingled. Soon, Luo Hai fell to the ground like an empty sack, convulsed twice, tilted his head, and died. Ha ha ha. Crushed at the touch. Too weak to withstand a blow. Fong Su's pride soared, and he laughed. Ing, Zing Ting, come out, Luo Hai has already been taken down. This guy is just too easy to defeat. I only used half of my strength. In reality, it was true that Fang Su didn't use all his strength, but he had used about 70 to 80%, saying half was just to show off in front of Gu Qiang. Yi Chang, Gu Qiang, and Zhang Ting walked out from behind the cover. Senior Fang Su, you were so strong, killing Luo Hai is like cutting vegetables. Zhang Ting flattered him greatly. It's nothing, just a mere initial stage of the, bring a few more and I'll take them all down. Fang Su casually waved his hand. Then, his gloomy gaze fell on Yi Chang's face, feeling very dissatisfied. This kid is a slippery eel, quite quick to dodge. The shockwave from my fight with Luo Hai just now didn't manage to kill him. Fang Su had warned Gu Qiang and Zhang Ting repeatedly that when he fought Luo Hai, they must quickly find cover to hide. Both Gu Qiang and Zhang Ting were quick, so avoiding the aftermath of the battle was not a problem. Who would have thought, this guy Yi Chang also escaped a calamity. Ying, now go cut off Luo Hai's head, it's a rare practice and will greatly help your spiritual growth. Fang Su said to Gu Qiang as if taking credit. Yi Chang secretly nodded. Fang Su's reasoning was actually quite similar to Teacher Chu, except Teacher Chu made sure to weaken Bao Jin first and personally claimed the head, while Fang Su beat Luo Hai to death and left the body for Gu Qiang to handle. Both were for the purpose of training bravery. Who? Gu Qiang took a deep breath, and without hesitation, drew her sword to cut off Luo Hai's head. Wait! Yi Chang suddenly, without reason, grabbed the eager Gu Qiang, because Luo Hai's previous gaze towards Gu Qiang had been too unsettling. A vague, unexplainable worry passed through Yi Chang's heart. Yi Chang, what's wrong? Gu Qiang was slightly taken aback. Yi Chang glanced at Luo Hai lying far away like a dead branch, lifeless. It indeed appeared he was completely dead. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Yi Chang smiled, released Gu Qiang, shrugged and said, it's nothing, I just think that when a chi-refining realm martial artist crosses a great boundary to kill a martial artist, it can indeed temper one's will and bring about a transformation of the spirit, but the person isn't really killed by you, even if you personally chop off his head, it actually doesn't hold much significance. Yi Chang, what you said makes a lot of sense, Gu Qiang nodded in deep agreement. What the hell kind of sense is that? Zhang Ting glared fiercely at Yi Chang, looking like the emperor is not as anxious as the eunuch, and urged Gu Qiang, Ying, hurry up, don't waste Senior Fang Su's good intentions. Forget it. Gu Qiang shook her head. Zhang Ting, why don't you go instead? Zhang Ting was secretly pleased, quickly nodding and saying, then I'll go, you mustn't regret it. Humph. Fang Su's expression turned ashen, very angry, and said, Ying, since you don't appreciate it, then forget it. Next time, I'll definitely leave him alive for you to kill personally. After saying that, he pointed at Yi Chang with a spear, grinning maliciously, you can stir trouble between me and Ying, just wait, after I twist off Luo Hai's head, I'll deal with you. Fang Su quickly walked towards Luo Hai's body. He planned to check the corpse first. Usually, criminals like Luo Hai carried a few coins in their pockets. Looking at Luo Hai's body, with a crooked eye and blood oozing from his mouth and nose, Fang Su slowly squatted down. In a flash, the lifeless Luo Hai, as if a ghost, leaped in and punched at Fang Su. This punch was like a venomous snake lurking in the grass, striking with a fatal blow at the right moment, just like a peerless assassin, quietly building up the killing intent, holding back until ready, resulting in an earth-shattering strike. Reaping life. Unexpectedly, coupled with Fang Su being 100% certain that Luo Hai was completely dead, he became somewhat indifferent. As he was about to be hit, Fang Su had no time to dodge. He instinctively leaned back slightly, taking a fist to the chest. Crack! 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 A terrifying visible dent appeared on Fang Su's chest, more than half of his protective rib bone shattered. His eyes nearly burst with rage as he spat blood and staggered backward. Ha 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 ha. Luo Hai, resurrected from the ashes, let out a mad laugh. You really underestimate me, Luo Hai. A late-stage essence solidification martial artist, I've killed before. I've roamed the world for many years, how could I fall to a mere high school student like you? Ha 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 ha. You're Fang Su from Shuguang High School, right? Tonight, you will fall here. Fang Su staggered back more than 10 steps before steadying himself, holding his chest tightly with his right hand, his eyes filled with disbelief and his expression like he had seen a ghost. You clearly have been killed by my palm. Why is this happening? Luo Hai's eyes were filled with mockery as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression extremely arrogant and smug, because I practiced a technique that conceals my aura. When activated, I seem like a dry branch, devoid of life. Telling you this is to let you die with your eyes closed. I'm just too kind-hearted. Chapter 24, A Direct Kill. Yi Chang YYDS. Watching as just a moment ago, the unyielding Fang Su was suddenly severely injured, his face pale and breath weak. Gu Qiang and Zhang Ting were stunned for a few seconds, their pretty faces turning suddenly pale, despair rising within them, 3 fingers pinching a conch. What was supposed to be a sure thing had turned into a shocking reversal. Feigning death to launch a sneak attack, this is not just despicable, it's downright vile. Zhang Ting's face turned ashen, her body trembling uncontrollably from fear and anger. Yi Chang looked at Zhang Ting with an expression like he was watching a fool. Luo Hai was a villain, a bad guy. Did she expect him to be noble?
An unexpected change occurred. Yi Chang was first shocked, but soon he became excited, his blood beginning to boil.
The opportunity had come.
Indeed, the scene in the novel where the clam and the snipe fight, while the fisherman benefits, had appeared. One could only say, heaven helps me, this trip was not in vain. This outlaw Luo Hai was indeed something. He pretended to be weak at the start, making Fong Su let down his guard, and he feigned death so vividly. This battle was a perfect example of cunning trickery where the weak defeated the strong. No wonder Luo Hai could roam free for so many years. Yi Chang, if you hadn't stopped me from taking Luo Hai's head just now, I would definitely be dead by now. Luo Hai's punch could leave me as nothing but bones.
Gu Qiaying said with an extremely serious expression, speaking rapidly to Yi Chang, you must run. There's still a chance. Run. What about you? Yi Chang asked. I won't leave, I can't betray my companions.
Gu Qiaying's expression was anxious, but her gaze was resolute and dignified.
I can't die here. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Zhang Ting's mentality had completely collapsed, her expression struggling, but soon she made a decision, abandoning her companions and turning to run wildly, regretting her parents for not giving her 2 more legs.
Luo Hai. Damn you. Do you think you have me cornered?
Fong Su's fear left his face, replaced with frantic anger, a grim smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he shakily took out a pill the size of a longan from his pocket, shoving it into his mouth without a second thought.
Oh? You actually have something to save your life. What kind of drug are you taking?
Luo Hai did not stop him, calmly asking. He believed that with a successful sneak attack, life and death would no longer be in suspense. Fong Su's desperate struggle was merely adding some amusement for him. The overwhelming power of the medicine instantly spread within Fong Su's body, and his deathly pale face miraculously turned rosy, as if returning to life. The chaotic wave of true energy began to stabilize, a faint red light swirling around his body, and sounds of popping like burning firewood echoed from inside him.
The exhausted aura began to surge up step by step. So it's the gas pill.
Luo Hai slightly nodded, his expression filled with confidence. After taking this pill, it can stimulate the body's potential, forcing the suppression of injuries at the cost of burning true energy or inner energy, but strength will be reduced by 1 level. The side effect is that by taking one, a few years of life will be lost. Fong Su suffered a huge loss, his life was consumed just like that. But living a few fewer years is better than dying immediately.
Luo Hai, you beast.
You beast that deserves 1,000 cuts. I, Fong Su, swear to feed your flesh and blood to the dogs and grind your bones to ashes.
You want to die a quick death, but that's impossible now. Damn it.
Fong Su's true energy burned intensely, his eyes ablaze with endless killing intent, and he looked like a wounded hungry wolf, ferocious, brutal, unwilling, resentful, ready to consume flesh. Luo Hai, even though I can only unleash the strength of the mid-stage condensing true realm now, it is more than enough to torture and kill you, a lowly early-stage condensing true realm trash.
Plus, you took a hit from me and are injured too, right? You're already at your end. Let's see how you turn the tables. Senior Fong Su, go for it. Gu Qiaying held her breath. This Fong Su really talks too much. If he wants to kill, just hurry up and do it. Yi Chang couldn't help but retort. He was not in a hurry to intervene, enjoying the sight of dogs biting dogs. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Fun. Amusing.
Luo Hai laughed heartily, and in an instant, the true energy fluctuation of the early-stage condensing true realm exploded and crazily expanded like a balloon, instantly reaching the mid-stage.
You were hiding your realm? Fong Su was horrified and desperate. Ha ha ha, are you surprised? Is it unexpected?
Luo Hai said triumphantly, spitting out words. Sorry, besides a technique to conceal my presence and play dead, I also cultivated a technique that allows me to change my true energy fluctuations at will, hiding my strength. This is my capital to roam the world and remain undefeated. I entered the mid-stage of the condensing true realm years ago but intentionally pretended to be at the early stage, injuring a few people. This way, the police would seriously misjudge my realm. Those chasing me would, like you, look down on me and become complacent, creating opportunities for me to counterattack. The late stage of the condensing true realm is indeed hard to deal with, forcing me to take a beating first, pretend to be dead, and then launch a surprise attack.
Fong Su's hard-earned confidence was crushed again.
His face changed drastically, panic and regret filling his heart. This Luo Hai was cunning, full of tricks, with one trump card after another, making him extremely difficult to handle. If he had known this, he shouldn't have taken on the task to kill him.
Luo Hai's series of flashy moves made Yi Chang's scalp tingle.
This guy indeed had some skills, and Yi Chang was grateful he didn't act recklessly, otherwise, he could have been schemed against by Luo Hai. Luo Hai's performance wasn't over yet. He mimicked Fong Su, pulling a pill from his pocket, the size and color similar to the gas pill Fong Su took, but Luo Hai's pill seemed to have a wisp of lively flame dancing on the surface, illuminating his face in the night, adding a touch of eerie terror. Without hesitation, Luo Hai swallowed the pill, letting out a long howl toward the sky as an astonishing momentum erupted. The true energy spilling out surged violently, like boiling water, and a dazzling red light shot up into the sky. Sorry, I took the upgraded version of the gas pill, the flame pill, which not only suppresses injuries but also allows my strength to increase by 1 level instead of decreasing. So now I am at the late stage of the condensing true realm. Go to hell. Yi Chang now felt overwhelmed. Sister Zining clearly sent him to kill an early-stage condensing true realm opponent, but unexpectedly, the other party concealed their realm, and the true level was mid-stage, and now, with the pill taken, their combat power rivaled that of a late-stage condensing true realm. What to do? Running away was impossible. It has to be endured. At least fight a few times. If you can't win, then run. Luo Hai, like an unparalleled fierce dragon, pounced on Fong Su. Fong Su's heart shattered, his courage gone. He was about to muster the last of his strength to flee for his life. But unfortunately, at this moment, Luo Hai seemed to have activated some cheat, and in the blink of an eye, he was already close enough to Fong Su to be within reach. They began to wrestle with each other. Bang! 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 The two of them were entangled, fighting from east to west, from west to north, like ghosts flickering in and out, dazzling and hard to follow, every punch and kick sending shockwaves, as if the ground was being trampled by an elephant, large chunks of stone flying, dust swirling, the shockwaves spreading like ripples. Finally, with one last explosive sound, boom, the figures on the battlefield split apart, one standing firmly in place, laughing madly, while the other flew out, drawing a perfect parabolic arc through the air, crashing to the ground, coughing up blood, body convulsing uncontrollably. The one who was knocked down was, of course, Fong Su. At this moment, Fong Su was like a puddle of mud, unable to get up, his face pale like gold paper, his breath weak, his eyes filled with fear and despair. What a pity! A promising high school student, about to breathe his last. Luo Hai looked at Fong Su coldly, with a cat-and-mouse expression on his face, mocking, someone like me, although notorious and hated by all, has already killed countless people, and defiled many good women and innocent young girls, I can die happy. But you, so young, and you haven't even lived yet, you're going to waste your life like this. Fong Su broke down, crying and pleading, spare me. Please spare my life. I can still be saved, as long as you don't kill me, I can live. Please let me go. Please. Ha 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 ha. Luo Hai laughed wildly. I love seeing this, a proud genius high school student, with no dignity, begging me like a dog. Ha 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 ha. It's so satisfying. Luo Hai, cruel and perverted, wasn't satisfied with just killing Fong Su. He enjoyed tormenting him mentally, playing with him like a puppet, and only when he had had his fun would he kill. If you really want me to show mercy and spare your life, it's not impossible. Luo Hai licked his lips, casting a sinister, lascivious glance at Gu Qiaying. Gu Qiaying instantly felt Luo Hai's gaze as if it were a bunch of ugly, disgusting worms, crawling under her clothes, making her feel completely unsettled. This little girl is so tender, and she's pretty too, just my type. If you can persuade her to serve me well once, I'll spare both of your lives. What do you think? I don't like playing with dead fish, it's more comfortable when there's interaction. Luo Hai chuckled wickedly and said to Fong Su, as long as I'm satisfied, I'm easy to talk to. Fong Su clung to this last hope, shouting to Gu Qiaying, Ying, did you hear that? You just have to serve Luo Hai once, make him comfortable, then both of us can survive. I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. Ying, listen, just once. Don't worry, I'll keep this a secret, and I'm willing to take responsibility, I won't mind. Damn, we're about to die, and you're still thinking about taking responsibility? Yi Chang was startled, not understanding Fong Su's logic. Luo Hai was clearly toying with him, how could he really let him go? Fong Su, shut up. Gu Qiaying was both angry and embarrassed, her heart sinking to the bottom, feeling utterly hopeless in that instant. She blamed herself for being so foolish, not bringing anything that could save her life. Fong Su had boasted endlessly, saying that killing Luo Hai, who was in the early stage of the condensing true realm, would be as easy as killing a chick. Gu Qiaying had actually believed it, thinking she was just a bystander, with no need to ask her family for something that could protect her life. Regret came too late. Yi Chang, kill me. Gu Qiaying, unable to bear the humiliation, thought about ending it all. Yi Chang took a deep breath and calmed himself, his mind now clear and composed. The final exam is coming. This time, they weren't facing a severely injured Luo Hai in the late stage of condensing true realm. It was not the early stage of the true condensation realm, but rather a fierce robber who had taken drugs, able to unleash the true power of the late true condensation realm. Why do you want to kill yourself? Yi Chang said calmly. I don't want to fall into Luo Hai's hands. I would rather die. Gu Qiaying's expression was sorrowful, tears flowing like rain. A good death isn't better than living poorly. If not, you can just go with Luo Hai. Just treat it like a mosquito bite. Afterwards, I can take care of it. Anyway, I don't seek the first time, just the first child, Yi Cheng casually said.
Gu Qiaying was bewildered.
What nonsense are you saying?
Well, Uncle Luo Hai, this little girl is quite stubborn, but she listens to me. How about I help you enlighten her?
Yi Cheng said with a grin, looking at Luo Hai.
Luo Hai paused slightly. A Qi refinement realm?
A tiny little bug dares to speak confidently in front of me.
Luo Hai felt something was off.
He had always been a cautious man, otherwise, he wouldn't risk losing years of his life to take drugs and then kill Fong Su in a strong position. A vague sense of crisis surged in his heart, but perhaps it was just an illusion.
After all, the other party was just a Qi refinement kid. No matter how much he stirred, he couldn't create much of a splash.
Forget it, first kill this kid. The thought of killing intent washed over Luo Hai's eyes.
Just as Luo Hai was about to make a move, Yi Cheng suddenly looked behind Luo Hai, his face filled with wild joy as if relieved, saying, Sister Zining, you finally came. Hurry up and kill Luo Hai.
Luo Hai was startled. He was already suspicious, and now without thinking, he turned around. There was no one behind him.
Luo Hai immediately felt that something was wrong. He had a premonition that something terrifying was about to happen.
As for Yi Cheng, the moment Luo Hai turned around, without hesitation, he drew his sword from its sheath and fully activated the eagle walking technique, appearing as if he had instantly teleported close to Luo Hai. A slash was made, aimed straight at Luo Hai's majestic head. This slash contained a murderous intent that could scare off even ghosts, bursting forth with an indomitable sword energy. The sword was too fast, cutting through the air like a wave of water, with a fierce and evil aura rising to the sky.
Yi Cheng's entire aura underwent a monumental change, transforming into a drawn sword, ready to slice through anything.
This was the most terrifying slash Yi Cheng had ever executed, the most perfect slash, a certain kill. With the Qi refinement realm strength, he boldly attacked the true condensation realm, vowing to return only after tasting blood.
Luo Hai smelled death approaching. His scalp went numb.
His whole body felt goosebumps.
His experience from narrowly escaping death multiple times saved Luo Hai.
At the brink of life and death, Luo Hai raised his right arm to block, his true energy wildly gathering towards his right arm from within.
Puff! The flash of the sword momentarily slowed, but even so, wrapped in the sword energy and intention, the refined sword still cut through the trace of true energy attached to Luo Hai's right arm, sending a bloody arm flying into the air.
Ah! Luo Hai let out a heart-wrenching scream, like a wounded beast. His right arm was severed by Yi Cheng's sword. Damn it, I was so close to cutting off his head. This Luo Hai's reaction is too fast. Yi Cheng felt a hidden regret inside. Having failed to land a hit, he didn't linger for a fight. Yi Cheng swiftly dodged past Luo Hai, appearing more than 20 meters behind him, mysterious and unpredictable. As soon as Yi Cheng moved away, the ground where he had just been standing instantly collapsed, pebbles scattering wildly, and several half-finished buildings were blown apart.
Beast!
You little beast! Luo Hai was furious, filled with deep hatred, his eyes flashing with bloodthirsty light. Right now, he just wanted to cut Yi Cheng into 1,000 pieces. He never dreamed that at Qi refinement nobody would dare to disturb the Tai Sui or pluck fur from a tiger's head. However, after suffering a great loss, Luo Hai was somewhat wary of Yi Cheng. This kid's sword was fast, and his movement technique was even faster.
Sinister indeed. Gu Qiaying stared wide-eyed, fixated on Yi Cheng.
The girl's gaze was filled only with fervent adoration and love. I have never heard of a Qi training warrior daring to swing a blade at a solidifying realm warrior, and this one was under the influence of drugs, charging at a late-stage solidifying realm warrior. Not only did he dare to strike, but he also severed the opponent's arm.
Yi Cheng is the best. YYDS.
Yi Cheng, with a focused mind, brewed his second wave of assault.
Luo Hai's eyes locked onto Yi Cheng as he sighed and said, I have visited many places in Long Country, including many top-tier cities.
To speak honestly, the vast majority of Qi training warriors in front of me are like quails. Not only do they lack the courage to fight, they don't even have the guts to look me in the eye. I never expected that Binhai City could nurture such an exceptional young talent like you. Well, you can go, I won't kill you. As soon as the words fell, Luo Hai swung his left fist, a heavy dark blue Qi punch with a long tail trailing behind it. Where it passed, it created violent friction with the air, producing a brilliant flash of light, diving straight towards Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng stood still, and just when the Qi punch was about to strike him, his entire body suddenly fell to the ground, like a piece of paper sticking tightly to the floor. The dark blue Qi punch swept over Yi Cheng, and not far away, a half-finished building was blasted in half. Yi Cheng's body bizarrely bounced off the ground. Luo Hai genuinely feared Yi Cheng's speed and would never give him another chance to close in. He shouted madly, wildly throwing punches from a distance. In one breath, he unleashed dozens of punches towards Yi Cheng. Each Qi punch's tail extended a bright line of light, making it seem like a shower of meteors fiercely crashing down on Yi Cheng. The air surged in the arena, rippling like a pond, winds howled, and sand and stones flew. The opponent's firepower was too fierce, and Yi Chang did not dare to charge forward recklessly. Yi Chang emptied his mind, faced the danger without fear, feeling neither joy nor sorrow, as calm as sand at the bottom of a river. His muscles felt as soft as cotton, and his bones crackled like firecrackers. Every time a chi punch got near, his body twisted into a whimsical arc, narrowly dodging Luo Hai's deadly attack. It seemed perilous, but in truth, it was without danger. Dozens of chi punches all missed their target. Luo Hai wasted a lot of chi in vain, achieving nothing. How is that possible? I can't even hit you while standing still. Luo Hai was stunned, his eyes almost popping out, his worldview shattered. This little beast's control of his body has reached an extraordinary and exquisite level. Taking advantage of Luo Hai's distraction, Yi Chang lowered his stance, moving in an S shape, like a prehistoric giant python ready to strike, quickly closing in on Luo Hai, poised to launch a fatal attack at any moment. Faced with Yi Chang's extremely elusive and untraceable movements, Luo Hai was baffled and retreated violently. Of course, Luo Hai had also diligently practiced his movement skills. Although his speed was no match for Yi Chang, it was still good compared to others like Jiang Shichen. He retreated 20 or 30 steps. Yi Chang's snake-walking step focused on being tricky and was not particularly fast, and for a moment, he was shaken off by Luo Hai. This time, Yi Chang seized the opportunity before Luo Hai could launch an attack, striking first, a bright blade aura carrying a torrent of murderous intent, flying towards Luo Hai with unmatched force from a distance. Blade intent? Unfortunately, your realm is too low. If you had used chi to wield the blade intent, I would have been utterly destroyed. Your inner chi is still lacking. Luo Hai grinned, throwing a punch. The late-stage solidifying realm's attack power was no joke. The dark blue chi punch collided with the blade aura. Crack. This sound seemed like a sharp blade breaking on impact. The blade intent contained in the blade aura was shattered first, and then a large area of blade aura vanished like soap bubbles in sunlight. Yi Chang's body was pulled back diagonally, dodging the residual strength of the chi punch. Damn, a tough fight. It seems I didn't gain much advantage late-stage solidifying realm. Indeed hard to kill. Forget it, let's use the killer move. A hint of obscure light flashed in Yi Chang's eyes, he couldn't help but lick his lips. In the next moment, Yi Chang charged at Luo Hai once again, his speed still as fast as a fleeting shadow. Get back! Luo Hai raised his one arm and was about to strike hard. However, whoosh! 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 12 silhouettes appeared out of nowhere, jumping into Luo Hai's sight, leaving him at a loss. Luo Hai was suddenly blinded. Now is the time. Every pore in Yi Chang's body erupted with pure and intense sword intent. These sword intents gathered together, soaring into the sky, proud like a sword against the clouds, confronting heaven and earth. The knife intent converged into nothingness. 12% of the sword intent gushed out. At that moment, Yi Chang was a peerless swordsman, exuding an aura that would make one feel on top of the world, looking down at all the mountains. Dozens of sword energies nurtured in Yi Chang's 7th chi si erupted. These sword energies had been nurtured by Yi Chang for some days, each sword energy extremely condensed, as thin as a thread. Refining swords into threads. The sword energies stained with sword intent, even more sharp and fierce, like a killing god slaying demons, in a split second. SSSS. 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 Dozens of sword energies, moving at an incredibly fast speed, were like flowing light, killing towards Luo Hai in a flash. The boiling true energy on Luo Hai's surface slightly resisted, weakening each sword energy a bit. However, they still successfully penetrated Luo Hai, turning him into a sieve, blood gushing out like tap water without care. A blood arrow gushed from Luo Hai's neck, spraying several meters away. He stared at Yi Chang and laughed self-deprecatingly. Damn it, I never thought that after traversing the seas and facing mountains of knives and seas of flames, enduring wind, frost, rain, and snow, I would die at the hands of a child in the chi-refining realm. Such is fate. Kid, you may become great one day. After saying that, his pupils scattered, his head tilted, and he fell to the ground, breathless. Yi Chang exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Damn it, I killed a peak true essence realm practitioner in prime condition head-on. This time it's not just a dying man. I don't know how much crushing value I can reap from this wave. Chapter 25. The confession system broadcast sounded in Yi Chang's mind. Ding. Detected that the Chi Refining Realm Level 10 host killed, pseudo, peak true essence realm practitioner, crushing value plus 410,000. It seems the system hasn't counted Luo Hai as a true peak true essence realm practitioner. In other words, Luo Hai, who relied on medicine stimulation and jumped levels for a temporary peak true essence realm combat power, likely isn't a true peak true essence realm opponent. Summarizing the battle experience, the reason I succeeded in killing Luo Hai this time, the 3 doors of transformation level low-grade martial arts were indispensable, and the explosive sword intent and sword energies, as the ultimate killer move, exceeded expectations. Furthermore, it mustn't be overlooked that the sneak attack on Luo Hai's dominant hand gave me an early advantage, not only seizing the initiative but also effectively weakening Luo Hai's combat power.
Yi Chang murmured.
At the same time, the subtle feeling produced after killing Bao Jinjian flooded Yi Chang's spirit again. It made Yi Chang's will like a blade, fearless and unafraid, his confidence solid as substance. Killing Luo Hai has added to my accumulation and reserves for breaking into the true essence realm. Yi Chang smiled with satisfaction. Calming his mind, he struck down and decapitated Luo Hai.
Gotcha, now you can't pretend to be dead, right?
Then he stripped off his clothes and wrapped the bloody head within.
By the way, looting the body.
The bounty for Luo Hai's head was about equal to the expenses for buying information from Sister Zicheng. How much this wave can earn still depends on Luo Hai's years of looting, robbing, and killing. Yi Chang carefully dropped 3 feet into the earth searching on Luo Hai's corpse. Flipping inside and outside, unexpectedly, this guy's pockets were cleaner than his face.
No way? This brutal bandit who seems like a successful person. Is it even possible for me to be poorer than this?
Yi Chang was astonished. Suddenly, from the corner of Yi Chang's eye, he caught sight of Luo Hai's severed right arm, lying alone like an unclaimed package not far away, a faint ghostly light emanating from between the 5 fingers under the moonlight.
Yi Chang was slightly stunned and quickly ran over. He bent down to pick up Luo Hai's right arm.
With fingers spread, a small, narrow ring, simple and unassuming in style, was fitted on the ring finger.
Yi Chang's scalp tingled in an instant. A storage spirit ring? No way, my luck can't be this unbelievable, right?
If it really is a storage spirit ring, then regardless of whether it contains items, just the ring itself is worth a fortune.
At this moment, Gu Qieying finally recovered from the shock as if the sky had fallen and the earth had cracked, picking up her broken views of the world, hopping towards Yi Chang. Yi Chang quickly pulled the suspected storage spirit ring off the severed limb, stuffed it into his pants pocket, and turned to face the approaching Gu Qieying. At this moment, aside from tears of joy from surviving a disaster, Gu Qieying had a silly smile, her eyes sparkling with adoration that was about to overflow. Yi Chang, thank you for saving my life. I will definitely repay you. And, you're amazing, it's unbelievable.
You killed a mid-stage solidification realm with your chi refinement realm. No, the drug Luo Hai is a late-stage solidification realm. Yi Chang, you are the creator of miracles, a god descended to earth.
Can you teach me a few moves? Basic moves, don't.
Yi Chang disdainfully tossed away the severed arm, smiling indifferently, filled with presence. If you can comprehend the intent of the sword while diligently practicing a few lightness skills and elevate them to the peak realm, then you can kill as I do, crossing great boundaries.
This is my secret. It sounds difficult, but it's actually not simple at all. I've learned it.
Yi Chang, thank you for sharing these tips so openly, I'm truly moved, I want to cry.
Gu Qieying's eyes glistened with tears, wanting to throw herself into Yi Chang's arms. Cough cough. Congratulations, this is the script of a hero saving a beauty, and then the lovers finally becoming a couple. But with me as the third wheel, let's not be all lovey-dovey. I've had enough of you filling my mouth with dog food.
A sarcastic voice came through. Fang Su had not yet kicked the bucket, which made Yi Chang marvel at the tenacity of a late-stage solidification realm warrior. Fang Su struggled to get up from the ground, dragging his almost falling apart body towards Yi Chang. His eyes darkened, regretful and unwilling, he said, it's all my fault for not finishing him off in time, almost causing a disaster.
Did I scare you?
Gu Qieying's smile gradually faded, and the look in her eyes towards Fang Su was mixed with undisguised disgust. Fang Su, in order to save his own life, displayed an ugly demeanor and even madly ordered Gu Qieying to serve Luo Hai.
Unforgivable.
Yi Chang, in short, this time it's thanks to you.
From now on, let's be friends. Fang Su forced a smile.
Yi Chang ignored him and said to Gu Qieying, actually, I also accepted the task of hunting Luo Hai, his head belongs to me.
Is that okay?
Of course.
Gu Qieying smiled sweetly. That's good.
Yi Chang turned around and slowly walked towards Luo Hai's corpse. Fang Su stared fiercely at Yi Chang's back, his face suddenly becoming incredibly ferocious, his eyes filled with malice. In the next moment, he lunged forward, putting all his strength into slamming a palm towards Yi Chang's back. The attack came unexpectedly, and Gu Qieying beside him reacted half a beat too late. Crack! Yi Chang's spine bent 90 degrees, cleverly avoiding Fang Su's attack, then his entire body spun 360 degrees, facing Fang Su face to face. Fang Su's pupils instantly dilated, his face full of horror, struggling to move his lips as if he wanted to say something.
You thought I wasn't prepared for you?
Yi Chang mocked with a smile. Knife light flashed, and Fang Su's head soared into the sky.
Blood sprayed wildly from the neck. Ding!
Detected that the Chi Training Realm Level 10 host has killed a severely injured late-stage Yang True Realm Warrior, crush value plus 30,000. Fang Su is such a beast, despicable and ungrateful, he really deserves to die.
Gu Qiaying spat on the fallen body of Fang Su, full of hatred. Yi Chang, how did you know Fang Su would go berserk and attack?
Killing to silence witnesses, isn't that obvious? After all, I witnessed him begging Luo Hai for mercy with a pitiful face. Yi Chang laughed, plus, he's definitely jealous of my looks and strength.
Yi Chang, you're really smart.
When Fang Su sneak attacked you from behind, my heart almost skipped a beat.
Luckily, you reacted quickly.
Gu Qiaying patted her chest, showing an expression of lingering fear.
After pausing, Gu Qiaying said seriously, Senior Fang Su bravely fought against the bandit Luo Hai, who was treacherous and deceptive, and hit his level, which confused Senior Fang Su. Moreover, Luo Hai has rich experience in the martial world. He attacked fiercely right away, and Senior Fang Su was unprepared and ended up getting killed. Alas, how tragic. Not bad. Fang Su and Luo Hai both suffered greatly, and I, this little dog, picked up the pieces, makes complete sense. Yi Chang nodded.
Gu Qiaying understood his unspoken thoughts. Yi Chang, don't worry, I promise not to reveal your true strength to anyone.
Sigh, Fang Su is my fellow student.
I don't have the heart to see him exposed in the wilderness.
Let's bury him right here.
Gu Qiaying said and did, choosing a hidden corner at this unfinished building site. She drew her knife and dug earnestly, secretly having a thought of destroying the corpse. Yi Chang didn't help but turned his back to Gu Qiaying, itching to take out the ring from his pocket. According to online sources, if the original owner of a storage spirit ring dies, their spiritual mark will dissipate, turning it into an unknown item. The next owner just needs to drip blood to refine it, and they can fully possess it. It's quite simple. Yi Chang extended his middle finger and forcefully cut with the blade, skin splitting open, blood gushing from the wound. He hurriedly smeared his blood on the ring. An amazing scene unfolded. The ring seemed to absorb blood like a sponge, drying it completely. Then, Yi Chang felt a very subtle connection with the ring. For example, this ring felt like a part of Yi Chang's body. Yi Chang gazed at the ring, focused his attention, and suddenly saw the space inside the ring. Overjoyed. It was indeed the legendary storage spirit ring. However, the space was very cramped, roughly the size of an SUV trunk. Inside were all kinds of messy things, looking a bit disorderly. Yi Chang carefully counted. In addition to some change of clothes, toothbrush, toothpaste, razor, and other daily necessities, there were 5 top-grade spirit stones, 17 mid-grade spirit stones, and 40 low-grade spirit stones. Many pieces of gold, silver, and precious jewels, cash in the hundreds of thousands, for small jade bottles the size of a palm, and 2 daggers. Damn, Luo Hai really had a substantial wealth, wealthy like flowing oil. It echoes the old saying, kill and burn for a golden belt, while building bridges and roads with no corpses. What Yi Chang was most interested in were the 2 old books placed in the corner. With a thought, he directly took them out. Upon seeing the covers. Low-level auxiliary skill manual of the profound rank withered wood technique. Low-level auxiliary skill manual of the profound rank concealing breath technique. Put. Yi Chang's mouth almost split from smiling. These 2 techniques were what Luo Hai used to feign death and hide his level. Although auxiliary techniques cannot enhance a warrior's level and combat strength, they often have unexpectedly amazing effects, greatly increasing the warrior's survival chances. If Luo Hai hadn't had the withered wood technique and concealing breath technique, he would have no idea how many times he had been killed by others. Damn, I hit the jackpot this time. It feels like digging out a whole pile of gold dolls with a shovel. Yi Chang's heart raced with excitement. After being excited for a while, he stuffed the 2 secret books back into his storage ring, planning to study them slowly at home tonight. He proudly put the storage ring on his right middle finger, looking around left and right, up and down, like a child who just received a new toy, unable to let go. Ha ha ha. At such a young age to own my own storage ring, this feeling is so great. Thanks to Sister Ziying, thanks to Luo Hai, thanks to CCTV, thanks to MTV. After a while of self-amusement, Yi Chang calmed down. Gu Qiaying was quick and full of energy, and in no time, she had dug a big pit. Yi Chang ran over to take a look, and good grief, it was 3 meters long, 2 meters wide, and surprisingly about 5 meters deep. This project was a bit too big. Luckily, Gu Qiaying was a 10th level Qi cultivation warrior. If an ordinary person did this, it would take a day or 2 to finish, unless they used an excavator. Wait, are you planning to bury a dinosaur? Yi Chang looked at Gu Qiaying speechlessly. The deeper I bury, the more secure Senior Fang Su will be, Gu Qiaying said, wiping the sweet sweat from her face and neck. In the enchanting moonlight, her tender face was flushed and delicate. Next, Gu Qiaying tossed Fang Su's body and head, as well as Luo Hai's body, all into the pit, filled it with soil, and added a lot of rubble, steel bars, fasteners, and cables on top. This was a joint burial. Fang Su and Luo Hai, who were enemies in life, became buddies in death. Senior Fang Su, if there is an afterlife, I hope you can be a kind and honest person. Let's go. Yi Chang said, carrying the clothes that had packed Luo Hai's head, to Gu Qianying. Oh, okay. Gu Qianying, like a little bird, leaned against Yi Chang. Yi Chang, can I treat you to a late-night snack when we get back to the city? Maybe another day, it's too late. Yi Chang politely declined. Oh, I see. After walking a few steps, Gu Qianying took a deep breath, and her pretty little face flushed enticingly. With her heart pounding, she mustered the courage to say, Yi Chang, I know this is sudden, but, I want to be your girlfriend, can I? What did you say? Yi Chang was stunned. To be honest, I developed feelings for you during the last match, do you believe me? Gu Qianying's confession was awkward and youthful, but very heartfelt. Yi Chang, please be my boyfriend. I beg you. Is it because I saved her? Yi Chang was indeed surprised. He had to admit that Gu Qianying was very attractive. Whether it was her looks, figure, temperament, or martial arts talent, she was top-notch. In the past, he would have said yes without a second thought. However, these days, he had been in contact with beauties like Chu Lingyu and Wei Ziying, which increased his resistance to beautiful women. Moreover, right now, Yi Chang was completely focused on cultivation, women would only slow him down. Yi Chang freed one hand and gently rubbed Gu Qianying's face. Nice. Gu Qianying trembled slightly, her eyes squinting, her face showing a look of enchantment. Like a little kitten being petted, feeling comfortable. Yi Chang, is it fun? Yi Chang couldn't help but rub her a few more times. It's okay. Be my boyfriend, then we can play together every day. Gu Qianying said shyly. If you can comprehend the meaning of the knife, then I'll agree to be your boyfriend. Yi Chang expressed his refusal in a roundabout way. Without a word, Gu Qianying sat cross-legged, placing a single knife on her knees, gazing at her nose and then at her heart, as if an old monk had reached enlightenment. What are you doing? Yi Chang was taken aback. In fact, Gu Qianying had been watching Yi Chang and Luo Hai's fight with wide eyes. Yi Chang had repeatedly used the knife intent to attack Luo Hai, which touched her heart. A hidden sensation seemed ready to burst from her heart. Gu Qianying already understood the knife's momentum, and was only one step away from truly grasping the knife intent. It was within reach. It was as if she and the knife intent were under the same roof. The knife intent was locked in the room next door. As long as a key is found, the door can be opened, and the knife intent will be obtained. At this moment, Gu Qianying was completely focused, immersed in her own world, replaying the scene of Yi Chang drawing his knife in her mind, along with Yi Chang's charisma. Suddenly, a great roar seemed to echo in Gu Qianying's mind, and countless inspirations burst forth. A flood of realizations came pouring in. Boom! The knife force that had been dormant within Gu Qianying began to rise steadily, soon becoming uncontrollable, bursting forth from her body, soaring into the sky. The astonishing knife force enveloped the entire abandoned building construction site, the sound of wind and cries filled the air, and every blade of grass seemed to be on high alert. Gu Qianying's aura suddenly changed, from initially calm, gentle, and harmless, to shining like a knife, filled with the spirit of battle. It was as if an extraordinary knife was being nurtured inside her body. Once drawn, the winds would rise and clouds would surge, immediately causing slaughter. The overwhelming knife force began to converge, like a funnel, pouring into her body from above her head. In the next moment, clang! From within Gu Qianying's body came a clear and melodious sound, like a knife being drawn from its sheath. She slowly opened her eyes, and in the depths of her pupils, illusory knife light shot out. Bing bang bing bang! The lenses of the round-framed glasses that Gu Qianying was wearing shattered and flew outward. Internal energy seeped out from Gu Qianying's body, merging with the knife light, becoming one without distinction, transforming into a thick knife energy, wrapped in shards of glass, shooting out like lightning. Bang! An abandoned building 10 meters away was cut in half, the upper section crashing down loudly. Wherever the knife energy passed, the ground was marked with dense knife scars. Gu Qianying jumped up with a whoosh, overflowing with joy and excitement, throwing her arms around Yi Chang's neck. Yi Chang! I finally comprehended the knife intent that countless swordsmen dream of. Yi Chang stared, dumbfounded. How did you do it? I just thought of how handsome and cool you are, and it worked. Gu Qianying's eyes sparkled. Also, you promised me that as long as I comprehended knife intent, you would be my boyfriend. This was my biggest motivation and encouragement. Everyone has a potential within them, and when it's unleashed, it creates miracles. Yi Chang, you brought out my potential. I really like you. Moa. Damn, is this really possible? Yi Chang was completely stunned. Chapter 26, the honest and reliable young man Yi Chang, of course, could not go back on his word. Reluctantly agreeing to be Gu Qianying's boyfriend, he awkwardly held her hand, leaving the abandoned building construction site. Having gained the knife intent and a freshly minted boyfriend, Gu Qianying might become the biggest winner tonight. The two left Fuli County and returned to the city. Ying, I have something urgent to do. You should hurry home. You just comprehended knife intent, so don't become arrogant and forget yourself.
Calm your restless heart to truly solidify the knife intent.
Remember, you must work hard to practice more lightness skills, so you can cross great realms and kill.
Yi Cheng coaxed and sent Gu Qieying off.
When parting, Gu Qieying pouted for a kiss, with lingering affection, and Yi Cheng had to give her his first kiss, leaving her with a face and mouth full of saliva before he could escape. Damn, indeed, when a woman takes the initiative, there's no place for men.
Then, Yi Cheng called Wei Ziqing.
They agreed to meet at the main entrance of the community where Wei Ziqing lived. Half an hour later, Yi Cheng saw Wei Ziqing in casual wear, shedding her daytime sharpness. At this moment, Wei Ziqing had a graceful and lazy aura, like a solitary blue lotus.
Sister Ziqing, I didn't disgrace my mission and completed it.
Yi Cheng said with a sense of accomplishment as he handed over the head of Luo Hai to Wei Ziqing. Wei Ziqing accepted it without any expression, not opening the package to verify its identity, and directly stuffed it into her storage spirit ring.
Sister Ziqing, why don't you praise me more?
Yi Cheng feigned a look of dissatisfaction.
Wei Ziqing smiled lightly, her beauty radiating warmth. Is it really that serious?
It's just an early stage of the condensing true realm.
Wrong.
Sister Zining, Luo Hai is not just an early stage of the condensing true realm. Yi Cheng animatedly recounted the events of killing Luo Hai tonight, simplifying the narrative.
What?
Luo Hai is at the mid-stage of the condensing true realm. When the brave confront each other, the winner prevails.
You killed Luo Hai after he took the Feng Qi Dan and unleashed the power of the late stage of the condensing true realm? Wei Zining finally showed concern.
She had planned to find an early-stage condensing true realm opponent for Yi Cheng to practice against, a simple task, but the process was filled with twists and turns. Thankfully, Yi Cheng caught Luo Hai off guard and severed one of his arms, otherwise, it could have ended disastrously.
A sense of dread. Cold sweat dripped down Wei Zining's forehead.
Yi Cheng, this time I was too relaxed, and almost caused you harm, Wei Zining said with a hint of guilt on her face.
Yi Cheng laughed, Sister Zining, don't worry. Only in danger can a warrior's true potential be unleashed. Fighting Luo Hai, I gained a lot. Wei Zining's beautiful eyes sparkled. Yi Cheng, it seems I seriously underestimated your abilities.
Your progress is shocking, it's simply unbelievable.
It makes sense, though.
Someone like you, the chosen one, cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Amidst her fluctuating emotions, Wei Zining glanced down and saw the storage spirit ring on Yi Cheng's right hand. She sighed, Yi Cheng, congratulations on earning your first pot of gold. Ha ha ha, thanks to Sister Zining's support, you are my benefactor. I hope there will be more tasks like this in the future.
Yi Cheng responded joyfully. No problem.
Yi Cheng, hurry home and rest well.
Remember to come to school on time tomorrow. Okay, Sister Zining, goodbye. See you tomorrow.
After returning home, Yi Cheng whooshed straight to the rooftop garden. The moon was bright, and the stars were few, as he sat down on the ground. He took out the two secret manuals, Withered Wood Formula and Qi Concealment Technique, from the storage spirit ring.
He focused intently on reading.
Qi Concealment Technique is an auxiliary technique for hiding one's realm. It allows the user to change the internal energy fluctuations at will, to deceive others and mask their true identity. When cultivated to a small success, it corresponds to the concealment in disguise at the Qi refinement stage.
Greater success corresponds to the condensing true realm level. Perfection corresponds to the diamond realm level.
The transformational level is said to be heaven-defying, allowing one to completely hide a great realm's cultivation, passing through without a trace, leaving no flaws to be found. For example, a warrior in the condensing true realm could disguise themselves as a warrior in the Qi refinement realm, while a diamond realm warrior could disguise themselves as a condensing true realm warrior. This is simply a godly skill for playing possum and deceiving others. Its practicality is incredibly strong. In battle, pretending to be weak can dupe others, leading them to lower their guard. When the opponent is careless, one can suddenly unleash their true power and turn the tide, catching the opponent off guard and defeating them.
Moreover, it is said that certain secret realms and ancient sites restrict the realm or age of entrance.
With the Qi Concealment Technique, one can take advantage of this limitation, lowering their own realm and sneaking through. As for the Withered Wood Formula, it has various useful applications like feigning death, ambush assassination, hiding, and so on, with practicality rivaling that of the Qi Concealment Technique. When the Withered Wood Formula is practiced to the transformational level, it can mask one's heartbeat, body temperature, breathing, energy, and mental fluctuations. One becomes like a mountain, stone, grass, and wood, merging seamlessly with nature, completely blending into the environment, even though several great realms above oneself cannot detect them. Yi Cheng's heart burned with passion. Unwilling to waste a single second, he immediately began his training.
Following the usual practice, he relied on his comprehension and effort to cultivate both auxiliary techniques to a small success. An hour quickly passed. Character, Yi Cheng. Age, 16 years old.
Current techniques, low-level auxiliary technique of the mysterious rank Qi Concealment Technique 40,000/40,000, small success, plus or minus.
Low-level auxiliary technique of the mysterious rank withered would formula 40,000/40,000, small success, plus or minus. Domination value, 420-7875. Next, Yi Chang doesn't need to worry. Level up. Max it out, must max it out. Current techniques, low-level auxiliary technique of the mysterious rank Chi concealment technique 120000/120000, great success, plus or minus. Low-level auxiliary technique of the mysterious rank Chi concealment technique 400000/400000, perfection, plus or minus. The low-level auxiliary skill of the Xian stage, gathering Chi technique 130000/13000000, transformation realm, plus or minus. The low-level auxiliary skill of the Xian stage, withered tree technique 120000/120000, great completion, plus or minus. The low-level auxiliary skill of the Xian stage, withered tree technique 400000/400000, perfected, plus or minus. The low-level auxiliary skill of the Xian stage, withered tree technique 130000/130000, transformation realm, plus or minus. Crushing value 567875. The end. It's that simple. The expenditure for cultivating martial skills is visibly much greater than that for martial techniques, but luckily, after decapitating Luo Hai and seizing a few million, crushing value, Yi Chang was not left in a tight spot. Yi Chang took out several mid-grade spirit stones from his storage ring and, with firm steps, replenished the sword energy that had drained more than half of his 7th Chi Si. Then, he filled the internal energy back into several depleted Chi Sis. The next day, Yi Chang, in a cheerful mood, arrived at the second-year class, Class 1, of the Binhai City Vocational Technical School. The students warmly welcomed him. Now, the treatment Yi Chang received in the class was almost identical to how Lu Fei was treated in the second year, Class 9, at Lisheng High School. The classmates adored him, flattered him, and provided him with everything, whether it was lackeys or girls, they were all there. It was a blissful experience. Yi Chang deeply felt that joining Binhai City Vocational Technical School was the right move. Putting aside the emotional value offered by his classmates, Wei Zining was definitely a bright light guiding Yi Chang on his martial arts path, illuminating his way forward. To Yi Chang, Wei Zining's importance was no less than Chu Lingyu's. Normally, Wei Zining wouldn't come to the classroom in the morning. During lunch, Yi Chang ran into her in the cafeteria. Yi Chang, jade cannot become a tool without being carved. Starting today, I will increase the intensity of your training, Wei Zining said with a serious look, as if she had already settled certain thoughts in her mind. Yi Chang patted his chest and said, no problem. Sister Zining, you can train me as much as you want. Pervert. Wei Zining glared at Yi Chang. A hearty, delicious meal of beast meat and beast bone soup, nourishing and boosting vitality, had Yi Chang thoroughly satisfied. After the lunch break, Yi Chang, along with his classmates, leisurely walked to the back mountain. The mountain was filled with towering ancient trees, flying waterfalls, flowing springs, steep cliffs, and bizarre rocks. On a cleared area, the classmates began today's training. Yi Chang didn't join immediately and stood on the side with Wei Zining to observe. There, the big guy, Song Biao, like a giant lifting a cauldron, held a 200 to 300 pound stone with both hands, first doing deep squats dozens to hundreds of times, then leaping fiercely like a frog, jumping 5 or 6 meters high, grunting with height sounds like the resonance of a giant bell, incredibly shocking. Class monitor Jiang Shichen and a few boys, bare-chested, squatted in horse stance on a huge rock covered with moss directly under a waterfall. This waterfall was grand, about 2 to 3 meters wide, falling from a height of several meters, crashing down like a heavenly jade dragon, roaring down. The water splashed into the pool, thundering like muffled thunder. Jiang Shichen and the boys stood firmly like rocks, allowing the mighty, hammer-like water flow to hit them, not making a sound. Some boys, like monkeys, leapt between large trees, then after landing, used hands and feet crazily punching and kicking the rough bark of old trees, kneeing, elbowing, headbutting, their heads cracked open, blood splattering, bones cracking, as if they were self-torturing, self-destructing. The girls were not to be outdone, lining up along a steep slope, climbing up a cliff over 10 meters high, and then jumping down one after another, like dumplings. Thud. 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 Their bodies crashed heavily on the ground, but they just dusted themselves off and climbed the steep slope again, jumping off the cliff. Damn. Yi Chang watched in astonishment, his heart racing. Sister Zining, are the classmates training their bodies? This is playing with their lives. It's so terrifying. Today, Yi Chang had his eyes opened. Also, he had somewhat misunderstood his classmates before, thinking they were just a bunch of martial arts failures idly wasting their lives, but now it seemed that his classmates had their shining points. They were fast, resilient, incredibly tough. This devilish high-intensity training, madly torturing one's body, is something ordinary martial artists simply cannot endure, as they cannot withstand the enormous physical consumption. But the students of Class 2 in high school, too, eat fierce beasts daily, their nutrition is overflowing,
and their energy is enough to recover their exhausted bodies. After each workout, they must soak in medicinal baths. No matter how much injury they sustained during training, they can reduce swelling and relieve pain, activate blood circulation and remove bruises. Even if they have broken bones, with a few more days of eating fierce beasts and soaking in medicinal baths, they can quickly recover.
Wei Zining explained to Yi Chang. Yi Chang swallowed and his expression looked a bit unnatural. Sister Zining, do you plan to make me also mutilate my body like my classmates? Wei Zining did not answer directly but instead asked, Yi Chang, do you know what the biggest difference is between the condensation realm and the diamond realm?
Yi Chang blushes embarrassedly and said, Sister Zining, as a chi-refining realm martial artist, how can I know about the diamond realm?
Back in Lisheng High School, the teacher never taught us about it.
Online, it says the diamond realm is harder than the condensation realm. Wei Zining spoke eloquently. In terms of attack methods, the condensation realm and the diamond realm are not much different, both use true chi for long-distance attacks. The difference is that diamond realm warriors can nourish their bodies with true chi, refining impurities and healing hidden bodily ailments. To summarize, it boils down to 4 words: true chi refines the body.
Yi Chang nodded thoughtfully. Sister Zining, I understand now.
The body strength of chi-refining realm martial artists is similar to that of condensation realm martial artists, while diamond realm martial artists constantly refine their bodies with true chi, being as strong as steel, which is equivalent to having both internal and external cultivation, with almost no weaknesses. Wei Zining said, diamond realm warriors have formidable and overwhelming physical bodies, abundant energy and endurance, hard bones, strong organs, as tough as iron, their lives are like diamonds. After a pause, Wei Zining looked intensely at Yi Chang, her gaze burning. Yi Chang, you have filled in the gap of lightness in your movement skills, crossing great realms to kill effortlessly. However, your body strength is not enough to withstand true chi attacks. If you are touched, you die. If you bump, you get hurt. Just a slight brush can injure muscles and bones. Your foundation is too thin, and you have almost no room for error.
This also locks your upper limit. Refine your body.
Forge your flesh to be solid as a fortress, and surpass diamond realm warriors.
When you face a condensation realm warrior again, you will easily defeat them like reaching into a pocket.
Wei Zining suddenly became very excited, as if she were a mad scientist. Yi Chang smacked his lips, sincerely agreeing, Sister Zining is right. I have to say, Sister Zining's ideas are unique, full of bold strategies, just like a department store selling suits, each set after another. Yi Chang felt like he was being used as a guinea pig for experiments. To be precise, the entire Class 2 in the Coastal City Vocational Technical School are Sister Zining's little guinea pigs. Wei Zining spoke from the heart. The vast majority of normal martial artists do not specially cultivate their bodies, as being distracted will only hinder their progress in martial arts. In the end, neither side shines, suffering losses.
But you are different, Yi Chang.
Your 7th Chi Si has been wasted, so there is no hope for entering the condensation realm. Only the path of body refinement is left for you.
You must believe me. Of course, I will unconditionally trust Sister Zining.
But how can I sharpen my body to be on par with diamond realm warriors?
Or even surpass them? Yi Chang posed the question.
Relying on external objects for body refinement, the effect is no less than that of a diamond realm warrior's true chi refinement. One could say it even surpasses it. The drawback is that it consumes resources and money, and requires enduring the most brutal pain in the world.
Wei Zining laid out the pros and cons of body refinement without hiding anything.
Yi Chang was unconvinced. He had a system to allocate points, and didn't necessarily have to endure the painful torment of body refinement.
Sister Zining, if I don't enter the diamond realm and take the obscure path of body cultivation, what external objects will I need? Yi Chang asked.
Dan pills, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the essence blood of fierce beasts and demon beasts, specialized body refining secret manuals.
Wei Zining listed them off like treasures, indicating her deep research into body refinement.
Indeed, it costs a lot of money and resources. Yi Chang sighed, but the crushing value should offset some of the body refining resources. Wei Zining said, no exaggeration, compared to a warrior of the diamond realm, a well-trained body cultivator has a stronger explosive power and is more skilled in using their body. The most crucial point is that the human body is restricted by bloodlines and genes. No matter how extraordinary your bones or innate strength, there is a limit. Therefore, the chi refining of the body has an upper limit, while body cultivation can break through these restrictions, elevating the human body's potential limit, allowing the physical body to become incredibly strong, to the point of unleashing the dormant power of ancient savage beasts within. Yi Chang's eyes lit up with strong interest in body refining. Sister Zining, powerful body cultivators can even defeat and kill warriors of the diamond realm, right?
Sounds thrilling. I want to give it a try.
Yi Chang naturally wouldn't put all his bets on body refining. He also planned to get a set of advanced techniques and quietly strive for the foundation establishment realm, balancing both pursuits. Now that Yi Chang had the breath control technique, even if he advanced to the foundation establishment realm, he could do so without anyone noticing.
Sister Zining, when can I start training with my classmates? Yi Chang eagerly asked. Wei Zining shook her head and said, I will give you special training. What they practice is a very rudimentary body refining technique, great strength bull technique. You are a chosen one, with qualifications like a god, so you naturally should not lower yourself, and you already have a solid foundation, so there's no need to start from scratch. Serpent walking steps is already a body technique, and if you can master it to perfection, it is equivalent to completing the foundation of body cultivation. But great strength bull technique? Just the name sounds like low-quality stuff. Similar to 5 tiger broken door saber. Yi Chang couldn't help but laugh, rubbing his hands together. Rich lady, oh no, Sister Zining, then lend me a high-end body refining secret manual. I'll take it home and understand it. No. Wei Zining said straightforwardly, as for high-level body refining secret manuals, not only do I not have one, but they are also very rare in the vast Binhai city. After all, body cultivation is quite niche. Then what should we do? Yi Chang was slightly taken aback. Binhai city doesn't have them, but that doesn't mean other places don't. Wei Zining seemed to have planned ahead. I will take you to Kanglan Continent to look around. The martial arts resources of Kanglan Continent are beyond what Blue Star can compare. Whoa! Yi Chang exclaimed, his surprise evident. Going to Kanglan Continent? Me? Sister Zining, are you sure you're not joking? Kanglan Continent, a world where martial arts are brought to the peak, where the strong can crush mountains with their fists, grasp stars with their palms, fly through the sky and burrow into the earth, and topple mountains and seas. These words are not metaphors, they are literal. With countless heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and mineral veins, various secret realms and sect ruins appear endlessly, with opportunities everywhere. All of this is true, but there are also dangers lurking everywhere. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a dragon's pool and tiger's den, or a hellish devil's cave. Setting aside those ferocious and violent savage and demon beasts that can summon storms, even the natives of Kanglan Continent are not to be trifled with. They eat people without spitting out bones. Since the fusion of Blue Star and Kanglan Continent 400 years ago, conflicts and killings between both sides have never ceased. For Blue Star, Kanglan Continent is the invader. Generally speaking, martial artists from Blue Star must at least reach the peak of the Foundation Establishment Realm or the Diamond Realm to have the capital to wander around Kanglan Continent. Even daring to adventure is out of the question. A chi-refining realm person like Kalami going there would be recklessly cherishing life, as martial artists from Kanglan Continent will kill Blue Star people on sight and won't even bother reasoning with you. We'll set off right away. I will take you to Kanglan Continent to collect body refining secret manuals and hunt a few fierce beasts along the way. Wei Zining said lightly, but her tone was firm and unquestionable. Damn it, are we playing this big? Yi Chang wanted to cry but had no tears. Sister Zining, I think I'll stick to the usual route. I suddenly don't want to train my body anymore. Chapter 27, Kanglan Continent. Regarding the Kanglan Continent, Yi Chang was indeed a bit scared. After all fear comes from the unknown. Yi Chang, don't be cowardly. Wei Zining had a somewhat stubborn look, and her tone had an urging element. The Kanglan Continent is not as scary as you think, don't demonize it. Many martial artists from Blue Star are getting rich there. Your understanding of the Kanglan Continent probably comes from some forums or self-media platforms. Those bloggers often exaggerate and alarm their readers for traffic, even posting some bloody photos and edited videos to attract attention anyway. The information online has both truth and lies, don't take it too seriously. With me, this experienced driver, guiding you, there's nothing to worry about. Besides, if there are dangers, that's even better. Martial artists should experience great terror between life and death to cultivate great fearlessness and courage, maximizing their potential for life. Young man, do you want to experience that blood-boiling, breath-stealing thrill of life and death? Come with me. Sister Zining, I feel like if you went into sales, you would definitely achieve great success. Yi Chang said with an awkward smile. With Wei Zining saying this, if Yi Chang refused again, he would just be ungrateful. Alright then, let's go to the Kanglan Continent. Maybe I can really make some unexpected fortune. Okay, Sister Zining, I'll go. Yi Chang had a look that seemed fearless of death. Wei Zining was a decisive person, she left without giving Yi Chang any time to prepare. The two quickly left the Coastal City Vocational Technical School. Yi Chang sat in the passenger seat of Wei Zining's very flashy pink Porsche 911. Don't be fooled by Sister Zining's cold and hard exterior. Deep down, she has an overflowing girlish heart. Ah, knowing people's faces but not their hearts. Yi Chang thought as he looked at the pink trinkets in the car. While driving, Wei Zining shared some little knowledge about the Kanglan Continent with Yi Chang. Yi Chang listened with great interest. The space-time passages connecting Blue Star to the Kanglan Continent are not just one. There are many, widely distributed. The exact number is, currently, there are 173,861 space-time passages connecting Blue Star to the Kanglan Continent. As a third-tier city in the Dragon Country, Coastal City has 4 space-time passages, officially named Bin A Exit, Bin B Exit, Bin C Exit, and Bin D Exit. Each exit corresponds to a fixed area on the Kanglan Continent. For example, the Bindi exit where Yi Chang and Wei Zining are going corresponds to Luoxia Ridge on the Kanglan continent. Luoxia Ridge is a massive mountain range stretching thousands of miles north to south and also thousands of miles east to west. There are countless ferocious beasts and demons, and it nurtures an innumerable variety of magical herbs and treasures. Wei Zining told Yi Chang that if they casually dug up a few spiritual herbs from Luoxia Ridge and brought them back to Blue Star, they could buy cars and houses. Yi Chang held a skeptical attitude towards this. Earning money is hard, this is a universal truth. After driving for 40 minutes, they arrived at the Bindi exit. A towering and majestic building came into Yi Chang's sight, like a giant standing between heaven and earth, or like an unshakable fortress. Blue Star people can enter and exit the Kanglan continent through the space-time passages as they please, and of course, the natives from the Kanglan continent can come over too. For example, the space-time passages are like a two-way road for vehicles. Years ago, nearly half of the space-time passage areas on Blue Star were scenes of brutal battles every day, with bodies lying everywhere and rivers of blood flowing. If it weren't for the Law Manifestation Realm and the big shots above the Law Manifestation Realm being repelled by the space-time passages, the Blue Star had long since become a colony of the Kanglan continent. This mechanism protecting the weak provided the martial artists of Blue Star with extremely precious growth time. After hundreds of years of brewing and fermentation, accumulating grain by grain, the martial arts of Blue Star welcomed a golden age, with many of the older generation of martial artists stepping into the Law Manifestation Realm, and the younger generation experiencing an explosion of talent. The martial artists of the Kanglan continent finally became cautious, no longer daring to recklessly invade Blue Star for plundering and killing. The war gradually calmed down, and Blue Star restored its former harmony and peace. Take Binhai City, for example. It has been nearly 50 years since a large-scale war with the Kanglan continent occurred. Of course, this does not mean Blue Star can be complacent. Once the weak protection mechanism fails, and the time-space channel poses no restraint on the giants of Kanglan continent, Blue Star will face a catastrophic disaster. This is not an exaggeration. After all, the martial arts of Blue Star have only developed for a few hundred years. Compared to the Kanglan continent, it is like a drop in the ocean. Yi Chang entered the building with Wei Zining. It felt similar to a department store or shopping mall, crowded with merchants and bustling with large crowds. Huawei flagship store, Xiaomi, Volkswagen 4S store, Tesla, Starbucks, Heideleo, Burberry, Hermes, Patek Philippe, Chow Tai Fook, Nishua Bingcheng, everything imaginable is included. Of course, there are also weapon shops, elixir shops, spirit stone shops, and auction houses related to martial arts. Yi Chang occasionally saw martial artists exuding murderous aura, with the lingering smell of blood, shouldering strange beast corpses to sell in the corresponding shops. There were also martial artists with baskets full of rare flowers and herbs, their faces displaying smiles of joy from their bountiful returns. Of course, there were also injured martial artists, missing arms or legs and covered in blood, being rushed by their sorrowful companions into the hospital within the building for emergency rescue. Yi Chang felt like he was seeing the world anew today. Wei Zining led Yi Chang to a large clothing store. The two picked out several sets of ancient-style clothing. The material was lightweight and soft, smooth like silk, exuding a noble and antique aura. They also bought 2 wigs. Yi Chang went to the fitting room to change into his new clothes and put on the wig. In the mirror, Yi Chang transformed into a graceful young gentleman from a chaotic world. A folding fan would make him perfect. Is this playing cosplay? Ha ha ha. Yi Chang couldn't help but laugh. The Kanglan continent is similar to the feudal dynasties of ancient Blue Star, with a classic Han and Tang charm. Therefore, Blue Star martial artists would change into ancient dresses before going to the Kanglan continent. Modern trendy clothes would be too eye-catching there. After dressing up, Wei Zining in a pink chest-length skirt, with vibrant peach blossoms embroidered on the upper garment, and a lightweight sheer lower skirt flowing in the wind, looked like a fairy, and her stylish wine-red slightly curled short hair was replaced by long, beautiful flowing hair that cascaded like a waterfall, exuding an air of classicism and nobility, gentility, and dignity. Sister Zining, you're so beautiful. Yi Chang couldn't help but praise. Yi Chang, you are also very handsome. Your ancient costume looks heroic. Wei Zining said earnestly. Sister Zining, can we take a photo together? I want to use it as my phone screensaver. Yi Chang smiled. Of course. Yi Chang took out his phone and handed it to the shop assistant. Yi Chang ran to Wei Zining's side, quickly pulling her over while she wasn't looking, making a peace sign with a silly smile. Click, click. Wearing ancient clothing does not mean one can pass off as a native of the Kanglan continent. The natives of the Kanglan continent bear both similarities and differences with the people of Blue Star. With yellow skin, black straight hair, and black eyes, their flat facial features, the natives of the Kanglan continent are at least 90% similar to the East Asian people of Blue Star, with an average height of about 180 centimeters. The stark difference is, on the forehead of every native of the Kanglan continent, without exception, there is a distinctive vertical eye, resembling the Erlang Shenyang Jian from the myths of Blue Star. Additionally, the natives of the Kanglan continent have 20 chi Cs within them, which is exactly double that of Blue Star people, meaning their bodies are more suited for martial arts cultivation. It is said that some high-level techniques require the simultaneous operation of 20 qis to successfully cultivate. Next, Wei Zining took Yi Cheng to handle the exit formalities. Yi Cheng thought there would be a lot of complicated processes and red tape, but surprisingly, Zining slipped a few mid-grade spirit stones to the person in charge, and all the procedures went smoothly. Wow, Yi Cheng exclaimed in awe. Eventually, the two arrived at the top floor of the building where the time-space passage was located. It was a vast terrace occupying an area comparable to 2 standard football fields, with hundreds of soldiers stationed there. Some soldiers held M16s or AK-47s, with grenades hanging from their waists, others wore tiger helmets, covered in scale armor, carrying bows and quivers, and wielding war spears and curved sabers, exuding a formidable aura of killing intent and displaying the formidable energy of the true gathering realm. The soldiers stood ready, releasing a chilling and terrifying killing intent toward anyone attempting to approach. There were even over a dozen Type 99G main battle tanks cruising, with their gun barrels all pointed towards a gateway in the center of the terrace. The atmosphere was tense, gripping the heart. "Let's go," Wei Zining said calmly, pulling the curious and wide-eyed Yi Cheng, who looked like a silly goose, as she strolled confidently toward the gateway. Inside the gateway, the surface shimmered like a lake under the evening sun, emanating a mysterious energy wave that was palpable yet intangible. At this moment, more than 10 warriors with deep and powerful auras lined up to enter the gateway one by one. As soon as these warriors' bodies slightly touched the sparkling lake surface, the inside of the gateway swirled and rolled. In the next instant, the bodies of the warriors seemed to be swallowed by something, disappearing without a trace. Yi Cheng couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, repeatedly swallowing his saliva. It's normal to feel a bit nervous and scared the first time. You will get used to it, Wei Zining said gently. Sister Zining, were you also very nervous the first time? Yi Cheng asked seriously. Scared and anxious, but mixed with a bit of excitement, Wei Zining tilted her head and replied, but once you go in, it gets better. After a pause, Wei Zining said seriously, Yi Cheng, the Kanglan continent is a world that follows the law of the jungle. Only those who are ruthless, fierce, and skilled can live well on that land. If you encounter a native of the Kanglan continent, be sure not to be timid or soft-hearted, you must be even more brutal and domineering than them. Oh. I understand, Sister Zining, Yi Cheng nodded seriously, agreeing. It's our turn, let's go. Wei Zining grabbed Yi Cheng's hand, and they both stepped into the gateway at the same time. In an instant, Yi Cheng felt darkness descend, his head heavy and his feet light, as if he had been thrown into a high-speed spinning washing machine, a strong feeling of discomfort enveloping his whole body. Fortunately, this feeling lasted only a few seconds. Steadying himself, he found solid ground, the sunlight dazzling and the wind roaring. Yi Cheng opened his eyes to see a world filled with vibrant green, as a brand new landscape slowly unfolded before him like a painting. He found himself in a vast field of beautiful grass and flowers, with countless blossoms not found on Blue Star blooming in a riot of colors, everywhere a tapestry of reds and purples, lush green like a carpet, and the air alive with abundant vitality, rich with the fragrance of flowers intertwined with powerful spiritual energy. Breathing it in felt like drinking a fine nectar, nourishing and invigorating, warming his blood as if he were soaking in a hot spring, pure bliss. Gazing far and wide. All around the flower grove are primitive forests, with withered vines and ancient trees, a breath of desolate and uninhabited ancient atmosphere spreads out, and from time to time the sound of beast howls and owl hoots echoes in the dense forest, terrifying and causing chills, leaving one trembling in fear, not knowing how many man-eating ferocious beasts are lurking in these wild ancient woods. Further away are the continuous towering mountains, with countless peaks piercing the clouds. Wow, this is the Luoxia Ridge of the Kanglan continent. Yi Cheng felt a mixture of emotions, just like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden. Wei Zining released Yi Cheng's hand. The purpose of this trip is to hunt ferocious beasts and collect body-refining secrets. If we are lucky, we might find spirit flowers and herbs along the way. Let's go, keep close to me so you don't get lost. After saying that, Wei Zining walked quickly ahead like an experienced guide. Yi Cheng did not dare to lag behind, following closely behind Wei Zining like a parasitic insect, questioning, Sister Zining, in this desolate and uninhabited place, where can we find body-refining secrets? Wei Zining turned her head and smiled mysteriously, you don't have to worry, just follow me. MHM. The two arrived at a dense forest when suddenly, 2 men and 1 woman sprang out from the woods. Yi Cheng's pupils slightly trembled, seeing the 3 on the opposite side also dressed in ancient costumes. Fortunately, they did not have a third eye on their foreheads, they were Blue Star people. All 3 were around 20 years old, and a piercing wave of true energy radiated from them, their expressions friendly and smiling. Yi Cheng felt that the aura of these 3 was on par with Feng Su, indicating they were all late-stage martial artists of the true condensation realm. Yi Cheng activated the concealing qi technique, suppressing his internal energy realm to the 6th level of qi refining, making his presence extremely weak. The woman among the 3 had delicate features and extremely large, pure, and clear eyes, though her beauty did not compare to Wei Zining, she was not inferior to Chu Jingya in appearance. She smiled brightly, don't panic, we 3 are elite students from the Huidong High School in Binhai City.
This time we came to Luoxia Ridge to collect royal bloodgrass and jade skinflower. In Kanglan Continent, we Blue Star people should stick together, so why don't you two team up with us? If we encounter Kanglan Continent martial artists, we can help each other. The square-faced boy behind her smiled innocently. When we're out, Blue Star martial artists should support each other.
MHM Wei Xiening absent-mindedly replied. At that moment,
swish! An arrow, wrapped in true energy, shot through the air with incredible speed, tearing the air apart with a shrill, wailing sound, directly aiming for Wei Xiening's brow.
Yi Cheng's breath hitched, feeling a bit taken aback.
In a flash, Wei Xiening's right hand shot forward and firmly grasped the arrow. Without a second thought, she threw it back, the arrow shooting back at lightning speed in the direction from which it came.
Ah! A brief and painful howl echoed from the woods, which ended abruptly in less than a second, leaving silence in its wake.
The smiles on the faces of the two boys and one girl had frozen before they could fully form. In the next instant, a faint flash of blade light vanished. The girl who had initiated the conversation with Wei Xiening had a thin, narrow red line appear from her left shoulder to her right waist. She looked at Wei Xiening with an odd expression. Just moments ago, Wei Xiening was empty-handed, but now she held a shiny single knife in her right hand, yet no one saw her swing the knife. Puff! That fine red line suddenly split open, tearing the girl's body diagonally in half. Her entrails and blood splattered everywhere, the nauseating smell of blood instantly filling the air. The two boys exchanged terrified glances upon seeing the fear in each other's eyes. Then, they fled in panic, one to the left and one to the right. Wei Xiening remained unhurried. She leaped forward first, blocking the boy fleeing to the left. A flash of cold, murderous blade light shot past.
Yi Cheng wasn't idle either, enraged. Who dared to ambush my sister Xiening? You will die.
With a thought, he was ready to chase after the boy heading to the right. That guy's light skills were impressive. Like a grasshopper, he leaped away and was already 100 meters away.
However, this speed was completely insufficient in front of Yi Cheng.
Yi Cheng was not anxious at all, sneering slightly, ready to pursue. At the same time, another dagger appeared in Wei Xiening's left hand. She flicked her hand, and the dagger flew out, transforming into a beam of killing light, shooting straight for the boy's back. The moment she threw out the dagger, Wei Xiening also soared forward. Puff! The boy was in midair. The dagger pierced through his back, went through his heart, and created a rain of blood, spraying out from his chest. Wei Xiening rushed in front of the boy, raising her left hand, and the dagger, still with momentum, like an obedient little baby, fell into her hand. Wei Xiening put both daggers back into her storage ring. Bam! The boy's corpse dropped heavily to the ground. Almost simultaneously, the boy who had fled to the left was cut in half, perfectly symmetrical, blood and intestines splattered everywhere. Wow, my sister is amazing. In less than a minute, killing 4 people. The strength of that person hiding in the wood shooting arrows is unknown, but these 3 are solidly in the late stage of the true condensation realm, and you kill them like chickens. No, you're faster than killing chickens, Yi Cheng exclaimed, greatly shocked, with a hint of frustration on his face. Sister Xiening, I originally wanted to help you deal with one, but unfortunately I was too slow, can't keep up with your pace. Wei Xiening had a nonchalant expression, as if she had done something trivial, and comforted him. It's not that I'm faster than you, but before I acted, I already simulated in my mind how to kill them. The 2 of them escaping separately was also within my prediction. When you kill more people, you gain experience. Yi Cheng's eyes sparkled with insight. He softly muttered, planning ahead before killing, just like playing chess. A master looks 3 steps ahead with every move, a novice only sees 1 step. I understand.
Damn, Sister Xiening, following you really teaches me something.
Wei Xiening smiled, her dimples appearing, looking very beautiful. Then she began to search the corpses. Very skilled, it seems she had done this kind of thing before. These 3 students from Shiyang Middle School could be said to be almost penniless. Wei Xiening only found more than 20 low-grade spirit stones and a few mid-grade spirit stones on them. So poor, no wonder they came to Luoxia Ridge to rob, wasting my time. Wei Xiening pouted, quite dissatisfied, putting the spoils into her storage ring, and signaled Yi Cheng to enter the primitive forest. The 2 moved lightly through the forest. Seeing Yi Cheng's puzzled expression, Wei Xiening patiently explained, deliberately engaging me in conversation to distract my attention, allowing the ambusher hidden in the dark to launch a surprise attack. This method is extremely clumsy and outdated. I didn't expect someone was still using it. Martial artists from Blue Star come to Kanglan Continent. Without the constraints of laws and morals, the ugliness of human nature will be fully exposed in the face of profit. Sometimes they act even more cruelly and lack morals than the natives of Kanglan Continent.
Wei Xiening earnestly taught, Yi Cheng, you must remember, here, do not easily trust anyone.
Understood. Yi Cheng nodded vigorously. Maybe Blue Star martial artists are even more dangerous than the natives of Kanglan Continent. Towering giant trees with lush branches blocked out the sun, the ground piled high with dead branches and leaves, a rotten and foul odor spreading. Wild grass grew taller than people, vines twisted around like pythons, a faint miasma floated like mist in the forest, giving a gloomy and eerie feeling. The air was filled with a repressive atmosphere. Fortunately, because people often passed through the forest, some paths had formed, allowing a detour around the wild grass, vines, and shrubs, even avoiding the miasma. Yi Chang was very alert, drawing the dagger from his storage ring. Grasping in hand, observing the surroundings, once there is danger, immediately launch an attack. At the same time, Yi Chang was also carefully paying attention, seeing if he could discover rare flowers and precious herbs among the wild grass and vines. Whether in elementary school, middle school, or high school, there were miscellaneous courses that taught students to identify valuable things in the Kanglan continent: plants, fierce beasts, demon beasts, ores, and so on. Recognizing more things was also greatly beneficial for martial arts cultivation. That seems to be silver leaf grass. It's one of the auxiliary herbs used to refine blood-stopping pill. Yi Chang saw a large patch of plants growing under a crooked big tree, entirely bright silver and resembling foxtail grass, and his eyes suddenly brightened, ready to run over and gather it. No need, this thing won't sell for much. Wei Zining stopped him. Things of little value take up space in the storage spirit ring, it's not worth it. Alright, Sister Zining, I'll listen to you. The two wandered along, walking for more than an hour, and everything they saw along the way were relatively low-value plants and small fierce beasts like stinking weasel, golden-furred mouse, and stone-eating jackal. Maintaining a stance of not moving. Although there were no immediate gains, Yi Chang had gained rich experience and sighed that this trip was not in vain. Chapter 28: Encounter at Falling Sunset Ridge. Vast and boundless, the terrain was complex and varied. Besides forests, there were hills, basins, swamps, mountains, water bodies, and so on. Yi Chang and Wei Zining hacked their way out of the primitive forest, and ahead was an open area like a plain, littered with scattered rocks. Suddenly, from behind a giant rock, a creature resembling a black-haired wild boar swaggered out, its size as large as a medium-sized bus, with two tusks that looked like sharp, gleaming crescent blades, exuding a majestic aura. Second-tier fierce beast, giant tusk pig, tender meat, great for boosting energy and blood. Wei Zining licked her lips, a hint of greed appearing in her eyes. The giant tusk pig suddenly saw two uninvited guests trespassing its territory, instantly jumping up in rage, letting out a roar to the sky, its forehooves kicking up wind as it charged toward them. Wei Zining stood motionless, a bright saber appearing in her right hand. A blade of true energy swept across the giant tusk pig's neck like lightning. There was no scene of blood splattering, nor any sight of dismemberment. This lethal true energy blade merely left a fine mark on the giant tusk pig's neck as effortlessly as cutting vegetables. Damn, this beast is tough-skinned and thick-meat, Yi Chang exclaimed. The giant tusk pig, feeling the pain, shrieked repeatedly, opening its huge bloody mouth. A blast of airflow even swirled in its mouth. The next moment, the airflow condensed into 8 wind blades, slicing through at high speed, tearing apart the air in their path. Wei Zining ignored it, focusing solely on wielding her knife. Waves of blade light soared out, one after another, accurately striking the same spot, the fine mark on the giant tusk pig's neck, creating a thunderous metallic explosion. In an instant, there were 17 strikes. The final blow pierced through the giant tusk pig's neck, launching its head high into the sky, and blood gushed out from the neck severing point like a fountain, turning into a blood rain that fell down, breaking through the point to shatter the surface. Immediately, Wei Zining raised her left fist and struck out, shattering the 8 incoming wind blades midair, transforming them into a raging wind that made Yi Chang and Wei Zining's clothes flutter. Yi Chang clicked his tongue. Sister Zining is so strong. No doubt, a few months later, during the life and death duel between the vocational technical school in Binhai City and the Green Xingtong High School, Sister Zining might very well achieve a record of 1 defeating 7. Wei Zining strolled over, putting the giant tusk pig's head and body into her storage spirit ring. Yi Chang followed, smiling and saying, "This pig is enough for the classmates to eat for 10 days or half a month. Sister Zining, you are so great, everyone's food supply is earned by you slice by slice. You are the sister and mom of class 2-1. So cheesy. Wei Zining glared at Yi Chang. By the way, Sister Zining, what realm are you actually at? Yi Chang asked curiously. Pinnacle of the true condensation realm, but my accumulation is still not enough, so I don't plan to break through to the diamond realm for now. Wei Zining truly regarded Yi Chang as her own, hiding nothing from him. Yi Chang was surprised. No way, Sister Zining, you're so fierce, killing late-stage true condensation realm fighters like they are nothing, and yet your accumulation is still not enough? Killing within the same realm is nothing to mention. I need to kill several diamond realm warriors before I can break through. Wei Zining rolled her eyes. My sister, you set your standards too high. Yi Chang sighed. The two continued forward, and Wei Zining killed a giant tusker that jumped out from the side, adding it to her spiritual storage ring. Sister Zining, it seems your spiritual storage ring contains a massive space that can hold many things. Mine can only fit the size of an SUV trunk. Yi Chang's eyes showed envy. Pausing for a moment, he happily said, 2 giant tuskers, we hit the jackpot this time and are going home fully loaded. That's small, your vision is too narrow, Yi Chang. This time the goal is to hunt 3-tiered fierce beasts. Wei Zining said with a smile.
The inner cores and blood of three-tiered fierce beasts can help the kids of Class 2, 1, complete the mighty bull strength cultivation, laying a solid foundation for cultivating higher-level body refinement techniques. Sister Zening, you truly care for everyone. Yi Chang admired her, but his heart trembled slightly. Three-tiered fierce beasts are not easy to deal with. One-tiered fierce beasts correspond to the chi cultivation realm of warriors, two-tiered fierce beasts to the true condensation realm, and three-tiered fierce beasts to the diamond realm, and so on. The two passed through the rocky open area and entered a grassland. After walking for a while, they saw a fiery spectacle in the tall grass ahead, with flames soaring into the sky, but without any smoke. The scene was strange. There are good things. Wei Zening perked up with excitement. Yi Chang and Wei Zening hurried over, pushing aside the grass, and a dozen fist-sized crimson fruits appeared before them. The surface of these fruits had lively flames dancing on them, emitting heat and a sweet fragrance. These are fire pomegranate fruits, worth their weight in gold, no less than top-quality spirit stones. For warriors cultivating fire techniques, just one can boost their efforts by at least 2 to 3 years. Wei Zening was overjoyed, her face lighting up with the expression of someone who sees money. Yi Chang calculated, thinking that these more than a dozen fire pomegranate fruits could fetch nearly $1 billion when auctioned back in Binhai City. Damn, a huge profit. The earning potential of warriors is terrifying. The Kanglan continent truly is a treasure trove. At that moment, over 20 violent and fierce auras charged at them, racing towards them like a storm. A warning sign arose in Yi Chang's heart. Wei Zening furrowed her brows, quickly picking 10 fire pomegranate fruits and stuffing them into her storage ring, lowering her voice to say to Yi Chang, "Don't be nervous, I've got this. Just follow my lead later." A little over 30 meters away, over 20 men and women dressed in ancient-style clothing fanned out in a semicircle, surrounding them like catching a turtle in a jar, then slowly tightening their circle, as if encircling prey, leaving Yi Chang and Wei Zening no chance to escape. Yi Chang's pupils trembled, and before him were these men and women wearing matching black robes, all young, with the youngest only 13 or 14 years old, and the oldest no more than 16 or 17, wielding various weapons like swords, sabers, spears, whips, hammers, and claws. On their foreheads, there was a growth the size of a peanut that at first glance looked like a flesh tumor, but it was actually an eye. Like the pupils of devils, radiating an overwhelming ferocity and bloodthirsty glow. Kanglan continent people. Damn, I see the natives of the Kanglan continent for the first time, and it's a whole bunch of them. Did I accidentally poke a hornet's nest? Yi Chang felt both fear and a thrill of curiosity facing such new experiences. The aura of every native from the Kanglan continent was terrifying, like ancient wild beasts, their true energy waves unfathomable, the pressure rising up like a wave into the sky. The surrounding tiny stones floated up, patches of wild grass were uprooted, dancing wildly in midair. They looked at Yi Chang and Wei Zening with eyes similar to how Yi Chang and Wei Zening looked at the giant-toothed pig earlier. They regarded me and Sister Zening as prey, as livestock. Yi Chang felt humiliation, extremely displeased, but his mind gradually calmed down, the intent of the sword and knife cutting through various negative emotions, a determination to fight to the death surged within him. Wei Zening's expression was serious. "Don't fight over them, these two blue star people are my prey." A boy from the Kanglan continent, about the same age as Yi Chang, stepped forward from the crowd. From kindergarten and elementary school, the Blue Star has been comprehensively popularizing the language and characters of the Kanglan continent. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to countless victories. Therefore, Yi Chang could understand the other person's words and even communicate with him without barriers. The Kanglan continent boy ignored Yi Chang, carefully sizing up the curvaceous figure, stunning beauty, and ethereal temperament of Wei Zening from top to bottom. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled up, and a lecherous light radiated from his 3 eyes, drooling, "I want to sleep with this Blue Star woman. He, I love sleeping with Blue Star women, they are so moist, it feels good." His companions laughed wildly. "Brother 7, I want to sleep with her too. Can I wait until you're done?" A rat-faced boy from the Kanglan continent stared fixedly at Wei Zening, gulping in anticipation. "Yi Chang, they have the numbers, don't act recklessly. At my command, be ready to flee," Wei Zening suddenly said to Yi Chang. Wei Zening's tone was very timid, her face terrified, but her eyes shot out a chilling murderous intent. Yi Chang's heart stirred. Sister Zening hadn't purposely lowered her voice, the surrounding Kanglan natives could hear her as long as they weren't deaf. It was clearly intended for them to hear. After fighting for centuries, both sides actually learned from each other. The natives of Kanglan continent had started learning the language and characters of Blue Star long ago, given that Luoxia Ridge was connected to Binhai City, so the likelihood of this group of Kanglan natives not understanding what Wei Zening said was extremely low. So Sister Zening's constant claims of wanting to flee are actually a reverse hint, she is about to unleash a massacre. Yi Chang understood. Then, he deliberately turned his head to look back. Only 3 Kanglan natives had surrounded Yi Chang and Wei Zening from behind. Compared to the front and sides, the back was definitely the weakest link in the encirclement. If he wanted to escape in a hurry, turning around and running back was the best choice. "Run back!" Wei Zining said to Yi Chang. This sentence was purely redundant. Yi Chang understood it. Turning it around meant Sister Zining was telling him to charge forward. Sure enough, the three Kanglan natives who had been lurking behind Yi Chang and Wei Zining had fierce fighting intent in their eyes, taking a stance and preparing for battle. The Kanglan natives in front and on the sides had amused expressions, their demeanor slightly relaxed. Yi Chang, run! Wei Zining shouted, her eyes flashing with fierce light, killing intent surging as she pulled out her sword and lunged forward. Yi Chang was unwilling to be outdone, pushing off the ground, shattering a patch of earth, his momentum suddenly rising. He activated the eagle steps to the extreme, moving even faster than Wei Zining, truly resembling a streak of light, zooming straight for the boy who just made those vile comments, known as Brother Seven by his companions. Brother Seven was slightly taken aback, never expecting these two seemingly helpless Blue Star people to dare to play tricks at their death's door. Facing the lightning-fast approach of Yi Chang, it was too late to dodge. Brother Seven, quick to react, suddenly brought together his right hand's index and middle fingers, stabbing forward from afar. A condensed purple beam, measuring several meters in length, shot out from Brother Seven's fingertips, sharp as a blade, cutting through the void, creating a hissing sound, aiming to viciously penetrate Yi Chang's body. The speeding Yi Chang did not slow down. His body resembled a tree swaying in the wind, shaking its 100 branches, muscles taut, bones twisting, flesh used to the extreme, suddenly bending into a C shape as a purple beam shot straight through the gap. Possessing the might to split clouds and crack stones, the purple beam, cutting through mountains as if they were nothing, achieved nothing but an instant. Just at that moment, Yi Chang had dashed close to Seventh Brother, a sliver of blade energy extending from the tip of his knife, hand raised, knife dropped. The force of this knife was like an avalanche, like a sandstorm, like a landslide, unstoppable, scattering 1,000 troops. Seventh Brother's heart shattered with fear. Faced with Yi Chang unleashing the miraculous speed of eagle steps in the transformed realm, being able to unleash a wisp of purple light in the blink of an eye was already Seventh Brother's limit. Moreover, he never dreamed that what he thought was an almost certain attack could be dodged by Yi Chang. Puff! Seventh Brother's body was instantly torn apart by the blade energy, split in two, blood staining the ground, internal organs splattered everywhere. Damn! I killed a warrior from Kanglan continent. I succeeded. Yi Chang's inner joy was indescribable, a tremendous sense of accomplishment swept through his body, nearly bursting into cheers. After all, whenever the Kanglan continent warriors were mentioned, Blue Star warriors always spoke in hushed tones, feeling a sense of inferiority, already losing in momentum. It could even be said that the fear of Kanglan continent warriors had been imprinted in the DNA of most Blue Star warriors. Before this, Yi Chang wasn't sure he could kill a Kanglan continent warrior just like he did with Blue Star warriors, but having achieved it now, his confidence grew wildly, like weeds uncontrollably flourishing. At the same time, Wei Zining had also swung a knife. This knife contained true chi, knife intent, blade aura, killing intent, and a momentum that seemed to split heaven and earth apart. The Kanglan continent warriors aligned in a line faced the worst fate of being crushed to powder by the blade energy, leaving no bones behind. Those slightly better were bisected by the aftermath of the blade energy, cut cleanly in two, the smooth grassland torn open by a straight knife scar as wide as a door plank, stretching out for over 20 meters. Within the deep trough, an incredible great power lingered on. Goodness, Wei Zining killed 8 with one stroke. Yi Chang's heart stirred. If I step into the true reality realm and use true chi to drive knife intent or sword intent, I could also kill like Sister Zining. The remaining Kanglan continent warriors, frightened, scattered and fled, hiding far away. These two Blue Star warriors are too strong. Seventh Brother was actually killed by an ant of the chi refining realm. This is unbelievable. Although scared out of their wits and unwilling to fight Yi Chang and Wei Zining, these Kanglan continent warriors all wore grim faces, like fierce ghosts, with breath full of hatred and resentment. Ding! Detected a chi refining realm level 10 host killing a mid-level true reality realm warrior, crushing value plus 2,600,000. Detected that this warrior's talent is extraordinary, triggering 10-fold critical hit, crushing value plus 26 million. Ordinary talent, extraordinary, genius, monster, peerless monster, unparalleled, standing above all. The system's broadcast made Yi Chang feel as if he were hearing heavenly music. To kill a Kanglan continent warrior and actually reap tens of millions in crushing value, it was simply exhilarating. However, this guy was only a mid-level true reality warrior, yet his breath was much stronger than Fong Su and the drug-enhanced Luo Hai, the wave of true chi terrifying. Indeed, Kanglan continent warriors are extraordinary. Thinking about it, it made sense. Kanglan continent warriors have 20 chi Cs within them, which is a huge innate advantage, so a Kanglan continent true reality warrior at the same talent level has double the total amount of true chi compared to a Blue Star true reality warrior. Sister Zining, what should we do next? Yi Chang asked excitedly. Wei Zining, fierce as a demon, said, kill them all. Not one left. Just then, a Kanglan continent warrior let out a piercing long howl. This long howl continued endlessly, containing a sense of sorrow and resentment, tears turning into blood. The long chant shocked the heavens, echoing through the clouds, carrying far away.
In an instant, from several miles away, a voice full of fierce energy echoed, hundreds of roars rising and falling, creating a magnificent spectacle, corresponding to the warrior's howl on this Kanglan continent, startling birds into flight, and making fierce beasts anxious and restless. Yi Chang and Wei Zining looked at each other in bewilderment.
Boom! From the eastern primeval forest, a terrifying undeniable aura soared into the sky, shaking the mountains and forests.
The violent wind swept up countless leaves and branches, vines and thorns, covering the sky and blocking the sun.
It seemed in that dense forest, a prehistoric giant beast lay in wait, ready to devour humans.
In the southern valley, light suddenly surged, as if a great sun was slowly rising, making it impossible to look directly at. In the western hills, strands of golden lightning soared like smoke, spreading with crackling sparks, extremely terrifying. In the northern basin, sword intent flooded the sky, countless sword energy spun violently, forming a huge tornado, swallowing everything in all directions that could be devoured.
You are doomed.
The Jiang family's spring hunt happens once a year, with direct descendants, illegitimate children, branches, collateral lines, and guest warriors. The elite are almost all out.
Elders from the clan are personally supervising.
You two trash from Blue Star killed our Jiang family members, a crime so great that tearing your corpses apart and scattering your ashes wouldn't be enough to relieve our anger. A warrior from the Kanglan continent, eyes wild and face twisted in a cruel smile, looked at Yi Chang and Wei Zining as if they were two corpses. Sister Zining, it seems like we've really stirred up a hornet's nest this time.
Can you handle it? Yi Chang gulped down a big mouthful of saliva. Handle what? Several Diamond Realm experts are coming. Run! Wei Zining revealed a look of horror, tightly grabbing Yi Chang's hand and taking off in a hurry. Chapter 29, When the Sixth Brother is Really Happy.
Wei Zining was truly frightened this time, pulling Yi Chang into a nearby primeval forest.
The dense forest was much more suitable for escaping than the flat open area.
Both of their light skills were not bad, agile like cheetahs, leaping and maneuvering through the intricate jungle as if they were in water. Especially Yi Chang's snake walking step, moving through the thorny forest as if walking on flat ground.
Sister Zining, didn't you say the Kanglan continent wasn't as scary as I imagined?
You also said with you as the experienced driver, it would be foolproof, but now, it seems there are hundreds of Kanglan continent warriors chasing us, including many Diamond Realm experts. I really shouldn't have believed your words.
You deceitful woman.
Yi Chang complained while running. Wei Zining was also speechless. The martial families of Kanglan continent often organize hunts. One reason is to explore and seek treasure, and the other is to train the family children. Who would have thought we would run into them?
This is what bad luck means. To be honest, it's quite thrilling.
Sister Zining, I run fast, and that pack of mad dogs from Kanglan continent can't catch up. They can only eat my dust. Yi Chang wasn't discouraged but became more playful.
Not a bad mindset. Wei Zining praised. Sister Zining, you are dragging me down, affecting my performance. How about I carry you? Yi Chang smiled. That works. Your speed is much faster than mine. Wei Zining didn't hesitate, directly jumping onto Yi Chang's back.
Yi Chang held Wei Zining's perfectly rounded backside, sprinting wildly, feeling a soft but bouncy touch that made his heart race. Skin against skin, the rich scent of male hormones quickened Wei Zining's heartbeat, every breath filled with the unique smell of Yi Chang. Yi Chang didn't go in a straight line, twisting and turning in the jungle, avoiding fierce beasts. He was confident he could shake off the pursuers and lead Sister Zining to safety. Yi Chang ran for more than an hour straight before stopping. Swallowed a gathering spirit pill, instantly replenishing the inner energy that had been consumed. The two rested on the trunk of a fallen tree. Wei Zining took out jerky, delicious duck necks, and soda from her storage ring, and they barely filled their stomachs.
Sister Zining, we should be safe now, Yi Chang said with a smile.
As soon as he finished speaking, from all directions came a series of harsh howls, some distant, some near, faintly surrounding Yi Chang and Wei Zining. The silent forest gradually became lively.
Damn, they just won't let up.
Yi Chang exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Sister Zining, those guys seem to know our every move.
What on earth is going on?
It's so strange. Wei Zining's expression turned serious. They must have sent a large number of first-tier ferocious beasts known as scent-seeking wolves. The scent-seeking wolves have an unmatched sense of smell, capable of detecting the residual scent we left in the air.
Oh, so they are like police dogs? Then aren't we completely exposed?
Yi Chang felt frustrated, thinking back to how he had just escaped with joy, never expecting to find himself trapped again.
What now? Keep running, it would be useless anyway. Break through the encirclement? That would be like a moth flying into the flame, looking for death.
Not to mention the high-end combat power of King Kong Realm overseeing, even just a few hundred warriors in the True Essence Realm united against them would be enough to make Yi Chang and Wei Zining tremble. Yi Chang, feeling annoyed, punched the trunk beneath him. Suddenly, not far away, a creature resembling a weasel dashed out from a bush, sneaking around and looking everywhere.
A first-tier ferocious beast, the noxious weasel, its greatest feature was its horrendous stench, unbearable, with body odor, blood odor, and meat odor everywhere. It emitted a sky-high foul smell. Yi Chang suddenly had an idea and raised his hand to strike. The sharp blade flashed, and that noxious weasel fell dead on the spot. The stench from its blood spread out, making one want to vomit. "Sister Zening, take off your clothes, hurry," Yi Chang said without hesitation, removing his own clothes. "Yi Chang, pretty clever," Wei Zining's eyes brightened, understanding immediately. Smearing the blood of the noxious weasel on their bodies would be enough to mask their scent, making the scent-seeking wolves lose track of them. With the pursuers approaching, they had to act quickly. Wei Zining didn't care about modesty anymore. Blushing, she said to Yi Chang, "Turn around, don't peek." "Sister Zening, don't worry, as a decent person, I wouldn't do such a shameful thing." The two turned their backs to each other. Yi Chang quickly undressed himself and ran to the noxious weasel's corpse, scooping up blood with his hands, grimacing while holding back nausea, and smeared it all over his face and body. After finishing, he took out a brand new set of clothes from his storage ring to change into, then covered his face with his hands, stepping aside while urging Wei Zining, "Sister Zening, hurry up. Don't you dare peek. Or I'll poke your eyes out and stomp on them." Wei Zining, completely naked, made a symbolic warning, then in a rush, replicated Yi Chang's earlier actions. Yi Chang stood beside her, unable to resist peeking through his fingers. So beautiful. Once Wei Zining finished changing, she looked up just in time to see Yi Chang wide-eyed, peeking through his fingers, his whole face flushed and swallowing hard. "Pervert. I'll settle this with you when we get back." Wei Zining stomped her foot in anger, her face crimson and her cheeks hot, truly as radiant as a pearl in haze, the beautiful jade glowing. She was completely different from the cold female devil who had just threatened to kill. "Sister Zening, don't mind the details, escaping our lives is the priority," Yi Chang said shamelessly. They stuffed their old clothes into the storage ring, with Yi Chang carrying Wei Zining on his back and activating the transformation technique, Eagle Flight skill. Turning into a wisp of light smoke, scattering with the wind. Night falls. The whole falling sunset ridge is shrouded in darkness. The eerie primitive forest gives off a chilling aura. The shadows of the trees are fierce, ghostly figures flicker, and fierce beasts roam. The terrifying roars send shivers down the spine. Yet, Yi Chang and Wei Zining are in quite a good mood. Although their bodies are smelly and sticky, they have fled in a hurry and have not encountered a single warrior from the Kanglan continent, nor have they heard another soul-piercing howl. It seems they have turned danger into safety. The two even ignited a campfire, dispelling the eeriness and cold of the forest. Yi Chang roasts by the fire, eating dry food and fruits, saying proudly, "Sister Zening, I'm not bragging, I've never lost it running away. This time, being able to survive a desperate situation, I think I deserve the credit. When we get back, you must reward me well." "Oh," Wei Zining absent-mindedly replied, as she focused on studying a piece of animal skin by the firelight. On the animal skin is a hand-drawn map. This map embodies the culmination of Wei Zining's years of experience and wisdom in wandering through falling sunset ridge. Wei Zining tapped her forehead, drew a circle on the map with a marker, then looked up at Yi Chang, saying, "Yi Chang, we are roughly at this position now." Yi Chang leaned in to take a look, but it seemed like an ancient script, completely incomprehensible. Forcing himself to save face, "Sister Zening, did you draw this map? It looks great. Sister Zening is truly talented and kind-hearted. My admiration for you is like an endless river, continuous like." "Shut up," Wei Zining said unhappily, pointing to a position marked with a red triangle on the map. "Here is our destination for this journey." Yi Chang asked in amazement, "Sister Zening, can we find the body refining secret technique there?" 10 out of 10 chances, Wei Zining said confidently. "If all goes well, we can return to Binhai City by tomorrow night." Looks like we have to spend the night in falling sunset ridge. I left in such a hurry that I didn't even say goodbye to my dad. He tried to call me, but there's no service, he must be worried about me." Yi Chang's face was filled with concern. Wei Zining looked down on him, saying, "Big baby?" Just then, a shrill screech shattered the night's tranquility. Yi Chang and Wei Zining's relaxed nerves tightened instantly. However, compared to the earlier overwhelming and mighty howls, now the scale had significantly shrunk. At this moment, there were at most only a few dozen people making the noise. These howls were filled with aggression, as if issuing a challenge. Yi Chang said in frustration, "We used all our strength to run, and yet a part of the warriors from the Kanglan continent are still chasing us. Damn it, they are like sticky plasters, impossible to shake off. Sister Zening, let's deal with them. This relentless pursuit clearly treats us as their hunting targets. It's a fight to the death." Wei Zining's eyes were filled with coldness. Boom! Boom! Two invisible pressures suddenly surged from miles away, as if two terrifying mountains fell from the sky. Then, two imposing forces filled with heavenly might rose sharply, breathtaking, one blazing like fire, the other heavy like a mountain. Yi Chang felt a terrible sense of being watched and locked onto, his scalp tingling, and his back cold.
Wei Zining seemed to sense an impending threat, her eyes flickering quickly, and finally, as if making a resolution, she said to Yi Chang, "We have been targeted by 2 king-level warriors. Yi Chang, I will draw them away, you find a chance to run. With your lightness skill, ordinary solidifying true realm warriors can't stop you." After a pause, Wei Zining threw the animal skin map to Yi Chang, pointing to the area marked with the red triangle. "Remember, we meet at this place, do not fail to gather." Yi Chang's expression changed drastically. "Sister Zining, let's run together." "I'll carry you." Wei Zining scolded, "Run my foot, I'm going to chop them to pieces." "Enough, don't be like a little girl, babbling and hesitating. If we do that, neither of us will escape. It's settled, then." "Yi Chang, be careful, see you later." After saying that, a fierce and intense aura, enclosing the peak true energy fluctuation of the condensation realm, suddenly emanated from Wei Zining's body. She actively rushed towards the 2 golden armored warriors' presence. Yi Chang clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, a mix of emotions swirling in his heart. "Damn it, Zining's sister is taking risks to protect me, confronting 2 golden armed realm warriors from the Kanglan continent. It seems peril is ahead." Spit, spit, spit. My cursed words, Sister Zining will be fine for sure. This trip to the Kanglan continent made Yi Chang experience the brutal reality of the weak being devoured by the strong firsthand. Only blame himself for being too weak, he must become stronger quickly. Who? Yi Chang exhaled a large breath of foul air, dispelling the anger and repression in his heart, gathering his spirits, and took a leap, plunging into the thicket-filled, overgrown dense forest. After running for a short while, Yi Chang slowed his pace, rage boiling within him, and thought fiercely, "A bunch of scum, treating me as prey, huh? No more running, wasting my inner energy. I'm going to strike back." With a thought, Yi Chang moved, using hands and feet, silently climbing to the top of a tall tree with thick branches and leaves, sitting cross-legged on a sturdy branch, activating the withered wood technique. In an instant, Yi Chang became one with the tree, his whole being resembling a dead branch, devoid of any vitality. A few minutes later, faint sounds of footsteps on dried leaves emerged from the narrow path beneath the tree. 2 Kanglan continent warriors, a man and a woman, passed by. Those 2 trash from Blue Star actually have some underhanded tricks. They managed to escape from a heavy encirclement. However, since they killed 7th Bro, the head of the family is furious. "Even if we have to turn over Loxia Ridge, we will hunt them down and skin them alive." As they spoke, 2 sword energies, devoid of any signs, seemingly flew down from the heavens, directly slashing through the 2 Kanglan continent warriors. Puff! Puff! The 2 bodies were instantly split in half by the sword energy, unable to even let out a scream before dying on the spot. Old 6th is truly delightful. This withered wood technique is too useful. He he he. Yi Chang floated down from the tree, landing as gracefully as a cat. Killing people and looting is the same family. How can you only kill and not loot? Search the bodies. Yi Chang searched the corpses of the 2 Kanglan continent warriors, finding 13 high-quality spirit stones, a curved knife, a Fang Tianhua halberd, and a small wooden bottle containing a few medicinal pills, fragrant and rich. Though he didn't obtain treasures like storage spirit rings, this was still a decent haul. At the same time, his crush value was credited. Ding! Detected that a Chi refining realm level 10 host killed a mid-stage condensation realm warrior, crush value plus 26000000. Ding! Detected that a Chi refining realm level 10 host killed a mid-stage condensation realm warrior, crush value plus 26000000. This really is too profitable. Yi Chang kicked the corpses into the thorn bushes by the roadside, not lingering at the site, and took off running. After about a mile, he used the same trick again, climbing up a tree and hiding. Quietly waiting for the next lucky target. Heaven does not disappoint the earnest. About half an hour later, a young girl from the Kanglan continent, holding a sharp sword, passed by. Come here. Puff. The sword energy descending from the sky killed her like cutting grass. The young girl did not understand how she died until her last breath. Ding! Detected that a Chi refining realm level 10 host killed a late-stage condensation realm warrior, crush value plus 66000000. Late-stage condensation realm? Hee hee, caught a big fish. A late-stage condensation realm warrior has formidable combat power, not to mention those from the Kanglan continent, who have 20 meridians filled with true energy. They could shatter mountains with a casual strike. Unfortunately, encountering Yi Chang, who has perfected the withered wood technique, she didn't have a chance to display even a fraction of her power and met a tragic end. Such a pity. Yi Chang searched her corpse, finding several gold tickets, dozens of gold leaves, 2 top-notch spirit stones, and a bottle of medicinal pills. Along with her sword, he stuffed everything into his storage spirit ring. Ah, I wonder how Sister Ziching is doing right now. I'll try to kill a few more to lighten her burden. Yi Chang sighed and, like a ghost, vanished from his spot, hiding in the jungle. Chapter 30, This child must not be left alive. With the miraculous withered wood technique, Yi Chang concealed himself, sneaking up and continuously killing 5 martial artists from the Kanglan continent. 1 in the early stage of the soul-gathering realm, 3 in the mid-stage, and 1 in the late stage. He racked up an astounding crushing value of 15,400,000, along with a pile of gold tickets, gold leaves, spiritual stones, pills, weapons, a whole lot. His mouth was grinning wide, nearly reaching his ears. Without a bit of unexpected wealth, no one gets rich. A horse can't get fat without midnight oats. Yi Chang had already fallen deeply in love with the feeling of scheming for wealth, killing, and robbing, because on Blue Star, it might take 1 or 2 decades to earn this much. Hiding in the lush canopy of a towering tree, Yi Chang lay in wait, eagerly anticipating his next prey. He was no longer a fugitive with no regard for other prey. He had transformed into a hunter, a grim reaper wielding a sickle, greedily harvesting lives in the dark. In his spare time, Yi Chang focused on studying the animal skin map hand-drawn by Wei Zicheng, and after some guessing and deducing, he understood quite a bit. Dozens of sharp howls came from afar and near, and within these howls lay humiliation, unwillingness, resentment, and sorrow, like a group of wounded beasts, giving helpless cries. Soon, the howls around Yi Chang grew distant, and before long, they became unheard. Have they retreated? Yi Chang was slightly taken aback. Thinking about it, it made sense. Tonight, Yi Chang had stealthily killed 8 martial artists from the Kanglan continent, leaving no trace behind. Clearly, the enemy had been deeply pained and scared by the killings and had to retreat in resentment, otherwise, the losses would only grow larger. To be fair, in a fair battle, without using underhanded methods, tonight, there would have been an 8 to 9 chance that Yi Chang would be the one dead. But in the martial artist's world, where is fairness? The victor is king, while the loser is a rebel. That is the hard truth. Thanks to Sister Zicheng sacrificing herself to lure away the toughest few advanced martial artists, otherwise, I wouldn't have been so smooth sailing. Yi Chang began to worry about Wei Zicheng again. At that moment, suddenly, a furious wind roared, countless trees shook violently, branches and leaves danced wildly, and large rocks rolled across the ground. Yi Chang's pupils slightly trembled. He focused his gaze and saw a massive tornado, dozens of feet tall and several feet wide, suddenly appearing not far from him. This tornado carried a dreadful aura, formed by sharp sword lights and sword energy with tremendous killing power. With earth-shattering sword howls rising and falling, it was enough to make one's gut churn. The sword energy tornado contained a deep sharpness that could pierce, cut, crush, and devour anything. Wherever it passed, it was as if the wind swept away the clouds, uprooting everything in its path. Vines thicker than barrels and giant trees that reached for the sky were uprooted in an instant, turning to nothingness. Hills were flattened to the ground. Rocks were ground into dust. The earth exploded, and soil rolled over. Cutting through everything in the world, anything that blocked it was destroyed. As the saying goes, just as he finished speaking, the sword energy tornado thundered towards Yi Chang's position like a raging wave. Is this a nuclear bomb cleaning the ground? Yi Chang was horrified, quickly realizing that the enemy had not completely retreated but had left behind a powerful master, intending to force him out with overwhelming tactics. The sword energy tornado drew closer, and Yi Chang felt an invincible sharpness as if he were facing a god or a ghost. Retreat is the best strategy. Run. Hurry and run. Yi Chang made a swift decision, jumping down from the hidden tree and turning to use the eagle flight technique to escape this perilous place. However, just as he was about to run, an overwhelming oppressive force suddenly appeared, almost knocking Yi Chang to the ground. The next moment, Yi Chang was locked on by a powerful sword intent, feeling as if he was standing at the edge of a cliff, and with just a slight misstep, he would plummet into a bottomless abyss, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, no matter if it was Eagle Walk, Snake Step, or Shadow Clone, they had no place to be utilized. You despicable and shameless Blue Star Warrior, I've finally caught you. A cold and arrogant voice, high and mighty, rang in Yi Chang's ears. A man dressed in a black robe, hands clasped behind his back, casually walked out of the devastating tornado of sword energy. This person appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, similar in age to Wei Zicheng, tall and slender, with fair skin, a face as beautiful as jade, and an elegant demeanor. According to Dragon Kingdom's aesthetic standards, he was undoubtedly a handsome man, though it was unknown if he counted as such on the Kanglan continent. His expression was proud and noble, and his eyes occasionally flickered with a captivating light, like tangible sword beams. He exuded an aura of devouring the void, slaying everything, looking down on all, and being the sole ruler. Even the vertical eye on his forehead sparkled with unparalleled arrogance. The man's powerful body trembled, causing the sword energy tornado to collapse, transforming into streams of sword light and true energy, which he absorbed into his body. Immediately, his momentum surged, as if he were a towering giant sword, brilliant as a pillar, standing majestically. The air in front of him spread out to both sides, centering around his body, like a ceremony of homage. The muscles at the corner of Yi Chang's eyes twitched. This guy in front of him gave him an exceptionally dangerous and oppressive feeling. Diamond Realm? Yi Chang asked in the language of the Kanglan continent. The man shook his head and said grandly, "Peak of the solidifying truth realm, but your Blue Star Diamond Realm warriors, I can kill them with ease. Even the elders of our Jiang family in the Diamond Realm must respect me. Your companion thought they could rest easy after drawing away the Jiang family's Diamond Realm. In reality, I, Jiang Zhongrong, am the strongest presence in the Jiang family."
Yi Chang inwardly cried out in despair, Sister Zening, you miscalculated, leaving the biggest challenge to me. This man's name was Zhang Zhongrong, from a martial arts family in a city near the falling Sunset Ridge. He was the eldest son of the current head of the Zhang family, Zhang Wu. The Zhang family was not considered a big family. In the Kanglan continent, it was a drop in the ocean. Only sects belonged to the top-tier powers, with nations taking a back seat. However, Zhang Zhongrong was exceptionally gifted. At a young age, he joined the Qingyun sword sect and comprehended the sword intent that swordmasters dream of years ago, forcefully entering the inner sect of the Qingyun sword sect, thus receiving resource prioritization and focused training. As the prized child of the Zhang family, Zhang Zhongrong was very likely to become the first person in family history to break through to the form transformation realm, stepping into the law manifestation realm, or even higher realms. In short, Zhang Zhongrong was held in high hopes to lead the family to rise. One person's success brings prosperity to all. Zhang Zhongrong looked at Yi Chang with an expression as if evaluating livestock, commenting, I've observed the bodies of those clan members assassinated by you, all were pierced by sword energy, a single lethal blow, and the sword energy had the presence of sword intent. A mere small fry at Qi cultivation level could comprehend sword intent. You should be considered an unparalleled genius on Blue Star, right? I can't accept being called a genius. I'm just a down-and-out person who has been expelled from school, Yi Chang responded, his inner sword and knife intent clashing, forcefully cutting through his anxiety and fear, stabilizing his emotions, keeping his mindset intact. Zhang Zhongrong continued, moreover, you've mastered a technique that masks your presence and conceals your tracks, showing exceptional lightness and movement skills. Your speed is unbelievably fast. If you were from the Kanglan continent, you would surely be valued by major sects, with an unlimited future ahead. Too bad, you are a lowly creature from Blue Star. I give you two choices. First, become my slave. For my driving force, you don't need to hold back, because one day, all the lowly beings of Blue Star will become the slaves and livestock of the people of Kanglan continent. Zhang Zhongrong spoke in a self-righteous tone, the lowly beings of Blue Star, the men will be slaves for generations, and the women will be prostitutes for generations. Secondly, they will die under my sword, their bones will be gone. The lowly beings of Blue Star should feel honored to become the souls beneath my sword, Zhang Zhongrong. Pick one of the two, hurry up. Yi Chang's gaze grew colder, defiant, I won't pick either. The sword intent that had always been hidden by the sword-devouring art finally broke free from its restraints, erupting like a volcano. A tremendous force burst forth, soaring skyward, straight into the clouds. Every pore of Yi Chang exuded a strong sword intent, his entire being sharp and radiant. The swordsman, bending is not an option. Yi Chang would not yield, nor would he submit to death. Inherited from the broken sword of the 7th Shi, his spirit transmitted a fierce fighting intent to compete with Zhang Zhongrong. This fighting intent was exceedingly intense and incredible. The sword intent locking onto Yi Chang instantly began to sway and then collapsed like a landslide. An ant shaking a tree, you overestimate yourself. Zhang Zhongrong felt the provocation released from Yi Chang's sword intent, a cold aura suddenly spread out, his eyes turned sinister. In the next moment, fierce sword light burst forth from Zhang Zhongrong's eyes, the air was split apart in an instant, like a sharp blade cutting through silk. The sword light contained not a hint of true energy, it was purely the realm of martial arts. This was to compete with Yi Chang's sword intent. Yi Chang refused to be outdone and countered with his own sword intent. The sword intents of the two clashed in the void, creating a violent whirlwind. The air from all directions was shredded into shambles, unable to heal for a long time. Suddenly, Zhang Zhongrong felt that his mighty sword intent was actually torn apart and pierced through by Yi Chang's sword intent. Yi Chang's sword intent carried a terrifying aura that made it hard to breathe, a captivating power, and an indescribable sense of nobility, ancientness, vastness, grandeur, and pride. It came at him in an instant. Zhang Zhongrong felt as if he was burdened by a mountain, a chill ran through him, even his thoughts were shattered by Yi Chang's sword intent, stopping their flow. He seemed to fall into a nightmare, about to plunge into the abyss forever. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Zhongrong trembled, threw out a fist, a strong wave of true energy spread, blinding golden light, accompanied by a faint dragon's roar, an overwhelming fist force surged forth, sweeping away Yi Chang's magnificent sword intent. In the pure contest of sword intent, Zhang Zhongrong was utterly defeated by Yi Chang. A great humiliation. Zhang Zhongrong's defenses instantly broke, his eyes nearly bursting, his face twisted in a ghastly manner, so cold it seemed like he could scrape off a layer of frost. Just a lowly being from Blue Star, how could he possibly comprehend such powerful sword intent? Impossible. All lies. He, can't take a loss? Yi Chang chuckled. Currently, his sword intent progress was at 12%. After the exchange, he estimated Zhang Zhongrong's sword intent to be around 7% or 8% at best. The sword intent that he prided himself on was trampled by a Blue Star warrior, and this Blue Star warrior was just a little ant in the Qi refining stage. Zhang Zhongrong could not accept this, his pride severely wounded, filled with rage, his eyes turned blood red, the three eyes exploded with a murderous intent. He sneered, lowly being. Before you die, experience true despair. To warriors of Kanglan continent, Blue Star warriors are mere garbage. Zhang Zhongrong's aura swelled, boom. 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 Boom.
From Jiang Zhongrong's body, a total of 19 vast whirlpools rose, radiant with light, grand and majestic, like 19 suns descending to the earth. A terribly oppressive aura spread through the air. The heavens and earth changed color. Each whirlpool was filled with pure true energy. To be precise, each whirlpool was formed by compressed true energy. This meant that Jiang Zhongrong had left only a small portion of his true energy for himself. In the remaining 19 gas seas, the true energy stored within them was released all at once. This is ridiculous, right? Completely absurd. To kill a mere Qi training realm warrior, even if the opponent's sword intent is deep and unfathomable, the foundation is too weak and can be easily crushed. Just using 2 or 3 gas seas worth of true energy would be enough to kill Yi Cheng 10 or 8 times. But Jiang Zhongrong had a unique way of thinking. He wanted Yi Cheng to feel the greatest despair before he died, so he could regain the dignity he had just lost. How can one make a blue star martial artist's heart shatter, leaving them in utter despair, feeling a bottomless hopelessness? The answer is simple: showcase the gas seas. No matter how enchanting a blue star martial artist is, it cannot change the fact that they have only 10 gas seas, while even the most mediocre martial artist from the Kangling continent has 20 gas seas. This is akin to the difference between the disabled and the normal. This is the deepest pain in the hearts of blue star martial artists. In an instant, 19 vast whirlpools merged into one, and the intense true energy fluctuations could almost destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth, boiling mountains and seas, shattering stars and moons. It was nearly equivalent to the combined total of true energy from 2 peak martial artists in the condensed true realm, utterly terrifying. Yi Cheng's whole body was covered in goosebumps that seemed ready to explode. Under the pull of the energy, the life and death battle was about to ignite. Whoever retreated would face backlash. I'll gamble everything. Yi Cheng could only brace himself, putting himself in a life or death situation, and was about to use his strongest offensive technique. Jiang Zhongrong poured his sword intent unreservedly into the true energy whirlpool. The magnificent whirlpool suspended before him instantly became filled with sword energy, sword light swirling, the sword howling like a dragon, the sword's might overwhelming, and the sword techniques both exquisite and fierce, with a fierce sword intent covering the sky and earth. The true energy stored in the 19 gas seas was all transformed into sword intent, sword energy, sword light, sword might, and sword techniques. It was as if it formed a world of swords, an ocean of swords, a forest of swords. Finally, it evolved into a gigantic sword that was 5 meters long and 2 meters wide, its momentum majestic and unmatched, tearing through the air with an unstoppable force, heading straight for Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng did not evade. The hundreds of sword energies nurtured within his 7th gas sea burst forth. Each strand of sword energy carried the ancient, immortal sword intent, like raging sword dragons, traversing the heavens and the earth, cutting through the void, launching a heavy attack that met the giant sword head-on. Poke 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 poke. The body of the giant sword was pierced with countless tiny holes, yet all the sword energies that Yi Cheng unleashed turned to blue smoke, completely disappearing. The gap between the two sides was not slight. If Yi Cheng were also a condensed true realm martial artist, perhaps the sword energies nurtured from true energy could stand against Jiang Zhongrong. Blue star bastard, die. Jiang Zhongrong's eyes were fierce as he roared excitedly. It seemed he could already see Yi Cheng turned into a mist of blood. Yi Cheng's body was trapped by the giant sword, enveloped by Jiang Zhongrong's sword intent and might, unable to move. A chill ran through his heart, realizing he was done for. The giant sword inevitably hit Yi Cheng. First came the sword tip, which pierced into Yi Cheng's lower abdomen like cutting tofu, ready to shred into pieces in an instant. Blood spurted wildly. The breath of death suddenly rushed over. Just when Yi Cheng was about to breathe his last, a strange change occurred. The broken sword floating in Yi Cheng's 7th gas sea erupted with an extremely eerie and terrifying suction force. Incredibly, the mighty giant sword began to shatter apart, breaking down into strands of sword energy and rushing into Yi Cheng's body. From another perspective, the broken sword dismantled the giant sword into sword energy and then, like a glutton, swallowed all the sword energy whole. Both Jiang Zhongrong and Yi Cheng were dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed at each other. My acquired sword body can absorb the enemy's sword intent and sword energy? Only this explanation makes sense. Leaf City had a sudden flash of inspiration in his mind. Damn it, the heavens do not want to destroy me, Leaf City. Ha ha ha. Surviving a great disaster must bring good fortune. However, looking handsome lasts only 3 seconds. Leaf City suddenly felt a stomach pain like being twisted, as if his whole body was being sliced inch by inch with razor blades, and his facial features instantly distorted. Pain. 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 This pain is indescribable, just like the last time practicing the sword-devouring technique, enduring old sins. Jiang Zhongrong still wore a shocked expression full of doubt about life. Where is my sword energy? How did it inexplicably vanish? This was sword energy transformed from the true energy stored in 19 energy seas. Enough to crush a mountain. How could it just disappear like that? Moreover, Leaf City was not crushed by the sword energy. This situation, Jiang Zhongrong had never heard of or seen before. It's too bizarre. Taking advantage of Jiang Zhongrong's confusion, Leaf City gritted his teeth against the heart-wrenching pain that felt like 1,000 knives stabbing him, and turned to run.
He activated the Eagle flight skill, leaping 280 meters in a flash, not slowing down when encountering obstacles, his body bending like it had no bones, swiftly dodging, and in the blink of an eye, Leaf City vanished without a trace. At the same time, inside Leaf City's body, a storm was brewing, with smoke swirling. The broken sword was tirelessly subduing, refining the sword intent, sword energy, and sword force that came rushing in, aiming to devour it and transform it into nutrients to further elevate itself. Zhang Zhengrong was a peak talent in swordsmanship at the condensing true realm, having comprehended sword intent, expending the true energy accumulated in 19 energy Cs. The resulting sword energy was extraordinary and not so easily subdued, fiercely resisting, almost reforming into a sword multiple times, nearly breaking free from the broken sword's restraints, threatening to gut Leaf City and carve out a bloody path. Leaf City's 7th energy Sea had clearly become a battleground where blood was spilled and every inch was fiercely contested. In agony, Leaf City cried out to heaven and earth, as if subjected to hellish tortures like being oil-fried, ground in a stone mill, thrown into a fire pit, or climbing a knife mountain, and so on. Damn, I really can't hold on any longer, no more running. Leaf City gritted his teeth, trying hard to endure the excruciating pain, using hands and feet to climb up a towering tree, collapsing onto a branch, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. To be honest, lying down was much more comfortable, the pain dulled significantly. He didn't forget to activate the Deadwood technique to play dead. Ha! Leaf City exhaled a big breath of turbid air, couldn't help but mutter, "Sister, does it hurt to have menstrual cramps this much?" After battling Zhang Zhengrong and surviving a life-and-death struggle, exhausted and fading, coupled with overwhelming pain while escaping, Leaf City was completely worn out and fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. The next morning, with a chorus of birds chirping, the sunlight spilled down, dressing the primitive forest in a layer of golden gauze, light filtering through layers of leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Leaf City woke up, the heart-wrenching pain had faded, and the wound on his lower abdomen had scabbed over. What happened last night felt like a fleeting nightmare. Now awake from the dream, he looked up at the sky, which was bright and sunny. Leaf City suddenly felt that his 7th energy sea was more solid than before. The broken sword emanated a terrifying aura, as if a volcano was about to erupt, its edge sharper than ever. Ding! Detected host sword intent plus 2%. Leaf City summoned the panel to take a look. Current martial arts realm, sword intent 14%, cannot allocate points to increase. Sword intent has actually made progress, 2% is not a small amount. Leaf City rubbed his chin, quite satisfied. This wave counts as turning misfortune into blessing. No wonder people say between life and death, there are great terrors and great opportunities. The broken sword has consumed the sword energy of the martial artist Zhang Zhengrong from the Kanglan continent, seemingly reborn, receiving considerable enhancement. The more powerful the broken sword becomes, the better the 7th energy sea will benefit. They share a relationship of rise and fall together. I wonder what quality of sword energy my 7th energy sea can nurture now. Leaf City thought to himself. As his mind moved, he took out from his storage spirit ring. Take out a few medium-grade spirit stones. With a focused mind, absorb the spirit energy and deliver it to the 7th chi sea. The empty 7th chi sea, like a starving ghost reincarnated, eagerly drank the spirit energy, insatiable in its hunger. After draining 10 medium-grade spirit stones, it finally calmed down. Yi Chang marveled. As before, the 7th chi sea would be saturated with only 3 medium-grade spirit stones. The spirit energy brewed in the 7th chi sea for a moment before transforming into sword energy. A full 600 strands of sword energy, swirling up and down, like swimming dragons and snakes, showing full vitality. Yi Chang opened his right hand, and a strand of sword energy immediately seeped out from the 7th chi sea. Yi Chang reached out to grasp it. This strand of sword energy took the form of a sword, measuring 4 feet and 1 inch long, 2 inches and 6/10 wide, with a translucent body and an extremely sharp blade, its splendid sword light radiating. It was no longer a threatening intangible sword energy, it was as real as a true sword. Now, Yi Chang's 7th chi sea was like a sword furnace, capable of forging weapons that could cut through steel like mud. Weighing it in his hand, the sword felt about 2 pounds. A flick of his finger sent forth a melodious sound like a dragon and a crane, lingering in the air for a long time. With the sword in his hand, Yi Chang felt it as if it were part of his body, part of his thoughts, a sensation of unity between man and sword. A postnatal sword body, forging a sword with my own body, Taikula. Now, the sword energy birthed from the 7th chi sea should not be inferior to true energy, right? Yi Chang was overjoyed. With a flick of his hand, the sharp sword shot out, transforming into a furious sword light that split the sky and earth, roaring through the air like a dragon and snake, cutting trees down in its path, creating a thunderous sound as they fell in rows, and shattering rocks. It felt just like a flying sword. After a while of play, thoroughly enjoying himself, Yi Chang concentrated his thoughts, and the long sword transformed into airflow, returning to his body and back to the 7th chi sea. This time, my combat power has soared. It really is a stroke of luck, a fortunate mistake. If that Zhang Zhengrong hadn't transformed all his true energy into sword energy but simply crushed me directly with true energy, the sword devouring technique would have been useless. After all, a broken sword can only devour sword energy, and has no way against true energy.
As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of fear surged in Yi Chang's heart. My physical body is as weak as paper, one strike from true energy would turn me to ashes. Sister Zicheng's idea for body refinement is indeed correct. I am going to find Sister Zicheng. But a flash of killing intent glimmered in Yi Chang's eyes, and his expression turned grim, that Zhang Zhongrong should still be nearby. Revenge should be settled overnight. He wants to kill me, then I will kill him. Killing this guy ought to yield astronomical crushing points. Yi Chang licked his lips. Jumping down from the tree, Yi Chang no longer concealed his presence, striding boldly down the forest path. When encountering fierce beasts, Yi Chang couldn't be bothered to make a move. His storage spirit ring had little space left, and killing them would be pointless. After walking for a while, Yi Chang stopped, a brilliant smile breaking across his face. The Zhang Zhongrong he longed for was directly blocking the path ahead. Zhang Zhongrong looked furious, his three eyes bloodshot, staring harshly at Yi Chang. His gaze was cold and ruthless, as if he wanted to carve flesh from Yi Chang, his face ashen, teeth gritted. What, you Blue Star bastard, aren't hiding anymore? This time, I won't let you escape. He was no longer the striking figure he had been yesterday, full of confidence as if everything were under control. He was in a pitiful state because of Yi Chang. Not only had he lost the duck that was almost in his grasp, but he also drained himself of energy and consumed a precious pill just to barely recover. Yi Chang was no longer afraid of Zhang Zhongrong. The sword intent suppressed him, and the sword devouring technique could intercept his sword energy, unless he gave up his sword and relied on other martial arts. With a playful grin, Yi Chang said, "Hey buddy, how come after not seeing you for a night? Are you this haggard?" Zhang Zhongrong's gaze was full of mockery and ridicule. "Bastard, don't think that because you have some secret methods, you can talk big in front of me. How did you remove my sword aura without anyone noticing? Tell me your secret, hand over everything on your body, and I'll leave you with a whole corpse. Otherwise, I will skin you alive. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you. I need to deal with you quickly, I'm in a hurry to find my sister Zining." Yi Chang held his breath, clearing his mind of all distractions. Every pore in his body exuded a powerful sword intent. These sword intents gathered together, blazing like a pillar, soaring into the sky, like a peerless dragon jumping out of the abyss, ready to devour. Yi Chang wasn't arrogant or self-inflated. His enemy was a peak true realm martial artist from Kanglin continent. He had no right to be boastful. 14% of his sword intent erupted without reservation. Zhang Zhongrong's pupils instantly contracted, his expression deeply moved. He trembled and said, "Impossible. Your sword intent is stronger than yesterday." Jealousy condensed into a tangible form in his eyes. Sword intent, blade intent, and other martial arts realms were elusive, hard to grasp. Even if one had successfully comprehended them, advancing even a little more was as difficult as climbing to the sky. Overnight, Yi Chang's sword intent visibly condensed and grew stronger. This was no longer the work of a genius but a monstrous talent, one of the best even in Kanglin continent. Such a person could not be allowed to exist in Blue Star. He must be eliminated. Kill. Chapter 31, A Sudden Windfall. Zhang Zhongrong's murderous intent toward Yi Chang could no longer be restrained. Setting aside personal grudges, the national policy of Kanglin continent was to crush Blue Star's martial arts geniuses in their cradles. A faint glow flickered, and a long sword appeared in Zhang Zhongrong's right hand. It was just an ordinary steel sword, but even a piece of wood could become a deadly weapon in the hands of a swordsman who had comprehended sword intent. Brother Zhang Zhongrong has a storage ring. That makes it even more necessary to kill him. Yi Chang's mind was quick, licking his lips. With a sword in hand, Zhang Zhongrong's aura soared, and the invisible sharpness spread. In the next moment. Swish! Zhang Zhongrong struck first, and the sword chi exploded like a bolt of lightning, breaking through the air and charging toward Yi Chang. Within the overwhelming sword aura, shadowy images of mountains appeared, mist floating atop the peaks like a mirage. To Yi Chang, this was no longer sword chi but towering mountains rushing toward him. The slightest brush would crush him into dust. Compared to last night, Zhang Zhongrong clearly took Yi Chang more seriously. His first strike was with martial techniques, not just blindly pushing sword intent and sword chi to kill. Yi Chang had once learned some basic sword techniques, but he had long abandoned them. He didn't rely on flashy moves. With a single thought, 6 sword auras burst out of his body, arranged in 2 shapes, like lightning and shooting stars, clashing against Zhang Zhongrong's sword chi. Clang! The terrifying light instantly engulfed the forest path, sharpness flying in all directions. The air was like splashing water, trees, flowers, vines, and shrubs were uprooted, and stones floated in the air, then all exploded in midair. A large area of land was left flat, as if plowed. Zhang Zhongrong's true energy overflowed, blowing away the residual waves. Yi Chang quickly retreated over 20 meters, looking slightly disheveled. When the smoke cleared, both their sword auras had almost cancelled each other out. The remaining sword intent fought in the void, arcs of light flashing and jumping. The first round of their battle ended in a tie. Strictly speaking, Yi Chang had a slight advantage, as Zhang Zhengrong's sword chi was enhanced by years of swordsmanship, while Yi Chang's sword chi was nearly pure and without any additional techniques. Even so, Zhang Zhengrong hadn't gained the upper hand.
The main reason was that Yi Chang's sword intent overwhelmed Zhang Zhengrong,
sufficient to make up for the huge disadvantage in swordsmanship. Zhang Zhengrong's pupils shook, his expression instantly changed, showing disbelief, and his heart surged with tumultuous waves, stammering, "This is impossible, a chi refinement realm warrior, how can they unleash sword energy of true chi quality?"
Yi Chang once again left Zhang Zhengrong in shock.
Yi Chang slightly nodded, having gained some understanding in his heart. Currently, the sword energy cultivated from the 7th Chi Si is as powerful as a strike from a solid true realm warrior. To be precise, Yi Chang's 6 sword energies can counter a peak attack from a solid true realm warrior. Let's end this quickly, the longer this goes on, the more I suffer. Yi Chang's eyes flickered with a piercing sword light, making a decisive move, completely without any preamble, drawing forth all the sword energy wandering in the 7th Chi Si, densely erupting outward. 594 sword energies, like gods of slaughter and ghosts of death, burst forth, soaring and flipping, like locusts crossing the land, like thousands of horses galloping, like a rain of arrows, aimed straight at Zhang Zhengrong. Endless sword intent filled the air, vowing to see blood or nothing. Yi Chang didn't choose to take a steady approach, he went all in with a one-shot deal. Zhang Zhengrong's scalp tingled, horror overwhelmed him. An unprecedented sense of crisis seized his heart. It was too late to counterattack. You must understand, Yi Chang's sword energy is ready-made, directly usable against the enemy, while Zhang Zhengrong needed to convert true chi into sword energy to unleash the sword light and the power of his swordsmanship. Although he could complete the conversion in the blink of an eye, in a clash of 2 strong opponents, victory or defeat is decided in an instant, life or death revealed in a single strike.
There wasn't a moment of extra time.
Having lost the initiative, Zhang Zhengrong could only passively defend. With a roar, deep and vast true chi surged endlessly from the 20 chi Cs within Zhang Zhengrong, forming a protective shield resembling an eggshell, radiating a golden light, nearing the tangible.
Clang 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 clang. Boom 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 boom.
The crisp sounds of metal clashing and explosions rang out continuously. Sparks flew everywhere. The sword energy struck like rain on the banana leaves, continuously crashing against the true chi shield, cutting and tearing it, creating a network of cracks that resembled a spider web.
The horror in Zhang Zhengrong's eyes deepened, frantically outputting true chi to repair the cracks.
However, the true chi shield was already riddled with holes, and Zhang Zhengrong couldn't help but focus on one thing and neglect another. 80 to 90% of the sword energies mutually eliminated a portion of Zhang Zhengrong's true chi, leading to their mutual destruction, causing the true chi shield to visibly dim, thinning out considerably. Finally, the last 5 sword energies pierced through the battered and heavily burdened true chi shield, fiercely stabbing into Zhang Zhengrong's body, blood gushing out like tap water. Sharp and terrifying, the destructive sword intent penetrated without a gap into Zhang Zhengrong's body, taking away all vitality. Like a lustful fool with no restraint, barging into the boudoir of a beautiful and graceful lady, rampaging without care. Zhang Zhengrong's face turned ashen, coughing blood continuously, his true chi exhausted, 5 swords sticking out of his body, blood soaking his clothes, looking tragic, his life hanging by a thread. His fine steel sword dropped to the ground, he staggered backward step by step, struggling painfully. In that instant, he finally realized, his life was already in Yi Chang's grasp. Anger. Hatred. Resentment. Unwillingness. Frustration. Yet the situation was tougher than the man. Zhang Zhengrong dared not act out, he just deeply stared at Yi Chang, as if to engrave Yi Chang in his mind for future revenge. Struggling to squeeze out a trace of a smile, he pretended to speak sincerely. "Good, very good, Blue Star Warrior, you have talent and strength, earning my respect. I no longer see you as a lowly type, but as a friend and a true rival. This time you let me go. We set a 3-year agreement, and 3 years later we will decide who is superior. You defeating me once means nothing, it's only after you beat me twice in a row that I will completely submit, and from then on, I will gladly bow to you. How about it, do you have the courage to give me 3 years?" Who? Yi Chang exhaled a large amount of foul air, secretly thinking how dangerous it was. Fortunately, I didn't hold back my sword energy and went all in. If I had taken it easy and approached it with a slowly wear down my opponent mindset, Yi Chang might have been killed by Zhang Zhengrong. Yi Chang drew out a single knife from his storage ring, infused it with knife intent and internal energy, and immediately, a blade aura several zhan long extended from the tip of the knife, step by step closing in on the exhausted Zhang Zhengrong. He let out a sneer and said, "3-year agreement? Damn, are all of you from Kanglan continent like this? Are you playing house here?" When soft tactics wouldn't work, Zhang Zhengrong roared with a fierce look but weak spirit, "Blue Star Warrior, you cannot kill me. I am an inner disciple of the Qingyun Sword Sect, and if I fall, it would be a huge loss for the sect. If you kill me, the Qingyun Sword Sect will definitely not let you off easily. You must know, the Qingyun Sword Sect is a gigantic force you cannot afford to provoke, with many powerful beings at the law manifestation stage.
Blue Star Warrior, do not misjudge yourself. Are you really trying to cause a full-scale war between the Qingyun Sword Sect and Binhai City?
Spare me, my father is the head of the Jiang family, and he will give you many benefits. Yi Chang remained unmoved, his eyes glinting with cruelty as he advanced straight toward Jiang Zhengrong. I'm a Blue Star person, not mingling in the Kanglan continent, and you threaten me with the Qingyun Sword Sect?
Isn't that a joke?
Jiang Zhengrong, you are the pride of Kanglan continent, a brilliant figure of the sect, a swordsmanship genius at the pinnacle of the true gathering realm, and I am just a mere Qi gathering realm warrior, merely a Blue Star lowborn in your words.
How could you die by my hand? Jiang Zhengrong, you are even less than a lowborn. This statement was practically rubbing Jiang Zhengrong's self-esteem into the dirt. Killing with words. Jiang Zhengrong was thoroughly enraged. He absolutely could not allow a Blue Star lowborn to humiliate him like this.
At the same time, he also realized that Yi Chang would not show him mercy. The fact that he hadn't immediately killed him was to deeply humiliate him.
It seems you won't let me go, lowborn. Blue Star lowborn. You will not die a good death.
The Jiang family and the Qingyun Sword Sect will take revenge for me.
You will not die a good death.
Jiang Zhengrong gathered what strength he had left and suddenly shouted, take revenge for me.
You must take revenge for me.
This shout was unbelievably tragic, unbelievably piercing, like a cuckoo crying blood and a monkey's sorrowful howl, resounding across the land, soaring into the sky, spreading far and wide.
Damn it!
Yi Chang frowned, and with one sword strike, he severed Jiang Zhengrong's head. Then he ran over and pulled off an ancient ring from Jiang Zhengrong's right index finger, turning around and fleeing. In his current state, Yi Chang was almost in a run-out-of-bullets situation. Not to mention Jiang family's diamond warriors, even a few at the pinnacle of the True Gathering Realm or late True Gathering Realm would be enough to deal with Yi Chang.
Ding!
Detected a Qi Gathering Realm level 10 host has killed a pinnacle True Gathering Realm warrior, crushing value plus 106000000. Detected that this warrior's talent is Genius, triggered hundredfold critical hit, crushing value plus 10600000000. Average talent, Uncommon, Genius, Peerless Genius, Freak, Peerless Freak, unmatched in the world, pride of the universe.
Damn!
The system's announcement made Yi Chang, who was running wildly, almost lose his mind, his brain going blank, and he nearly stumbled and fell flat on his face.
Over 10 million in base crushing value, plus the hundredfold critical hit, wasn't this a sudden windfall?
Yi Chang was so excited that he felt like he could fly, feeling ecstatic and elusive, unable to control himself.
Hoo.
Calm down, too much excitement can lead to sudden death. Yi Chang forcibly suppressed the rolling excitement and ecstasy in his heart. After a long while, his restless state of mind finally settled down completely. The crushing value harvested from this trip to Kanglan continent was more than enough to support Yi Chang's cultivation for a long time. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Now Yi Chang only lacks a martial arts secret manual. I hope Jiang Zhengrong's storage spirit ring can bring me surprises.
Yi Chang's eyes overflowed with hopeful dreams.
However, it is clear that now is not the time to stop and check Jiang Zhengrong's storage spirit ring. While running wildly, Yi Chang took out a few mid-grade spirit stones from his own storage spirit ring, eagerly absorbing the spiritual energy to fill his exhausted sword chi in the 7th Qi Si. He even swallowed a Qi gathering pill.
As he ran, suddenly, roar!
A massive howl transmitted from dozens of miles behind Yi Chang. This roar was filled with indescribable sorrow and desolation, deafening, shaking the earth and skies, and rising up to the clouds. The true energy waves contained within were much stronger than Jiang Zhengrong, startling the fierce beasts in the mountains to mourn together, while the birds flying in the air fell in fright. It was obvious that the owner of this roar was at least a Diamond Realm martial artist. Even at such a distance, Yi Chang was shaken to the core, feeling tightness in his chest, with blood surging restlessly.
Damn you, are you howling in mourning?
Yi Chang muttered under his breath, running even faster.
Zhengrong. My son Zhengrong.
Why did you fall here?
The heavens are unjust.
The heavens are unjust. An old, hoarse voice resonated through the sky. This voice was extremely mournful, as if grieving for a lost one, filled with hate and resentment that could not be cleansed even by the waters of the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. The overwhelming killing intent surged like a vast ocean.
Blue Star scum, killing my Jiang family's Qilin son, heinous crime.
The Jiang family will use all means, at any cost, to capture you, the Blue Star scum, and execute you slowly, grinding your bones to dust.
Chapter 32, The Lair of the 8-Armed Demon Dragon. Damn it, it seems the Jiang family hates me to the bone and vows to entangle with me to the death. Why bother? Is it just because I killed the son of the Jiang family's patriarch? Can't they just have another?
Yi Chang shook his head and continued to flee for his life without a moment's pause. He was not running aimlessly, he was following the hand-drawn map that Wei Zining had given him, heading towards the meeting point she mentioned. Yi Chang was no longer in the mood for battle, all he wanted was to reunite with Wei Zining and share their feelings.
Amitabha, may the Bodhisattva protect you, Sister Zening, you must be safe.
Damn it, I should worry about myself first. After a full-speed trek of over 100 miles, Yi Chang was exhausted, feeling as if he might fall apart. He found a large stone to sit down for a while, swallowing a chi-gathering pill to replenish his drained energy. After the battle with Jiang Zhongron left him penniless, the seventh chi now swirled with sword chi like intertwined dragons and snakes, giving Yi Chang a sense of reassurance. After a short rest, Yi Chang was about to continue on his way. Suddenly, 3 terrifying and brutal auras erupted into the sky ahead. The true energy fluctuations were even stronger than Jiang Zhongron's. Yi Chang's footsteps halted, and his pupils fiercely trembled a few times. In the next moment, 2 murderous black-robed old men blocked Yi Chang's path ahead. Another person stealthily circled behind Yi Chang. Good gracious, they were sandwiching Yi Chang like a filling in a cookie. Yi Chang dared not look back, holding his breath and tensing his whole body, ready to strike. His gaze focused ahead, on the 2 black-robed old men. The one on the left was entirely covered in a layer of rich golden light, as if he were made of gold, incredibly tough, resistant to blades and swords. Even the third eye on his forehead was golden, shattering the air around him with each breath he took, hiding overwhelming power inside him, giving a strong sense of oppression. The one on the right had 3 wisps of long beard, his face thin and ghastly, with an eerie life force radiating, seemingly engulfing him entirely, like a dazzling red sun, and from his 3 eyes shot streaks of terrifying purple lightning. Unapproachable, only to be looked up to. True energy refining the body, life as tough as a diamond. The momentum of the one behind surpasses the 2 in front, a breath as cold and sinister as a venomous snake. Ah, I'm really unlucky, blocked by 3 Diamond Realm warriors. Damn, comparing people leads to death, comparing goods leads to disposal. That Baoing Jian is also a Diamond Realm warrior, but compared to these in front, he's just a rural chicken and a dog. The style of warriors in the Kanglan continent is indeed very different from those on Blue Star. Yi Chang felt like facing a great enemy, a chill ran down his spine. He dared to confront Jiang Zhongron, but facing 3 Diamond Realm warriors at the same time was like hitting a stone with an egg. However, he couldn't just stick his neck out to be slaughtered, right? Yi Chang secretly urged his sword intent, severing all negative emotions like fear, displaying a weak and innocent expression on his face, raising his hands in a surrender gesture, trembling all over, and spoke in the language of the Kanglan continent. 3 Senior, I believe you can see at a glance that I am just a small character in the chi-refining realm, passing by here and accidentally offending you. I hope you can overlook it. Although I am from Blue Star, I have been fascinated since childhood by studying the local customs and cultural atmosphere of the Kanglan continent. I regret being born in the wrong place. Sigh. Behind Yi Chang, a sinister low laughter echoed, sending chills down one's spine. The family had used a message talisman to inform us that young Master Zhengron was killed by a Blue Star warrior. You wouldn't be that murderer, would you? You don't look like it. This kind of small chi-refining brat, young Master Zhengron could kill 1,000 with a snap of his fingers. But no worries, the family head wants us to capture any Blue Star person we see and take them back for him to deal with slowly. Before he could finish speaking, the prepared Yi Chang took the lead and struck first. 600 sword energies nurtured in the 7th Chi, under the reinforcement of sword intent, erupted like fierce beasts and venomous insects. 300 sword energies fiercely attacked the 2 old men in black robes ahead, while 295 sword energies shot out from Yi Chang's back, seeming to have eyes, tearing through the air with the intent to strike the one hiding behind him. The 3 old men in black robes were almost simultaneously enveloped by a dense mass of sword shadows. The last 5 sword energies, like ancient mountains, crushed towards the dense forest on the right. Clang, 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 clang. The true energy of Diamond Realm warriors possesses active defense, forming a protective barrier when under attack, full of spirit, unlike the Solidification Realm warriors who have to control their true energy themselves. Plus, their true energy refined to be as tough as steel. Diamond Realm warriors have bodies that are hard inside and out, hence, even though Yi Chang gained the upper hand, these 3 Diamond Realm warriors were not exhausted defending themselves like Jiang Zhongrong. Clang, 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 clang. Yi Chang's sword energies rained down like a storm on the bodies of the 3 old men in black robes, making a violent metallic explosion sound. The true energy shield rippled like a lake blown by the wind, creating waves. However, even when small cracks were torn open, it wasn't serious. A small amount of sword energy managed to seep into the gaps of the true energy shield, slicing into the flesh of the 3 old men in black robes, inflicting minimal damage, like a mere scrape. True energy defense plus a tough body equates to double insurance. This is the terror of Diamond Realm warriors. In comparison, Jiang Zhengrong clearly had some strength in attack but weakness in defense. As for Yi Chang, with low health, low defense, and low magic resistance, he was just like a fragile skin. Meanwhile, the flowers, grass, and rocks on Yi Chang's right side had been erased by the sword energy, flattened to the ground. With no obstacles in the way, Yi Chang could dash forward in a straight line, maximizing his speed. His body shifted to the right, soaring past, in a blink covering over 100 meters, while bursting out with 12 silhouettes, creating confusion in the eyes of others. Striking first wasn't about fighting to the death, but about buying a little time to escape. Yi Chang did it.
What a slippery little bastard from the Blue Star, sneered the gaunt old man in the black robe, lurking behind Yi Chang, his voice ghastly and low. His whole body was shrouded in a sinister aura, quite eerie, and he was driven into a bit of a frenzy by hundreds of sharp sword energies, which were somewhat damaging but extremely humiliating. He was old and ashamed, his anger rising, and with a wave of his hand, he directed his fury toward the direction Yi Chang had escaped. A massive, hideous ghost face formed from true chi, with blue skin and dreadful fangs, emanating a disgusting stench and a chilling wind, flew forward to devour Yi Chang. At this moment, Yi Chang had already plunged into a lush, thorn-filled forest, where the ghostly face devoured a few silhouettes before it exploded with a deafening sound, splattering toxic liquid everywhere, releasing poisonous gas into the sky, and spreading noxious smoke everywhere. A large area of the forest was corroded to black ash, with not a blade of grass growing within 1,000 paces. The ground was blown open, creating a deep pit from which toxic miasma rolled, a shocking sight. This Blue Star little bastard's lightness skill is as fast as a ghost, changing unpredictably. He actually escaped right under our noses. How ridiculous, the old man in the black robe, shining with golden light, exclaimed, his face contorted in rage, flames of wrath burning in his heart. He released true chi that surged like an unending lava tongue, burning away the sword intent that clung to his body like a bone-invasive parasite. The old man in black, his eyes crackling with purple lightning, glanced at his true chi shield, which had been riddled with sword energy, greatly surprised, and said, the sword intent of this Blue Star little bastard is sharp yet contains a hint of immortality, and should not be underestimated. What's more bizarre is that the sword energy he released is of excellent quality, not any less than true chi. If it weren't for us refining our bodies with true chi day after day, achieving an invulnerable state, we might have stumbled this time. I never expected that the Blue Star could give birth to such an astonishing martial arts prodigy. Young Master Jinrong almost certainly died at the hands of this little bastard. The gaunt old man in the black robe slightly trembled, all the dust on his clothes flying away in an instant, his eyes greedy and wicked as he licked his lips and said, an ant-like chi refining realm, yet the sword intent he comprehends is far above that of young Master Zhengrong, an inner disciple of the Azure Cloud Sword sect, capable of unleashing sword energy at the level of true chi. This Blue Star little bastard must have an earth-shattering secret. Capturing him and torturing him until he reveals all the secrets would be enough to compensate for the immense loss of young Master Zhengrong's death. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the other two old men in black robes brightened. Quick, chase! Whoosh! 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 The three black-robed old men displayed their skills and relentlessly pursued Yi Chang like mad dogs. Yi Chang flew forward but found it hard to shake off the prickling fear that felt like thorns on his back, a strong sense of crisis rising and falling in his heart. Damn it, those three old demons are chasing me fiercely. This is a life-or-death struggle. Yi Chang cried out in despair inwardly. He was chased like a chicken with its head cut off, barely able to catch his breath. After running for more than an hour, he still had not managed to lose the three old men in black robes. It seemed their mastery of lightness skills was also quite high. Their speed, while not matching Yi Chang's, was not drastically different. Yi Chang swallowed another chi-gathering pill, his face unusually grave, worry like fire in his heart. The chi-gathering pill consumes too much, there are only 2 left. Yi Chang knew well that once his inner chi was exhausted and he lost his supply, he would be done for. Although he had eliminated many warriors from the Kanglan continent through ambushes and gained plenty of pills, the bottles had no labels or instructions, so Yi Chang dared not consume them recklessly. What do I do now? Stay calm, must stay calm, cannot be impatient, cannot panic. Yi Chang took a deep breath, pushing aside the clutter in his mind. Adjusting his state of mind, putting in a lot of effort, pondering how to escape. Between life and death lies great wisdom. 2 brilliant plans surfaced in Yi Chang's mind. First, simply don't run, quickly find a place to hide, then use the withering wood technique to mask his breath and conceal his trace. This plan is called deceiving the heavens and crossing the sea. But to be honest, the risk is a bit high. If the 3 old men imitate Jiang Jingrong, digging 3 feet deep in the area where his breath suddenly disappears and conducting a carpet search, then it would be all over. Fortunately, Yi Chang had a second plan, driving the wolves and chasing the tigers. Yi Chang quickly weighed the options and ultimately decided on the strategy of driving the wolves and chasing the tigers. Then he took out the hand-drawn map that Wei Ziening had given him, his gaze landing on a position marked with a white skull, next to which were annotations in delicate handwriting, nest of the 4th-tier top ferocious beast 8-armed demon dragon, enter with caution. Enter with caution. Enter with caution. Important things must be repeated 3 times. A 4th-tier ferocious beast corresponds to a true Origin Realm martial artist, incredibly powerful. One could imagine that a sneeze could stun a Diamond Realm warrior. Yi Chang had the advantage of speed, and plus, the withering wood technique could perfectly play dead. Moreover, since the chi-gathering realm was too weak, with breath as thin as silk, a high-level ferocious beast might not even regard him as a threat, just like a person wouldn't pay attention to an ant crawling underfoot. Damn it! Leading the 3 old men to the 8-armed demon dragon's nest, creating chaos, maybe I can find a way to survive. Yi Chang's gaze flickered a few times, making up his mind. His high-speed body was suddenly pulled back, changing direction to run towards the wild jungle on the left side. The nest of the eight-armed demon dragon was not far from where Yi Chang was. He arrived after running for a short while. As he ran, the surrounding environment noticeably changed. The ancient trees became thicker. Yi Chang estimated that there were almost no trees lower than 500 meters in height, taller than some mountains on Blue Star. The treetops soared into the sky, blocking out the sun, and even the vines everywhere looked like coiling dragons, lying on the ground, very terrifying. Running through the forest, Yi Chang was like a tiny ant in comparison. The atmosphere grew increasingly terrifying and oppressive, with the air filled with overwhelming ferocity, as if a powerful and boundless beast was lurking at the end of the mountains, ready to pounce on any intruder and tear them into shreds. To be honest, Yi Chang had a slight urge to retreat. This risk seemed a bit high, but the three auras of strong killing intent behind him were still pursuing him relentlessly, showing no signs of giving up. Damn it! With wolves in front and tigers behind, I am at the end of the road. If I don't gamble, it's a dead end. Let's fight. Charge! Yi Chang steeled his heart and raced into the depths of the forest. Chapter 33, Dragon Egg. To survive, the strategy of driving the wolves and chasing the tigers must be carried through to the end. Yi Chang traveled down one path to the dark, fearsome source of overwhelming ferocity, the nest of the eight-armed demon dragon. After running for a while, the towering ancient trees and giant vines began to thin out ahead, and the obstructions became few, allowing his vision to become increasingly clear. From all directions, not a sound was heard. Even the wind seemed to have vanished, unnervingly silent, as if he had suddenly fallen into a vacuum. After walking a few more miles, Yi Chang raised his eyes and saw a clearing ahead. No grass grew there, the ground was hard and dry, with jagged rocks scattered about, emanating a sinister aura. It gave off a sense of desolate mountains and treacherous waters, full of danger. At the end of the clearing was an unfathomable canyon, with steep cliffs on both sides that reached toward the sky, making it impossible for birds to cross. A chill, strange, cold, and brutal aura, terrifying beyond imagination, burst through the canyon, blowing against Yi Chang's body, making his skin crawl. Crossing the canyon is the nest of the eight-armed demon dragon. Yi Chang instinctively turned to look back. The auras of the three black-robed old men in the diamond realm clung to him like maggots on rotten flesh. The perseverance is extraordinary. He is still pressing step by step. It seems like a turtle eating a weight, dead set on killing himself. Yi Chang took a few deep breaths, adjusted his state, and leaped forward into the canyon. As he approached the canyon, his steps suddenly froze. A terrifying pressure erupted from inside the canyon, like overwhelming waves, flooding and drowning Yi Chang. This pressure, wrapped in an ancient and wild spirit, nearly forced Yi Chang to his knees. A deep sense of fear gripped Yi Chang, making him feel as if a mountain was on his back, each step a struggle, his brain gasping for air. Even breathing became difficult, and his thoughts slowed. Yi Chang was shocked. It was certain that being under such pressure for a long time would crush a person's spirit, turning them into an idiot or even causing brain death. At that moment, inspiration struck Yi Chang, and the sword intent within him surged chaotically, slicing through the overwhelming pressure directed at him. Instantly, he felt light and refreshed, spirits lifted, and distracting thoughts vanished. Ha ha ha! With sword intent, no evil can invade so liberating. Yi Chang stretched his limbs and walked lightly into the canyon. As soon as he stepped in, three shadowy old men in black robes finally rushed over. They stood at one end of the open area, their eyes filled with treachery and malice, anxiously staring at Yi Chang. However, it was clear they were deeply afraid of the canyon and did not dare to step even a bit closer. The savage atmosphere drifting over from the canyon, along with the suffocating pressure, made the three black-robed old men tremble with fear. They could only watch Yi Chang in horror, cursing and becoming frantic. Yi Chang mockingly waved his finger at them with a grin, his tone provocative. "Why don't you come? Come and kill me. Damn it. You old bastards, I swear one day I'll kill you all. Just wait." How had the three black-robed old men ever been humiliated like this by a mere lowly creature from Blue Star? Instantly, they were furious, their anger boiling, wishing they could slice Yi Chang into pieces. In their rage, they leaped out simultaneously. Scared, Yi Chang retreated several big steps. The three black-robed old men reached the canyon entrance, the overwhelming sense of death rushing at them like a prehistoric giant beast opening its blood-filled mouth to bite down. Unable to bear it anymore, the double pressure on their minds and bodies made them feel as if their hearts were being ripped apart, illusions filled their heads, their hair stood on end, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably, their bones crackling. Any living being, when facing a creature more magnificent than itself, would instinctively feel a deep-rooted awe and fear. We can't pursue any further. The eight-armed demon dragon is an ancient relic, its lineage extremely noble, its combat power far surpassing that of fourth-tier ferocious beasts. Killing us would be as easy as stepping on ants. Just its pressure makes me feel like I'm losing my mind, the thin black-robed old man exclaimed in terror. Seeing the others hesitate, with their expressions showing immense fear, Yi Chang was invigorated and taunted them with mockery. Blue Star lowly creature, do you think you can survive by hiding? You are simply foolish. We can just wear you down here. The opportunity on you, the Jiang family must obtain.
However, you might consider surrendering, maybe there's a chance for survival, much better than being ripped apart by the 8-armed demon dragon, leaving nothing but bones. The thin black-robed old man feigned kindness, trying to lure Yi Chang, but a violent look flickered in his eyes.
Yi Chang switched to a tongue-out mocking mode. He was confident that the three black-robed old men wouldn't dare to set foot in the canyon, and became increasingly fearless, boasting, "What nonsense are you talking? Hurry up and come catch me, do it quickly.
Old beasts, old bastards, old turtle sons." The three black-robed old men's eyes became savage, their fury reaching a peak, their faces dark as a stormy sky, threatening to burst into a downpour at any moment.
However, the unimaginable ferocity pressed down upon them like a torrent.
Let them feel a splitting headache, a heart-wrenching pain, to the extreme, that they have no choice but to retreat. The three old men in black robes retreated until they were outside the open area, slowly regaining their composure. After a short rest, they sat cross-legged, each taking out fragrant roasted meat and fine wine from their storage rings, enjoying a big feast while mockingly watching Yi Chang in the canyon, appearing ready for a prolonged battle.
Yi Chang had no desire to stare them down any longer. He cautiously walked towards the end of the canyon.
After walking for a while in the canyon, surrounded by swirling miasma, visibility decreased, and a terrifying aura of death surged forth. Fortunately, Yi Chang had the will of the sword and the intent of the blade protecting him, enabling him to overcome his fear and ward off the oppressive pressure. Since he was here, he steeled himself and took each step forward.
Boom! Boom!
Ahead, the sound of rumbling thunder resonated, shaking the mountains and making Yi Chang's head buzz, his blood surging throughout his body.
Hold on, I must hold on.
Yi Chang took a deep breath, activated the withered wood technique, masking his aura and blending with the surrounding environment, becoming unpredictable like a ghost.
Finally!
After passing through the canyon, a vast, scorched earth lay before Yi Chang's eyes. An indescribable desolation and silence filled the air, as if this place were a land of great danger. Looking around, the scorched earth was dotted with bizarre rocks, scattered all over with heaps of white, frightening bones, which were not human bones. They were thick and large, with some skeletons still relatively intact. Yi Chang's attention was drawn to a skeleton several meters long. Observing its outline, it resembled a giant feline, exuding a fabulous and ferocious aura. Yi Chang couldn't help but imagine the imposing and majestic appearance of this creature when it was alive. However, even this high-ranking predator in the food chain of Falling Sunset Ridge had ultimately become a pile of dry bones. Yi Chang shifted his gaze, and his pupils suddenly widened several times. He saw, about 20 to 30 meters away, a shining silver hill stood tall.
The rhythmic thunderous sounds were coming from this silver hill.
Yi Chang swallowed a large gulp of saliva, circling around the luminous silver hill from a distance. Soon, Yi Chang stood still like a statue, his scalp tingling, goosebumps rising on his skin, his mind shaken. He saw, at the foot of the hill, leisurely lying a gigantic head, a fearsome and terrifying head resembling a Tyrannosaurus rex. The dragon head had its eyes closed, seemingly in deep sleep.
This is not a small hill, it's clearly the 8-armed demon dragon lying there.
What a sight, Yi Chang exclaimed. It turned out that the thunderous sound was the 8-armed demon dragon snoring, and the scattered bones everywhere were remnants of slain prey left behind after being devoured by the 8-armed demon dragon. Damn, terrifying, a sleeping 8-armed demon dragon, radiating an aura far stronger than those 3 king stage warriors outside the canyon. No wonder it's a beast comparable to a true essence stage warrior. Yi Chang forced himself to calm down. Don't be afraid, it's already asleep, posing no threat to me.
At that moment,
the rumbling stopped abruptly. The massive silver body of the 8-armed demon dragon slightly shook a few times.
Awake?
Yi Chang's eyes showed horror, a chill shooting from his tailbone straight up to his crown. In a flash, Yi Chang ducked behind the feline skeleton, focused on operating the withered wood technique, appearing just like a dried bone, devoid of any vitality. The 8-armed demon dragon slowly opened its eyes. Its eyes were blood red, as large as water buckets, evil and bloodthirsty, cold and merciless, mesmerizing one's soul. It stood upright, tall and majestic, an overwhelming aura emanated, its entire body covered with densely packed shiny silver scales, shining coldly, clearly indestructible. Yi Chang doubted if his sword energy could break through these scales.
Not a single scratch would be left.
Its height was about 5 or 6 shang, around 20 meters, equivalent to a 7-story building. It looked like the Tyrannosaurus rex from the movie Jurassic Park, yet somewhat resembled Godzilla. The difference was that it had 4 strong arms growing out from each side of its massive body, each ending with gigantic claws shaped like sickles, easily capable of tearing apart its prey. This was indeed an immensely terrifying beast, as if it had stepped out of ancient mythology. The 8-armed demonic dragon brought Yi Chang a strong visual impact and a shock to his soul, causing his heart to race thump in fear.
Thank heavens, the 8-armed demonic dragon did not notice Yi Chang hiding nearby, watching it.
It seemed the dead tree art could not only conceal human warriors but also proved remarkably effective against fierce beasts. Its gigantic eyes scanned the surroundings and then it moved with an ostentatious and cool swagger toward the direction of the canyon.
Boom! 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 Boom!
Each step shook the earth, as though an earthquake was striking. Before long, the eight-armed demonic dragon disappeared from Yi Chang's sight, the rumbling footsteps gradually fading away.
It must have gone out to hunt.
It seemed its life was quite dull and boring: eat when full, sleep when tired, and wake to eat again. Yi Chang let out a long sigh of relief. However, he dared not act recklessly, obediently standing still for another 10 minutes, confirming that the eight-armed demonic dragon had indeed gone far, before finally stepping out from behind the skeleton. Staying here is also quite dangerous if I'm not careful. I could become the eight-armed demonic dragon's snack. Yi Chang paced back and forth, rubbing his chin, his brow furrowed, and a look of deep thought in his eyes. The scenario Yi Chang most wished to see was the eight-armed demonic dragon leaving the canyon and having a face-off with the three black-robed old men from the Vajra realm who had invaded its territory, leading to a fierce battle, and ultimately, those three Vajra realm warriors becoming the eight-armed demonic dragon's meal. While lost in such fantasies, Yi Chang inadvertently caught sight of a spot where the eight-armed demonic dragon had been lying, emanating a golden, radiant glow, dazzling and beautiful. Driven by curiosity, Yi Chang ran over to take a closer look. He saw that the ground had been dug out into a pit, and standing upright in the hollow was an egg. Yi Chang couldn't help but lick his lips and instinctively glance toward the canyon. All was silent. Yi Chang proceeded with utmost caution, carefully lifting the egg out of the pit. The egg was oval-shaped, about half a meter tall and 30 centimeters wide, with a shell that was crystal clear, pure, and flawless, sparkling brightly, and it was semi-transparent. Yi Chang could clearly see inside the egg, a smaller version of the eight-armed demonic dragon, soaking in a yellow, thick liquid, its eyes tightly closed, deep in slumber. The brutal and fierce aura of ancient times emanated from its tiny body, seeping out of the eggshell and conveying a remarkably powerful life wave. Yi Chang held his breath, his pupils shaking. That eight-armed demonic dragon was female. This was her egg. Wow, even unhatched, its aura was so strong and terrifying. If a human were to take this to hatch, would the baby dragon recognize its owner as soon as it broke out? It's said that oviparous animals treat the first creature they see after hatching as their mother. Yi Chang couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Regardless of anything, the value of this eight-armed demonic dragon egg was immeasurable. Heaven does not take from those who deserve it, or it will bring trouble. I will seize this overwhelming fortune. Yi Chang's eyes gleamed with raw greed as he directly shoved the egg into his storage spirit ring. However, it wouldn't fit. A repelling force emerged from the storage spirit ring. Yi Chang was taken aback. Although his storage spirit ring was filled with a dazzling array of items, there was still space to fit this egg. How could it not go in? After a moment of thought, he suddenly realized. It seemed the storage spirit ring could only hold lifeless objects. The eight-armed demonic dragon egg was radiating a strong life force. Obviously belonging to the category of living beings, naturally, it was rejected by the storage spirit ring at the door. At that moment. Boom! 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 The deafening footsteps echoed from the direction of the canyon, coming closer and closer. The eight-armed demon dragon is back from hunting. Yi Chang did not dare to slack off. Reluctantly placing the egg back in its position, he leaped out, hiding behind a massive rock, and fully activated the withered tree technique. The eight-armed demon dragon easily hunted down a saber-toothed tiger that was about 10 meters long, with double wings on its ribs and a fearsome appearance, bringing it back to its lair to enjoy. Even after its death, the saber-toothed tiger still radiated fierce energy, definitely a strong and rare fierce beast, yet it became the eight-armed demon dragon's meal. The process of eating was incredibly savage and brutal, as the eight-armed demon dragon used its huge claws to dismember the saber-toothed tiger, then devoured it. The crunching sounds of chewing were quite horrifying. The smell of blood instantly spread. After eating to its fill, the eight-armed demon dragon lay down in its previous spot, shutting its eyes. Its quality of sleep was quite good, falling into slumber within minutes, as thunderous snores erupted. Damn, just like a pig, it eats and then sleeps. Yi Chang couldn't help but complain in his heart. Moreover, this eight-armed demon dragon didn't seem particularly smart. Yi Chang had played with its egg, yet it didn't notice. But it could also be that Yi Chang's withered tree technique was so incredible that his breath was undetectable, and the egg didn't carry Yi Chang's scent. I can't just sit here like an idiot watching it sleep, right? With a thought, Yi Chang stealthily sprinted forward, gliding like a phantom into the canyon. Yi Chang raced to the entrance of the canyon and looked outside. Damn! The three black-robed old men in the Diamond Realm were still sitting at one end of the open space. Heaven does not fulfill one's wishes. They were not scared away by the eight-armed demon dragon that had gone out hunting. This is targeting me. Yi Chang felt overwhelmed. The three black-robed old men saw Yi Chang and burst into wild laughter. Aha, little bastard, you're still alive? But you must be terrified out of your wits by the eight-armed demon dragon, right? Don't be so stubborn, come out quickly. We promise not to kill you. We'll just take you back to the Jiang family and hand you over to the head of the family. If you have some value, perhaps the head will show mercy and spare your life. The old man, surrounded by golden light, looked at Yi Chang with a cat-and-mouse gaze. Yi Chang gave them the middle finger and reluctantly returned to the eight-armed demon dragon's lair. Leaning against the massive rock, Yi Chang sat on the ground, closed his eyes, and pretended to be napping, racking his brain for a way to escape. Staying like this was not a solution. Although he hadn't been discovered right under the 8-armed demon dragon's nose, it felt like being in prison, bound by shackles, and each step was like walking on thin ice, consuming a lot of mental energy. It would collapse sooner or later. Those three old geezers were waiting outside, almost in an unbeatable position. What to do? Chapter 34, The Encounter of Two Giants. Yi Chang fell into deep thought. The ideal outcome, of course, would be to borrow a knife to kill. If the 8-armed demon dragon could kill those three persistent black-robed old men, then Yi Chang's troubles would vanish. However, earlier when the 8-armed demon dragon went out to hunt, it was very likely that it had encountered those three black-robed old men, or at least sensed their presence. After all, they didn't have Yi Chang's withered tree technique to hide behind, and it was not so easy to evade detection. But it seemed that no conflict had occurred, and they were at peace. Fierce beasts have a strong sense of aggression and territoriality. Yi Chang did not believe that the 8-armed demon dragon would let invaders into its private territory go easily. Could it be that the 8-armed demon dragon wasn't fast enough to catch up with those three old men? Yi Chang rationally analyzed, if that's the case, does it mean that when I run, the 8-armed demon dragon can't catch me? Yi Chang seemed to have caught on to something, and a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Instead of sitting and waiting to die, it's better to take the initiative, risk it all, lure the 8-armed demon dragon out, and frantically kill those three old men in black robes. Even if I can't kill them, I will scare them so badly that they will lose control. This way, I can escape in the chaos. Yi Chang let out a deep breath, his gaze becoming resolute and fearless, as if he had placed life and death aside. At this moment, Yi Chang resembled a gambler who lost everything, ready to go all in. His specific plan was to take the chance during the 8-armed demon dragon's next outing to hunt, steal its egg, and when it returned to the nest to find its baby missing, it would definitely go mad. Then, Yi Chang would reappear and run towards the canyon's exit, forcing the 8-armed demon dragon to chase after him. Once he got out of the canyon, in front of the 8-armed demon dragon, he would pass the egg to the three old men in black robes, directing the disaster towards them, causing the 8-armed demon dragon to ignore Yi Chang and focus on chasing them instead. In this way, Yi Chang could escape. In truth, Yi Chang really wanted to keep the 8-armed demon dragon egg for himself, but to survive, he could only tearfully abandon it. After finalizing the plan, Yi Chang lay low, patiently waiting. After waiting for several hours, with the afterglow of the setting sun dyeing the vast mountains and forests in twilight, the thunderous snoring abruptly stopped, and the 8-armed demon dragon awoke, its massive body shaking slightly as it stood up, terrifying and imposing. With a few piercing howls, the 8-armed demon dragon stomped the ground and walked towards the canyon's exit. Looks like this guy, no, this lady, is very hungry, Yi Chang thought to himself in surprise. He had originally thought it would sleep until tomorrow before going out to hunt again. After the 8-armed demon dragon went far away, Yi Chang dashed to the pit, grabbing the 8-armed demon dragon egg that lay quietly there. He grinned cheekily at the mini 8-armed demon dragon inside the egg, full of fierce and evil energy, saying, "Little baby, your mom doesn't want you anymore, come with big brother, I'll take you to see the wonderful outside world." Then, Yi Chang carefully cradled the egg and found a pile of enormous bones near the canyon exit. He quietly hid beside the bone pile, waiting for the 8-armed demon dragon's return. I will definitely succeed. The 8-armed demon dragon is powerful, but my 3-door transformation skill is not to be underestimated. It can't outrun me. Yi Chang constantly reinforced his confidence. Before long, the ground shook with a deafening sound of footsteps, as if a ship were swaying. Yi Chang's expression became unusually grave. Soon, the 8-armed demon dragon returned home carrying a bloody catch, ready for dinner. Suddenly, it sensed something was off. It tossed the meal to the ground and rushed to the hiding place of the egg, only to find it completely empty, and it was instantly dumbfounded. Ha ha ha! Yi Chang, who had long been ready for battle, jumped out from behind the bone pile, no longer using the withered wood technique to conceal his presence. He shouted towards the bewildered 8-armed demon dragon, "Madam, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your son, would you?" The 8-armed demon dragon's cold and bloodthirsty gaze instantly locked onto the egg cradled in Yi Chang's arms. Before it went berserk, Yi Chang turned and ran, darting like a whirlwind into the canyon. Roar! The 8-armed demon dragon was furious, its tremendous might roaring like thunder, shaking the mountains and earth, its presence incredibly terrifying. In no time, it fiercely pursued Yi Chang. Yi Chang and the 8-armed demon dragon raced through the canyon, the scene both thrilling and surreal. The massive 8-armed demon dragon did not appear clumsy at all, moving as nimbly as a raccoon or a monkey, its speed extraordinarily quick, darting forward with all its might, creating a howling wind, causing the ground within several dozen meters to tremble, and rocks bounced uncontrollably. It ignored everything, swatting aside any giant boulders that blocked its path, with no obstacle able to hinder its stride. The 8-armed demon dragon was fast, but Yi Chang was faster. The 8-armed demon dragon leaped out, nearly 80 or 90 meters in size, comparable to the peak level of eagle flight technique. When it comes to speed, I completely crush it. Yi Chang's confidence soared.
Yi Chang was more than 3 times faster than the 8-armed demon dragon. He ran out of the canyon and looked up, only to see the 3 black-robed old men at one end of the open area, starting a bonfire, eating meat and drinking wine, playing rock-paper-scissors, chatting, and laughing heartily. 3 seniors! Yi Chang shouted loudly. The 3 black-robed old men were slightly taken aback and looked towards the sound, somewhat surprised. Why did this little brat come out on his own? Could it be that he figured it out or couldn't hold on any longer and planned to surrender? The thin black-robed old man stood up, exuding a sense of certainty, a faint sinister smile appearing on his face. Little brat, why aren't you putting up a fight? Just as the words fell. Boom! 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 Roar! 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 The deafening sound of footsteps, accompanied by the 8-armed demon dragon's furious roar and overwhelming murderous aura, surged out from the canyon. Yi Chang shouted loudly, 3 seniors, I have fulfilled my promise, I stole the 8-armed demon dragon's egg for you. The 3 black-robed old men were somewhat confused by Yi Chang's sudden announcement. Before they had time to react, the 8-armed demon dragon charged out of the canyon, bringing a wave of bloody stench and foul wind. It was an intelligent species, seemingly able to understand human language from the Kanglan continent, with blood-red eyes flashing with unprecedented madness and resentment, as well as brutality and ferocity, locking onto the 3 puppeteers not far away. The 3 black-robed old men were instantly locked onto by a terrifying aura. They were so scared that their souls flew out, trembling all over. You little brat, so bold and reckless, managed to steal the 8-armed demon dragon's egg, and still framed us, said the black-robed old man, glowing with golden light, his pupils dilated, his face filled with extreme terror, stuttering his words. Yi Chang held the egg in both hands and innocently ran towards the 3 black-robed old men, sincerely saying, 3 seniors, I'm about to give you the 8-armed demon dragon egg. Roar! The 8-armed demon dragon suddenly erupted with destructive energy, roaring furiously, its voice shattering gold and stone, shaking the clouds apart. Its massive silver body erupted with billowing smoke and fire, opening its huge mouth to unleash a fire pillar the size of a barrel, fiercely intense, with terrifying heat, capable of boiling mountains and seas. The black-robed old man glowing with golden light was suddenly wrapped by the fire pillar, unable to even let out a scream. He was burned to ashes, leaving no remnants behind, his essence and spirit extinguished. Yi Chang's scalp went numb, his body hair stood on end, never expecting the 8-armed demon dragon could breathe fire. A Diamond Realm warrior's protective energy was so strong, but it was unexpectedly melted away. How terrifying! Just a moment ago, the 8-armed demon dragon chased him relentlessly, without even a spark of fire emitted. I understand now, with its egg in my hands, it dares not unleash its molten gold fire to burn me. Yi Chang suddenly realized. In this way, the 8-armed demon dragon egg turned out to be a life-saving talisman. The 8-armed demon dragon is really furious, run! Seeing his companion turn to ashes, the thin black-robed old man let out a heart-wrenching howl, turning to flee, regretting not having 2 extra legs. He was terribly frightened, with no thought of resistance, only wanting to escape quickly. The black-robed old man with purple lightning in his eyes also had a face like death, crazily fleeing, panicking like a lost dog. Wait for me, seniors! Yi Chang shouted loudly behind them, the egg you want! The 8-armed demon dragon, seething with murderous intent, chased after the 3 with giant strides. Though it couldn't outrun them, it was already mad, wanting to destroy everything, opening its massive mouth and continuously spitting out blazing rays. Puff! 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 Countless large stones were melted into magma. On the ground flows, mountains and forests catch fire, and grass turns to ash. Some mountains are burning, billowing green smoke. Heat waves choke the air, flames fill the sky. All beasts are startled, wailing in unison, scurrying in panic. The scene is terrifying, as if the end of the world has come. Yi Chang follows behind 2 old men in black robes like a parasite, yelling, 2 seniors, since we're in this, let's go all out. How about we join forces to fight this 8-armed demon dragon? It's a treasure in itself, killing it means a fortune. Shut up. Stop following us. Go away. Little bastard, little beast, with a devil's heart, may you die a terrible death. The thin black-robed old man curses angrily, wishing he could skin Yi Chang alive, but he dares not look back due to the threat of the 8-armed demon dragon. Little bastard, quickly return the egg to the 8-armed demon dragon. Otherwise, we will all die. The other black-robed old man, with purple lightning in his eyes, speaks with a sob. Puff! 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 A vast sea of fire crashes down before the 3, burning everything and forming a scorching firewall. In just 20 meters, the searing heat wave has already scorched the skin of the 3 to a burning pain. The 2 black-robed old men have to suddenly change their escape route, halting and turning sharply to flee in another direction. Yi Chang still relentlessly chases after them. Since he has the egg in hand, he is not afraid of being burned to death by the 8-armed demon dragon. He is almost invincible while the two black-robed old men are in danger. The 8-armed demon dragon indeed targets the two black-robed old men, and if it weren't for its slightly off aim, they would have long turned to ashes. Even so, they are still in constant danger, narrowly escaping death time after time. Our lives are at stake, use secret techniques. The thin black-robed old man shouts in despair, as if he has made a certain decision. As soon as his voice falls, his left arm suddenly explodes, flesh and blood flying, a horrific sight, but his speed is more than several times faster than before. This is a secret technique that allows one's speed to surge dramatically in a short time, but the price is shocking, requiring self-mutilation to use it. The black-robed old man with purple lightning in his eyes is also desperate, following in the footsteps of the thin old man, self-destructing his left arm, blood splattering, his body vanishing like lightning from the spot. In the blink of an eye, the two black-robed old men have vanished without a trace. Damn, they actually got away. But they shouldn't have the leisure to come back and hunt me down. Plus, they're both disabled now. Yi Chang secretly breathes a sigh of relief. To kill those two black-robed old men just now, Yi Chang had been suppressing his speed, carefully following behind them. Now he can go all out and run for his life, unleashing his speed to the extreme. The 8-armed demon dragon stops breathing fire, looming like a magnificent giant mountain, exuding a wild aura, coming toward Yi Chang. A pair of terrifying eyes sparkle with murderous intent, seemingly hating Yi Chang to the core. However, a trace of caution emerges in its humanized gaze. It is not wary of Yi Chang but is afraid he will destroy the egg. Now two choices lie before Yi Chang. A. Return the egg to the 8-armed demon dragon, calm its rage, and then leave without a trace. B. Be fast enough to do as you please. With no turning back, escape with the 8-armed demon dragon's egg. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chang's mind races with thoughts. I choose neither A nor B, I directly choose C. Yi Chang's eyes shine with determination, licking his lips, and he takes off running toward the northwest. The 8-armed demon dragon lets out a furious roar, soaring into the sky, helpless yet frustrated as it continues to chase Yi Chang. Yi Chang doesn't exert himself, running at a casual pace, even deliberately accommodating the 8-armed demon dragon to ensure it doesn't lose track of him. On the hand-drawn map that Wei Zining gave to Yi Chang, near the nest of the 8-armed demon dragon, there is actually another location marked with a white skull, the nest of the 4th-tier top beast, the double-headed flying ape. Caution. 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 Important things said 3 times. Option C, lead the 8-armed demon dragon into the 2-headed flying ape's lair, let the 2 strong contend, and reap the benefits like a fisherman. Fortune favors the brave. Yi City plans to take a big risk, gamble that a bicycle turns into a motorcycle, and bet that a motorcycle turns into a Land Rover. The 8-armed demon dragon and the 2-headed flying ape are both top-tier ferocious beasts of the 4th rank, each a ruler of their domain, their strengths likely equal, 50-50. The higher the rank, the easier it is for one to die while the other lives. When they both suffer from heavy injuries, Yi City will be the biggest winner. The blood and flesh of a 4th-rank ferocious beast are coveted treasures even for the warriors of the Kanglan continent. If they can't fight, Yi City can just run away. After settling on his plan, Yi City led the 8-armed demon dragon towards the lair of the 2-headed flying ape. The journey was smooth, the ferocious beasts encountered along the way were terrified, scared to the point of retreat, pushed back by the ancient aura of the 8-armed demon ape. The 8-armed demon dragon was very restless. Upon encountering towering ancient trees or giant rocks, it would lash out with its tail, breaking trees and sending stones flying, leaving destruction in its wake. While running, suddenly, a heavy shadow loomed above, and an unimaginable terrifying aura pressed down from the sky. It felt like a mountain was pressing down on Yi City's heart. Yi City's heart trembled, and almost instinctively, he activated the withered tree art, lowering his sense of presence, then unleashed sword intent to dispel the pressure, and finally pushed his speed to the limit, darting over 200 meters away. This series of actions was quick as lightning, executed so smoothly it was like flowing water. The pressure and sense of crisis in his heart gradually dissipated, and Yi City finally looked up. He couldn't help but gasp in shock. A giant 2-headed ape, about 10 meters tall, hovered in midair, roughly 30 meters above the ground. The giant ape's fierce aura was overwhelming. Both heads were extremely fierce, with glaring eyes, sharp and intimidating, covered in thick black fur, and sporting a pair of golden eagle wings that stretched over 20 meters. With each breath, thunder and lightning flickered from its mouth and nose, crashing down to the ground and leaving scorched patches. Damn, this 2-headed flying ape is just as terrifying as the 8-armed demon dragon. How evil! What sparks will fly when these two giants collide? I can't wait. Fight! Fight for me! It would be best if you both perish together, and I'll collect the corpses. Yi City transformed into an enthusiastic onlooker, excitement bubbling within him. The 2-headed flying ape completely ignored Yi City, who was far away, and gazed down at the 8-armed demon dragon, its eyes cold and filled with brutal tyranny, exuding strong aggression. The 8-armed demon dragon did not back down, defiantly glaring back at the 2-headed flying ape. Both were rulers in their own right, neither willing to give way, each comparing their ruthless intent. After a few breaths of intense staring, the two-headed flying ape gave a chilling, furious roar.
Reciprocation is a matter of courtesy, the eight-armed demon dragon also roared back, shaking the mountains and forests. An overwhelming ferocious intent and indescribable terrifying battle spirit surged between the two kings, spreading out like a hurricane, causing silence in the mountains and valleys, and the nearby ferocious beasts fled in terror, not wanting to be caught in the crossfire. Yi City clutched the eight-armed demon dragon egg tightly, continuously retreating, though he couldn't understand, he was certain that the two-headed flying ape and the eight-armed demon dragon were communicating. The rough content of their exchange could be summarized as follows. What are you staring at? What about it? Try staring again. I'll try it. This is definitely a rhythm leading to a fight. Chapter 35. Next comes the loved and well-known stage of harvesting spoils as things develop just as Yi City imagined. The eight-armed demon dragon and the two-headed flying ape began their battle, a peak showdown. The first to strike was the two-headed flying ape. It opened its mouth in the air and unleashed a purple beam accompanied by the sound of thunder. The purple beam twisted like a snake, dancing wildly, electricity intertwined, brilliance soaring, like divine punishment descending from the heavens, shaking the earth and sky. The eight-armed demon dragon was fearless, its dragon body engulfed in flames, spewing terrifying columns of fire to counterattack. Boom! The purple lightning collided with the blazing dawnlight, painting the dark sky in purple and red, lingering and refusing to dissipate, the aftermath spreading like a tsunami, a terrifying aura rampaging like a flood. Vast stretches of primitive forest were swallowed, turning to nothing. Damn it, when gods fight, mortals suffer. Run! Yi Cheng initially planned to stay and watch, to broaden his horizons, but the aftermath of the battle between the eight-armed demon dragon and the two-headed flying ape was earth-shattering, something he couldn't withstand. Yi Cheng unfolded his speed and fled in panic, distancing himself from the area. Magical attacks could do nothing to the opponent. The eight-armed demon dragon and the two-headed flying ape roared in unison, and then charged at each other, a brutal hand-to-hand battle beginning. Yi Cheng ran for more than 10 miles before stopping. Here was considered a safe zone. Huff, it's completely like Godzilla battling King Kong. Yi Cheng exhaled a mouthful of foul air, casting his gaze toward the area where the two giants were clashing. Electric snakes danced wildly in the night sky, flames ignited the heavens, a shocking sight, relentless howls, comparable to the thunder above. The battle seemed extremely intense, already reaching a boiling point. After watching for a short moment, Yi Cheng felt bored, plopping down on the ground, placing the eight-armed demon dragon egg aside, and pulling out the storage spirit ring he had taken from Jiang Zhengrong. Jiang Zhengrong was dead, and his storage spirit ring became a no-owner item. Yi Cheng pierced his own finger, squeezing out blood, evenly spreading it on the ring. After performing the blood sacrifice again, Yi Cheng concentrated his attention, and suddenly saw the space inside the ring. So big. Yi Cheng's eyes suddenly brightened, his heart surged. The storage spirit ring taken from the thug Luo Hai had an internal space roughly equivalent to the trunk of an SUV. But Jiang Zhengrong's storage spirit ring had an internal space not much different from an 80 square meter house with a height of 6 meters. The difference between the two could not be described as sky and earth. It was like the life of a rich man contrasted with that of a beggar, one living in extreme luxury, the other in utter poverty. Ha ha ha. Trading a bird gun for a cannon. Thanks to my bro Jiang Zhengrong for the gift, mwah. Yi Cheng was overjoyed. After calming his excitement, he focused his gaze, and saw that the house inside was filled with a lot of gold, silver, jewelry, and several stacks of cash, delicacies and fine wine, clean clothes. In addition to these mundane items, there were also a dozen fine steel swords, 5 jade small gourd vials used for storing pills, and dozens of spirit stones. On a small bookshelf in the corner, there were 3 old books placed. Yi Cheng's mind stirred, swallowing a big gulp of saliva, and quickly took out the 3 old books. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the covers of the 3 old books all had characters from the Kanglin continent. Earth Stage Low-Level Cultivation Technique, Sunshine Heart Sutra. Earth Stage Low-Level Body Refinement Technique, Sunshine Dominating Body Secret. Earth Stage Low-Level Martial Arts Technique, Sunshine Fire Dragon Swordsmanship. Earth Stage Martial Arts Secret Manual? Yi Cheng's pupils contracted, his blood boiling, his heart shaken. Earth Stage Secret Manuals, supreme and invaluable. In Blue Star, such high-level goods were almost impossible to appear in a third-tier city like Binhai City, monopolized by 985, 211 elite universities or top martial arts families. Yi Cheng instantly obtained 3 Earth Stage Secret Manuals. It was absolutely a fortune overnight. It could even be said to be a soaring step to the heavens. Moreover, these 3 Earth Stage Secret Manuals covered cultivation techniques, body refinement, swordsmanship all without duplicates, comprehensive blooming. Damn it, if I cultivate all 3 of these martial arts to the peak realm, I could beat those Vajra realm warriors from the Jiang family until they cry. Yi Cheng's gaze burned brightly, licking his lips, his imagination soaring, thinking wildly. Huff, huff, huff. Yi Cheng took a few deep breaths, controlling his excitement and trembling emotions to the extreme. Slowly adjust the mindset. As a person, you must remain steady, do not get carried away in good times, do not show cowardice in bad times, and do not panic in desperate situations. After calming down, Yi Chang eagerly flipped through 3 low-level secret manuals. Great Sun Heart Sutra, Great Sun Dominance Technique, Great Sun Fire Dragon Sword Technique. From the prefixes, these 3 martial arts should be compatible, complementing each other, likely belonging to the same school. The manuals were old and worn, exuding an ancient simplicity, the paper yellowed and faded, each page giving a fragile and decayed feeling as Yi Chang flipped through them, worried that if he turned too hard, these manuals would shatter into pieces and turn to dust. Moreover, Yi Chang found that all 3 manuals were incomplete, either missing back pages or having missing middle pages, tattered and tragic. Damn, incomplete and chaotic, I don't know if I can still practice this, it's a sad story, I really was too happy too soon. Yi Chang's smile was bitter. It seems he needed to find a quiet place and spend more time and focus studying them. Yi Chang carefully put the 3 manuals back into his storage spirit ring. Next, Yi Chang took out some fresh food from the ring to fill his stomach. At this time, where the 8-armed demon dragon and the 2-headed sky monkey fought, the smoke had cleared, the boisterous roars had turned into eerie silence, and the purple lightning and terrifying flames filling the night sky were being devoured inch by darkness, making the entire world suddenly feel chillingly cold. No movement. Did the 2 big shots finish fighting? Yi Chang stood up, cradling the 8-armed demon dragon egg, and rushed towards the battlefield. As he approached, an incredibly fierce atmosphere hit him. With the egg in his left arm, he took out a single knife from the storage spirit ring, gripped it in his right hand, and concentrated his sword intent nurtured in the 7th GC, listening carefully and moving cautiously onto the battlefield. The giant trees and rocks within 100 yards had already been cleared away, turned into scorched earth, and hot magma flowed freely across the ground like a stream, constantly bubbling with gudu-gudu sounds. At this moment, the 8-armed demon dragon and the 2-headed sky monkey lay on the ground, completely still, like 2 collapsed stone statues, devoid of any life. Every breath of air was filled with the smell of death. Did the 2 giants die together? Yi Chang's pupils trembled. For safety, he released dozens of sword chi, fiercely striking the remains of the 8-armed demon dragon and the 2-headed sky monkey. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing was like rain on banana leaves, dense and continuous. Motionless, there was no response at all. It seemed they truly were dead, completely dead. Yi Chang stepped over the magma and quickly walked over. The 8-armed demon dragon and the 2-headed sky monkey lay in a pool of blood, their deaths extremely tragic. The 8-armed demon dragon had 5 of its 8 arms brutally torn off, its dragon body pummeled with dozens or even hundreds of deep indentations, bright silver scales scattered everywhere. The terrifying dragon head had a gaping hole the size of a basin, flesh and blood a blur, which must have been the fatal wound. The 2-headed sky monkey fared no better, both heads had been torn off, and its body was shattered into pieces, limbs and fragments scattered everywhere. The brutality of this battle was truly unimaginable. 4th-tier fierce beasts are full of priceless treasures. It feels like I've just defeated a big boss in an online game and there's loot everywhere. I'm rich, this wave is a big profit. Yi Chang's mouth curved into an even broader smile. Next was the eagerly anticipated loot collection segment. Yi Chang took out all the food, drink, and clothing that Zhang Zhengrong had stored in the spirit ring and threw it all away, along with the gold, silver, jewels, and jewelry, discarding them like trash to free up a lot of usable space. Then he stuffed the corpses of the 8-armed demon dragon and the 2-headed sky monkey into the storage spirit ring. Wow, the space in the storage spirit ring was still relatively ample. Suddenly filled to the brim. There was a lot of blood on the ground. Strangely, the blood of the 8-armed demon dragon and the 2-headed flying ape was not liquid, but a kind of crystal. Like dazzling and beautiful rubies and amethysts, glowing with brilliant sunset light, incredibly stunning. It resembled the storm tiger blood essence stone that Yi Chang had refined back then, only the quality was more than 100 times higher, obviously a good thing, must collect it all. Yi Chang swept clean the blood essence stones scattered on the ground like the solicitation cards near the hotel, filling 2 storage spirit rings to the brim, leaving almost no empty space. Mission accomplished, I'm going to find Sister Zining. Yi Chang took out the hand-drawn map Wei Zining had given him, studied it for a moment, and immediately set off, traveling under the stars. He moved toward the location marked with a red triangle on the map. Sister Zining, I'm coming. Yi Chang moved like the wind, and on the way, he did not encounter any Zhang family warriors. The Zhang family was unlucky this year. During the spring hunt, they lost their family's most dazzling genius, as well as a Diamond Realm Elder, and 2 other Diamond Realm Elders had self-destructed an arm, suffering serious energy injuries. This wave of losses could cause the Zhang family to start declining. Yi Chang occasionally encountered ferocious beasts lurking in the shadows, coveting him, but they were scared away by the wild aura emitted from the 8-armed demon dragon egg he held. The road was smooth and unimpeded, feeling so wonderful. Yi Chang raced along a mountain path without touching the ground when suddenly, he saw a graceful silhouette of a young girl standing alone in the moonlight, walking unsteadily, her steps faltering.
In her right hand, she held a single knife, using the blade's tip like a walking stick. Yi Chang's heart warmed, and he shouted loudly, "Sister Zining!" Hearing his voice, Wei Zining trembled all over, and with great difficulty, turned to see Yi Chang rushing toward her like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Moonlight shone on the boy's face, his eyes bright and dazzling, sparkling like stars. Yi Chang, Wei Zining was so excited that she almost shed tears. Seeing Yi Chang full of life and energy, the immense pressure that weighed on Wei Zining like a 1,000-pound stone instantly vanished, leaving only joy. When Yi Chang reached Wei Zining, he looked closely. Her delicate face was as pale as paper, lacking any color, her breath was weak, and her body bore no less than 20 wounds, with her clothes stained red with blood. Upon closer inspection, several wounds had flesh rolled back, exposing bone, with dried blood coagulated on her torn clothing, now dark purple, a sight shocking to behold. It was clear that Wei Zining was gravely injured, as if she would shatter with the slightest touch, and it was hard to tell how she had endured thus far. "Sister Zining, you're in such a terrible state," Yi Chang said with a pained expression. Wei Zining forced a light-hearted tone, "Don't worry, I won't die. Don't look at me like this, I didn't lose out, being chased by 5 Diamond Realm warriors, I exchanged wounds for injuries and heavily injured too. But luckily, I've made some progress in body refinement, practicing the great strength wild bull technique to perfection, otherwise, I would have been done for long ago." After pausing, Wei Zining murmured in puzzlement, "I don't know why 3 Diamond Realm warriors suddenly gave up chasing me, or I would have been finished." Yi Chang's heart stirred slightly. "Sister Zining, the 3 Diamond Realm warriors you mentioned turned tail to kill me. It seems I accidentally saved your life. Sister Zining is so powerful." Yi Chang placed the 8-armed demon dragon egg on the ground, carefully supporting Wei Zining and helping her sit under a towering ancient tree by the mountain path, leaning against the tree trunk. What is this?" Wei Zining looked at the 8-armed demon dragon egg, speechless, shocked that she forgot all about her excruciating pain. "Sister Zining, this is the egg of a 4th-tier ferocious beast, the 8-armed demon dragon," Yi Chang casually replied. Wei Zining swallowed hard, disbelief filling her eyes. "I can see that it's the 8-armed demon dragon's egg. The 8-armed demon dragon is a top-tier 4th-tier ferocious beast. In the face of a peak human-level expert, a mere sneeze could kill a warrior of the Diamond Realm. How did you manage to steal its egg? This is too crazy. I feel like my worldview is about to shatter. It's a long story, Zicheng. Let's talk about it in detail later." Yi Chang pulled out a large pile of jars and bottles filled with medicinal pills from his 2 storage rings. "Sister Zicheng, these are the medicinal pills I obtained by ambushing and killing warriors from the Kanglan continent. Quickly check if there's anything for stopping bleeding, healing, and relieving pain." "Oh my, Yi Chang, you just arrived at the Kanglan continent and have already done so many shocking things. You truly are the chosen one, lacking nothing in potential, luck, wit, or courage." Wei Zicheng looked at Yi Chang as if he were an alien. Wei Zicheng was well versed in identifying herbs and pills, so it was no surprise to her. She picked up a small jade bottle, uncorked it, sniffed, and her expression turned strange. "This is love potion. Even a virtuous maiden or an honorable gentleman would lose their true nature after taking it. A virtuous maiden instantly becomes promiscuous, and an honorable gentleman turns into a beast." Yi Chang was momentarily stunned. Wei Zicheng picked up another jade bottle, uncorked it slightly and sniffed. "Indestructible pill, do I need to explain its effect? It's literally what the name says." Yi Chang slapped his forehead. "I remember now, these bottles of pills belong to that bandit Luo Hai Dam. This guy is pretty wild. Throw them away? Wait a minute." Yi Chang quickly stopped her. "Sister Zicheng, don't throw them away. Pills are not good or bad, it's the person's character that matters." He. Wei Zicheng rolled her eyes at Yi Chang, gently placed the 2 jade bottles down, and continued picking through the pile of pills. In the end, Wei Zicheng found a few types of pills that would greatly benefit her severely injured body: blood flesh regeneration pill, bruise healing powder, nourishing pill, healing pill. There were external use and internal use types, each one was precious and worth a fortune. Wei Zicheng couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. The effects were immediate. After taking and applying them, the pale color on Wei Zicheng's face gradually regained a bit of flush, and her weak and feeble aura became steady and prolonged. Seeing this, Yi Chang let out a sigh of relief, finally able to set his worried heart at ease. "Sister Zicheng, how about we find a place to rest for the night? You need to recuperate from your serious injuries," Yi Chang suggested. Wei Zicheng shook her head. "No need, we are close to where we need to go. The longer we wait, the more complications arise. Let's hurry on. Could you carry me?" "No problem." Yi Chang readily agreed. Putting away all the bottles filled with pills back into the storage ring, Yi Chang held the 8-armed magic dragon egg in one hand and supported Wei Zicheng's round, perky form with the other, proceeding on the journey while carrying her. Wei Zicheng comfortably curled up on Yi Chang's back, her arms wrapped around his neck, resting her face against his warm and broad back. A sense of indescribable security surged into her heart.
A feeling she had never experienced before welled up inside her.
Is this what happiness feels like? Wei Ziqing's lips curled slightly upwards, tightening her grip around Yi Chang's neck, pressing her face even closer.
Chapter 36, The treacherous mountain road was difficult to traverse. However, it posed no challenge to Yi Chang. He ran like the wind, as if on flat ground, even while carrying the 8-armed magic dragon egg in Wei Ziqing.
Just as dawn began to break, they finally arrived at their destination.
It was a mountain forest full of various flowers and trees, ordinary and unremarkable. In places like Falling Sunset Ridge, such spots were common.
No way, Sister Ziqing, we went through fire and water, overcoming countless challenges just to come to this place? Where is the promised body refining secret manual? Yi Chang complained. Yi Chang, don't be anxious, put me down. Wei Ziqing smiled lightly.
Yi Chang reluctantly and gently set Wei Ziqing down from his back.
At that moment,
Wei Ziqing's injuries had already healed quite a bit, her legs were agile and her movements unhindered. She took the lead, weaving through the trees in the forest. Yi Chang followed closely behind. The two stood in the middle of a large clearing in the woods.
Yi Chang looked around and puzzledly asked, Sister Zining, what exactly are you hiding? Look below. Wei Zining smiled at Yi Chang. Huh? Sister Zining, do you want me to look at you below? Isn't that inappropriate? Are you crazy? I meant to look at the ground.
Wei Zining was both embarrassed and angry. Your mind is filled with dirty thoughts, that's not good.
Is it my fault? Clearly, it's your way of expressing yourself that's the problem. Yi Chang looked innocent, his gaze dropping.
On the ground, mysterious lines and patterns crisscrossed, obscure and ancient.
These lines formed various symbols, and each symbol seemed to create a formation. Yi Chang, this is a spatial teleportation array. Wei Zining directly provided the answer. Spatial teleportation array? Yi Chang was taken aback. Don't be so surprised.
Not only here at Luoxia Ridge, but there are countless spatial teleportation arrays all over the Kanglan continent.
This is also a major feature of the Kanglan continent. To put it simply, it's like the airports on our blue planet.
Wei Zining explained patiently. Generally speaking, the spatial teleportation arrays on the Kanglan continent lead to 3 types of places.
First, densely populated prosperous big cities. Second, sections. Third, secret realms. Yi Chang suddenly became eager and asked, Sister Zining, where does this teleportation array lead? A secret realm.
Wei Zining smiled. A secret realm is a small world, a self-contained space. You can think of it as a dungeon in video games like Monster War.
Sister Zining, I'm very interested, please elaborate.
In general, secret realms are used by sects or national forces, and martial arts families to train their warriors. Wei Zining talked freely. The teleportation ancient array beneath our feet leads to a secret realm previously used by a once glorious but now fallen sect to train disciples.
Of course, this secret realm has long been abandoned.
In the Kanglan continent, sect relics and abandoned secret realms are considered unowned. Whoever gets the key to open them can claim them for themselves.
Wei Zining said, on Blue Planet, which famous university or top martial arts family doesn't hold a few sect relics or abandoned secret realms?
Who isn't growing stronger by taking advantage of the legacies left by the fallen sects of the Kanglan continent? Yi Chang listened with great interest. This knowledge wasn't found in books. As they talked, Wei Zining rubbed her storage spirit ring, and a faint light flashed. A gadget resembling Ultraman Orb's transformation device Orb Ring appeared in her hand. Sister Zining, what you're holding is the key to open the teleportation ancient array beneath us.
Wow, the design is quite novel. Yi Chang exclaimed in surprise. Wei Zining said calmly, this key to the secret realm is unique.
A principal from the Tangshu Forest School discovered this teleportation ancient array while exploring for treasure in Luoxia Ridge 100 years ago, and the key to open it is embedded in the center of the formation. From then on, the Tangshu Forest School became the owner of this abandoned secret realm, and the key has been passed down through generations, now reaching my hands.
Wei Zining's eyes sparkled with pride and joy, her whole being glowing. Yi Chang, in fact, our Tangshu Forest School is the only one among many schools in Binhai City that has a secret realm. That's amazing.
Yi Chang felt a sense of pride as if he shared in the glory.
But then he thought of something and felt it was a bit off. Wait, Sister Zining, you're not pulling my leg, are you? If Tangshu Forest School holds a secret realm of an ancient sect from the Kanglan continent that can let students experience training, wouldn't everyone be extraordinary and stand out? Shouldn't Tangshu Forest School be sky high, dominating everything? To become the overlord of Binhai City, why was he defeated by Lushing Middle School and Shuguang Middle School, gradually declining?
Wei Zining sighed, with a face like she was constipated. This filthy secret realm was used years ago by a body-refining sect to train disciples. Yi Chang understood that the Tanmu Forest Middle School obtained the heritage of a body-refining sect, which could almost be said to be completely useless. If they had obtained the heritage of a conventional sect, they would have taken off a long time ago.
Even on the Kanglan continent, body refining is not mainstream, it consumes too many resources. Especially when cultivating high-level body refinement techniques, it's not an exaggeration to say one person can drag down an entire sect. The once prosperous giant python sect was probably ruined by a group of disciples, leading them to bankruptcy and their downfall. Therefore, top-tier body cultivators cannot be mass-produced. Yi Chang, you are the chosen one, with overflowing potential. You will definitely lead Tanmu Forest Middle School from decline to glory. I plan to sell everything to support you. Okay, Sister Zening, I'm definitely going to enjoy this soft meal. Yi Chang said with a grin. Giant python sect, that name for a body refining sect is a bit rash, just sounds like it's for making soy sauce. Yi Chang doesn't lack body refinement resources, he is currently wealthy, with the blood, flesh, and bones of the 8-armed demon dragon and the 2-headed flying ape, enough to support a group of body refinement warriors. Yi Chang, let's enter the secret realm. Wei Zening rubbed her storage spirit ring, a soft glow flashed, and a valuable top-tier spirit stone appeared in her hand. She neatly inserted the top-tier spirit stone into a slot on the Obu Ultraman's transformation device. Then, she bent down and embedded the secret realm key into a depression on the ground that matched the key's outline, both fitting perfectly. The ancient teleportation array was instantly activated, bursting with brilliant light, and the air immediately filled with an ancient and vast aura. The next moment, Wei Zening, Yi Chang, and the 8-armed demon dragon egg held by Yi Chang disappeared without a trace. In just the blink of an eye, the day changed, and the scenery before them transformed in an instant, dreamlike and surreal. Yi Chang swallowed hard and looked around. This was a space about the size of 7 or 8 professional football fields, honestly not small. The sun was bright, the sky was as blue as it could be, and it was a clear day without a trace of clouds. The vegetation was rich and lush, and the air was mixed with the fragrance of grass and wood. A slight breath made one feel refreshed. A clear stream wound its way through, with wildflowers blooming by the creek, and several beautifully designed vacation cabins adding charm to the scenery. A large open space had been cultivated into vegetable and fruit gardens, filled with seasonal vegetables and fruits from blue star, string beans, cowpeas, okra, romaine lettuce, cucumbers, loofahs, winter melons, bitter gourds, eggplants, tomatoes, peppers, lychees, papayas, mangoes, grapes, apples, pears, full of a strong pastoral atmosphere. Yi Chang felt as if he had stepped into a fairy tale world, a paradise beyond the mundane. He immediately felt relaxed and free, with no anxiety left. A genuine smile blossomed on Wei Zening's face, like a flower radiating beautiful and moving brilliance. Yi Chang, this is my safe harbor, and it can be yours in the future too. Thank you, Sister Zening. Yi Chang was overjoyed, but before the smile on his face could fully spread, it froze in place. He saw that the secret realm key, embedded in the slot, and the top-tier spirit stone had been drained of all spiritual energy, reduced to a dull and unremarkable stone. This meant that every time the teleportation array was activated, a top-tier spirit stone was consumed. 50 million. Too costly. Of course, the secret realm was picturesque, tranquil, and livable, with high safety, cut off from the world. Without a key, no one could invade, and the cost of using a top-tier spirit stone each time wasn't too outrageous. The most noticeable feature in the secret realm was the towering high tower standing in the center. It was completely black, shining with a cold and grim metallic sheen under the sunlight. Like it was cast from molten iron, the tower rises 50 meters high, resembling a jade chute embedded in the sky, grand and magnificent, covering an area about the size of a standard football field, its overall stature rivaling that of modern skyscrapers on Blue Star. Wei Zening said beside him, Yechun, that is the trial tower, which has a total of 8 levels. It is the main way for disciples of the giant python sect to seize body-tempering resources. For every level you pass, you can receive corresponding rewards, like pills, secret manuals, weapons, and the inner cores of fierce beasts and so much more. The mighty bull strength was found on the first level of the trial tower by a former principal of our TANU Forest School. Serpent Steps comes from the second level. The third level is the mechanism path, filled with various traps and automatic shooting hidden weapons. Moreover, this mechanism path is not a straightforward line, but rather a winding, dangerous journey with many twists and turns. Generally, once people enter, they find themselves unable to move an inch. I tried to challenge it several times, and they all ended in miserable failure. Yeching understood. It seemed that since TAMU Forest School obtained this secret realm, no one had yet managed to pass the third level of the trial tower. He suddenly realized, Sister Zening, I understand now. You brought me to Kanglan continent to find body-tempering secret manuals actually to make me challenge the trial tower. If I pass, there will be rewards. That's right. Wei Zening nodded. You've practiced serpent steps to the point of mastery, and your control over your body has reached a level where you can do as you wish. Stretching and curling bones and muscles is at your fingertips, allowing for extreme evasion, narrowly escaping danger. Yeching, for you, the mechanism path in the third level is basically non-existent. I believe you can 100% pass it and earn rewards. And I have a feeling that conquering the third level will yield a top-tier body-tempering secret manual. Sounds interesting. Yeching casually placed the 8-armed demon dragon egg down, stroked his chin, and licked his lips. In fact, Yecheng wasn't lacking in body tempering secret manuals. On the bookshelf in his storage spiritual ring was a low-level Earth-rank body tempering manual, Great Sun Overlord Body Technique. It's just that Great Sun Overlord Body Technique was a fragment, and whether he could practice it successfully was still an unknown. Additionally, Yecheng felt a surge of competitive spirit and wanted to take on the challenge. Sister Zening, a martial artist, must always have a heart for competition, unafraid of difficulties, unafraid of challenges. The third level of the trial tower is nothing to me. In my eyes, the mechanism path is no different than the tilling path in the countryside. Yecheng stood with his hands behind his back, speaking with confidence, I can't wait. Take me there immediately. How about we eat something and rest a bit first? After all, you ran all night without any rest, Wei Zening said gently. No. The two of them arrived at the entrance of the trial tower together. The iron gate at the entrance was slightly ajar. Wei Zening gently waved her hand, and a surge of true energy floated over. Clang, the iron gate opened in response, and a musty, decaying odor rushed towards them. Like an old hand knowing the way, Wei Zening led Yecheng inside. The first level of the trial tower was spacious, filled with spider webs and dust, with 3 arenas arranged in a shape. On each arena lay huge skeletons that looked either like demons or ferocious beasts. Yecheng walked to one of the arenas. The decayed skeleton on the arena was about 1 zhang high, with some dark red scales scattered around. Although it had been dead for countless years, it still exuded a hint of ferocity and brutality, causing unease in the heart. This skeleton, compared to those Yecheng saw in the 8-armed demon dragon's lair, had a comparable aura, suggesting it must have been a fearsome creature in its prime. Beside the arena, there was a low stone pedestal, with some words carved in the obscured writing of Kanglan continent, faded by the passage of time. Yecheng guessed and pieced together the meaning: defeat the underground demon, rewards, 10 body refining pills. However, the stone pedestal was empty, with no pills in sight. Years have passed, and time is merciless, and the elixir has long since evaporated, or lost its efficacy to become waste. It has been thrown away. Wei Zening sighed, only the yellow-level intermediate body-refining secret manual Mighty Barbarian Bull Strength engraved on the turtle shell remains intact. Yecheng, I will take you to the second level. The two ascended the steps leading to the second level. The layout of the second level of the testing tower is much like the first, except the ring has changed from 3 to 6. Yecheng glanced at the stone platform beside one of the rings: defeat the flying night demon, reward with the low-level mysterious body skill manual serpent step. On the platform lay the long-dead bones of the flying night demon, exuding a bloody, brutal aura. It stood about 10 feet tall, had a pair of giant wings, and several scales with a cold metallic sheen scattered around. Yecheng couldn't help but sigh, looking back to those years. Disciples of the giant python sect fought against terrifying beasts resembling ghosts and gods on these platforms. The scene of flesh meeting flesh was so thrilling, it made one's blood boil. Eventually, the two arrived at the third level. There were no platforms on the third level. 3 dark holes jumped into view, as if the mouths of savage beasts were ready to devour people. Behind each hole was a seemingly bottomless long passage. The passage was filled with countless traps and mechanisms. This was the so-called mechanical path. Above the leftmost hole were carved words in the language of the Kanglan continent: reward, 10 body strengthening pills. The words above the middle hole were different: reward, 1 body refining manual. The words above the right hole read: reward, the body of a tier 3 fierce beast, silverback demonic wolf. Wei Zening explained, the difficulty of the 3 mechanical paths is similar, it's just the rewards that differ. Most medicine and fierce beast corpses have long since turned to dust, so the 2 mechanical paths on the sides have lost their value. You just have to get through the middle mechanical path to obtain the body refining manual. As she spoke, Wei Zening rubbed her storage spirit ring a few times, took out the secret realm key, and handed it to Yecheng, explaining, Yecheng, the secret realm key contains a special restriction that can protect your life in the midst of danger when traversing the mechanical path. So, even if you're hit by a hidden weapon or fall into a trap, you won't be injured or die, you'll only be forcibly teleported out. Take it. Understood. Life is only one. Yecheng dared not be careless and accepted the secret realm key from Wei Zening. Sister Zening, wait for me. I'm going to get the body refining manual now. Yecheng prepared briefly and then leaped into the middle hole. Chapter 37, the Tyrannosaurus secret mechanical path was about 10 meters wide, and its length was elusive. As Wei Zening said, the mechanical path was not a straight line visible at a glance but twisted and turned with many bends, winding like a maze. The walls were embedded with glowing green beads, the grim emerald light flickered like will-o'-the-wisps, casting an eerie atmosphere, extremely terrifying. Let's get started. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Yecheng's body floated, tracing a beautiful arc, fast as lightning, and like a ghost with no trace. As Yecheng moved, the hidden dark weapons concealed in the walls were activated. Swish. 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 Swish.
Arrows, flying knives, flying needles, stone locusts, boomerangs, a variety of hidden weapons rained down like a storm, attacking Yi Chang. Each type of hidden weapon was like the tail of a venomous scorpion, with an attack route that was extremely cunning and bizarre, completely unpredictable. Some hidden weapons sealed Yi Chang's paths of retreat and advance. Yi Chang's mind was calm, with no distracting thoughts, responding with composure. Click. 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 Boom. 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 In the high-speed dash, Yi Chang did not lose speed, his spine bent into various shapes, his bones twisted, muscles stretched and tightened, yet he easily shimmered through the continuously emerging hidden weapons without a scratch. If someone witnessed Yi Chang's ultimate evasion, they would surely be dumbfounded. The eyeballs would pop out of their sockets. The first part of the mechanism road was an S-bend, and Yi Chang ran down with ease. The difficulty increased in the middle section, where not only did a series of hidden weapons shoot out from both sides, but traps also made their appearance underfoot. It was as if countless mouths had grown from the ground, opening and closing, trying to swallow Yi Chang whole. As Yi Chang dodged the hidden weapons, he moved like a powerful dragon, spread his wings like a phoenix, and stepped on the clouds like a unicorn. Every movement was graceful and flowing. Just when a terrifying mouth was about to devour him, he always managed to dodge with perfect timing. In the latter part of the mechanism road, while it retained the hidden weapons and traps, blades, fireballs, and ice spikes continually fell from above. Yi Chang pushed the serpent walking technique to its limit, and though he almost got hit several times, he eventually made it through safely. Damn, this mechanism road is something else, Yi Chang thought with lingering fear. Without practicing the serpent walking technique and relying only on eagle walking skill and shadow clone transformation, I definitely wouldn't have made it through. Having passed the mechanism road, Yi Chang arrived at a huge and desolate stone chamber. In the center of the stone chamber stood a stone platform. On the platform lay a roll of beast skin, covered in dirt. Yi Chang's eyes brightened as he hurried over in 3 steps, carefully picked up the beast skin, and gently shook off the dust. Then, covering his nose, he looked closely and saw that the beast skin, covered in mildew and emitting a terrible odor, had several prominent words written in the language of the Kanglan continent: low-level body refining secret technique, violent dragon technique. A low-level body refining technique. Not bad, not bad. Yi Chang smiled with satisfaction, not having the time to study it in detail. He quickly stuffed it into his storage ring, planning to study it later with Sister Zening. In a corner of the stone chamber was a staircase leading to the 4th floor of the trial tower. Shall I continue pushing through? Or should I take my winnings and give up for now? Yi Chang hesitated for just a few seconds, then invigorated with confidence, he ascended the staircase to the 4th floor. The layout of the 4th floor of the trial tower was almost identical to that of the 3rd floor. Giant walls opened up 3 openings, revealing 3 deep passages. Left reward, 10 Emperor body pills. Middle reward, 1 body refining secret technique. Right reward, the corpse of a rank 4 ferocious beast, the golden rhino. Is the 4th floor also a mechanism road like the 3rd? Same soup, different flavors, come on, can't there be something new? Yi Chang stroked his chin, filled with doubt. However, the rewards on the 4th floor seem better than those on the 3rd floor, the difficulty is clearly higher as well. Successfully passing through the 3rd layer's mechanism road injected confidence into Yi Chang, and he also gained some experience. I can do this. Yi Chang confidently leaped into the middle opening. Upon entry, the passage was narrow but opened up after taking several steps, revealing a broad space. Yi Chang moved effortlessly, darting about with the practiced ease as if he had done this many times before, not feeling that this 4th layer's mechanism road was much harder than the 3rd layer. Whether it was the type of hidden weapons, their quantity, or speed and angle of fire, everything was basically the same as in the 3rd layer. Is that it? Once as an adventure, twice as familiarity, I could pass this with my eyes closed. However, just as Yi Chang turned a corner, the hidden weapons aimed at him suddenly accelerated. He was hit, no, to be precise, just when the hidden weapon was about to strike, the secret realm key burst out with a strong light, wrapping his entire body and instantly sending him away. Yi Chang returned to the entrance of the 4th layer's mechanism road. What the hell, I actually failed. Yi Chang's face displayed frustration and unwillingness, but his serious expression flickered with contemplation. This time he failed not due to carelessness. He had taken it seriously, treating every step as if walking on thin ice, using all his strength in every move. Although the serpent walking technique is unpredictable, moving forward and retreating is like shrinking the ground to an inch and leaving no trace, there is one bug. Every time I turn a corner, there's a momentary pause. For example, it's like speeding, when taking a turn, you must slow down. Otherwise, it is easy for both car and people to be destroyed. The momentary pause of snake walking step is fleeting, difficult for ordinary people to catch, but the mechanisms of the 4th layer seized this ephemeral flaw and accelerated the hidden weapons. To get through the 4th layer of the mechanism path, I must fix this fatal bug in snake walking step. Yi Chang realized the key point. With a thought, he summoned the panel.
He focused and looked closely. Detected that the host is going to elevate the low-level movement skill Snake Walking Step and the low-level movement skill Clone Shadow to Transcendence. The two have very good compatibility and meet the fusion condition of complementing each other. Do you want to consume 580,000 crushing points to fuse these two movement skills into the intermediate level movement skill Clone Snake Walking Step, Transcendence? Yes/no. At that time, Yi Chang was tight on crushing points and had to give up merging Snake Walking Step and Clone Shadow. Now it's different, he had so many crushing points that he couldn't spend them all, he could frivolously spend them to create things. He didn't even consider for a second and fuse them. Boom. Character, Yi Chang. Age, 16 years old. Current martial skill, intermediate level movement skill Clone Snake Walking Step 580000/580000, Transcendence, +/. Crushing points, 112, 116, 7875. Damn it, after deducting nearly 6 million crushing points, there are still over 11 billion remaining, he wouldn't be able to spend it all, simply could not spend it all. This huge amount of money was mostly contributed by Master Zhang Zhengrong. Just killing him brought in a whopping 107,060,0000. Zhang Zhengrong's top position is unshakable. Never fought such a wealthy battle. This trip to the Kanglan continent was not in vain. Yi Chang laughed like a 200-pound child. After adjusting his state, he charged back into the mechanism path. Where he fell, he would stand again. The intermediate level movement skill Clone Snake Walking Step, Transcendence, not only perfectly solved the flaw of Snake Walking Step's slowdown on turns, but also created 22 lifelike silhouettes with a single movement, indistinguishable from the real thing, beyond comprehension. Even the hidden weapon traps were fooled, they hit the silhouettes with force, leaving Yi Chang's true self under no pressure at all. Thus, Yi Chang leisurely and unhurriedly made his way through the fourth layer of the mechanism path. At the end of the mechanism path, in the stone chamber. On the stone platform lay a rolled-up beast skin covered in spider webs. When Yi Chang picked it up, he exclaimed Earth-level intermediate body refinement manual giant python crushing heaven power. Note, to practice this skill, one must first train the low-level movement skill Snake Walking Step to Transcendence, remember. It was even a notch higher than Violent Dragon Technique and Sun Overlord Body Technique, with a name that exudes power, he loved it. Yi Chang had reaped rich rewards this time, and he no longer had the desire to continue challenging, humming a little tune and heading back the same way. Yi Chang, how did it go? Wei Zining, waiting at the entrance of the third layer of the mechanism path, hurried over as Yi Chang came out. Yi Chang gave Wei Zining an okay hand gesture and said in an exaggerated tone, Sister Zining, I made it through the fourth layer of the mechanism path too, and got 2 body refinement manuals, one is the low-level Violent Dragon Technique and the other is the intermediate-level Giant Python Crushing Heaven Power. Wei Zining's pupils trembled fiercely, both surprised and happy. That's great. Yi Chang, if you can master one low-level earth body refinement technique to perfection, your physical defense will be comparable to a tier 3 ferocious beast, and you'll be able to stand against the true energy-tempered bodies of Golden Solid Realm warriors. Maybe you can enter a prestigious university through special recruitment with your light skill movement and body technique. Wei Zining smiled brightly. Yi Chang, I said it, even if the 7th gas sea can never be repaired and upgrading to the solid realm is bleak, you don't need to worry, all paths lead to Rome. Ha, Sister Zining, thank you for your good words. Yi Chang laughed perfunctorily. Sister Zining, you are too naive, I can step into the solid realm at any time. Who the hell cares about special recruitment? I want to take the National College entrance examination normally. The two left the trial tower. First, they went to get something to eat. The wooden house had a lot of rice, flour, oil, sausages, cured meats, sauce meats, pickled pig heads, as well as liquefied gas tanks, kerosene, gasoline, portable cooking utensils. Wei Zining was very virtuous, preparing a large table of rich and delicious home-cooked dishes. According to calculations, Yicheng had not eaten fragrant rice for several days. This meal was so delicious it made him feel full and happy. After the meal, the two sat side by side on the lawn, their heads close together as they contemplated the low-level body refining secret manual brutal dragon formula. Yicheng also intended to quickly consume the crushing value and turn it into strength. The secret realm was isolated from the world, rarely visited by people, making it a perfect place for seclusion. On the Kanglan continent, there were countless fierce beast races, and among many races, the brutal dragon clan was particularly savage and violent, valuing strength above all. With a roar, they could shatter mountains and rivers, and reach for the stars with their hands. The brutal dragon formula was a body refining technique created to simulate the brutal dragon clan, and when cultivated to a certain level, every movement would manifest the power of the brutal dragon. A punch thrown felt like a primordial giant beast awakening, with terrifying and unmatched power. Moreover, one would cultivate a body of dragon sinew, dragon bone, and dragon scale, impervious to knives and guns, immune to water and fire, able to swim in magma, completely unharmed by true energy. To begin practicing the brutal dragon formula, it was essential to master a breathing method.
One must imagine themselves as a brutal dragon and bring in the power of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, medicinal pills, and fierce beast blood through a special rhythm, refining bones, muscles, and skin. The manual recorded the breathing method to enter the brutal dragon formula. Although this breathing method was complex and strange, sometimes high-pitched, sometimes deep, sometimes slow, sometimes urgent, at times deep, at times shallow, it was miles apart from human breathing rhythms, completely unrelated. However, Yeqing and Wei Zining both had decent comprehension abilities. After studying it seriously several times, they had basically memorized it and were confident they could replicate it 100%. Who? Yeqing exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his pupils excited, rubbing his fists together and said, "Sister Zining, let's begin." The two sat cross-legged, with focused minds, and began the very peculiar breathing rhythm, appearing chaotic but hiding a pattern, as if performing a piece of music filled with ups and downs, highs and lows. However, before the piece was finished, it suddenly stopped abruptly. Yeqing and Wei Zining both felt short of breath, sweating profusely, feeling uncomfortable, their blood surging, heads spinning, and choked on saliva, coughing violently. Damn it, I clearly did everything correctly, not a single mistake. Why is it not only ineffective, but it's left me feeling awful all over? Yeqing was speechless. Wei Zining felt as if she was holding in a breath, discomfort made her roll her eyes. No, Yeqing, we are only mimicking the form, but we have not grasped the essence. We must imagine ourselves as brutal dragons. I didn't expect the entry to the brutal dragon formula to be as hard as climbing to the sky. Mystical tier martial arts are already hard enough, but earthly tier martial arts are impossible to enter. Yeqing was also very frustrated. Although he had the support of the system, which could add points, entering a martial art into the panel required at least reaching the level of beginning to glimpse the path through his own practice. Otherwise, even with an abundance of crushing value, it would be useless. Imagining oneself as a brutal dragon shouldn't be that hard, right? Yeqing smacked his lips, pondering and said, "When I was a child, I often imagined myself as Ultraman, the Paw Patrol, or Zhu Xia." "Yeqing, please stop joking." Wei Zining said, feeling both amused and helpless. Humans can't imagine things they've never seen. We have never seen a brutal dragon, how can we possibly imagine something from nothing? There aren't even any illustrations on this manual, it's so difficult. Wait a minute. Yeqing suddenly slapped his forehead hard. I almost forgot about this. Sister Zining, let me show you a magic trick right now. As he spoke, Yeqing stood up, walked a few steps, and pointed with one finger to an empty patch of grass ahead. I'll count to 3, and now is the moment to witness a miracle. 123. Boom. The corpse of the 8-armed demon dragon appeared like a dazzling silver mountain, emerging on the grass. An incredibly terrifying and violent aura soared into the sky. Wei Zining suddenly felt her scalp tingle, and goosebumps covered her entire body. His pupils trembled, as if seeing a ghost. Yi City, you hunted the 8-armed dragon? How is that possible? Yi City laughed. Sister Zining, calm down, the story goes like this. The 8-armed dragon wandered into the nest of the two-headed flying ape. These two heavyweights had a head-on battle, fighting for the top spot in the falling sunset ridge, and in the end, they both perished. I picked up a big fortune and got their bodies, along with the egg of the 8-armed dragon. That's how it happened, that's the situation. Wei Zining, still shaken, believed every word from Yi City. Oh my goodness, Yi City, you are truly the chosen one, blessed with an extraordinary fate. To think you could find the bodies of top-tier, 4th-grade beasts like the 8-armed dragon and the two-headed flying ape. Yi City was unconcerned. He didn't obtain the bodies of these two top beasts by luck, but through wisdom, ability, courage, and determination. Sister Zining, we haven't seen a Tyrannosaurus, but here is the ready-made body of the 8-armed dragon by the way, there's also its egg. As he spoke, Yi City ran over, carrying the egg of the 8-armed dragon, placing it beside its mother's body, reuniting mother and child, a touching scene. We can imagine ourselves as 8-armed dragons and then practice the breathing technique. Do you think this could work? Yi City rubbed his hands eagerly. Tyrannosaurus, 8-armed dragon, both are dragons, I'm guessing this will work. Let's try it right away. Wei Zining's spirit was lifted. They sat in front of the broken skull of the 8-armed dragon, feeling the immense fierce aura radiating from its body. They imagined themselves transforming into a brutal, dominating 8-armed dragon, ruling the mountains and forests. They even envisioned themselves as tiny 8-armed dragons still sleeping inside their eggs, yet to hatch. Naturally, they attempted the introductory breathing technique of the Tyrannosaurus technique once more. This time they succeeded. And it was remarkably smooth, achieving it in one go. Their minds were completely immersed in the fierce energy of the 8-armed dragon's corpse, as images of its cold-blooded cruelty while dominating the mountains and devouring various fierce beasts emerged in their minds, a figure of invincibility, as if they could hear its thunderous roar shattering stones, stirring the clouds, startling thousands of beasts into a mournful wail. Yi City and Wei Zining's special breathing rhythm was precise to the utmost, flowing freely, with not even a hint of stiffness. Their blood flowed, muscles shivered, internal organs wriggled, all resonated with this complex, bizarre, obscure, and mysterious breathing, achieving both physical and spiritual harmony. With every inhale, they drew in the spiritual energy from all directions as well as the fierce energy and overwhelming pressure emitted from the corpse of the eight-armed dragon, leading it all into their bodies, transforming it into invisible, minute rays of light, a mysterious energy, washing and refining every inch of their insides. Then when exhaling, they expelled the accumulated filth and impurities from their bodies through their skin, expelling the old and taking in the new. The effect was immediate. Both felt completely relaxed, their limbs warm, invigorated, their bodies shining with a faint silver light, strikingly similar to the reflective shine of the eight-armed dragon's bright silver scales. After a while, Yi City slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at Wei Zining, who was immersed in intensive training. "I'm not practicing anything. Why waste effort on what could be solved just by adding up?" With a thought, he directly summoned up the panel. "Sister Zining, let me show you what a martial arts genius looks like. Prepare to worship me." Ha ha ha. My crushing value is already itching with impatience. Chapter 38. Let's work hard together. Characters: Yi City. Age: 16 years old. Current cultivation method: Earth level low grade body refining technique, Tyrannosaurus technique for 54/1500000. Entry +/. Not looking wouldn't reveal anything, but looking would startle him. Holy crap, this is absurd. Yi City exclaimed in shock, his mouth wide open, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. The Tyrannosaurus technique costs over 10 million, crushing value, just to enter? System, why not just go rob a bank instead? I remember when the low-grade movement technique snake steps only required. It only costs more than 10,000 crushing points. The gap between low-level Xian tier and low-level Earth tier is as high as 1,000 times. In martial arts, the world is divided into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Xian, Huan, and each tier is further divided into 3 levels: low, medium, high. From this, we can see how vast the gap is between Xian tier and Earth tier. It's like the difference between a human and a dog. But it makes sense. Just take Binhai City for example. There are millions of martial artists, and the vast majority of them will never even get a chance to see an Earth tier secret manual in their lifetime, let alone practice it. The cost to enter the door is already more than 10 million, so to fully max it out and reach perfection, the required crushing points is definitely an unimaginable astronomical figure. Yi Chang was feeling gloomy. He had just been proud of having over 1 billion crushing points, feeling inflated like a nouveau riche, when suddenly, it felt like a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, leaving him chilled to the bone. At that moment, ding! Detected the top-tier auxiliary item for cultivating brutal dragon technique, 8-armed demon dragon blood, with an 800% increase in benefit while soaking. Ha! Yi Chang was slightly stunned, then immediately felt as if he had found rain after a long drought, or met an old friend in a foreign land, breaking into a smile, his heart feeling much lighter. Next, Yi Chang hurriedly picked up some stones and chopped down a dozen trees, carefully stacking them into a pool about half his height. The pool was 3 feet off the ground, about 5 meters long and 3 meters wide, looking like a big bathtub. Yi Chang rubbed his storage ring, a ghostly light flickering, dazzling, and brilliant, like a ruby, as crystals fell into the stone pool with a clatter. The blood of the 8-armed demon dragon is solid and needs to be heated to melt it before bathing. Yi Chang poured dozens of sparkling rubies into the pool, then went to the wooden house to find 2 plastic water buckets. Yi Chang carried the plastic water buckets to the creek to get water. He filled the pool halfway with water. In the gap between the pool and the ground, he stuffed it full of firewood and lit it to heat the water. The fire roared fiercely under the pool, the sound of the burning wood crackled endlessly, and the water in the pool quickly boiled, rolling violently, producing a lot of bubbles that continuously rose and burst. The blood of the 8-armed demon dragon began to dissolve, and the pool's water gradually turned fiery red, brilliantly dazzling and very thick. The terrifying ferocity lurking in the 8-armed demon dragon blood was being released recklessly, accompanied by an indescribable fragrance. Meanwhile, Wei Zining awoke from her meditative state, slowly opened her eyes, and a captivating silver light flashed in her pupils. The breathing technique of the brutal dragon technique was exceptional, digesting some of the fierce and violent aura emanating from the 8-armed demon dragon's corpse. Wei Zining felt as if her bones, muscles, and skin had been tempered repeatedly, her whole body filled with endless strength, and her seriously injured body remarkably healed almost entirely. Earth-tier martial arts are truly extraordinary. Wei Zining exclaimed in amazement. She stood up and walked towards Yi Chang, glanced at the boiling pool filled with a wild and ancient aura, her eyes brightened slightly. Yi Chang, is this a powerful medicine brewed from the 8-armed demon dragon blood? Yi Chang nodded and said with a smile, Sister Zining, the 8-armed demon dragon blood is comparable to rare treasures, a valuable tonic, perfect for cultivating the brutal dragon technique. With the essence contained within it, advancing rapidly is just around the corner, and soon you will possess dragon muscles, dragon bones, and dragon scales. As he spoke, Yi Chang could not wait to strip off his clothes, urging, Sister Zining, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and take off. Don't worry, I'm a gentleman, I absolutely won't peek. I trust you, a ghost. Wei Zining's face turned bright red, stunningly beautiful. Forget it, we are all people of the rivers and lakes, so it's fine, I'll undress. After saying that, she turned her head away, closed her eyes, and dared not look at Yi Chang, slowly loosening her clothes. The medicinal bath that Yi Chang arranged was exactly what Wei Zining wanted.
This trip to Kanglan continent.
Wei Zining was almost cornered by several Diamond Realm warriors, so she desperately wanted to become stronger immediately, to have the power to protect herself the next time she encounters Diamond Realm warriors, or even to counterattack. Moreover, taking a couple's bath with Yi Chang, for some unknown reason, Wei Zining didn't feel any resistance in her heart at all. Perhaps it was because they had supported each other through difficulties and relied on one another in the crisis-ridden Kanglan continent, their relationship had long become intimacy, or maybe it was for other reasons. Yi Chang looked at the unclothed Wei Zining with hesitant emotions, but his pupils shook violently. Although Wei Zining's injuries were not serious anymore, her skin, as smooth as cream and white as snow, was marred with numerous scars of varying depths, like ugly centipedes crawling on her delicate body, making one feel a chill and ruining all beauty. Yi Chang felt deep pity for Wei Zining. Damn it, the Jiang family's Diamond Realm warriors have treated my sister Zining this way, a beautiful woman turned into a sight full of scars when her clothes were taken off, it's unbearable to look at. Just wait, I will definitely kill you and flood the Jiang family with blood. The two entered the pool, one after the other, and sat cross-legged. Wei Zining had the mighty bull strength by her side, while Yi Chang had trained the serpent steps to perfection. Both had a solid foundation in body refining, so soaking in the boiling hot water was nothing serious. As the blood of the eight-armed demon dragon dissolved, the water level in the pool rose, submerged up to their necks, leaving only their heads above the water.
Huff. Yi Chang, let's start practicing. Let's work hard together.
Wei Zining exhaled a big breath of turbid air and then focused on activating the Tyrannosaurus breathing method. With Wei Zining's unique breathing rhythm, the pool water suddenly separated bursts of brilliant and dazzling light, pouring into her body.
In her mind, a thunderous roar of the ancient species echoed, full of overwhelming murderous aura.
Wei Zining felt a wild and violent surge of energy, like neither a monster nor a god, unruly and disdainful of all beings, crashing around inside her, almost ready to burst her apart.
Pain. Unprecedented agony.
Her entire skin felt as if it had been brutally flayed off, peeled and stabbed.
Muscles were being sliced.
Her body seemed to be torn into pieces, even her soul was about to collapse. Wei Zining gritted her teeth, her eyes wide open, relying on her iron will, she forcefully endured the skin-cutting pain.
Sister Zining, are you okay? Yi Chang hadn't started adding points yet and didn't perform any special breathing, frowning as he looked at Wei Zining, murmuring, could it be that the amount of eight-armed demon dragon's blood is too much? If I had known, I would have put in half the amount. Sister Zining, if it's too much for you, just stop. Pain. So painful. But, pain is good. My body feels like thin paper, being torn over and over, stitched back together again and again. This is remolding the body, it's the process of purging impurities and rebirthing. Only through breaking can I stand. If I can't even endure this little pain, how can I practice martial arts? How can I talk about entering a prestigious university? How can I assist you in reviving the Tanmu Forest School? Wei Zining gritted her teeth, her gaze determined.
Soon, she closed her eyes and silently focused. Sister Zining, you really are a woman who is equal to men. Yi Chang exclaimed, then fine, I will start practicing too. Yi Chang summoned the panel and began to add points. Current technique, Earth level low grade body refining technique Tyrannosaurus 454 +1 +1 +1 /1500000, entry, plus or minus.
A few minutes later.
Current technique, Earth level low grade body refining technique Tyrannosaurus 1500000/1500000, entry, plus or minus. Just having only scratched the surface, Yi Chang could clearly feel his body being strengthened, his skin, bones, meridians, blood vessels, muscles, and internal organs all becoming incredibly tough and powerful, as if by simply punching out without using internal energy, he could break an ancient tree. With a slight breath, a powerful presence awakening like that of an ancient primordial beast
slowly emanated from Yi Chang.
In fact, with the infusion of the blood of the eight-armed demon dragon, Yi Chang had spent less than 2 million crushing points.
Keep increasing the points.
Current martial arts, Earth grade low level body refining technique Violent Dragon Formula 2500000/2500000, mastered, +/. Current martial arts, Earth grade low level body refining technique Violent Dragon Formula 5000000/5000000, minor accomplishment, +/. Current martial arts, Earth grade low level body refining technique Violent Dragon Formula 125000000/125000000, major accomplishment, +/. A series of operations like a fierce tiger. The essence of eight-armed demon dragon blood in the pool seemed to have been completely consumed, turning from fiery red and brilliant to a clear light broth.
Moreover, a large amount of black, tofu-like waste floated on the surface of the water, smelling foul. This should be impurities and filth expelled from the depths of Yi Chang and Wei Xining's bodies. Well, to be precise, most of it was Yi Chang's waste. Wei Xining seemed to have entered a meditative state, her face no longer showing any signs of pain, and silver light flowed over her body, shining brightly, highlighting her dignified presence. Yi Chang was too lazy to change the water, again took out more than 100 ruby-like crystals of 8-armed demon dragon blood from his storage ring and threw them into the pool to brew. Before long, the dirty pool water turned red once again, glowing with a faint golden liquid, dazzling and brilliant, with a divine aura dispersing, the foul smell covered by a rich fragrance. Then the music played, and the dance continued. Current martial arts, Earth grade low level body refining technique, Violent Dragon Formula 375000000/375000000, perfection, +/ Crushing value 105-368-8329. Yi Chang jumped out of the pool bare-bodied and strolled toward a nearby small forest. In the forest, Yi Chang emitted the breathing rhythm of the Violent Dragon Formula, as if there were an ancient, mysterious energy erupting from deep within him. His body shook, bursting forth with brilliant silver light, as if he were crafted from pure silver, no longer a mere flesh and blood body. His muscles became well-defined, his features chiseled as if sculpted, each strand of hair appeared to be forged from pure silver, only his eyes were red, like a pair of blood moons, resembling the eyes of a devil, cold and ruthless, exuding a bloodthirsty and violent aura, truly terrifying. In the next moment. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. On Yi Chang's skin, shiny scales began to emerge densely, extremely tough. With a slight shake, a sound like banging steel resonated. In the blink of an eye, a surge of energy enveloped him, covering him with a layer of silver-scaled armor, its chilling radiance bursting forth. Silver light coated everything, sweeping over the entire forest, transforming it into a stunning diamond silver, a magnificent sight. At that moment, Yi Chang seemed to be a terrifyingly powerful being emerging from an ancient myth, no longer human. Just then, a blade of true energy, radiating powerful energy, sliced through the air like a stunning rainbow, directly aimed at Yi Chang. The blade was filled with an incredible murderous intent and an unmatched momentum, so fierce that even gods would retreat. Wherever it passed, trees collapsed, the ground sank, and the air shattered. Yi Chang did not dodge, he could not dodge this earth-shattering, soul-crushing strike. Clang! The blade slashed at Yi Chang, producing a sound reminiscent of iron being struck. This blade did not even break through Yi Chang's defense. Forget about cutting through the scales, not even a single scratch was left. Sister Xining, ambushing me, you're not following the rules of martial arts. Yi Chang said with a cheerful smile. He saw Wei Xining coming over with a single knife in hand, her pupils shocked, dazed, and then excitedly, as if possessed, she babbled, Yi Chang, I almost dealt the strongest blow, and it didn't even break your skin, it's ineffective, it simply can't hurt you. Your defense has already surpassed that of a diamond-level warrior. Breaking through human limits, your body has become sacred. We both practice the Violent Dragon Formula, I have just barely stepped into the basics, but you have already pushed this body refining technique to an unbelievable level. You are not human. You are a god descending to earth. My talent and effort look so insignificant before you. It's just a joke. Ha ha, Sister Xining, don't flatter me so much, or I'll get inflated. Yi Chang laughed heartily. Also, Sister Xining, don't belittle yourself, losing to me doesn't mean you should feel inferior. Ha ha ha. Hey Sister Xining, the scars on your body are all gone. How magical. At this moment, Wei Xining's body was free from those ugly centipede-like scars, her skin looked like the finest mutton-fat jade carved by the best sculptor, without a single flaw, as if she had shed her skin like a serpent and was completely new. Realizing this, Wei Xining suddenly woke up, she was still naked, and her cheeks flushed, becoming charmingly alluring to the utmost, before she quickly turned and ran away. Hee, Sister Xining is really beautiful, Yi Chang chuckled silly, dismissed the tyrant dragon art, and returned to a normal human breathing pace. The immense ferocity of the ancient beast vanished without a trace, absorbed back into his spirit and will. His entire body shed its scales, the overwhelming silver light also disappeared, and his skin became as delicate as mutton-fat jade, as smooth as a baby's skin, rivaling Wei Xining. It seems that practicing the tyrant dragon art would cause the old skin and dead skin to fall off, regrowing anew. Now, if I encounter the Zheng family's warriors in the Diamond Realm again, I should have the strength to fight them head-on, they probably won't be able to move me. Yi Chang said, filled with joy and ambition. But it wasn't strong enough, he needed to push the tyrant dragon art to its ultimate realm. The ultimate realm of the tyrant dragon art was extraordinary. This level not only granted a perverse physical strength but also inflicted tremendous mental pressure on enemies, affecting their minds, causing them to feel completely powerless. Just the aura alone could suppress enemies to the ground. Isn't this just like the terrifying pressure emitted by the 8-armed magic dragon's lair? Those 3 Zheng family's Diamond Realm black-robed elders were scared witless by this pressure, urinating in fear, even more exaggerated than a mouse seeing a cat. Yi Chang walked toward the pool. As he passed by the corpse of the 8-armed magic dragon, Ding! Detected top-tier auxiliary item for practicing the Tyrant Dragon Art, Ultimate Realm, 8-arm Magic Dragon's Inner Pill. Immersion will yield an 800% increase in gains. Yi Chang paused in his steps. Then, he drew out a saber from his storage ring and ran toward the corpse of the 8-arm Magic Dragon. Generally speaking, the inner pill of fierce beasts is found inside their skulls. Without saying a word, Yi Chang began to dig into the head of the 8-arm Magic Dragon with his knife. The dead 8-arm Magic Dragon was far from as hard as it had been in life. Moreover, its head had already been pierced by the two-headed flying ape, leaving a hole as big as a basin. Digging along the bloody hole was relatively easy, successfully enlarging it by double, releasing waves of obscure yet terrifying pressure. Yi Chang thrust his hand into the bloody hole, rummaging around and finally grabbing an oval, egg-sized object. 8-arm Magic Dragon's Inner Pill? Yi Chang's eyes lit up, licked his lips, and yanked the thing out as if pulling up a radish. It was an oval-shaped pearl, radiating dazzling light that was hard to look at, exuding an extremely terrifying aura of the colossal beast, striking fear into the heart. Vaguely, one could see a tiny version of the 8-arm Magic Dragon inside the pearl, frozen and unmoving, like a specimen sealed in amber. After a long look, it seemed ready to break out of its cocoon and devour everything. This was indeed the inner pill of the 8-arm Magic Dragon, formed with immense power and spiritual will, and the overwhelming ferocity, condensed from ancient bloodlines, containing massive natural spiritual energy, extraordinarily valuable, with boundless uses. Sister Ziying, we share fortune and hardship. I'll boil the 8-arm Magic Dragon's inner pill, let's absorb and refine it together. Yi Chang smiled at Wei Ziying, then tossed the inner pill into the bubbling hot spring. Wei Ziying covered her eyes with trembling hands, not wanting to look at Yi Chang's body, her ears turning red from shyness. Yi Chang jumped into the pool. After a while, as the inner pill dissolved, the pool suddenly shimmered with treasure light, bursting forth. A dozen or so several-inch long, shiny silver 8-armed Magic Dragon phantoms surfaced, looking extremely ferocious, roaming everywhere, charging about, roaring with anger, breathing divine fire, their fierce might spreading all around. Sister Zicheng, these are all essence. Hurry up and activate the Violent Dragon secret breathing method to swallow it like a whale devouring a tiger. Yi Chang reminded, then quickly added points. Current martial art, Earth level low rank body refinement skill Violent Dragon secret 1+1+1+1/15000000000 transformation +// As Yi Chang crazily added points, one by one 8-armed Magic Dragon phantoms jumped into his sea of consciousness, some entering his body, crashing and struggling violently, but soon they were refined, eventually perishing without a sound. Yi Chang's whole body shone with dazzling silver light, as if he were a deity. Current martial art, Earth level low rank body refinement skill Violent Dragon secret 150000000/15000000000 transformation. Crush value 866188329. The Violent Dragon secret was perfected. The merit was complete. Wei Zicheng also captured two 8-armed Magic Dragon phantoms. She tightly closed her eyes, enduring immense pain, using all her strength to subdue and refine them, her body constantly convulsing, bones fracturing, internal organs rupturing, flesh tearing. Her body was hurt all over, but soon it healed. Both her physical body and mental will were baptized, achieving a leap in life level, enveloped in silver glow, fierce and violent energy spewing from her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, scales. Surfaced on her skin, faintly visible, as if impervious to swords and spears. The inner core of the 8-armed Magic Dragon is indeed highly nourishing. Sister Zicheng only absorbed a small portion, yet the progress of the Violent Dragon secret is astonishing. It should be nearly at a minor accomplishment level now. Yi Chang smiled knowingly. With the nourishment of the 8-armed Magic Dragon's blood and inner core, Wei Zicheng advanced rapidly. 1 day of training was equivalent to 5 years, even 10 years of hard work for someone of equal talent. Chapter 39, Lu Fei emerges from seclusion. The Violent Dragon secret has entered transformation. There is no need to continue training. Yi Chang jumped out of the pool, feeling joyful. Dusk was approaching, the sun was setting, and beautiful evening clouds appeared in the sky of the secret realm. Wei Zicheng also paused her training. The two got dressed and prepared dinner. Focusing on training, with no distractions, they didn't feel hungry, but once they paused, an overwhelming hunger surged into their hearts like a wave, unforgettable. They felt they could eat 10 cows. Yi Chang was so hungry he was dizzy, his eyes sparkling green, staring at Wei Zicheng, drooling as if he wanted to eat her. Wei Zicheng felt her heart race. Sister Zicheng, let's feast tonight, let's eat dragon meat. Yi Chang said with a toothy grin. This is doable. The evening glow disappeared, and night fell. Yi Chang and Wei Zicheng sat by the crackling bonfire. The 8-armed Magic Dragon meat skewered on a single knife, had been roasted to a golden crisp, the aroma wafted, and fat dripped continuously onto the fire, sizzling, making their mouths water. Yi Chang was almost drooling. Wei Zicheng sprinkled seasoning on the roasted meat, the fragrance becoming even more intense, penetrating the bones and soul. Even gods could not stand steady. Let's dig in. The meat of the 8-armed magic dragon was incredibly tender, simply delicious beyond belief, hard to stop, and contained astonishing energy, nourishing and strengthening, improving eyesight and intelligence, benefiting the liver and kidneys, greatly advantageous for body refinement warriors. Yi Chang ate over 40 pounds of meat, until he was stuffed to the brim. Only then would he stop. Wei Ziqing also ate over 20 pounds in one go. Her flat, toned abdomen had begun to swell, looking like she was 6 or 7 months pregnant. Tisk, Sister Ziqing, who did you have a wild night with to end up like this? Yi Chang teased. You're crazy. Wei Ziqing rolled her eyes, then spoke seriously. Yi Chang, what's in my belly is your child, are you pretending not to know? Oh, the baby is kicking me. The two couldn't hold back and laughed together. After a short break, Wei Ziqing jumped back into the water, working hard to train again. Yi Chang lay on the soft grass, hands behind his head, gazing at the starry sky. This fleeting and secretive departure from home. It has been several days, Dad must be worried, it's about time to go back. Give the chickens a day off, I won't practice tonight. Inside the wooden house, there is a diesel generator that can fully meet the most basic electricity needs. Yi Chang lay on the bed, the sheets and blankets overflowing with Wei Ziqing's scent, sweet and lingering. He took out 3 secret scrolls, Great Sun Sutra, Great Sun Body Technique, and Great Sun Fire Dragon Sword Technique, and began to study them carefully under the desk lamp. These 3 martial arts indeed come from the same sect, Fire Emperor's sect, having a causal relationship of continuity. Simply put, one must first master the Great Sun Body Technique to continue practicing the Great Sun Sutra and the Great Sun Fire Dragon Sword Technique. The order must not be reversed, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable, surely disastrous. Great Sun Body Technique is like Violent Dragon Technique, both are low-level body refining techniques of the Earth level, but the methods of practice and the results achieved are entirely different. Great Sun Body Technique refines the essence of the blazing sun into the body, tempering the flesh and enhancing vital energy. Once mastered to perfection, vital energy becomes as hot as the burning sun, overflowing the body, like 10 suns rising into the sky, burning mountains and boiling seas, unstoppable. It condenses into a Fire Emperor armor, impervious to all evils, resistant to all poisons, like the son of the sun walking in the human world. Violent Dragon Technique mainly strengthens the skin, muscles, and internal organs, while Great Sun Body Technique puts more emphasis on vital energy. The two can complement each other to their strengths. Practicing the Great Sun Body Technique should be quite good. With 2 low-level earth body refining techniques under my belt, I will be completely fearless against any Diamond Realm warrior. Yi Chang felt a strong interest, eager to try. The first step of practicing Great Sun Body Technique is sensing, using a special breathing rhythm to perceive the essence hidden in the rolling blazing sun above. It sounds a bit easy, but the actual operation is completely different. One must know, not every ray of sunlight contains the essence of the blazing sun. This thing is quite rare, needing a bit of luck, while also testing the practitioner's patience and willpower. Moreover, the Great Sun Body Technique in Yi Chang's hands is a fragment, only containing the breathing method for sensing solar essence, with the following cultivation methods missing. Therefore, Yi Chang had no idea what he could ultimately achieve. Forget it, no need to think so much, I'll practice tomorrow. Time for bed. Meanwhile, Lusheng Middle School, Principal's Office. Blue Star and Kanglan Continent are indeed 2 different worlds, there must be a time difference. The night in Kanglan Continent is roughly the afternoon in the Dragon Kingdom of Blue Star. Principal Feng Sangsong and Vice Principal Baoyin Jian closed the door and whispered. That little beast Yi Chang. Baoyin Jian was filled with anger, his eyes burning with fire. I didn't expect Chu Lingyu to protect Yi Chang so dearly, even moving to Shanhai Forest Villa area and becoming Yi Chang's neighbor. My brother Bao Jian went to kill Yi Chang, but now he is neither alive nor dead. He must have been cruelly harmed by Chu Lingyu and Yi Chang together. It's a pity we can't find evidence. Feng Sangsong's face darkened. That woman Chu Lingyu has a powerful background. It is said that she has a twisted relationship with the top martial arts family Chu family in Magic City. Even if she is not a legitimate heir of the Chu family, she is at least a branch out. Chu family of Magic City. Baoyin Jian trembled, a deep look of horror appearing in his eyes. Since Chu Lingyu wants to support Yi Chang, then we shouldn't use underhanded tricks on Yi Chang, lest we end up with egg on our faces. Feng Sangsong rubbed his forehead. I hope Lu Fei can muster some spirit and kill Yi Chang fairly in the arena. This way, Chu Lingyu will have no complaints. Baoyin Jian nodded in agreement. The life and death battle between Yi Chang and Lu Fei is imminent. The Lu family is surely paying attention. We really don't need to spend too much thought on Yi Chang. Alas, poor my sister-in-law, who has lost both her son and husband. How can she live on? From now on, the burden of taking care of my sister-in-law will naturally fall on my shoulders. It's exhausting, emotionally exhausting. My waist is even more tired. Saying this, Baoyin Jian couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips. Old Bao, take it easy. Alright, let's talk about serious matters. Feng Sangsong rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, calculating the days. The 3-year life and death duel with the remnants of TAMU Forest High School is about to arrive as scheduled. Old Bao, what are your thoughts on this? After a pause, Feng Sangsong added, by the way, old Bao, you may not know, but TAMU Forest High School has taken in this stray dog from Yecheng. Isn't this clearly adding to our trouble? A toad stuck to the foot doesn't bite, but is annoying. TAMU Forest High School's luck has run out, they can only pick up the trash and leftovers that our Lushing High School doesn't want, Bao Yingjian said with a hint of mockery, coldly chuckling, Principal Feng, you don't need to worry too much. Even if Yecheng teams up with the remnants of TAMU Forest High School, they won't make much of a wave. 3 years ago, the only promising student from TAMU Forest High School, Wei Zhishan, was killed in the arena. I think this year they might not even have any decent students to send. They can't possibly send 7 Qi Cultivation Realm students to the arena to die, right? Feng Sangsong shook his head, his gaze chilling. Wei Zhishan has a younger sister named Wei Zining. It is said that she has grown stronger. She will represent TAMU Forest High School and continue to resist. Wei Zining? Bao Yingjian's expression became confused. I haven't heard of her. Principal Feng, to be honest, I haven't paid attention to TAMU Forest High School's movements for a long time, they're just a bunch of maggots in a cesspool. Old Bao, we can't let our guard down, be careful and the ship will sail for 10,000 years. 3 years ago, that Wei Zhishan was considered a martial arts genius. TSK, at 18 he was at the peak of the Essence Establishment realm, which isn't weak even in the elite class of Lushing High School. If I hadn't used some means to injure him before the duel, he might have really killed 1 or 2 on the stage. Feng Sangsong's eyes flashed with sharpness. According to my investigation, this little girl Wei Zining usually keeps a low profile, not showing her skills. Last year she was already in the late Essence Establishment realm, who knows, by today she might have reached the peak, just a step away from the Diamond realm. Her talent and skills are not inferior to her brother Wei Zhishan. Her talent is probably on par with Gu Qiaying from Dawn High School, and she might even outshine Lu Fei. Moreover, Wei Zining frequently travels to the Kanglan continent for training, and she comes back unscathed every time. Not simple at all, this little girl isn't easy to deal with. This. Bao Yingjian's expression also became serious. Principal Feng, it seems that Wei Zining is indeed a significant threat to us. Compared to her, that little bastard Yecheng is nothing. As he spoke, a glint of killing intent flashed in Bao Yingjian's eyes, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips as he lowered his voice. Principal Feng, how about going back to our old ways? It's impossible that there's a master like Chu Lingyu to protect Wei Zining up close, right? Feng Sangsong smirked. I naturally plan to eliminate the threat in its cradle. Recently, I've studied this little girl Wei Zining carefully and gathered a lot of information. She has weaknesses. Bao Yingjian listened intently. Wei Zining is quite protective. She has invested a lot of emotion in the 100 students training martial arts at TAMU Forest High School. Feng Sangsong's eyes rolled in excitement, his gaze cruel and cold. As long as we make good use of Wei Zining's weakness, it will be easy to take her down. Who knows, we might even scheme against Yecheng too. Principal Feng, your intelligence is unmatched, you must already have a way to deal with Wei Zining without bloodshed. Bao Yingjian laughed cunningly, quite shamelessly. I already have a complete plan. I am currently considering who will execute this perfect plan, Feng Sangsong said confidently. Just then, someone suddenly called Feng Sangsong. He answered the phone. Old Bao, good news. Lu Fei has successfully advanced to the Essence Establishment realm, he has come out of seclusion. After hanging up the phone, Feng Sangsong's expression was excited. Joy came from the sky, and Bao Yingjian was so happy that he slapped his thigh fiercely. Great. The little bastard from Yecheng is about to die. Ha ha ha. In Binhai City, the Lu family manor covered more than 200 acres, nestled between mountains and rivers, grand and magnificent, portraying a scene of prosperity and vigor that exuded the word wealthy family. For several generations, the Lu family had been in the real estate business, accumulating wealth and forging brilliance. Now, their fortune was immense, their power vast, and the family was filled with talented individuals. In recent years, some younger members of the Lu family had even stepped onto the political stage, playing important roles, commanding wins and reign. As for talents in martial arts, the Lu family was not lacking either, they even raised several guests who were in the True Condensation realm and Diamond realm. In summary, the Lu family was well known in Binhai City, a local power that few dared to provoke. Lu Fei walked out of the special martial arts training room with hands behind his back, striding like a king returning home. At this moment, Lu Fei exuded an indescribable aura, his eyes brimming with great arrogance, and true energy surged out uncontrollably, causing small stones and dust to rise into the air around him. Along the way, the cooking ant, dishwashing ant, cleaning ant, and kitchen helpers were all overwhelmed by the aura Lu Fei intentionally radiated, prostrating themselves on the ground like chicks targeted by an eagle, their bodies trembling. Congratulations! Congratulations to the second young master for emerging from seclusion. Congratulations to the second young master for advancing to the True Condensation realm, soaring to the sky. The second young master is invincible. Ha 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 ha. The True Condensation realm, this realm is indeed extraordinary. I am now at least dozens of times stronger than I was during the Qi training realm. Truly a leap to the sky, ha ha ha. Lu Fei's gaze swept arrogantly over the bowing servants, a faint smile and a hint of barely noticeable pleasure appeared on his face. From childhood to now, he had enjoyed the feeling of easily controlling others' fates, even their lives. Now that he had entered the true condensation realm, he felt even stronger, able to manipulate the fates of more people. Fair. A middle-aged beauty adorned in gold and silver, exuding elegance and luxury, rushed towards Lu Fei, surrounded by a throng of servants like stars surrounding the moon. The noblewoman was Lu Fei's mother, Luo Banqin. At this moment, her face was glowing red, trembling with excitement, her eyes filled with pride and accomplishment as she looked at Lu Fei, showcasing her son's success brings honor to mother. She spoke rapidly like a torrent. Fair, I didn't expect you to advance to the true condensation realm after just a few days of seclusion. You truly are my Luo Banqin's son, a genius unparalleled in Binhai City. At 16, a high school sophomore stepping into the true condensation realm, no doubt you will be recorded in the local annals of Binhai City, passed down for generations. Fair, you are the pride of the Lu family and the pride of Binhai City. Fair, I have already called your dad and brother, telling them to come home immediately. All members of the Lu family, as well as families friendly with us, will be notified one after another. Your dad and I want to hold a citywide celebration banquet for you. I want to announce to the world that all important figures in Binhai City know my precious son Lu Fei has strongly entered the true condensation realm, opening up a boundless future, soaring to the sky. Mom, there's no need to make it such a sensational affair. I've just entered the true condensation realm, it's not that big of a deal. Lu Fei humbly replied, but the inflation in his eyes and the arrogance in his bones were impossible to hide, and he exuded an air of dominance, as if none could rival him. Indeed, even at the early stage of the true condensation realm, in a place like Binhai City, deemed a martial arts desert compared to the top-tier cities, it was not a rare achievement at all. But the earlier one entered the true condensation realm, the greater the potential and unchanging truth throughout the ages. A 16-year-old in the early true condensation realm and a 20-year-old in the early true condensation realm represented completely different future limits. The former could become a soaring dragon. The latter is likely to blend in with the crowd. Not to mention comparing 16 and 20, even if it's just a 1 or 2 year difference, the gap will only grow larger later. Normally, entering the initial stage of the true condensation realm at 16, as long as resources keep up, one can break into the diamond realm by 18. Luo Banqin's reaction was indeed a bit exaggerated, but in Binhai City, a 16-year-old in the initial stage of the true condensation realm is, if not a rare find, certainly stands out among the crowd. Mom, I have no objection to holding a celebration banquet, but let's talk about it after I smash Yi Chang into dust. Lu Fei's eyes suddenly filled with profound resentment, every pore exuding murderous intent, his face twisted and terrifying, like a devil. Back then, at the exchange competition between Green Victory High School and Dawn High School, the trash Yi Chang, a lowly waste, a small character like a dog, actually had the audacity to provoke me, to threaten me. One is a noble, and the other is equivalent to a farmer planting rice in the field, they simply cannot be compared. But the farmer does not understand where the high and low lie, daring to trample on the noble's head, is simply against the heavens, an unforgivable sin. Recalling the humiliation Yi Chang brought him that day, which caused him to lose face, Lu Fei became frantic, consumed by anger, with only one thought in his heart, to kill Yi Chang, to crush him to ashes. Luo Banqin's gaze also grew fierce, her face twisting several times. That little bastard, humiliating my precious son in defiance, truly deserves death. Just killing him won't quench my anger, at least I must slaughter his whole family. Fair, I will arrange for some of our men to handle this. Lu Fei shook his head in refusal. If the heart demons are not removed, the path will be difficult to walk. Mom, Yi Chang must die by my hand, then my future martial arts path will become smoother. This Luo Banqin agreed with Lu Fei's words. Only by personally defeating the one who brought humiliation can one attain enlightenment, but she felt a hint of worry. Fair, it is said that Yi Chang has comprehended the meaning of the sword, even Gu Qieying is not his opponent, he firmly sits at the top of the Qi realm in Binhai City, are you confident? Lu Fei's eyes flashed with arrogance, grinning maliciously. Mom, I now understand that the true condensation realm and the Qi realm are entirely two concepts, it's like comparing an ant to an elephant. No matter how monstrous Yi Chang is, he is only the 6th level of the Qi realm, just a slightly stronger ant. I can kill him 100 times with just a wisp of true energy. In the face of true energy, his sword intent is softer than mud. As he spoke, Lu Fei casually threw out a punch. A ginkgo tree, needing 3 people to hug, was shattered to pieces by the punch of true energy from over 30 meters away. Luo Banqin completely set her mind at ease. Mom, 3 days later, no, 2 days later, I want to fight Yi Chang on the arena, to determine the top and decide life or death. This battle must be grand, let's set it in the Nanhu Sports Center. All members of the Lu family, as well as the leaders, teachers, and elite class students from Green Victory High School, along with the deans of college, Baiwa College, and the principal of Dawn High School all must come to watch, to witness me kill Yi Chang and rise to power. Gu Qieying must come too. Without killing Yi Chang, my heart cannot be settled, and I can't focus on cultivation. I cannot wait even a moment longer. 2 days later, in front of the crowd, I will punch and kick Yi Chang to death. Lu Fei's eyes burned with hatred, the intent to kill raging. Fair, don't be anxious, I will arrange it right away. Chapter 40, Going Home. Kanglan Continent, secret realm of the giant python sect. The sun rose, the morning glow dazzling. Yi Chang got up to practice martial arts. Last night was the most comfortable night since he left home, waking up full of spirit. Wei Zining had soaked in the pool all night, her training was relentless, seizing every moment. Yi Chang walked over to take a glance, the pool water was filthy and dirty. The water's surface floated with dense, foul excrement, smelly and truly a cesspool. Wei Zining's mental state, however, was surprisingly good, radiant and surrounded by a captivating silver light. Wait, I'll change the water again. Wei Zining said with an embarrassed smile. Sister Zining's Tyrannosaurus technique has improved rapidly, keep it up, Yi Chang smiled, then walked away. There was still quite a bit of 8-armed demon dragon blood left, enough for Wei Zining to cultivate, and she had refined a small part of the inner pill. One day, it wouldn't be impossible to push this body refining technique to the next level. Yi Chang found a spot with the most sunlight, facing east, the sun casting a layer of golden glow on him. Sitting cross-legged, he began today's training. With a focused mind, he pondered the breathing method of the great sun dominating body technique. Yi Chang's comprehension was extraordinary, and in less than half an hour, he learned it quite well. Step 1, sense the essence of the blazing sun. Yi Chang's breathing rhythm suddenly changed, at times heavy, and at times weak and silent, and he quickly entered a state where everything else faded away, lost in a mystical state. His consciousness ascended, light as a feather, feeling as if he was nothing, just like a ghost. Before long he passed through the clouds and shot up to the sky. Then, Yi Chang saw an incredibly massive, ever-burning fireball. The fireball's surface was an ocean of flames, rolling in a terrifying sea of fire, radiating an indescribable power, burning mountains and boiling seas, everything turned to ashes. This was the sun. Yi Chang was taken aback, then began to search within the infinite, boundless sea of fire. Perhaps Yi Chang was lucky, after not searching long, he found some fire snakes, fire dragons, and fire birds. These fire snakes, fire dragons, and fire birds successively transformed into an alarmingly terrifying pale golden light, mixing with countless ordinary sunlight, ruthlessly shining down on the earth. This was the essence of the blazing sun, the true fire of the great sun. As his consciousness returned like a tired bird to its nest, Yi Chang remained seated, unmoving, but he could already sift through the sunlight bathing him, sensing the essence of the blazing sun. Indeed, it was very rare, appearing only once every few minutes. The great sun dominating body technique had been initiated. However, it stopped there because the secret manual was missing, leaving him utterly clueless about the subsequent cultivation methods. Ha! Yi Chang opened his mouth and let out a large breath, summoning the panel. Character, Yi Chang. Age, 16 years old. Current technique, Earth rank low-level body refining technique, Great Sun dominating body technique 17000000/1700000, entry level, +/. Damn it, stuck here, to create something from nothing and to evolve a low-level body refining technique from entering to transformation, I don't have that kind of brain, Yi Chang shook his head helplessly. Just then. Ding. Detected incomplete Earth rank low-level body refining technique, Great Sun dominating body technique, would you like to spend 300 million crushing points to complete it? Yes/no. Yi Chang was stunned for a moment, then instantly overjoyed. It had to be the system, simply omnipotent. However, the crushing points required to complete the Great Sun dominating body technique were as high as 300 million, with no room for negotiation. This was just too expensive. Damn system. Forget it, you can't catch a wolf without first parting with the child. Let's treat it as spending 300 million crushing points to buy a low-level body refining technique manual. Complete. With the enormous deduction of crushing points, a wealth of practices for the Great Sun dominating body technique surged into Yi Chang's mind like an enlightening epiphany. After sensing the true fire of the Great Sun, the second step was to condense the fire seed. Yi Chang was too lazy to painstakingly train, so he chose to lay down and directly allocate points. Current technique, Earth rank low-level body refining technique, Great Sun dominating body technique 0+1+1+1+1/2700000, proficient, +/. In an instant, a wisp of true sunfire, completely separated from the waterfall like sunlight pouring down, emerged as if gold was being sifted from sand. This wisp of true sunfire, condensing into a light golden swirl the size of a mung bean, it hovered above Yi City. This is the fire seed. With Yi City's attribute points, the fire seed automatically captured the true fire of the sun, 1 strand, 2 strands, 3 strands expanding little by little like inflating a balloon. From mung bean it changed into broad bean, and then transformed into a walnut. By noon, the sun hung high in the sky, radiating brilliant light. Above Yi City, the blazing sun rolled on, not to be outdone. 2 suns, 1 large and 1 small, shone together, perfectly matched. The temperature in the secret realm rose sharply, unbearably hot, like a steam basket. Every inch of land scorched and scalding, flowers, grass, and trees turned yellow, curled, and withered. Wei Ziqing, drenched in sweat, had a flushed face, filled with suspicion and shock, and stared woodenly at Yi City. What was he doing? She didn't know, and she didn't dare to ask. Current skill, Earth level low grade body refining skill, Great Sun Dominance Technique 27000000/27000000 mastered, +/. The little sun created by Yi City was formed by gathering a large amount of true fire from the sun. Next, it was time to use the breathing method from Great Sun Dominance Technique to guide the essence of the blazing sun into the body, refining the flesh and enhancing vitality. With Yi City's special breathing rhythm and attributes working together, a strand of blazing sun essence peeled off from the little sun, shattering into countless parts, scattering like broken gold, also like a hazy fine rain, lightly dripping all over Yi City's body. Absorb. Take it all. Yi City stood still, a layer of light golden flame ignited on the surface of his body, and the blood inside flowed like boiling water through his veins, muscles, skin, bones, and meridians, being repeatedly hammered and refined, becoming increasingly resilient every second. Current skill, Earth level low grade body refining skill, Great Sun Dominance Technique 0+1+1+1+1/5400000, lesser achievement, +/. With sufficient crushing value, the cultivation speed was like riding a rocket. Nearly 20 minutes had passed. Current skill, Earth level low grade body refining skill, Great Sun Dominance Technique 5400000/5400000, lesser achievement, +/. Crushing value, 4851888329. In Wei Ziqing's eyes, Yi City was dazzling with golden light, captivating and terrifying, a dreadful aura shrouding him. He seemed like a furnace melting gold and iron, burning everything in sight, or a volcano ready to erupt, extraordinarily fearsome. Wei Ziqing's pupils trembled violently. Yi City is cultivating another body refining technique. It seems he is using the essence of the sun to shape a new form. The rank of this body refining technique is probably not inferior to the violent dragon technique. With two major body refining techniques protecting him, how powerful will Yi City's body become? I can hardly imagine. He could definitely rival a top-tier 4th-rank ferocious beast. Yi City, I asked you to refine your body, not to make yourself like a reincarnated ferocious beast. Suddenly, Wei Ziqing had a change of mind, jumped out of the pool, put on her clothes, and walked toward Yi City. She rubbed her storage spirit ring, and with a flash of light, several fist-sized crimson fruits appeared in her hand. The surface of the fruits had lively flames dancing on them, radiating heat and a fragrant aroma. Yi City, do you remember? These fire pomegranate fruits were picked on the first day we arrived in the Kanglin continent. Wei Ziqing smiled. These fruits feed on the essence of the blazing sun. When ripe, the flesh and skin contain extremely pure and intense true fire, a rare treasure that should greatly benefit your cultivation of this body refining technique. Yi City's eyes brightened, excitement ignited in his heart, and he quickly took a fire pomegranate fruit from Wei Ziqing's hand. Instantly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected a top-tier supporting item for cultivating Great Sun Dominance Technique, fire pomegranate fruit. Consuming it will increase attribute point gains by 800%. Holy crap! Yi City was overjoyed. He was worried about insufficient crushing value, and Sister Ziqing just brought him matching cultivation resources for Great Sun Dominance Technique. Wasn't this like finding a pillow when he was drowsy? Isn't this forcing me to push to max out Great Sun Dominance Technique? Thank you, Sister Ziqing. Wow! Why be so polite with me? Wei Zining rolled her eyes and took out the remaining fire pomegranate fruit from her storage ring, handing it all to Yi Chang. Sister Zining, right now I am practicing the low-level Earth Realm Body Refining Technique, Great Sun Dominant Body Technique, and the Violent Dragon Technique. Both are exceptional and equally impressive. Do you want to practice with me? Yi Chang extended the invitation. Forget it, too much is as bad as too little. I'm not you, a freak who finds practicing high-level martial arts as easy as eating and drinking. Wei Zining seriously declined. Then I won't force you. Yi Chang thought for a moment, took out the Withered Wood Technique and Conceal Breath Technique from his storage ring, and tossed them to Wei Zining. Sister Zining, having more skills is never a burden. Take these and study them carefully. Thanks to these two auxiliary techniques, I've been able to turn the tide multiple times on this journey. Wei Zining treasured them and quickly stepped aside, focusing on comprehending them. Yi Chang ate a fire pomegranate fruit, skin and all, and it tasted pretty good, like lychee and mangosteen, thick and juicy, sweet and delightful, leaving a fragrance on his teeth and cheeks. Boosted up. While boosting his skills, he ate fruit, one after another, feeling relaxed. Current skill, low-level Earth Realm Body Refining Technique, Great Sun Dominant Body Technique 135000000/135000000, Great Perfection, +/. Current skill, low-level Earth Realm Body Refining Technique, Great Sun Dominant Body Technique 405000000/405000000, Fulfillment, +/. Current skill, low-level Earth Realm Body Refining Technique, Great Sun Dominant Body Technique 162000000/162000000, Transformation. Crushing value, 215188329. Done. So, easy.
Thanks to Sister Xening's timely help, I upgraded the Great Sun Dominant Body technique to transformation, and I still have a surplus of crushing value.
At this moment. Ding.
Detected that the host has upgraded the low-level Earth Realm Body Refining Technique, Violent Dragon Technique and Great Sun Dominant Body Technique to Transformation. Both have very good compatibility, meeting the conditions for complementary fusion. Do you want to consume 500,000,000 crushing value to merge these two body refining techniques into the mid-level Earth Realm Body Refining Technique, Great Day Violent Dragon Technique, Transformation?
Yes/no. 5 billion?
Yi Chang directly ignored it. He needed to take down 5 Jiang Zhengron level beings to gather that much.
Let's talk about it later.
Yi Chang stood up, stretched his muscles and bones, and activated the Great Sun Dominant Body technique. His momentum soared into the sky, with every blood vessel in his body like a live volcano, every drop of blood roaring like lava.
Boom!
All the blood and energy burst through his pores, gushing out like thousands of volcanoes erupting at once. The secret realm seemed to turn into a mountain of flames, heat waves surging, air twisting, terrifying beyond measure. Yi Chang himself was like the blazing sun descending to earth, like a dazzling deity, making people dare not approach him, only able to look up in awe.
Wei Xining felt like she was being torn apart and thrown into an incinerator, almost being refined into ashes in an instant.
She hurriedly activated the Violent Dragon technique, her body covered with a layer of scales, shimmering in silver, barely withstanding the horrifying high temperature.
Why does it feel like the Great Sun Dominant Body technique is even fiercer than the Violent Dragon technique? Wei Xining asked, her throat dry.
From the crushing value needed to upgrade both to transformation, indeed, the Great Sun Dominant Body technique was slightly superior. In the next moment, the overflowing blood and energy gathered and formed a set of armor wrapping Yi Chang's entire body.
Golden Fire Emperor armor.
The armor took on substance, looking like golden holy armor, with a massive golden cape behind it soaring into the sky, waves of lava rolling on it, cool and stylish, enough to make anyone gasp in admiration.
Even Wei Xining, such a reserved girl, couldn't help but stare in infatuation.
Yi Chang strolled towards the creek, every move resembling the son of the sun walking on earth. Wherever he looked, it seemed like that place would catch fire. He casually threw a punch, and within a radius of 10 feet, the ground turned black, flowers and small trees were burned to nothing, half of the creek water evaporated, smoke spiraled up, countless fish and shrimp were cooked and floated to the surface. Not bad, now I can kill at will in the condensation true realm. The diamond realm is indeed not in vain, perhaps I can even clash with the true essence realm. Yi Chang felt proud and content, dispersing the Day Sun Overlord body technique and returning to his normal state. The divine light in his eyes was subdued, and his aura hidden, appearing no different from an ordinary person.
Yi Chang, now you could kill me in just a few moves.
Wei Xining walked over, sighing with emotion. When you first arrived at the Rosewood Academy, you were just a novice who couldn't even afford a meal, but now you have grown into a capable master who can stand alone. This unimaginable, earth-shattering change has occurred in just a few days. It feels like a dream.
Ha ha ha. Sister Xining, don't flatter me.
Yi Chang laughed. I have only barely gained some self-defense strength. In terms of this little ability, whether in Blue Star or Kanglan Continent, it is nothing in the eyes of true masters. The martial arts of Blue Star have brewed and fermented for hundreds of years, with geniuses emerging one after another, each with their own opportunities and adventures. The Kanglan Continent is even more so, where powerful beings who can fly, shift mountains, and fill seas are everywhere. There are always people beyond people and skies beyond skies. Yi Chang did not get inflated and tried to maintain a calm heart.
Yi Chang, it's great that you can think this way. You are not arrogant or impatient, and your mindset is incredibly stable. Wei Xining praised. Well, Sister Xining, I want to go back to Binhai City. Yi Chang said. Alright, it has been several days since we came out, your family must be worried about you. Wei Xining raised both hands in agreement. The two packed their bags. Yi Chang left the two-headed sky monkey corpse and the 8-armed demon dragon egg in the secret realm. With Yi Chang's consent, Wei Xining would take the remaining flesh and blood of the 8-armed demon dragon back to Binhai City Vocational Technical School, sharing it among the students of Class 2, 1, and teaching them the Violent Dragon technique. Wei Xining seemed to see the bright future of Rosewood Academy rising steadily. With Yi Chang, this chosen one, as the leader, it seems impossible for Rosewood Academy not to rise. This wave is really like the heavens chasing after me to provide meals. Wei Xining muttered, I really don't understand why Green Shang Academy would expel you, this chosen one, just for a Lu Fei. It's truly ridiculous. Sister Xining, this is called fate. If Green Shang Academy did not expel me, I would definitely have no connection with Binhai City Vocational Technical School and would also miss you. Yi Chang exaggeratedly laughed. Sister Xining, it is destined that you and I stick together through thick and thin, never separating, having weathered the storm. Alright, stop talking, that's really greasy.
In her heart, Wei Zining felt like a deer was jumping around, her cheeks flushing. Wei Zining officially handed over the secret realm key to Yi Chang. From then on, Yi Chang would be the master of this Python sect's secret realm. Yi Chang did not pretend, he accepted it calmly, planning to stay long-term on Kanglan continent, needing such a stronghold. After everything was packed, the two left the secret realm. Wei Zining expertly led Yi Chang back to the Binhai departure port teleportation gate. Along the way, they did not encounter any indigenous people from Kanglan continent. Occasionally, some low-level ferocious beasts appeared, but Yi Chang and Wei Zining, eager to return home, had no desire to hunt. Mainly, they had already gained a lot on this trip and looked down on the small change. After rushing for 10 hours, Yi Chang and Wei Zining finally returned to Binhai City. Ha! Yi Chang let out a big sigh of turbid air, suddenly feeling relaxed and his mood instantly brightened. Damn it, I'm finally back. The air in Blue Star is so sweet. Chapter 41, the time of returning to Binhai City for the challenge coincided with the setting of the lantern. Yi Chang took out his phone from the storage ring. Once powered on, the phone restored signal and was flooded with missed calls. Yi Chang glanced at it. Aside from a few calls from 10086, Express Bird Station, and Construction Bank, the rest were from his dad Yimao, Chu Lingyu, and First Love Gu Chiang. Yimao had called Yi Chang a total of 58 times, and both Chu Lingyu and Gu Chiang had called 37 times. A surge of warmth flooded Yi Chang's heart. The feeling of being missed is truly wonderful. At the moment, it seems that the people who care about me the most in this world are my dad, Teacher Chu, and Yingying. Sister Zijing also counts, of course. Wei Zijing drove Yi Chang home. Yi Chang looked at the rushing streets outside the window and suddenly had a feeling of being in a different world. The landscape of Kanglan continent is truly different from Blue Star. The huge glass curtain walls of the skyscrapers reflected the city's prosperity and vitality, and the colorful neon lights showcased the glory of modern society. Many parents were playing with their children in the city park or plaza, their faces filled with happy smiles. Aunties got carried away to the rhythm of the music, showing off their square dancing, couples holding hands, filled with love. It was a scene of comfort and peace. These cliché images, which Yi Chang used to disdain, now seemed very familiar to him. Suddenly, a sense of inexplicable worry surfaced in his heart. What if one day, the space-time passage connecting Blue Star and Kanglan continent has its rule of warriors of the law realm and above being expelled broken? All the calm and happy lives of Blue Star people would instantly turn into bubbles, with countless lives lost and rivers running red with blood. Just as Yi Chang's thoughts were in turmoil, his dad, Yimao, called. Yi Chang quickly answered. Dad. As soon as he spoke, he was bombarded by Yimao's scolding. Yi Chang, you little brat, you finally came back. You're so bold but not very capable, learning from others to go to Kanglan continent to mess around. Do you think you have a long life? Yimao's voice was slightly choked. It seemed like scolding, but more of it was longing and fear. Dad, you already know? Let me explain. Yi Chang stuck out his tongue and was about to defend himself. But he was cut off hard by Yimao. Yi Chang, I'm your real dad. Why do you act like you're guarding against a thief, hiding everything from me? Why didn't you tell me you got expelled from Lushing Middle School by those useless scums? You didn't even tell me you secretly transferred to the vocational technical school in Binhai City. And being lured into the lair of danger in Kanglan continent by that girl with the surname Wei, you didn't even say goodbye. Teacher Chu and I have already gone to stir trouble with the principal of the vocational technical school in Binhai City several times. You wait, that girl with the surname Wei won't escape my wrath. No way, Dad, my sister Zijing is a peak warrior of the law truth realm, with knife intent at her side. If you cause her trouble, isn't that asking for trouble? Yi Chang responded speechlessly. No matter how strong she is, she can't be unreasonable, right? Yimao quickly backed down, his tone fierce but weak. After a pause, Yimao's tone softened a little. Also, son, you have a crush and didn't tell your dad. That girl Gu Chiang is quite nice. She's come to our house to look for you several times, worried and crying nonstop. Hee, son, you've charmed Yingying so much that she's head over heels for you. I must say, your skills at charming girls aren't much worse than your old dad when he was young. The Gu family is a prestigious family in Binhai City. You must hold on to Yingying tightly, so you won't take detours for decades. Dad is quite chatty, like a long-tongued woman, and Yi Chang immediately felt annoyed. Dad. Can you stop talking? Okay, son, haven't you had dinner yet? Hurry home, I'll make you something delicious. Don't hang around with that girl with the surname Wei. Be careful not to let Yingying find out and get jealous. Yimao laughed. Yi Chang hung up the phone in a huff. He tilted his head to glance at Wei Zijing, who was pretending to drive seriously, her ears slightly trembling. It seems Uncle has a deep prejudice against me. Wei Zijing smiled awkwardly. Does he want to hit me? That's not the case. Yi Chang denied firmly. They arrived outside the Shanghai Forest Villa area. Sister Zijing, come to my house for a meal. My dad's cooking is quite good. Yi Chang took the initiative to invite. Wei Ziqing felt a bit nervous, shaking her head like a rattle drum. I can't go looking like this. I don't want to leave an unpleasant first impression on your dad. All right.
Sister Zicheng, see you tomorrow. Yi Chang didn't insist.
After getting out of the car, Yi Chang hurried home like he was on fire. Wei Zicheng lowered the car window and called out to Yi Chang, "Yi Chang, make sure to come to school on time tomorrow, don't be late."
Yi Chang returned home.
In the living room on the first floor, the lights were warm and cozy. On the dining table, several plates of steaming stir-fried dishes were placed, emitting an alluring aroma. Yi Mao and Xu Lingyu sat on the sofa waiting anxiously. Upon seeing Yi Chang, both let out a sigh of relief and stood up.
"Little brat, you worried me to death, don't do this again next time."
Yi Mao came forward, his eyes red and swollen, disheveled hair on his head, looking exhausted, clearly not having slept well for several days.
"Got it," Yi Chang replied impatiently.
Wei Zicheng is a rare martial arts talent, I admire her a lot.
However, this hasty trip to the Kanglan continent was indeed a bit reckless.
I will talk to Wei Zicheng another day, to advise her not to force things.
Xu Lingyu's tone was calm, but the concern in her eyes was no less than Yi Mao's. "Yi Chang, how did you feel about your first visit to the Kanglan continent? Did you encounter any danger?"
Yi Chang controlled his cultivation tightly with the breathing technique, and his physical training methods were also concealed, and Xu Lingyu didn't seem to catch any signs.
"Teacher Chu, I'm hungry, let's talk after dinner," Yi Chang smiled.
"Let's eat first. My son, your teacher Chu and I didn't have dinner either." Yi Mao was all smiles upon Yi Chang's safe return, eagerly running to the kitchen to serve rice.
Xu Lingyu walked over to Yi Chang's side and lowered her voice. "Yi Chang, yesterday Lu Fei stepped into the True Gathering realm, and today he couldn't wait to announce a death battle with you. I'm afraid you don't know about this yet?"
"It's already spread across all the middle schools and universities in Binhai City."
"Ah?"
Yi Chang paused for a moment and then couldn't help but chuckle softly, nearly choking on his own saliva. With his current setup, Yi Chang thought he could take down Lu Fei as easily as killing a chicken.
Glimpsing at the somewhat serious Xu Lingyu, Yi Chang forced his smile back in, like he was holding in a pea. "Is Lu Fei that anxious?"
"On the day I was expelled, we agreed on a deathmatch 2 months later, it's not time yet." The day after tomorrow afternoon, at Nanhua Stadium, Xu Lingyu noted Yi Chang's relaxed and casual demeanor wasn't just an act. In fact, she saw blatant contempt in his eyes. "Yi Chang, are you really that confident? A martial artist in the True Gathering realm isn't someone you can just defeat. Even if you comprehend the blade intent, you can't overlook the gap between the Chi Gathering and True Gathering realms. However, since you've mastered the Avatar Shadow technique to its peak, there is still a chance."
"And Yi Chang, if I'm not mistaken, you should have hidden cards, right?"
"Teacher Chu, you'll know when the time comes, it will definitely surprise you, you'll have trouble closing your legs," Yi Chang said excitedly, rubbing his hands together.
"So, you plan to accept the challenge?" Xu Lingyu's serious expression gradually relaxed with Yi Chang's confidence.
"Of course." A fierce thought rose within Yi Chang, his eyes slightly narrowing, a wave of crazy killing intent brewing. "Lu Fei took my fortune, pierced my 7th Qi, cutting off my path in martial arts. This is no less than a grudge of killing a father we're taking a wife.
Me and Lu Fei will have no ending. The day after tomorrow, right?"
"I'll make him die with rhythm." There's no way to avoid the fight with Lu Fei, as long as you have confidence, that's enough." "Yi Chang," Xu Lingyu gently patted Yi Chang's shoulder, "Uncle Yi doesn't know about this yet, should we tell him?" Yi Chang thought for a moment and replied, "I'll tell him after dinner."
Dinner time. Dinner time. "Son, Teacher Chu, come and taste the heart and lung soup I made." 3 people were eating when footsteps were heard outside the door, and someone shouted, "Is Yi Chang home?"
Yi Chang put down his chopsticks, looked around, and saw 2 middle-aged men in sharp uniforms, thick eyebrows, and big eyes walking in. The middle-aged man with a square face walked in front, looked around, and finally set his gaze on Yi Chang, clearing his throat and putting on a serious expression. "You must be Yi Chang?"
"We are notary officers from Binhai City." "Notary officers?" Yi Mao was confused. "May I ask what the 2 of you want?"
The square-faced middle-aged man took out several documents from his briefcase and said quickly, "Yi Chang, the day after tomorrow you will compete against Lu Fei at Nanhua Stadium. Before that, you need to sign a disclaimer, that is, the life and death agreement."
"Lu Fei has already signed. If you have no objections, just sign." "Tisk, Lu Fei is quite thoughtful." Yi Chang smiled broadly. "Bring it over, I'll sign right away." "No, son, you want to fight Lu Fei to the death?" Yi Mao's pupils shook with horror. "Why didn't you consult me about such a big matter? Do you still see me as your father?"
"Dad, please don't misunderstand, I just found out that Lu Fei challenged me." Yi Chang explained, then leisurely said, "Dad, don't be excited, it's a small matter."
"Bullshit. Lu Fei is at the 10th level of Qi training, how will you fight him?" "Son, acting on impulse is dangerous. The life and death agreement must not be signed." Yi Mao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan.
"Uncle Yi, don't be so agitated." Xu Lingyu picked a piece of kidney from a plate of chives and chewed it carefully. "Let me correct you, Lu Fei is not at the 10th level of Qi training, he broke through yesterday, now he is a real condensing true realm warrior."
"Wow. Yi Mao's blood pressure skyrocketed, his eyes darkened, and he nearly fainted.
Yi Chang took the life and death agreement from the square-faced middle-aged man, reading it quickly. It was nothing more than some clichés about no responsibility in life or death. Chu Lingyu also took a copy, read it carefully, and nodded at Yi Chang. There's no problem.
Yi Chang, why not think it over again? Once you sign, it means you officially accept Lu Fei's challenge, and it's a decision you can't take back. Think it over? I couldn't ask for more.
Yi Chang picked up the pen and swiftly signed all 3 copies of the life and death agreement, placing his thumbprint on top of his name. Yi Mao didn't have time to stop him. The square-faced middle-aged man was also quick, taking out the notary seal from his briefcase, working swiftly, and the agreement was immediately in effect. Yi Chang, there are 3 copies of the life and death agreement, you and Lu Fei each hold one, and the notary office keeps one for archive.
All right, we won't disturb your meal. Good luck for the duel the day after tomorrow.
The square-faced middle-aged man had a fleeting hint of sarcasm in his eyes as he left a copy of the agreement with Yi Chang and left with his colleague.
The sky is falling. The sky is falling.
Yi Mao pounded his chest, wanting to cry without tears.
Son, if anything happens to you, how will I face your mother in the underworld? Uncle Yi, don't be so pessimistic.
Chu Lingyu comforted, Yi Chang knows what he's doing. After finishing the meal, Yi Mao didn't even wash the bowls, squatting in the corner and smoking one cigarette after another.
Yi Chang accompanied Chu Lingyu outside to digest and take a walk.
Yi Chang didn't mention the life and death battle with Lu Fei, acting as if nothing had happened. Yi Chang, it seems that this time you went to Kanglin mainland, you gained a lot, your momentum has increased, fear is not present, it has a bit of a general demeanor.
With your current state, I am completely at ease.
Chu Lingyu smiled, then her gaze flickered a few times, and she said seriously, Yi Chang, I have good news for you, the method for repairing your 7th Qi finally has a lead. There are already some clues.
Ah?
Yi Chang paused his steps. Chu Lingyu smiled and said, I know you are excited, but don't get too carried away.
Let's talk about this after you defeat Lu Fei.
After getting home, Yi Mao was still sulking, still worrying about the future, ignoring Yi Chang. Yi Chang knew that no matter what he said at this time, it would all fall on deaf ears. Yi Mao wouldn't listen at all.
Only by defeating Lu Fei in a few days would Yi Mao change his anxiety into joy.
After taking a shower, Yi Chang returned to his bedroom, lay on the bed, and called Gu Qieying. Gu Qieying expressed her worries about how she had been concerned and how every day felt like a year since Yi Chang disappeared for these past few days. She was completely in a state of being immersed in love, unable to extricate herself. In the end, the topic inevitably circled back to the life and death battle between Yi Chang and Lu Fei. Compared to Yi Mao and Chu Lingyu, Gu Qieying was very optimistic about Yi Chang.
After all, Yi Chang was able to kill even a cunning bandit like Luo Hai, who had unleashed his full power after breaking through to the peak of the true solid realm. Lu Fei, who had only entered the true solid realm for a few days, was nothing to worry about.
Gu Qieying was Yi Chang's devoted fan. In her eyes, Yi Chang was invincible and perfect.
Yi Chang, come on.
The happiest thing for a martial artist is to settle grudges and prove themselves in front of those who look down on them. You must make those leaders from Lushing Hai regret expelling you. Let them know that Lushing Hai has lost a rare genius.
Can't wait. Gu Qieying's tone was filled with anticipation. I will go to Nanhushu Stadium the day after tomorrow to cheer for you.
The next day, Yi Chang went to the Binhai City Vocational Technical School as usual. Upon arriving at the classroom for Class 2A, Yi Chang was greeted by the usual flowers and applause, flattery galore. Yi boss, you and Sister Xining disappeared for several days, we missed you so much. Class leader Jiang Shichen had a face full of flattery. Yi Chang sat with his legs crossed, confidently in his seat, enjoying the elegant massage service, while a beautiful girl was squatting on the ground, massaging his legs.
Bro Chang, tomorrow you will have a life and death duel with Lu Fei. Every classmate will be at Nanhushu Stadium waving flags for you. Although we are few, we can't lose in momentum.
The girls will form a cheerleading team, wearing crop tops, short skirts, and black stockings, cheering for you live. Chu Jinya had a flattering smile on her face, her eyes glimmering like silk.
Bro Chang, you will definitely win. I'm dueling Lu Fei, and even you all know? Yi Chang was slightly taken aback. How could we not know? The Lu family has been promoting it with full force.
Yi boss, your life and death battle with Lu Fei has become the talk of the town, the whole Binhai city is buzzing. The goofy Song Biao chuckled, I heard that the Lu family has booked the Jinjiang Hotel for a celebration banquet tomorrow night, to celebrate Lu Fei entering the true solid realm, and also, Yi boss, the Lu family says they want to parade your corpse through the streets in celebration, and even, whip your corpse.
Damn, they even booked the hotel in advance?
Yi Chang couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time.
Lu Fei is so confident he will definitely win, this is simply unbelievable confidence.
A hint of worry appeared in Jiang Shichen's eyes. Yi boss, while it's true Lu Fei has just entered the true solid realm, even if he's weak, he's still a weakling in the true solid realm.
You need to be careful. The classmates all chimed in with their concerns. What do I need to be careful about? Yi Chang put on a pretentious expression. True solid realm? I've already killed more than 10 of them. Everyone exchanged glances. Bro Chang is so domineering, I love it. Chu Jinya had a starry-eyed expression, her gaze infatuated. Yi Chang said to Chu Jinya, Xiaoya, it's fine for the beauties in our class to cheer for me at the scene, but please don't wear short skirts and black stockings, it's indecent. You should wear yoga pants are forever the best, no objections allowed. For lunch, they had 8-armed magic dragon meat. Great supplement. Many students had their noses bleeding while eating. After the meal, Wei Zining was full of excitement as she led Yi Chang and all the students of Class 2-1 to the big mountain behind the cafeteria. Wei Zining took out the dragon head with a big hole and the incomplete corpse of the 8-armed monster dragon from her storage spiritual ring. Sinister. Terrifying. Fierce energy surging. The students were creeped out, some even scared to the point of wetting themselves. Next, Wei Zining had everyone sit in a circle around the corpse of the 8-armed monster dragon for serious observation. She selflessly taught the Tyrannosaurus breathing method to everyone without holding back. Damn, a low-level body refining technique of the Earth level, every student in Class 2-1 was getting lucky. Besides the technique, there would be the blood of the 8-armed monster dragon. They were lucky, no other school in Binhai City could offer this kind of benefit. After several hours of tireless and patient teaching, Wei Zining finally made sure that every classmate mastered the Tyrannosaurus breathing method. Everyone started to practice together. With a wild and bizarre breathing rhythm, it rose and fell. Yi Chang closed his eyes, as if he could hear a large group of young dragons gasping. Yi Chang, there's no suspense in your battle with Lu Fei tomorrow, but I'll be there to cheer for you. Wei Zining walked over, casually saying to Yi Chang. Lu Fei is already a dead man. Sister Zining, you'll be the captain of the cheering team. Otherwise, just like Xiaoya and the others, you can wear yoga pants, okay? Yi Chang licked his lips. Wei Zining? Meanwhile, at the Lu family manor. In the magnificent hall, the spirited Lu Fei, his parents, his older brother Lu Yu, and the elite core members of the Lu family were gathered together. Lu Fei's mother, Luo Banqin, said, tomorrow, Fei and Yi Chang's life and death battle is already arranged, and Yi Chang has signed the life and death contract. Lu Fei's father, Lu Tianhu, a middle-aged man with an imposing aura, dominated the atmosphere with his presence, as expected from the current leader of the powerful Lu family in Binhai City. That Yi Chang understood sword intent in his second year of high school, he's indeed a martial arts genius, but his emotional intelligence is too low to achieve greatness. His 7th Chi has been ruined by Fei, destined to go nowhere. If he were to bow and serve, there might be a chance for him, but unfortunately, he insists on causing trouble, which means he's entirely cut off his escape route. Don't kill the snake and it will bite you. If Yi Chang doesn't die, he will absolutely seek revenge in the future. It's better to count defeat before counting victory. What if his Chi recovers? With his martial arts potential, he will become a great enemy of the Lu family. Fei, in tomorrow's battle, you must kill Yi Chang and eliminate all future troubles. His family must be dealt with too, the Lu family must be ruthless and absolute. Chapter 42 Yi Chang vs Lu Fei. Lu Fei's older brother Liu smiled faintly, his eyes filled with thick sarcasm, that Yi Chang is just a big fool. What kind of family does he have, to dare challenge our Lu family? In the Gao Stone Steps forest, little Fei should have taken the top-tier Spirit Stone and Divine Water technique he discovered without hesitation. Being hesitant got him his 7th Chi ruined, he deserved it. After that, he should have endured for a bit, and perhaps little Fei would show him some mercy. At 16, he comprehended sword intent. In the future, he could have a piece of the world. Even if he doesn't get the chance for college, he can live better than the average person, yet he insists on being stubborn and jumping around in front of little Fei. If he doesn't die, who will? Lu Yu, 22 years old, was at the peak of the true condensation realm, currently trying to break into the diamond realm, studying at the best university in Binhai City, the college, a standard young master, a bully to both men and women. Brother, tomorrow is Yi Chang's death day. Lu Fei's pupils flashed with fierce light. The head of the Lu family, Lu Tianhu, said, Fei, this battle is still somewhat rushed. If you are willing to spend some time practicing the mystical level intermediate skilled divine water technique, you will definitely stand undefeated. Enough, my father knows that Yi Chang is your heartache, if you do not kill him, your heart will be restless and unable to settle down. Lu Tianhu said, taking out a palm-sized iron box and handing it to Lu Fei, smiling, Fei, you have entered the true condensation realm, congratulations, this is a gift from your father. Open it and take a look. Thank you, Dad. Lu Fei was overjoyed. He opened the box to find a small, purple-red bell, seemingly made of pure copper, very delicate like a pendant, exuding an ancient and heavy atmosphere. At first glance, Lu Fei fell in love with it, taking it out and playing with it without wanting to let go. The bell was covered in patterns and had tiny texts the size of millet grains. It was not Dragon Country script but the script of Kanglan Continent. With a glance, Lu Fei recognized it was a method for cultivating martial skills. Lu Tianhu explained with a smile, "Fair, this bell is a treasure from Kanglan Continent, not ordinary. It is engraved with a mystical level intermediate defensive martial art golden bell shield, and once you input your true energy, an oval-shaped true energy shield will immediately rise, surrounding your body, just like a golden bell cover, impervious to knives and guns, unaffected by fire and water." What a treasure! What a treasure! Lu Fei was overjoyed. With this treasure, Yi Cheng's knife energy cannot break through my defense at all. Previously, I only had a 90% chance of killing Yi Cheng, but now I have a 100% chance. However, will using a treasure in the arena be against the rules? Ha 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 ha. Lu Tianhu laughed heartily. "Fair, there is no rule against using treasures or pills. In a fight, it depends not only on strength but also on money and equipment. If Yi Cheng has a complaint, he can only blame his family for being too poor and lacking foundation." What you say makes perfect sense. In a life and death struggle, one must go all out. Lu Fei laughed as well. "Fair, your mother also has a gift for you." Luo Banqin's face radiated a loving smile as she took out a small wooden box and handed it to Lu Fei. Lu Fei lifted the lid of the box, and an incredible rich medicinal fragrance wafted towards him. Just a slight whiff, and Lu Fei felt an invigorating taste, and his true energy naturally overflowed, greedily devouring the medicinal aroma. The medicine was the size of a Longdon, emerald green, crystal clear, as if it were a gem carefully carved by nature. Luo Banqin smiled. "Fair, this is universal pill. After taking it, your true energy will flow continuously for 1 hour, inexhaustible and unlimited, no matter how extravagantly you use it. This pill is worth 300 million, it is priceless." That's exaggerating. For just a chi refinement realm, I can kill him like slaughtering pigs and dogs, no need to pay such a high price, ha 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 ha. Lu Fei laughed wildly, his momentum soaring. Yi Cheng's death is already without any suspense. There's no chance of falling over in a ditch. Ha 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 ha. To be honest, I can't wait any longer. "Fair, prepare a speech for tomorrow night's victory banquet," Luo Banqin said, her noble and luxurious face glowing, her eyes sparkling with pride. Tomorrow, her son Lu Fei would welcome his first shining moment in life. Of course, this was just the beginning of his undefeated path. His future was destined to be as bright as the stars in the sea, dazzling and splendid. Yi Cheng spent the whole day doing nothing at the Coastal City Vocational Technical School. In the afternoon, he felt very bored watching his classmates practicing the violent dragon technique. When his classmates soaked in the blood of the 8-armed demon dragon, Yi Cheng became excited. He wanted to personally guide the alluring girls on how to absorb the essence contained in the blood of the 8-armed demon dragon while bathing, but was strictly stopped by Wei Zining. After school, he returned home. Upon returning home, Yi Cheng was surprised to find that his father Yi Mao had changed his face faster than flipping a book. The discouragement from last night had completely vanished. He hummed a little tune, bustling about in the kitchen, looking like today's dinner would be quite lavish. Yi Cheng was full of doubts, walked to the kitchen, and was stunned. Big hairy crabs, lobsters, salmon, 2 abalones, matsutake mushrooms, bamboo fungus. "Dad, eating so well, are you preparing a death meal for me?" Yi Cheng couldn't help but retort, "Planning to let me eat until I'm full and smiling as I meet Yin Wang?" Pa pa pa. Raven's mouth. What death meal? Today, guests are coming to the house for dinner. Get out, quickly get out, don't disturb my performance. Yi Mao pushed and shoved, driving Yi Cheng out of the kitchen. "Teacher Chu, has my dad gone crazy?" Yi Cheng asked Chu Lingyu, who was lazily sitting on the sofa scrolling through WeChat moments. "Not crazy, just overly happy," Chu Lingyu replied without lifting her head. "Your future daughter-in-law is coming to the house for dinner for the first time. How can he not be happy?" "Yi Cheng, when did you get close to this girl Gu Qiaying? She speaks so effectively, 1 sentence is worth 100 of ours, telling Uncle Yi not to worry, and sure enough, Uncle Yi isn't worried." Yi Cheng was speechless. Soon, Gu Qiaying came with a big bag of gifts. She had clearly made an effort to dress up, looking like blooming cherry blossoms in spring, captivating and fresh, shining with youthful brilliance. No wonder she was the school belle of Shiguang High School, the white moonlight in every boy's heart. "Hello, Uncle, hello, Teacher Chu." As soon as Gu Qiaying came in, she displayed a charming smile of a fine young lady, her demeanor graceful and generous, hard not to like. "Make yourself at home." Chu Lingyu smiled and deeply looked at Gu Qiaying. Her eyes are full of spirit, occasionally revealing a sharp glimmer, harboring the fierce aura of dominance within. Didn't expect Ying to comprehend the intention of the blade, which actually matches well with Yi Cheng. Teacher Chu's vision is sharp, her intuition keen. She can tell at a glance that Ying has comprehended the intention of the blade. Yi Cheng laughed. When a woman loves a man, she wants to be together all the time. During the days Yi Cheng was away, Gu Qiaying was utterly lost, unable to enjoy her food or sleep. At this moment, seeing the one she missed day and night, her mood instantly brightened. Feeling secure, all her worries disappeared. Gu Qieying's eyes were as gentle as water, and without any restraint, she took the initiative to sit beside Yi Chang, speaking softly. Yi Chang, next time you go anywhere, can you tell me in advance, so I don't worry? I'll take you to play at Luoxia Ridge next time. I know that place well now, Yi Chang casually said. Gu Qieying instantly beamed with joy. Great, great. After a pause, Gu Qieying wore an expression of hesitation, biting her lip, softly asking, Yi Chang, I heard this time you went to Kanglan continent with a girl surnamed Wei, and I also heard she's very beautiful. Her tone carried a hint of sour jealousy. Chu Lingyu also looked at Yi Chang with a smile that was not quite a smile. Yi Chang remained calm and collected, confidently saying, Ying, it's not like you think. You two spent several days together. Did nothing happen at all? Gu Qieying asked cautiously, her face alert. If you want to think that way, I can't help it, haha. Yi Chang showed an unhappy expression. Ying, I didn't expect you to come to question me. Since you don't trust me so much, there's no need for us to be together. Gu Qieying instantly chose to compromise. I'm sorry, Yi Chang, I shouldn't have doubted you, I'm sorry, it's my fault, all my fault. Chu Lingyu was dumbfounded. The goddess of Shuguang High School, is this it? Completely under Yi Chang's control, she's just a devoted girl. Yi Chang, I came uninvited today actually to give you this. As she spoke, Gu Qieying rubbed her storage spirit ring, and a shimmering long knife appeared in her hand. Oh, Ying, using the storage spirit ring now. Not bad. Yi Chang said with a smile. I understood the sword intent. My dad rewarded me with it. Gu Qieying answered honestly. With a clang, she drew her sword from its sheath. The sword was engraved with mountains and rivers, birds and fish, with true energy shining on the blade, ready to shoot out and strike from afar. The large living room instantly felt like it had been stuffed into a freezer, the cold wind biting, the chill oppressive. Good sword. Chu Lingyu couldn't help but praise. Gu Qieying said eagerly, Yi Chang, this sword is a treasure. It can unleash true energy sword chi with every slash, killing invisibly. It's very suitable for you, complementing your sword intent. Can I give it to you? Oh, so Gu Qieying came to give a sword. Yi Chang chuckled and said, Ying, I appreciate your kindness, but I can't use this sword. Please take it back. Gu Qieying became anxious and hurriedly said, Yi Chang, I know you are confident in defeating Lu Fei. Although this sword may not be necessary, it's always better to be prepared. The Lu family has great wealth and power, they will certainly equip Lu Fei with a treasure. Yi Mao rushed out of the kitchen with a bloody kitchen knife and shouted at Yi Chang, it's given to you by Ying, so take it. Use this knife to chop Lu Fei. To calm Yi Mao's heart, Yi Chang reluctantly accepted the sword that Gu Qieying offered. Chu Lingyu rubbed her forehead. Gu Qieying was such a pure and beautiful girl, but her flattery towards Yi Chang was a bit much. This sword was not an ordinary treasure, it definitely belonged to the level of divine weapons, not many could be found in the entire Binhai city. Could she have stolen it from home? Eating. After the meal, Yi Chang took Gu Qieying out for a walk. The two held hands and strolled through the villa area. As they walked, Gu Qieying pulled Yi Chang into a dim corner and took the initiative to tiptoe and give him a sweet kiss. Gu Qieying was sweet, pure, flirtatious, and desirable, making Yi Chang feel elated. The two continued to kiss joyfully without getting tired of it. An hour later, they reluctantly parted ways, still feeling unsatisfied. This was how a couple in love should be. After sending Gu Qieying off, Yi Chang went home, washed up, and went to sleep. The next day, Yi Chang did not go to school. After lunch, Yi Mao drove, taking Yi Chang and Chu Lingyu straight to the South Lake Stadium. South Lake Stadium is a professional soccer field, 48 meters high, with 3 tiers of stands, each divided into 2 small sections, designed to accommodate 99,354 people. Besides holding soccer matches, it often hosts celebrity meet and greets, concerts, and more. A martial arts competition, this is like a bride in a wedding carriage, this is the first time. At this time, the roads around South Lake Stadium had been blocked, cars were not allowed to enter, and traffic police were maintaining order, with many guests from the Lu family assisting, quickly stopping any intruding cars, fiercely scolding the drivers, and even pulling them out of the driver's seat to beat them. The Lu family clearly acted as hosts. Yi Mao parked the car in the Walmart underground parking lot near South Lake Stadium. The three of them got out of the car and walked towards South Lake Stadium. The entire area around the stadium was bustling with people, a spectacle with overwhelming popularity. The battle between Lu Fei and Yi Chang was highly anticipated. One was the strongest chi refining realm in the ordinary class of Lushing High School, a martial arts genius, and the direct heir of the wealthy Lu family. Lu Fei, adorned with numerous accolades, now entered the true condensation state, glowing with great pride. The other was an originally unknown student from the ordinary class of Lushing High School, who overnight rose like a comet. He grasped the sword intent that countless swordsmen dream of, dazzling everyone as a dark horse in the exchange competition, defeating the talented warrior Gu Qieying from Dawn High School and firmly securing the top position in the chi refining realm of Binhai City, astonishing countless people. Today, the two hottest young boys in Binhai City, the rising stars, were about to have a battle, one that would be a fight to the death. Only one could leave South Lake Stadium alive. Tragic and heroic. The scene will definitely be bloody and brutal, full of high energy, making the audience's adrenaline rush sky high. Moreover, there are rumors in the martial world that between Lu Fei and Yi Chang, there are grievances and love-hate stories. Inside the stadium. As the audience continues to enter, all 99,354 seats are completely full, with no empty seats. In the southern stands, a group of youthful and vibrant girls forms a beautiful line of scenery. Each of them has exquisite makeup, wearing tight yoga pants with a cinched waist, paired with cropped tank tops, showcasing their charming curves and full figures, sexy and alluring. Where is my Changgu? Why isn't he on stage yet? Cheerleader Captain Chu Jingya shades her eyes and looks at the empty football field. Today, my Changgu will definitely be the most handsome guy in the crowd. Yeah, wearing this yoga pants is so embarrassing. Damn, you can see the outline of my figure. So many perverted men are staring, it feels like being violated over and over. A pretty girl blushes as she whispers complaints to Chu Jingya. Chu Jingya rolls her eyes at her. Tian, what are you being so dramatic about? Isn't this to cheer for Changgu and boost his fighting spirit? This little sacrifice is nothing. Besides, you haven't lost any weight. Wei Zining sits in her seat, holding a cup of Honey Snow Ice City strawberry boba, sipping elegantly. Today she isn't wearing yoga pants, but light blue jeans paired with a plain short shirt, and she has surprisingly put on light makeup, exuding a cool and elegant aura, stunningly beautiful. Gu Qiaying also sits in the stands, with most nearby being students from Shiguang High School. Nanhua Stadium has a total of 10 VVIP suites. Half of them are occupied by core members of the Lu family, key figures, and loyal subordinates. The other half are filled with some famous socialites from Binhai City and other high-level figures from major families closely related to the Lu family. In the best VVIP suite, Lu Tianhu, Luo Banqin, Lu Yu, among other direct relatives of Lu Fei, are all dressed to the nines. The atmosphere is quite lively. Luo Banqin swirls the goblet in her hand, the dark red wine swaying elegantly, her expression showing no signs of nervousness, instead revealing pride. So many people are here to cheer for my son, right? A 16-year-old condensing true realm martial artist, a prodigy, truly deserves this honor. Lu Tianhu calmly says, Fei has just entered the condensing true realm. He eagerly wants to showcase his brilliance to the world, establish his authority, and build his confidence. Yi Chang is indeed a good stepping stone. Killing a swordsman who has comprehended the blade intent will significantly elevate Fei's state of mind, nurturing an extraordinary martial heart. In another VVIP suite, Principal Feng Sansong of Lushing Middle School, Vice Principal Baoyin Jian, Principal Zhou Tianhao of Shuguang High School, Dean Sita Feishing, and Dean Liang Yinqiu of Baihua Academy. It's basically the same lineup as last time's friendly match between Lushing Middle School and Shuguang High School in the VIP seats. Dean Situ, what do you think about this battle? Feng Sansong smiles slightly, calm and light. Sita Feishing sighs, just a few days have passed since Yi Chang defeated Gu Qiaying. Normally, Yi Chang wouldn't have progressed much, while Lu Fei has stepped into the condensing true realm from the 10th level of Qi refinement, reaching for the skies. It can be said that Lu Fei has already created a significant gap from Yi Chang. Besides, Lu Fei has voluntarily challenged him, which surely means he has great confidence. This battle will be very difficult for Yi Chang. Alas, it's such a pity, a 16-year-old comprehending blade intent, really talented, yet the heavens envy geniuses, and his Qi has been destroyed. Liang Yinqiu looks pitifully sad. This child Yi Chang will lose his life on the spot today. How pitiful, truly pitiful. Baoyin Jian sneers chillingly, there's nothing to pity, he brought it upon himself. At this time, under the gaze of thousands, a middle-aged man in a remarkable uniform strides confidently towards the center of the field. This person is named Lung Lieshuan. The head of the notarization office in Coastal City, a high-ranking leader with immense power, was surprisingly hired by the Lu family with a large sum of money to serve as the judge for the life-and-death battle between Lu Fei and Yi Chang. Cold Lieshuan stood in the center circle, his sharp and dignified gaze sweeping across the field. Anyone who met his eyes would feel uneasy, as if they had broken the law, realizing that the law is vast and has no blind spots, and there is no escape from disaster. The noisy stadium gradually quieted down. Cold Lieshuan said loudly, combatants, Lu Fei and Yi Chang, please enter the field. The voice was not loud, but it was infused with vitality, reaching every corner of the stadium, making sure everyone heard it clearly. Soon, Yi Chang and Lu Fei entered the arena from both sides, walking towards the center circle. As the stadium fell silent, it was suddenly ignited. The cheers of the crowd almost threatened to lift the roof off. Lu Fei! Lu Fei! Lu Fei! Tens of thousands of voices echoed Lu Fei's name, filling people with excitement. Lu Fei was a prominent figure at Lushing Middle School, already possessing a huge fanbase, and with the dazzling aura of being a 16-year-old in the genuine Qi realm, plus his good family background, he was truly a model protagonist, thus drawing in supporters like a flood. In the last exchange match between Shuguang Middle School and Lushing Middle School, Lu Fei suffered a disgraceful defeat against Gu Qiaying, but this seemed to have faded away as he successfully stepped into the genuine Qi realm. Gu Qiaying was still stuck at the 10th level of the Qi training realm, clearly far behind Lu Fei now. Today, Lu Fei was dressed in a well-tailored white training outfit, holding a long sword embedded with various gems, radiating luxury. He exuded an air of elegance, and as he walked, faint ripples of genuine energy spread out, stirring up the winds around him. Lu Fei frequently waved to his fans in the stands from all directions, brimming with confidence that drew waves of intense screams and cheers. In contrast, Yi Cheng's appearance was much more subdued, lacking any momentum, with a calm expression, emphasizing a simplicity devoid of glamour.
Shang Gu! Shang Gu, go for it! Shang Gu will win!
Amidst the loud cheers supporting Lu Fei, a powerful wave of voices erupted, filled with high spirits and excitement, uplifting everyone's mood. Yi Cheng looked in the direction of the sound and saw his classmates, exhausted from yelling, with girls all dressed in sexy yoga pants, striking poses. Yi Cheng smiled broadly and blew a particularly charming kiss to his classmates from a distance.
Finally, Yi Cheng and Lu Fei walked to the center of the arena.
The two faced each other, a distance of 20 meters apart.
The referee, Cold Lieshuan, stood between them, his expression serious, his voice booming. Lu Fei, Yi Cheng, both of you have signed a life and death contract. Your lives and deaths are determined by fate, consequences are yours alone, and no one may intervene. The one who dies is not allowed any retaliation. I won't say too much, you may begin. With that, Cold Lieshuan stepped back far away. Lu Fei was very cautious, stepping back 20 paces to increase the distance from Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng stood still, looking at Lu Fei with a teasing gaze, his face displaying mockery. Lu Fei, I've waited a long time for this day, it's time to settle our scores.
So weak.
Truly so weak.
Far inferior to Jiang Zhongrong, even that tough guy Luo Hai was a significant cut above the Lu Fei before him. Yi Cheng's gaze irritated Lu Fei, his eyes turned sharp and insane, fierce and venomous, his face twisted with rage. Yi Cheng, I didn't expect you to still dare to show off, you're simply fearless because you don't know.
I've waited for this day for a long time too. I want to show you the gap between you, an ant in the Qi training realm, and me in the genuine Qi realm. I will kill you in front of tens of thousands of people. Your pride and sword intent is nothing but a joke in front of me. A complete joke. It doesn't matter, no matter what you've comprehended, it's worthless.
Yi Cheng spread his hands and said lightly, sword intent? For dealing with trash like you, there's no need for sword intent.
Lu Fei, listen carefully. If I use my knife intent today, no, if I use my knife today, count me as defeated. The whole place erupted in an uproar. Chapter 43, Exploding Lu Fei. Almost everyone doubted that Yi Cheng had drunk a lot before coming here. Without using knife intent, and even without a knife, what could he use to compete with Lu Fei? With his head? Actually, not everyone on the scene looked down on Yi Cheng.
A small number of people were hoping that Yi Cheng could rely on knife intent to overcome the strong and defeat Lu Fei, achieving a stunning comeback. To be fair, comprehending knife intent at 16 is much harder than entering the true condensation stage at that age. But now, Yi Cheng's bold remarks made his supporters feel confused. In the stands, Zhu Lingyu remained calm and raised her phone to video Yi Cheng. Next to her, Yi Ma trembled uncontrollably, so nervous that he felt like his veins might explode. His pale lips quivered. Teacher Chu, what is Yi Cheng thinking? Isn't he using the knife that Ying gave him? I don't know either, let's keep watching. I believe Yi Cheng wouldn't joke with his own life, Zhu Lingyu replied casually. Yi Cheng's arrogance deeply enraged Lu Fei. That casual attitude was the greatest humiliation to proud Lu Fei. Die. Die for me. Lu Fei radiated an astonishing killing intent, taking a step forward. With a clang, he drew his sword, and an endless stream of true energy surged out, making him look magnificent, like a deity. True energy surged from the blade like waves, distorting and tearing the air where it touched, hissing loudly. In the next moment, the true energy that erupted from Lu Fei's sword condensed into a massive sword over 10 meters long, wide as a door panel, shining brilliantly, dazzling to the eye. Lu Fei lifted the huge sword with both hands and suddenly swung down, cutting towards Yi Cheng from afar. Puff! 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 In an instant, the huge sword disintegrated into dozens or even hundreds of solid sword energies, dense as locusts, carrying relentless sharpness that could cut through anything, striking at Yi Cheng with lightning speed. The sounds of explosions in the air were unceasing, chaotic winds spreading in all directions, clumps of grass being lifted and shattered into powder in the air. The low-level mysterious skill, shadow-splitting sword technique, Lu Fei's killer move, had once been used against Gu Qiaying. However, at that time, Lu Fei was still in the Qi training stage, unable to truly unleash the power of this technique, appearing instead as showy and useless, easily countered by Gu Qiaying. Now was different. With his inner energy transformed into true energy, the shadow-splitting sword technique finally revealed its terrible destructive power and lethality.
Every sword energy split from the giant sword possessed the sharpness to split stones and slice metal as if it were mud, making it deadly for Qi training stage warriors. Yi Chang stood there motionless, seemingly stunned by the might of Lu Fei's sword, looking foolish. Yet, Yi Chang's breathing rhythm naturally became obscure, profound, and strange.
The Lu family was already preparing to pop champagne in celebration.
In their eyes, Yi Chang was already a dead man. The gap between the true condensation stage and the Qi training stage cannot be measured. Even if Yi Chang exerted all his strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand Lu Fei's sword.
This child is finally dead.
Feng Songsan laughed out loud, the stone that had hung in his heart finally falling. Suddenly, a dominating, savage aura erupted from Yi Chang's body, soaring into the sky. A vast silver light burst forth, making Yi Chang appear as if he were made of pure silver, dazzling and blinding to the eye, his body crafted by gods. His features were sharp and distinct, carved like a stunningly handsome statue. In the next moment, shimmering silver scales densely covered Yi Chang's body, a terrifying murderous aura engulfing everything. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone felt that an ancient giant beast, terrifying in its might, was awakening.
Clang! 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 Clang!
Dozens or even hundreds of true energy sword lights slashed directly at Yi Chang, creating a massive sound of metal clashing. However, the sword lights that could cut through iron like mud and sever hair without bloodshed, couldn't even break the shining scales on Yi Chang's body. Forget about cutting through the scales, not even the slightest mark was left behind.
Unable to be moved, fundamentally unable to be moved.
Yi Chang twisted his neck, producing a chilling crack sound, then leisurely walked towards the dazed Lu Fei. In his blood-red eyes hid a bottomless brutality and evil, while on his silver handsome face appeared a very evident mockery. He said in a deep voice, "True Essence Realm, is this it?
So weak. What is this? What is happening?" Lu Fei's pupils dilated, full of terror.
Yi Chang was still a distance away from him, yet he could clearly feel an unimaginable aura of death approaching, suffocating his breath and giving him chills. His entire body's bones crackled as if about to fall apart. At this moment, the large stadium fell into a dead silence, as if the air itself had solidified, resembling a desolate mass grave. The scene of Yi Chang withstanding Lu Fei's trump card shocked everyone so much that their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. And Yi Chang's image along with his wild aura and overwhelming killing intent made people feel chill down their spines, causing goosebumps to explode. Although it was a hot summer, it felt like they had fallen into an icy cellar, freezing cold.
At this moment, was Yi Chang still human?
He was clearly covered all over with silver scales harder than steel, shimmering with a cold silver light, appearing as a terrifying prehistoric beast.
Wow!
In the stands, Gu Qieying couldn't help but stand up, her beautiful face showing a lovesick smile. Is this a body refining technique?
The true energy can't break the defense, so scary.
No wonder he doesn't even care about the treasures I gave him. My boyfriend is really handsome.
So lucky. Teacher Chu, what is happening right now? Why does my son suddenly seem like a different person?
Yi Mao completely didn't understand the situation, standing there in a daze, feeling baffled about the awesomeness.
This kid actually practiced a relatively good body refining technique in secret. His defense is stronger than most in the true essence realm, either perfect or in the transformation stage.
TSK, with transformation lightness skill, sword intent, and a body refining technique that seems to be at the transformation stage.
This setup makes it like playing around against someone in the true essence realm. Chu Lingyu's eyes sparkled with uncontrollable amazement.
Chu Lingyu quickly sent the short video she'd filmed to the WeChat family group named Loving Family.
Sending a video for everyone to see.
A 16-year-old second-year high school student.
My Chu Lingyu has pretty good taste, right?
I said long ago that this student has the potential of an emperor, destined to shine for eternity and dominate the world.
You all laughed at me.
After a while, Zhu Zhuolong replied, "Whoa, sis, this kid has something. Why didn't you share the later part of the video?
Do I lack that bit of attention?" The entire crowd, apart from Wei Zining, was in utter chaos. She was the only one able to remain calm and composed.
Everything was within her expectations. Forget about Lu Fei, a novice just entering the true essence realm. Even Wei Zining, at the peak of the true essence realm and having comprehended sword intent, couldn't break Yi Chang's defense.
A low-grade earth-level body refining technique is no joke.
Furthermore, Yi Chang also had an even more powerful body refining technique, Great Sun Overlord body technique, still held back. All the students from the second-year class, 1, of Binhai City Vocational Technical School were in a collective high. At that moment, Yi Chang felt like a deity coming out of mythology, making them revere him immensely, wishing they could worship him. 10 VIP suites, more than half were already in complete chaos. The Lu family members could not sit still, a great sense of foreboding gripped their throats, creating a feeling of suffocation. The situation unfolded like a runaway wild horse, spiraling out of control.
Cheating! Yi Chang is cheating! He used a divine weapon.
Feng Songsan was in disarray, his face ashen, and he screamed hysterically.
Bai Ingjian's expression was also extremely grim.
Today, the impact Yi Chang brought to them was shocking, no less thrilling than the exchange match between Lushing High School and Shiguang High School, where Yi Chang showcased an unmatched intent with his sword. The academy's president, Sito Feisheng, was deeply moved, his face filled with horror, saying, "It's not a divine weapon. Yi Chang is full of vitality, like the sun at its zenith. He has pushed a high-level body refinement technique to its peak.
A monster. This Yi Chang is a monster among monsters."
Even if the 7th Chi was destroyed, he could still rise through body refinement, shining brightly. "I've seen many extraordinary talents, but any genius pales in front of Yi Chang. Principal Feng, you distort the truth for Lu Fei, expelling Yi Chang is biased.
You are driving away an unparalleled genius who could bring supreme glory to Lushing High School. Are you blind?"
Sito Feisheng was unusually agitated, behaving erratically, suddenly slapping himself, filled with shame. "We all have no insight. At that time, because we thought Yi Chang's 7th Chi was damaged, his martial path severed, we cast him aside like a piece of trash. Who would have thought the slap to the face would come so quickly?"
Feng Sangsong slumped on the sofa, his face pale, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant, murmuring, "Was I wrong? Was I really wrong?"
At this moment, Yi Chang no longer had the mood to toy with Lu Fei. He decided to end this quickly. He quickened his pace, leaping out as if teleporting, appearing right before Lu Fei. A terrifying killing aura instantly enveloped Lu Fei. It was as if an ancient beast, choosing its prey, opened its bloody jaws, ready to swallow Lu Fei whole. Teetering on the edge of life and death, Lu Fei's true energy surged. He let out a mighty roar, dispelling the fear. Instantly, an eggshell-like oval shield of true energy rose from beneath Lu Fei's feet. This true energy shield resembled a bell, glorious golden purple, ancient and mysterious, adorned with carvings of mountains, rivers, birds, beasts, and insects, along with dense, tiny characters from the Kanglan continent. This mighty bell of true energy completely enveloped Lu Fei, solid as gold, with no flaws or gaps to be found. Lu Fei frantically poured in true energy, causing the bell to spin violently, forming an impenetrable golden-purple light barrier, friction with the air creating sparks, with sonic booms ensuing, dust rising, producing sounds, impervious to blades and spears, uninvadable by all evils.
Lu Fei expelled a breath of turbid air, the fear in his heart gradually dissipating.
Seizing the chance, he swallowed the myriad manifestations pill given to him by Luo Hanjin, ensuring endless true energy within the hour. "Yi Chang, wait for it, next time, I will surely skin you alive." Lu Fei's eyes were filled with vengeful hatred. Today, in front of everyone, he was forced into a pitiful state, a humiliation he could not bear. Lu Fei had already made up his mind to unleash the Iron Bones realm guests raised by the Lu family to brutally kill Yi Chang.
Divine weapon?
Yi Chang was slightly taken aback but not surprised. In a life-and-death battle, it was normal for Lu Fei to possess several divine weapons. Yi Chang wasted no words and raised his hammer-like fist, bringing it down with all his might. On his fist were bright scales, shimmering silver, seemingly accompanied by a layer of mysterious power. As he swung it, it resembled an 8-armed dragon crashing down, smashing through the air, unleashing a ferocious roar from inside Yi Chang's body.
Bang!
His fist struck the great bell with a heavy blow. The fast-spinning bell hesitated for a moment, ripples appearing on its surface. Crack, 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 spiderweb-like cracks spread out. Lu Fei nearly wet himself. Quickly poured in true energy to repair the bell. Lu Fei's defensive artifact was of decent quality, and Yi Chang smacked his lips, roughly estimating that with pure physical strength, it would take 20 to 30 strikes to completely shatter it. After all, Dragon's Fury is stronger in defense than offense. The explosive sword energy cultivated in the 7th Chi, Lu Fei should not be able to withstand for 3 seconds, but that was Yi Chang's trump card, which cannot be easily exposed. With a thought, Yi Chang pushed Dragon's Fury to its limit, reaching the transformation state. The essence of the transformation state of Dragon's Fury is not to physically crush the enemy, but to exert mental pressure. Yi Chang's eyes narrowed slightly, and then suddenly opened wide, his murderous aura surging. In the next moment, a horrific and terrifying 8-armed demon dragon, exuding monstrous malevolence, astonishingly appeared in Lu Fei's mind. Lu Fei instantly fell into a nightmare, overwhelmed by horror, fear, and unbearable pain. Countless negative buffs were stacked onto him. True energy ran wild, and the bell that protected him collapsed, turning into countless chaotic currents that scattered everywhere. Yi Chang grinned savagely, taking a step forward and grabbing Lu Fei by the neck as if he were lifting a chick. Defeated. Lu Fei was utterly defeated. He was very likely facing imminent death. The entire venue fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Lu Fei, when you ruined my 7th Chi, did you ever think that one day, your life and death would be in my hands? Yi Chang did not want Lu Fei to die in a daze, so he stopped pressuring his mind, allowing Lu Fei to quickly regain his senses. He opened his eyes wide and only saw a pair of cold, bloodthirsty, crimson eyes staring directly at him. The threat of death almost hit him like a wave. A wave of fear, never felt before, surged in Lu Fei's heart.
He tried to gather the scattered true energy, but the hand around his neck tightened little by little, and the feeling of near-death suffocation enveloped his whole body. Lu Fei could only give up his futile struggle. You cheated. Yi Chang, how can a mere chi refinement realm be my opponent? You cheated. Lu Fei roared like a wounded beast, unable to accept the fact of his defeat. After all, he had been a top student in Green Victory High and even in the entire coastal city, always proud and dominant, never having suffered a loss. At this moment, Lu Tianhu, Luo Banqin, and Lu Yu rushed out of the VVIP room, followed by a large group of Lu family elites. Yi Chang! Stop at once! Lu Tianhu shouted at Yi Chang from a distance, today, you win. Let Fei Er go immediately to avoid a disaster. If you dare touch a hair on him, the Lu family will never let you go. Your whole family will die. Luo Banqin's noble face twisted, becoming exceedingly grim and terrifying, glaring at Yi Chang with gritted teeth. Yi Chang, I command you to release my son now. If you stop your madness, the Lu family can still give you a glimmer of hope. If you continue recklessly and strike him hard, you will completely seal off any retreat for yourself, and there will be no chance for redemption from then on. Yi Chang laughed angrily, thinking these two were delusional, still wanting to exert pressure at such a time. The crowd began to boo. They had agreed that one battle would determine life and death, and no one should interfere. At this critical moment, the Lu family openly broke the rules. Was this too shameless? But to be fair, if Yi Chang really killed Lu Fei, it would be a declaration of war against the entire Lu family. The Lu family was not made of paper, they were the local tyrants of the coastal city, well-connected and wealthy, and if they sought revenge, Yi Chang would find it very hard to withstand, especially since he had not yet fully grown his wings. Circumstances were stronger than individuals, and Yi Chang had to weigh carefully whether his need to vent his resentment was worth bringing disaster upon himself and his family. Yi Chang, let it end here. The judge Lang Lieshuan walked over slowly and said with righteous indignation, you and Lu Fei are both rising stars of Binhai City, genius martial artists. The death of either one of you is an irreplaceable loss for Binhai City. Listen to my advice, leave a way for others to live, so you can meet again in the future. Ha ha ha. Yi Chang laughed wildly, looking up at the sky. Leave a way for others to live? When Lu Fei used a sword to blast my 7th Chi Si and destroyed my martial arts path, why didn't he leave a way for me? I leave you the King Hell. Get lost. As soon as the voice fell. Crack. Yi Chang directly twisted Lu Fei's neck, then threw his corpse on the ground, stepping down hard like a giant elephant trampling. Lu Fei's body suddenly shattered into pieces, his insides turned to mush and his flesh made into a pancake. What a relief. I feel clear-headed and refreshed. I feel completely transparent. Do you really think I am a person who fears trouble? Yi Chang sneered, his cold, bloodthirsty gaze sweeping over Lu Tianhu, Luo Banqin, and Lang Lieshuan, exuding a fierce, murderous aura, like an extraordinarily brutal ancient beast. Lu Fei, I killed him. Are you very angry? So furious, right? Come and kill me then. Chapter 44, Revenge for the Beatdown. Yi Chang felt happy, his gaze fell down, and he suddenly saw a delicate purple gold small bell lying in the blood and flesh scattered across the ground. Defensive treasure, good stuff. Yi Chang's eyes brightened slightly as he bent down to collect the small bell. At the same time. Ding! Detected that the host at the 10th level of Chi training killed a martial artist at the initial phase of true solidification, crushing value plus 1,600,000. Detected that this martial artist's talent is genius, triggering 100 times crit, crushing value plus 160 million. Common person, extraordinary, genius, monster, peerless monster, standing out in the world, looking down on the universe. Crushing value, 376,788,329. Killing Lu Fei, I harvested over 100 million, crushing value, not too bad. At this moment, the Lu family erupted with wails as if mourning the dead. The brightest martial arts genius in the history of the Lu family had died before their eyes, his body completely unrecognizable. It was simply a nightmare, a tragedy. Ah! Lu Tianhu let out a heart-wrenching scream, like a sorrowful cuckoo crying blood, filled with hatred. Deep-seated hatred. Ocean-deep hatred. A child who has been pampered by the family since childhood, fearful of melting if held in the mouth, scared of falling if held in the hands, with a future of entering prestigious universities almost set in stone, all hopes of glorifying the family were pinned on him, yet he was brutally killed before their eyes. Madness. Lu Tianhu was completely mad. His eyes were bloodshot, finally turning into two bloody orbs, his breath horrifying, wishing to kill everyone in the stadium to vent his anger. Luo Banqin's eyes were also about to burst, blood flowed from her eyes, pointing fiercely at Yi Chang, her face twisted with extreme rage. Humph. The referee of this life and death duel, Lang Lieshuan, the director of the Binhai City Notary Office, now looked extremely ugly, covered in frost. Yi Chang. At such a young age, you are this vicious, you will definitely become a dangerous element in the future. Lu Fei can no longer fight, why do you have to go for the kill, slaughtering the innocent? Do you know how hard it is for Binhai City to produce a genius like Lu Fei? Lang Lieshuan was truly furious, initially thinking that his personal intervention would restrain Yi Chang, that he would surely hold back and thus call for peace, but unexpectedly, Yi Chang continued to kill without hesitation, clearly not putting the director of the Binhai City Notary Office in his eyes at all. Oh? Yi Chang looked at Lang Lieshuan with a surprised expression, then a wave of fury surged in his heart. Funny, it's really funny. Lu Fei and I signed a life and death contract. Everyone knows this battle decides both the winner and the loser, and now that I killed Lu Fei, you immediately jump out to sternly accuse me. Is this battle only allowed for Lu Fei to win? If so, why not just order me to commit suicide? What's the point of this fight? Oh. I see. This battle is to establish Lu Fei's authority as he enters the true condensation realm. If the ending is that Lu Fei kills me, you definitely won't criticize him, but instead lavish him with praise and admiration, right? I didn't expect the Binhai City Notary Office to play double standards. How interesting, so very interesting. I understand now, you were bought off by the Lu family, you are in cahoots, ha? Yi Cheng's tone was incredibly strong, sharp and exposed, like a towering sword, piercing the clouds and cutting through hypocrisy. The atmosphere was filled with booing and curses, as a large number of spectators loudly questioned the credibility of the Binhai City Notary Office. Ling Lieshuan's expression instantly became worse than if he had eaten excrement. He didn't expect Yi Cheng's words to be so sharp. Seeing through but not exposing, understanding but not dismantling, is the great wisdom of life. Yi Cheng's careless words are just digging a pit for himself. Offending the Lu family is not enough, now he must offend the Binhai City Notary Office too? Yi Cheng! Do not speak recklessly. Ling Lieshuan's eyes were like poisonous snakes, glaring as he shouted, physical techniques can indeed break the shackles of the human body and make the flesh holy, but this is absolutely not something a 16-year-old boy like you can achieve. I seriously suspect you of cheating, of using banned substances. Oh, if I win it's cheating, and if I die it's just that I'm not as skilled. Yi Chang grinned. Ling Lieshuan was rendered speechless by Yi Chang's retort. The persona of being impartial and not favoring personal feelings is likely to collapse today. The grudge of killing my son cannot be shared. Today, Yi Chang must die. At this moment, Lu Tianhu's face was twisted in a way beyond imagination, filled with resentment, truly wishing he could devour Yi Chang's flesh and blood, kill him. Immediately. Right now. Chop his body into meat paste. After nurturing his soldiers for 1,000 days, with a single command from Lu Tianhu, the Lu family's dozen or so hired guests surged into the football field, bringing with them a terrifying killing aura. The scene suddenly became chaotic, and the audience was filled with indignation. Yi Chang and Lu Fei's fair duel transformed into a brutal beating of Yi Chang by a group of hired hands from the Lu family. This was utterly shameless, right? The Lu family truly has no bottom line in their actions. Alright, so you want to play like this? But it's fine, the enmity is already established. Besides fighting, there's no other path to choose. Today, I'll unleash a killing spree, making you understand what true ferocity is. I want to turn this South Lake Sports Center into a river of blood, with corpses lying all over. Yi Chang showed no fear, his murderous aura soaring, incredibly terrifying, with cold ruthlessness and brutality shining in his blood-red eyes. The training at Luoxia Ridge had honed Yi Chang's spirit, will, and courage into something unyielding. The ferocity of the 8-armed demon dragon had already fused with his inherent temperament. In good times, don't be proud, in bad times, don't be cowardly, in desperate situations, don't panic. This is the true portrayal of Yi Chang right now. The martial artists of the Lu family are going to gang up on me, and you won't intervene? Yi Chang raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a mocking smile as he asked Ling Lieshuan. This is a personal grudge, I can't interfere, nor is it my place to control it. Ling Lieshuan's expression darkened as he silently stepped aside. In the stands. Damn it, the Lu family does not abide by martial virtues, let's fight them. I won't let Brother Cheng fight alone. We in Class 2A of Binhai City Vocational Technical School live or die together. Fight to the end. All the students in Class 2A were filled with righteous indignation, their anger blazing, and they stood up, ready to rush down. Alright, everyone sit down. Wei Zining stood up, an aura of killing intent radiating from her, and with a flicker of light from her storage ring, a single blade appeared in her hand. I will go help Yi Chang, don't cause more trouble. At the same time, Gu Qiaying also stood up and left her seat, heading straight for the football field. Ying, Wei Zining, you both sit down. Xu Lingyu, sitting next to Wei Zining and Gu Qiaying, advised, don't worry, Yi Chang can hold on. If he can't, I'll step in. I'm Yi Chang's guardian, so please don't interfere. Xu Lingyu spoke calmly, maintaining her composure as she said this, while not forgetting to shoot videos and send them to the WeChat family group. Hearing this, Wei Zining and Gu Qiaying had no choice but to sit down. Teacher Chu, the situation is already out of control. Can you handle it? Yi Maochang asked in fear. Uncle Yi, don't worry. Even if Yi Chang punches a hole in the sky, I will fill it in for him, Shu Lingyu said casually. A group of gatekeepers from the Lu family were mostly warriors at the True Gathering realm, with a few at the Diamond realm, like lions pouncing on bulls, vicious tigers searching for sheep, and hawks hunting rabbits, all rushing into the football field. Facing the crowd, Yi Chang remained astonishingly calm, unleashing the eagle walking skill of the transformation realm, actively charging towards the enemy, fast enough that no shadow could be seen. The gatekeepers of the Lu family only felt a fierce energy rushing toward them, as if a giant beast was crushing down. Bang! A sound like the breaking of leather echoed, mixed with the cracking and shattering of bones, instantly resonating throughout the venue. On Yi Chang's fist, brilliant silver light shimmered, like a silver meteor, fiercely smashing out, hitting the chest of a gatekeeper from the Lu family. That gatekeeper's clothes instantly exploded, his bones, veins, and organs were immediately shattered, and the whole person flew out like a cannonball. Puff! Before hitting the ground, his internal organs and blood gushed from his mouth, splattering in all directions like a rain of blood. Finally, like an emptied burlap sack, he fell to the ground, gasping his last breath. Ding! Detected that the host at the 10th level of the Chi training realm killed a middle stage True Gathering realm warrior, crushing value plus 26000000. Without specialized body refining, the physical strength of a True Gathering realm warrior is not much different from a Chi training realm warrior. In Yi Chang's view, they were almost like paper, unable to withstand a blow. This gatekeeper from the Lu family didn't even have time to unleash his true energy shield before being turned to dust by Yi Chang's punch. Second one. Yi Chang's body darted sideways like lightning, directly crashing into another gatekeeper from the Lu family. That gatekeeper was struck flying by Yi Chang, who appeared before him like a ghost, his internal organs shattered, blood spurting from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, as if he had been hit by an 8-armed demon dragon. Ding! Detected that the host at the 10th level of the Chi training realm killed a middle stage True Gathering realm warrior, crushing value plus 26000000. Third one. Yi Chang ran quickly, his footsteps pounding the ground like a stampede of elephants, shaking the earth. With the hidden ferocity within him, he leaped and delivered a kick directly to a gatekeeper. The body of the gatekeeper was kicked into the air, exploding into pieces, shattering like dirt and raining down in chunks. Ding! Detected that the host at the 10th level of the Chi training realm killed a late-stage True Gathering realm warrior, crushing value plus 66000000. Fourth. Fifth. One Lu family gatekeeper's head was smashed in, exploding like a watermelon, red and white goo splattering everywhere, while beside him another companion's temple was pierced by Yi Chang's finger. Ding! Detected that the host at the 10th level of the Chi training realm killed a middle-stage True Gathering realm warrior, crushing value plus 26000000. Ding! Detected that the host at the 10th level of the Chi training realm killed a middle stage True Gathering realm warrior, crushing value plus 26000000. He was killing madly. Yi Chang was completely in a killing frenzy. With unmatched strength, comparable to ferocious beasts, plus his ghostly agility and speed, he was simply unstoppable, mowing down enemies like cutting grass, a true weapon of destruction. When Yi Chang killed, it was quick and ruthless, as smooth as flowing water, no one could resist him. The audience was all on edge, scared out of their wits, as Yi Chang moved like lightning across the football field, the air ripping apart with a swish, swish sound, everywhere exuding wildness and ferocity. Everyone felt that an ancient ferocious beast was rampaging, devouring people. This guy moves with the speed of lightning, his movements like a ghost. Quickly concentrate your true energy to form a shield. Hurry! A guest of the Lu family, at the peak of the Vajra realm, trembled with shock in his eyes and shouted hoarsely to instruct his companions. A storm of anger surged in his heart. How can you call this a Chi refining realm warrior? Damn it, killing a true condensation realm warrior is as easy as chopping vegetables. To tell the truth, it's not unfair for young Master Lu Fei to die at the hands of such a terrifying enemy. But why did young Master Lu Fei dare to challenge him directly, saying, to decide high and low, to also decide life and death? Who gave him the courage? Liang Jingru? On the stands, Wei Xining's expression was radiant with pride, her smile more difficult to suppress than an AK, as she boasted to all the students in Class 2-1, shouting 666 for Yi Chang, did you see? Yi Chang's 7th Chi C is ruined, yet he can still, as a Chi refining realm, move among a crowd of true condensation and Vajra realm warriors, coming and going like it's an empty realm. What does he rely on? Lightness, skill and body training. So my training direction for you all is correct, everyone is on the right path. As long as you persist in practicing lightness skill and the violent dragon technique, one day, you will all become as powerful as Yi Chang. Wei Xining combined the image of Yi Chang's bravado to brainwash all the students in Class 2-1, which can also be seen as encouragement. I'll hold him down for now, you all take advantage of the moment to attack him with your true chi. Bombard him and kill him. The Vajra realm guest issued orders, circling to face Yi Chang and charging forward. True chi automatically overflowed from his body, forming a shield like a turtle shell, solid as a fortress, while his flesh glistened with a metallic sheen. Vajra Realm Warrior. True chi tempering the body, life like a Vajra, with walls of copper and iron, undefeated in battle. Bring it on! Until now, I have never killed a Vajra Realm Warrior, and with my body training accomplished, I want to try. Yi Chang felt a surge of spirit, blood boiling, and his fighting spirit soared. In a flash, he appeared before the Lu family Vajra Realm guest, drawing out 22 silver silhouettes that left the opponent dizzy. Before the opponent could react, Yi Chang swung his hammer-like fist, directly smashing into the Vajra Realm guest's body, protecting true chi, unleashing overwhelming force as if a giant spirit from myth swung a great axe to split a mountain. Boom! The true chi shield of the Vajra Realm warrior instantly caved in with a deep fist imprint, and cracks visible to the naked eye appeared around the punch mark, cracking and popping. What are you standing around for? Attack him! The Vajra Realm warrior roared at his companions. In an instant, blades of light, shadows of fists, kicks, and palm strikes rained down on Yi Chang from all directions. Yi Chang did not dodge, he accepted them all. Clang! 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 The sound of striking iron was like rain on banana leaves, incessant, yet could not wear away the shiny scales covering Yi Chang's body. To be precise, not even a scratch was left. Couldn't be budged, truly couldn't be budged. The guests of the Lu family despaired. This guy lifted mountains and carried cauldrons, his strength like a giant beast, as fast as lightning, how could they possibly kill him? Previously, Lu Fei's true chi sword light couldn't break Yi Chang's defense, which was understandable. After all, Lu Fei had just entered the true condensation realm, immature in all aspects. They never imagined that a large group of mid, late, and peak true condensation realm warriors, even Vajra realm warriors, with all their might, would find it difficult to break the scales that clung to Yi Chang's surface. Yi Chang's momentum climbed to an intense peak, like an angry eight-armed dragon, with fierce might spreading everywhere, as his fist smashed down like a storm upon the Vajra realm guest's true chi shield. At the same time, the Vajra realm guest's consciousness shook. He felt as though he was in a prehistoric era where ancient beasts roamed, and primeval species appeared, surrounded by a primordial forest, his mind conjuring an eight-armed dragon towering above, its feet pressing upon the ground.